Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 1301 to Chapter 1354. Yizue smacked his lips and closed his eyes to feel it. He said, "There is indeed the scent of the legendary divine dragon. But you've already digested all of it. It's useless now. What a pity." He smacked his lips again. From the looks of it, if there were still the power of the divine dragon in Chu Yang's body, he wouldn't mind eating Chu Yang alive at all. Chu Yang's hair stood on end. This guy really dares to eat people. He hurriedly took out some medicine and applied it on the bitten area. He cursed the sword spirit endlessly in his heart. The sword spirit looked innocent. How can he believe it if he doesn't take a bite and taste it? Chu Yang said angrily, "But where does the scent of the divine dragon come from on me?" The sword spirit was speechless. "You have Ao Xian's gift on you." Chu Yang was tongue-tied. Yizue was already so jealous that his eyes were red. Why didn't such a good thing happen to me? Isn't it easy to be hunted down? I just casually went around the territories of the various clans and killed a few important people. Wouldn't I be hunted down endlessly? Sigh. Chu Yang let out a wry laugh. This is just luck. This is simply heaven-defying luck. Yizue said furiously. From the looks of it, he was still brooding over the fact that such luck didn't happen to him. Actually, I should really thank the luck this time for changing me. If not for this incident, I would just be a good-for-nothing. Chu Yang continued to act according to the sword spirit's script, his voice full of emotion. You don't know that before this, I was stuck at Martial Grandmaster and couldn't advance no matter what. Everyone said that in my lifetime I would stop at Martial Grandmaster. Sure enough, when Yizue heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He sized Chu Yang up carefully before a smile appeared on his face. He laughed strangely. So you were once a good-for-nothing too? Yes, yes. Could it be that you were too? Chu Yang followed up. Yizue's face darkened. His eyes shone with a vicious light. He said slowly, "That was a humiliation that I can never forget in my entire life." Chu Yang let out a long sigh. Everyone has a bitter past. Sigh. This sigh made Yizue empathize with each other even more. Right at this moment, the gray-robed man on the mountain peak also let out a long sigh. There was an interested look in his eyes, as if he was interested in Yizue. He was also very interested. Then, he raised his hand, and a faint wisp of spiritual consciousness floated down. However, I can't tell you about my bitter past. It's just that I can't bear to think about it. Originally, I was also a good-for-nothing. Haha. As for how I became stronger, I can't tell you even if I die. Yizue was very tight-lipped. Chu Yang was somewhat disappointed. He thought to himself, it seems that I still can't get anything out of him. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit sighed in disappointment. Suddenly, Yizue heaved another long sigh. Suddenly, he changed his tone and said, "But, it's okay to talk about it. You and I are strangers. There's no harm in telling you." Chu Yang was stunned. Why did he change his mind? Just a moment ago, she said, "I'd rather die than tell you." The next moment, it actually became, "It's okay to tell you, F***ck, is this Grand Duke crazy?" Such self-contradictory words. He actually dared to say it out loud. Yizue gritted his teeth and said, "Back then, when I was born, I was known as a genius with unblocked meridians. When I was young, I was already interested in swords. I advanced at an astonishing speed and became a sword king when I was 15 years old. I was the only one in the entire heavens. The clan made me a Grand Duke and hoped that I would bring glory to the Yi clan. I was also very proud of my achievements. But after 15 years old, no matter how I cultivated, I realized that I couldn't improve at all. I once didn't eat or drink for half a month and just practiced swordsmanship. When I was tired, I would cut myself a few times. But it was completely ineffective. When I was 18 years old, the clan finally couldn't take it anymore. They invited a high priest from the Medicine Valley to take a look at me. Only then did they know that a certain section of my meridians was naturally narrow. Although it was just a small section, it couldn't be improved for the rest of my life. In other words, when I became a first-grade sword king, it was the highest level in my life. And there was no cure for it. When the clan found out about this, they immediately abolished my position as Grand Duke. During that period of time, although I was still desperately cultivating every day, no one paid attention to me anymore. Yizue gritted his teeth and smiled viciously. When I was 24 years old, during winter, everyone in the clan was having a meal together, but no one informed me. I snuck out of the clan and came here. He pointed at his feet. I went up the pagoda mountain alone on New Year's Eve and wandered around aimlessly. I even thought of dying. Then, I don't know what happened. I walked to a fork in the road and kept walking. Suddenly, I barged into a patch of clouds. In the midst of the clouds, I discovered a cave entrance. It was very cold then, so I went in. And, undeniably, that cave entrance also seemed to be beckoning me to go in. After I went in, I discovered a strange corpse. Yizue tilted his head, a ferocious look on his face. He said, it was a very, very strange corpse. In any case, it wasn't human. It looked like a monkey. Yes, it was killed by a sword. That sword was pierced into the corpse's chest. I found it strange. Why was there a corpse in this cave and a sword on the corpse? Since that person had killed this monster, why didn't he take the sword away? Right at this moment, that sword suddenly vibrated. I clearly heard someone talking to me, saying, if you pull out this sword, you will own the world. At that time, I thought, I'm already F*** crippled, what world can I own? So I didn't pull it out. Yizue heaved a long sigh. Now, I really regret it. If I had pulled out that sword back then, my achievements might have been far greater than what I have now. This result was really beyond Xu Yang's expectations. He didn't pull out the sword. From what Yizue said, Xu Yang and the sword spirit unanimously agreed that that sword was most likely the weapon of the extraterrestrial demon and had demonic properties. Yizue probably achieved what he had today because of this sword. But they never expected that he didn't pull out the sword. Yizue sighed for a long while before he said, at that time, I was also extremely scared. I kept feeling that this matter was a little strange. Then, I realized that there was still half a scabbard on the ground. I thought, why don't I take this scabbard first? So I grabbed the scabbard in my hand. But the moment I grabbed it, I suddenly felt dizzy. The scabbard seemed to have a spirit and power. It pulled me towards the sword. I wanted to throw it away, but I couldn't. I struggled with all my might. I didn't expect that my head would hit the wall of the cave and I would faint. But I didn't notice that the scabbard actually stood up from the ground and I sat on it. When Yizue said this, Xu Yang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Think about it. What if half a scabbard was stuck in the ground? Sitting on it? If I sat on it, Minister Chu suddenly felt a chill run down his ass and couldn't help but tighten it. When I woke up, I was covered in blood and the scabbard was already gone, Yizue continued. Xu Yang felt even more like he was about to burst out. Nonsense, of course it's gone. It even did that. I still had a feeling that there was still a force pulling me toward that sword. I was really scared and scrambled out of the cave. I didn't even know how I went down the mountain and returned home. The family was still having a feast and drinking celebration. No one noticed that I was covered in blood and stains, and no one knew that I went out and came back. Yizue let out a wry laugh. Or perhaps they knew and just didn't care. It was only several days after I returned home that I realized that the scabbard hadn't disappeared. Instead, it had fused into my body through my blood. Xu Yang rolled his eyes and thought to himself, I'm afraid it definitely didn't enter through your blood, right? Instead, it was you, who swallowed that sword directly under some kind of lucky coincidence. Otherwise, how could it have let you go so obediently? As he listened to Yizue's story, Xu Yang was suddenly filled with admiration for this world. Just how much of a coincidence did it have to be to create such a world-shaking figure like Yizue? Such an encounter was definitely something that no matter how hard one racked their brains, they definitely wouldn't be able to come up with. And on that scabbard, there was the first half of a mental cultivation technique and the first half of a sword technique. As for the other half, it was on the sword that I didn't manage to grab. Yet that latter half was the most important. At this point, Yizue was incredibly depressed. And there was a huge secret on that sword. That was even more of a pity. Sigh, having half a scabbard in my body, this feeling is really. Yizue sighed. At first, I also felt very uneasy, but then I realized that my meridians had suddenly returned to normal. I suddenly started to improve again. And that narrow section of meridians had already returned to normal. So I wondered if it was because of this half a scabbard? So I thought of trying to cultivate the upper half of the mental cultivation technique. I didn't expect that after trying it out, my cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. My cultivation speed actually reached more than 10 times the usual speed. Yizue said heavily, this half of the mental cultivation technique is called the Heavenly Demon Great Law. The moment the words Heavenly Demon Great Law left his mouth, the expression of the sword spirit in the tribulation dimension changed. Chu Yang could even sense the sword spirit's fear. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart as well. Could this Heavenly Demon Great Law really be so terrifying? Of course I was happy that the Heavenly Demon Great Law was effective. So I started to cooperate with the Heavenly Demon Great Law again to practice that half of the sword technique, the demonic spirit slaying sword. Only then did I know that this was definitely the number one technique in the entire heavens. The number one sword technique. Its power was so great that it was unimaginable. Only then did I know that I had missed out on such a huge opportunity. But the Heavenly Demon Great Law was incomplete, and the demonic spirit slaying sword also only had the first half of the moves. However, the entire sword technique should have 18 moves. Moreover, only by using the complete Heavenly Demon Great Law to activate the complete demonic spirit slaying sword can one reach the supreme realm of slaughtering all living beings. Legend has it that when this technique is cultivated to a high level, one can slaughter all living beings in the world with just one strike. How I want to slaughter all living beings in this bastard's world. After that, I came here countless times to search for it. But because I was in a daze at that time, I simply wandered around aimlessly and couldn't remember the exact location. Until now, several decades have passed and I actually still haven't found that strange cave entrance. When Yizue said this, the gray-robed man on the mountaintop sighed and murmured, I see. I was wondering why this fellow came once every 2 to 3 days. I see, after this fortuitous encounter, I kept it a secret and cultivated hard. Within 3 months, I became a sword emperor. During the clan competition, I appeared out of nowhere and killed the Grand Duke who had replaced me. At the same time, I defeated and killed my brothers of the same generation one by one. The 2 of them were from the same mother as me. I took back the position of Grand Duke. Yizue continued, his eyes gleaming with pleasure. Chu Yang sighed somewhat. Even though they were in the wrong in the past, they were your brothers after all. You killed them just like that? And you didn't feel guilty at all? It was only then that I realized that my temperament had actually changed along with the cultivation technique. I became cold and heartless. I became someone who viewed human lives as worthless. Every time I killed someone, I would always feel my blood boiling and incredibly excited. My cultivation improved faster and faster, but my temperament became colder and colder. When Yizue said this, he seemed to have touched the softness in his heart in the past. He actually sighed softly. Actually, back then, I was also a kind and honest person. Moreover, I had always been filled with leeway toward this life. I once thought of using my strength to make the clan rule the world, to protect my parents and brothers and sisters. It was as if I used my strength to help many people and let everyone spread my good name. I also once thought that after I succeeded in practicing the sword, I would start a family. I would start a family. I would have a beautiful wife and concubines and live in harmony. But ever since I practiced the demonic great technique and the demonic spirit slaying sword, I became colder and colder. No matter how beautiful a woman was, in my eyes, she was merely a body waiting to be killed by me. Other than practicing the sword, I didn't feel anything else. Other than the thrill of killing, I have no interest in anything else. I have never taken a wife until now. The women in this world only disgust me, but they don't make me like them. Furthermore, when I was being chased, I suffered many injuries and was in extreme pain. Countless strands of demonic energy actually appeared spontaneously, transforming my body and healing my injuries. However, as the demonic energy flowed out bit by bit, I can feel myself becoming more and more brutal. Yizue said rather painfully, back then, I also used to sing in the daytime. Drunk on a good night, handsome and young. A gentle scholar. The three sighed at the same time. One speaker, two listeners. One was in front of him, while the other was hidden in the dark. The two listeners had the same thought at the same time: this extraterrestrial demon is indeed terrifying. At the same time, a second thought came to his mind: so there is such a sword in this mountain, a demonic sword. Right at this moment, Yizue suddenly shuddered all over and jumped to his feet. He looked at Chu Yang as if he had seen a ghost. You bastard! What did you do to me? Chu Yang felt a little dizzy. He asked in confusion, what did I do to you? Suddenly, he became furious, what can I do to you? Yizue was flustered and exasperated. You bastard, you must have cast a demonic spell on me. He couldn't help but be flustered and exasperated. This was because he suddenly realized that he had actually revealed the biggest secret in his heart in great detail without even being aware of it. This was the absolute secret that he relied on to survive. Before this, apart from himself, no one else in the entire heavens knew about it. Chu Yang. You are indeed an extraterrestrial demon. I didn't expect you to have such a technique to bewitch people. Yizue's face was full of murderous intent. Chu Yang was confused and disoriented. Do you know what you are saying? Yizue sneered. Of course I know, but I know even more that you are an extraterrestrial demon. Today, I must get rid of this evil for the heavens. Chu Yang was confused right away. He was really confused. What the hell? What exactly is going on? I really didn't force you to say anything, Chu Yang. How dare you use such a despicable method on me? Hand over your life. Yizue shouted and drew his sword. All of a sudden, demonic energy surged. Chu Yang jumped up in a flurry, completely unaware of what was going on. Drawing his sword to block, he shouted angrily, what exactly is wrong with you? Yizue didn't answer, but his sword moves became fiercer and fiercer. His expression was ferocious, as if he couldn't wait to chop Chu Yang into pieces. Chu Yang retreated step by step, instinctively using the gentle water sword intent to ward off the other party's attacks. But now, for some reason, Yizue's cultivation had suddenly increased by a lot. In the battle just now, Chu Yang could still ward off his attacks, but now, he was actually powerless. Yizue's gaze became more and more ruthless. Chu Yang, you and I are irreconcilable. Chu Yang was really so wronged. Encountering such a lunatic was really something that would make anyone feel helpless. A moment ago, they were sitting together and having a heart-to-heart talk, talking about everything. The next moment, he drew his sword and killed without mercy. I really have to take my hat off to him. Take the first move of my demonic spirit-slaying sword. Heavenly demon descends. Yizue jumped up abruptly and fell straight down from the sky. A faint stream of demonic energy could already be clearly seen mixed in the sword light, slashing toward him at lightning speed. Wherever the sword momentum reached, Chu Yang's front, back, left, and right were actually sealed by the demonic energy at the same time. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Iron wall and copper wall were activated brazenly, and then firmament winds and clouds horizontally. There was a loud clang, Yizue's body swayed, and Chu Yang retreated 7 to 8 steps. Blood actually seeped out of the corners of his mouth. This bastard actually disregarded his injuries and was already able to exert the power of a third-grade sword supremacy. And he was still continuing to increase it, in that collision just now, if not for the fact that the tribulation sword technique was incomparably miraculous and far more exquisite than this demonic spirit-slaying sword. Chu Yang would almost have been rendered immobile by that sword move just now. Demonic spirit-slaying sword, second move. Heavenly demon spreads its wings. Demonic spirit-slaying sword, third move. Demonic slaughter blade. Fourth move, demonic blood. Fifth move, Chu Yang let out a strange cry and spat out blood. He turned and fled. As he retreated step by step, he had already reached a fork in the road. Chu Yang ran out in a panic. Mother ***, this bastard has actually already advanced to the peak of third-grade sword supremacy. How am I supposed to withstand this? Where do you think you're going? Yizue's eyes were bloodshot. If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human. He gave chase closely. In front, Chu Yang fled extremely gloomily, his heart filled with endless sorrow. What exactly is going on? Of course, Minister Chu didn't know that Yizue had revealed his greatest secret because his divine sense had been controlled by someone just now. In a situation where Chu Yang didn't know anything, he had been passively taken advantage of. Now that the person controlling him had withdrawn his divine sense, how could Yizue not feel angry, worried, embarrassed and apprehensive when he saw that he had actually revealed his greatest secret to Chu Yang? Right now, he was already at the point where he wouldn't rest until he killed Chu Yang. On the mountaintop, the gray-robed man laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. I'll let you take advantage of me. Today, I'll let you know that some advantages can't be taken so easily. The two of them, one chasing and the other fleeing, had already turned several rounds in an instant. The terrain here was unbelievably complicated, but Chu Yang fled in front while Yizue chased from behind. He actually didn't relax at all. Chu Yang understood at once. This guy comes here often and already knows the terrain of the few levels below like the back of his hand. If I continue to run down these few levels, I'm afraid he'll really catch up to me. The moment he thought of this, he stopped running down. When he reached the next fork in the road, he leaped and darted up the mountain path. Yizue gave chase furiously. Don't run. Hurry up and let me kill you. I'm going to swallow all your flesh and blood and see if I can convert the dragon essence. Chu Yang felt his hair stand on end. He cursed madly for being a pervert and ran even faster. In an instant, after passing through several maze-like intersections, Chu Yang had already darted up to the 5th level and hidden in the clouds. Yizue was still chasing after him, but the distance between them had already widened slightly. Finally, when he reached the 5th level, Chu Yang felt his body sink abruptly. The pressure on him suddenly increased by several hundred times. He forced himself to make a random turn and continuously quickened his pace. After making 7 to 8 turns and leaving Yizue behind, he finally heaved a long sigh of relief and leaned against the stone wall to rest for a while. Yizue's yelling and cursing was almost right in front of him, but he was running non-stop, searching for Chu Yang's figure. But Chu Yang was hiding not far away. He actually couldn't find him no matter how hard he tried. There's indeed something strange about this mountain. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He muttered inwardly, just keep running around here to look for me. It'll be best if you die of exhaustion. He hurriedly swallowed an incomplete version of the heavy pill and circulated his energy to heal his injuries. To his surprise, he discovered that wisps of black aura were being forced out from his hand. Demonic aura. Chu Yang couldn't help but be taken aback. When they were fighting in the forest, Yizue still couldn't force out the demonic aura, let alone use it to infect the human body. But now, it had actually reached such a stage. Could it be that today's battle had actually given Yizue such a huge boost? Chu Yang felt more and more that this Yizue was definitely a disaster if he kept him alive. But now, there was really nothing he could do. Right now, he was still hiding from him, let alone killing him. How can I kill him? Chu Yang frowned, deep in thought. Right now, he had already changed his mind. It was already absolutely impossible for him to use Yizue to enter the Yi clan. Since that was the case, what was there to pity about killing him? You want to kill him? A soft voice actually rang out right next to Chu Yang's ear. Chu Yang could even feel the hot breath by his ear. A hand gently rested on his shoulder, and even patted him on the shoulder. For a moment, Chu Yang felt as if his soul had left his body. A chill went down his spine and all the hair on his body stood on end. With a whoosh, he shot out. What the heck, who is it? Chu Yang's whole body went limp at once. Oh my god, it's you. He sat on the ground with a thud, his whole body sweating profusely. Just now, he was really scared out of his wits. His heart almost jumped out of his throat. This person was actually a familiar face that he hadn't seen in a long time. Xianxia. Chu Yang was completely relieved. He was safe. He was finally safe. Why are you here? Xianxia frowned and looked at Chu Yang from the corner of his eyes. What are you doing here? Chu Yang snorted and hurriedly started to treat his injuries. I haven't asked you yet. Why are you here? Facing Xianxia was definitely much easier than facing Buluqing. In Chu Yang's opinion, Buluqing wasn't easy to talk to, but Xianxia wasn't. Besides, according to Mo Qinggu, Xianxia was also the one who doted on his disciples the most. Of course I'm here for something. I have no choice but to come. Xianxia was very uncomfortable. Every time this little guy saw him, he wasn't very respectful. He was too casual. The last time in the northern wastelands, he was made a fool of by this guy. Of course I'm here for something too. I also have no choice but to come. Yang rolled his eyes. After treating his injuries, Xianxia raised his head. Xianxia said angrily, "Nonsense, if not for you, why would I be here?" Yang was surprised. Because of us? Xianxia sighed and said, "It's because of you." Before the battle of slaying of the Tao that day, Xianxia was ambushed by the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jiuqing and was seriously injured. He couldn't recover in a short time, so he had to find a place to hide secretly. However, when he stole the fortune, Xianxia also got a share of that huge fortune. With the help of the fortune, Xianxia got through the initial crisis and his injuries improved. The destructive power of the sword intent gradually disappeared from his body. Then, the real recovery began. As the number one expert in the world, Xianxia naturally knew where his injuries were the most beneficial. Therefore, he traveled day and night to the Pagoda Mountain. Although Xianxia didn't know what was going on, he knew for sure that it had something to do with the Tribulation Sword Master. Since the Tribulation Sword Master had done this, then, in Xianxia's heart, the crisis over there was naturally resolved. Therefore, he could only focus on recuperating. Anyway, Buluqing was taking care of his disciple. So, Xianxia was very relieved. A few months later, Xianxia, who had mostly recovered from his injuries, went out from the Pagoda Mountain. When he heard about Tu Dao, he was shocked on the spot. However, the real result and process of the battle against Tu Dao. However, no one knew about it. Xianxia made many inquiries, but he only knew that the second grandmasters of the 8 super clans and several hundred supreme martial artists had all died an unnatural death. As for the situation on Chu Yang's side, no one knew. After some time, it was said that Moon Breeze was still alive. However, there was no news of Buluqing ever since. Xianxia was so anxious that his injuries almost relapsed. He had no choice but to calm his heart and focus on recovering. He had only recovered for a few days, and was preparing to go out. As luck would have it, Chu Yang bumped into this place. It was only after hearing about Xianxia's encounter that Chu Yang found out that Xianxia had actually also participated in the battle outside Tianji City that day before the slaying of Dao battle. "How are your injuries now?" Chu Yang asked. "Of course I'm fine now." Xianxia was rather smug. In terms of actual cultivation, Wu Jiuqing is about the same as me. Besides, at our level, as long as he didn't personally plant the poison in my internal organs, it wouldn't affect me at all. It wouldn't harm me. Only that astral sword strike caused me to be greatly surprised. The next time I see Wu Jiuqing, I'll definitely have to battle him again. Xianxia chuckled. I can't just let that bastard take advantage of me. Chu Yang's lips wriggled a few times, but he didn't say anything. Right, where's Buluqing? How is he? Where's Xiaowu? Xianxia asked excitedly. Outside. Yizui's roars and shouts came closer and further away again. Xiaowu is at my house now. She's very safe, Chu Yang said. Xianxia immediately felt that something was amiss. Where's old Bu? Chu Yang sighed. Elder Bu participated in the slaying of Dao battle. He was the main force there, fighting against Wu Jiuqing, the Dharma Supreme, the second grandmasters of the 8 super clans, and more than 100 law enforcement officers and supreme martial artist experts of the 8 super clans. Xianxia's face turned ashen. With such a lineup, even if both he and Buluqing were to fall into it at the same time, there would be no chance of survival. In that case, could it be that Buluqing, what exactly happened? Xianxia growled. Supreme martial artist Bu. After that battle, he ascended to heaven. Chu Yang sighed. Huh? Xianxia was dumbstruck. Could it be? Xiaowu's soul has actually dissipated? Otherwise, why can't I sense anything here? Chu Yang murmured, he just ascended to heaven, bastard. Xianxia's eyes reddened. Who killed him? He grabbed Chu Yang's collar and shook him fiercely. Even though I'm prohibited from participating in the Swordmaster Heaven battle, I'll definitely slaughter the entire family of the person who harmed Xiaowu. Not even a chicken or a dog will be spared. Chu Yang was shaken so hard that his bones and muscles felt like they were going to break. Who said Buluqing was killed? Ning Tianya was stunned. You mean? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, I mean, he ascended to heaven. I didn't say that he was dead. Ning Tianya was dumbstruck again. What do you mean? Cough, he collapsed the sky and shattered the void. Chu Yang rubbed his shoulder. Ning Tianya was stunned for a while. Suddenly, his face turned red and he flew into a rage. He grabbed Chu Yang and said, Bastard! How dare you make fun of me? See if I don't arrange you into 3,000 different appearances. Chu Yang struggled and shouted, I didn't say that he was dead from the start. You said it yourself. Before he finished speaking, Ning Tianya smacked him heavily with his palm. Chu Yang screamed. He could clearly feel that his buttocks had split into 8 pieces. This was definitely not an adjective. It was really 8 pieces, both buttocks were split into 4, and the muscles were completely staggered. Chu Yang's screams changed the pitch of his voice. You misunderstood. Who's to blame? It's a pity that I'm seriously injured. Ning Tianya ignored him and smacked him again. This time, the 8 pieces of buttocks were restored to 2 pieces. Then, with another smack, another 8 pieces of buttocks were split into different shapes. Smack, 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 smack. Chu Yang was hovering between life and death. His heart was already full of regret. Wouldn't it have been fine if I had honestly said everything in one breath? Why did I have to think that I was suddenly safe and even wanted to make a joke? Now I'm making a joke. Help, wait. Chu Yang shivered and finally remembered something. If you hit me again, I'll hit your disciple when I go back. Ning Tianya was stunned. He paused and suddenly flew into a rage. You actually dare to threaten me? My disciple's heart has already been stolen by you. She'll be your wife sooner or later. What does it have to do with me if you hit your own wife? Smack, 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 smack. It was getting heavier and heavier. Chu Yang was miserable beyond words. He struggled and shouted, Spare me, I won't. Before Senior Bu went to heaven, he left you a message. Chu Yang moaned. Ning Tianya stopped at once. What message? Right at this moment, Yizue's voice rang out. Chu Yang, hand over your life. Ning Tianya frowned. He grabbed the 2 pieces of meat on Chu Yang's buttocks and flew out with a whoosh. Chu Yang was extremely upset. He said discontentedly, wouldn't it be better to just kill him? How peaceful would that be? Kill him personally? Ning Tianya snorted. Then don't you think that he's too prestigious? Chu Yang really fainted at this sentence. In the blink of an eye, he was already in the area surrounded by clouds and mist. Chu Yang only felt that he was rising all the way, and slowly, he felt that the air also became cold. Below, Yizue's shouts could no longer be heard. Yizue searched frantically for a while before he gave up resentfully. He found his own way out and then sped all the way back to the clan. He must mobilize experts here. Firstly, to teach Zhuge Han and the other bastards a good lesson. Secondly, to guard the way out of the Pagoda Mountain. No matter which direction that little brat came out, he must not be allowed to return alive. Yizue gritted his teeth. Chu Yang knew his biggest secret. If he actually walked out of the Pagoda Mountain alive, then, could his secret still be a secret? It was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't announce it to the whole world. Chu Yang was just a fake extraterrestrial demon, but he seemed to be much more authentic than him. At least he had received the inheritance. Yizue's figure disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye, and at this moment, at the top of the Pagoda Mountain, Chu Yang was facing a serious interrogation. Quick, tell me, what did Buluqing say before he broke through the void? Ning Tianya was somewhat impatient. Chu Yang only felt that his buttocks were no longer 8 petals but had already become 17 to 18. He moaned. Supreme Martial Artist Bu laughed loudly and said, what did he say? Ning Tianya asked. Supreme Martial Artist Bu said, Ning Tianya, you old bastard. You've been fighting with me for 14,000 years. You've been beaten up by me every time. You've been hung up on a tree to dry. I've beaten you to death every time. You're an old bastard, an old bastard. Xiang groaned and said viciously. Then, he said, please believe me. Buluqing indeed said that. Ning Tianya's face was already pulled so hard that even his nose was crooked to one side. I believe you. I believe you. Like hell I believe you. What followed was another round of torture. Xiang could no longer scream, but a ball of black gas finally came out of his mouth. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Okay. The demonic energy is really gone. It's been forced out, no need. Xiang, who was hovering between life and death, finally confessed. Earlier, Yizue's demonic aura had inadvertently invaded his body. As it was his first time coming into contact with it, Xiang immediately suffered a great loss. Although he managed to expel it in time, part of it still entered his internal organs. Under the sword spirit's efforts, on one hand, Xiang was really joking around to liven up the atmosphere. On the other hand, he used Ning Tianya's supreme divine might to draw into his body, and the sword spirit used it to successfully force the devil energy out of his body. At this point, he was completely relaxed. However, how could Ning Tianya's power be so easily borrowed, although he clearly knew what Xiang was doing, and was also deliberately cooperating with Xiang to force out the devil energy? He was truly angry in his heart, and somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, this old man has cultivated well and has strong willpower. Otherwise, wouldn't they have cried because of your little trick? If that's the case, how will this old man have the face to see others? Therefore, Supremacy Ning's fury was undeniable. Now that he knew that this little girl was fine, if Ning Tianya didn't torture her fiercely, when would he? Are you going to confess or not? Supremacy Ning asked imposingly. I'll confess. Your Excellency, please don't hit me anymore. I'll confess. I'll confess everything. Minister Chu's face was covered in tears and snot. Quickly confess. Yes, sir. Could you please stop first? My butt hurts a lot. Ning Tianya suddenly felt like laughing. He gave him another fierce slap, and only then did he stop amidst a certain someone's blood-curdling screams that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Hurry up. Yes. At that time, Supreme Martial Artist Bu said, when you see old Ning, tell him. I've fought for the title of number one in the world for 14,000 years. Actually, I've long known that I'm not as good as him. But this time, I've won. Haha. I'll wait for him up there to settle the score with me. Finally, Xiang confessed everything. He recited the words that the Moon Breeze couple had said without missing a single word. This bastard. A smile appeared on Ning Tianya's face. Actually, I already knew that he would say that. Xiang rolled his eyes. You already know this, what else do you need me to say? Do you have nothing better to do? But of course, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He just rubbed his buttocks in grief. The more he rubbed, the more painful it became. He couldn't possibly eat an incomplete version of the heavy pill just because of this small injury on his buttocks, right? That would be too much of a wastrel. Ning Tianya sat at one side, a faint smile on his face. Heaven Palace. Heaven Palace. Haha. Little Boo has gone up this time. You're going to suffer, ha ha ha. Why? Xiang asked curiously. Above the heavenly imperial court. Our cultivation is too weak. Ning Tianya smiled. Many years ago, I once went up there once, I went up once. Xiang opened his mouth wide. Yes, I've been there once. Ning Tianya sighed. That place is really good. The spiritual energy is abundant, and the environment is beautiful. Spirit herbs and spirit medicines are everywhere, but the number of experts there is also frighteningly high. After only 3 days, he was thrown down. He said that he wanted me to watch over the sky. Ning Tianya said with some nostalgia, I watched the Tribulation Sword Master succeed. The day the Sword Master succeeded. When I ascend to heaven. So that's how it is. Xiang suddenly realized. From what he could sense, Ning Tianya's cultivation should be much stronger than the others. However, in reality, they were on the same level. Xiang had long felt that something was off. So you suppressed your cultivation? Xiang asked. Not bad. If I were to release all of my cultivation, I would be able to do so. I probably shattered the void and left in an instant. Ning Tianya smiled. Touching his chin, he said, if Shabu knew about this, he would probably be very depressed. I'm depressed just listening to it. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Since you're done talking about me, let's talk about you. I'm not done yet. How is Xiaowu? Ning Tianya persisted. Helplessly, Chu Yang had no choice but to give a detailed account of everyone's situation. Only then did Ning Tianya relax. You came to this pagoda mountain by chance. You've finally reached a certain level of fate. Ning Tianya's voice became serious. I knew that you would definitely come, but I didn't know that you would come so early. And the earlier you come, the greater your fortune. Fortune? Chu Yang asked, puzzled. Yes. Fortune. Ning Tianya nodded affirmatively. Have you noticed that as long as you come from the north, you won't be able to see this pagoda mountain? But if you come from any direction other than the north, you'll be able to see it. Yes, I've noticed this problem. What's the reason? Chu Yang's biggest doubt was aroused at once. Ning Tianya smiled indifferently. The pagoda mountain. The pinnacle of yin and yang, overturning the earth with 5 layers. This is the pagoda mountain of the heavens continent. Chu Yang memorized it silently. This is the wonder of the pagoda mountain. The pagoda mountain is a combination of yin and yang. It hides countless secrets. And although this mountain doesn't look small on the surface, compared to other mountain ranges on the continent, it's still nothing. Those mountain ranges that span thousands of miles can be found everywhere on the continent. But when you really enter this pagoda mountain, you'll know that this mountain is far more than what it looks like on the surface. There's something else inside. And this is the first big secret of the pagoda mountain. The pagoda mountain is divided into different levels. The first and second levels are the foundation. From the third level onwards, every level is ever-changing. Even I can't figure it out. In fact, I've been on this mountain for so long, but I can't even figure out 1% of it. Thus, since ancient times, countless people have come to this pagoda mountain. Some people have come and left. However, there are too many people who have lost their way here. Even if they have the cultivation of a martial saint, they are still unable to leave. In the end, they starve to death here. Ning Tianya sighed softly. Even if a supreme martial artist can go without food for 3 months, or even 3 years, he still has to eat. Just by absorbing the spiritual energy of the universe can't feed a person. Compared to an ordinary person who gets lost, a supreme martial artist can only resist hunger for a little longer. Because this mountain can't be broken through by force. Even with my current cultivation, I can't destroy any stone on this mountain. When I fly, I can only fly into the clouds. I can't see any direction at all, and I can't fly out even if I want to. When Xianxia came here for the first time, he couldn't get out for more than 2 months. No matter how he flew, he could only helplessly find that from beginning to end, he could only go in circles on the same spot. That's all. Chu Yang was astounded. It was just a mountain, but there were actually so many unfathomable mysteries, Ning Tianya said. Every level of the pagoda mountain has another universe and another world. The pagoda mountain has one side of the netherworld and one side of the world of the living. This is the second great secret. In other words, if one comes from the north, he can't see it even if it's close at hand. Even if he's an ordinary person, he can still pass through the mountain if he bumps into it. But if one comes from the south, even a supreme martial artist, or even a second-grade supreme martial artist, has to climb step by step. The third great secret of the pagoda mountain is that it absorbs the spiritual energy of the universe day and night. The density of spiritual energy on the pagoda mountain is the highest among all the heavens. But ordinary people can only cultivate here for 3 years at most. After 3 years, no matter how unwilling you are, you can only come back 3 years later. And after I was injured, the moment I regained my mobility, I came here immediately. This is why. The founder of the Yi clan, Xianxia, has to come here to cultivate in seclusion for 3 years every 3 years. That's how it is. Logically speaking, after absorbing spiritual energy for hundreds of thousands of years, there should be countless heavenly treasures on this mountain. But in reality, no one has been able to find any effective herb on the pagoda mountain. Chu Yang was already in a daze. He really didn't expect a mere mountain to be filled with so many mysteries. And it's full of fortuitous encounters. But it's not something that ordinary people can have. Those without fortuitous encounters will immediately take a detour even if they're in front of a great fortuitous encounter. And Yizue was actually able to obtain the legacy of the heavenly demon from here. This is really a great surprise. However, the legacy of the heavenly demon doesn't belong to the pagoda mountain itself. So, there's a reason why Yizue could obtain it. The fourth great secret of the pagoda mountain. Every level has its own requirements. For example, Yizue just now, when I brought you to the 8th level, he could only leave. Because with his cultivation, he could only reach the 4th level. Law Enforcement Officer. Law Enforcement Officer Lang Yilong used to come here every 3 years. But that fellow is also an anomaly. Every time he came, he would come from the north. He would first pass through the mountain and then go to the Yi clan. Then, he would head north from the Yi clan, find this mountain, and enter here. Chu Yang felt a huge shock in his head. Law Enforcement Officer Lang Yilong, he came here every 3 years, his body swayed a little and he couldn't help but sit down on the ground. There were even a few cracks on his buttocks. The moment he sat down, he raised his head and howled miserably, but in his heart, he finally understood. At this moment, Chu Yang wished he could give himself 100 to 200 tight slaps across the face. I'm so stupid, really, I only wanted to think of ways to sneak into the Yi clan. I didn't even think of searching for a place with dense purple crystals outside the Yi clan, a place with great fortune. After all that, it turned out to be here. No wonder Lang Yilong said that it wasn't something that could be found easily. Instead, it required a certain amount of fortuitous encounters before one could discover that place. So that was the case. The law enforcement interrogation hall was located in the north. He had to come from the north every time, so of course, he wouldn't be able to see it. He had to pass through it and go to the south before he could turn around and head here. Chu Yang sighed. A place with great fortune. This pagoda mountain was known to be the world's greatest secret. How could it not be a place with the greatest fortune? The night was bleak and cold. Who said that this place wasn't within the Yi clan's territory? As for the 3 sentences, purple chi comes from the east, the bright moon rises from the mountains. When heaven and earth shine together, he could just look at the moon himself at night. This was really a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it by sheer luck. Chu Yang almost wanted to howl at the sky to express the joy in his heart. Elder Ning, which level does Lang Yilong go to every time he comes? Chu Yang asked, his eyes shining. The 4th level. Why are you asking about this? Ning Tianya asked in surprise right after he finished answering. So it's the 4th level. Chu Yang chuckled. Which direction does he come from every time? Which direction does he go into seclusion? Ning Tianya rolled his eyes. How would I know? Chu Yang was stunned. Ning Tianya said, this is the 5th great secret of the pagoda mountain. Everyone who comes to the pagoda mountain and beyond the 3rd or 4th level basically doesn't take the same path. In other words, everyone has their own encounters. It's very difficult for others to find the path that others have taken. There may be a section of the path that's connected, but there will definitely be a section that's the most different. Therefore, this mountain is also called the Path of Life by people in a small circle. It's because everyone's path is different, and the pagoda mountain is just like that. Chu Yang's heart shook again. The Path of Life. That's right. The Path of Life. Everyone's path of life was different. Perhaps there was a section that many people would repeat, but after walking through this section, it would also be completely different. In the world, since ancient times, no 2 people's path of life was exactly the same. Was this pagoda mountain a sign of something? What was it hinting at? The more Chu Yang thought about it, the more he felt that this mountain was actually path of life. Many people had left, and each of them had taken a different path. There was definitely no repetition. Some people lost their way. Even if they were supreme martial artists, they could only die in the place where they lost their way. How many people lost their way on the path of life? How many people couldn't find the path that they wanted to take, the path that they should take in their entire lifetime? There were really too many of them. At the thought of this, Chu Yang sighed and said, those who can come to this mountain. They're all experts, right? Of course, replied Xianxia. In that case. After these people came in, there must be many who died here, and very few who could get out safely, right? Qiang asked again. Not necessarily. Xianxia said, those who died here. Of course, there were quite a few, but there were even more who got out alive. Oh? Qiang asked, could it be that there were so many people who found their own paths? A wry smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Since ancient times, no one had ever done it. Many people went out because they were confused the moment they entered and lost their way. But while they were confused, they lost their way, and just like that, they went out in a daze. They don't know how to get in, but they also don't know how to get out. Everything is muddle-headed, and they don't know what to do. Such a person. They make up the majority. Xianxia said with a wry smile. Qiang couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was really interesting. However, there were many such people in the world. The first generation was muddle-headed. He couldn't find his way. He rushed to the east and swayed to the west. Then, he became completely confused. He did whatever he wanted and accepted his fate. Just like that, he reached the end of his life. The people who really died in there were all people with firm beliefs in life. They all had a kind of ruthlessness that wouldn't give up until they reached their goal. Therefore, they persevered and climbed up, moving toward their goal. However, they were too stubborn. They only cared about moving forward and neglected everything else. Therefore, by the time they realized that they really couldn't go up and wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Because they didn't leave a way out for themselves. Since ancient times, there haven't been many people who have been able to ascend and descend from this mountain in a clear manner. And these people were all extremely intelligent people, or very content with what they had. Take Xianxia for example. Every time he came to go into seclusion for 3 years, he would always go to the same place. After suffering the first time, he didn't go to other places at all. After 3 years, he left the same way he came. Those who can achieve success on this mountain are all people like this. Xianxia said. That's not right. Yizue isn't someone who is easily content. But he can still come and go as he pleases, said Qiang. Xianxia snorted. You can come and go as he pleases from the 4th level and below? Besides, his goal is always on that level, to find that sword. That sword is the highest goal in his life. With such a low goal, how can he get lost? After Xianxia finished speaking, Qiang suddenly looked thoughtful. He said slowly, in that case, it doesn't make sense. Like you said, because people like Xianxia and Lang Yilong aren't greedy, they always go and return the same way they came every time. People like them are too easily content. Since they are easily satisfied, or rather, lack the ambition to reach the peak, doesn't that mean that people like them will never be able to reach the peak in their lives? Xianxia nodded and said approvingly, that's right. Qiang said, but you also said earlier that those who have clear goals and perseverance get lost one by one and starve to death. Didn't you say that those who have ambition, perseverance, goals and perseverance also don't end up well in the end? A sharp glint shone in Xianxia's eyes. He said slowly, you misunderstood my words. Absolutely. Qiang said, if that's the case, then what's the use of us working hard all our lives? Xianxia was silent for a moment. Then, he said, you're wrong. You still don't understand my words. This time, he didn't wait for Qiang to refute him. He continued, what I said earlier was. They are too stubborn. They only care about moving forward and neglect everything else. Therefore, when they realize that they really can't go up and want to retreat, it's already too late. Is that right? Qiang thought for a moment. He said, yes, that's right. That's what I said. Xianxia got up slowly. He said, come with me. Let's go up. Qiang got up and followed behind Xianxia. He had just taken a step when his whole body suddenly felt as if it was struck by lightning. He felt a weight of 1,000,000,000,000 kilograms pressing down on him all of a sudden, so heavy that he couldn't breathe at all. With a thud, he sat down on the ground. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. I forgot that your current cultivation is still unable to withstand the heavy pressure on the 8th level of the pagoda mountain. He reached out and held Xu Yang's hand. With a gentle force, Yang felt a warm force enter his body. Then, he stood up. That terrifying feeling was no longer there. Xianxia held his hand and said dispassionately, on the pagoda mountain, at the top of every level, one ascends to heaven with each step. How difficult is it to ascend to heaven? If it isn't difficult, how can one become a deity? Yang smiled bitterly. Following behind Xianxia, he walked forward. After walking for a few feet, he saw a fork in the road ahead where the clouds and mist were pervasive. Xianxia's footsteps were light. Pulling Yang, he walked straight onto one of the paths. He turned a blind eye to the other forks in the road. After walking onto this path, Xianxia didn't look back. He kept walking forward until he reached the second fork. Then, he walked in again without any hesitation. It was only when he reached the third fork that he stopped. Let me ask you. How many paths were there at the first fork that we walked through? Asked Xianxia. Thoughts flashed through Yang's mind. He said, of the 7 forks in the road, we chose one of them. Xianxia said, then what were the other paths like? Yang was flabbergasted. I don't remember. How many paths were there at the second fork? It was still 7. No, it was 8. Was it the same as the first fork? It was different. Where was the difference? Where was it different? Yang was stunned again. Turn back and look, said Xianxia. Upon hearing that, Yang turned back and saw that there was still a fork behind him. Standing among these small paths, Yang actually couldn't distinguish which path he had taken to come here. Which path did you take when you came here? Asked Xianxia. This. Yang tried hard to distinguish, but his memory was blurry and he couldn't remember at all. If you want to go back and you're alone, which path would you take? Asked Xianxia again. Beads of sweat appeared on Yang's forehead and dripped down. Why aren't you saying anything? Have you forgotten your own path back? Asked Xianxia. Don't you have a very clear goal? Aren't you very determined? Aren't you very ambitious to reach the peak? Why, you don't even know how you came here. Yang was sweating all over. Xianxia's expression suddenly eased. Do you understand now? Yang took a deep breath. I'm still a little confused. But this time, Xianxia gave him an approving smile in response to his confusion, and said, tell me about your doubts. Yang said, I can't say it. In short, I'm very confused and frustrated. I don't know what to feel. I don't know where to go or where to stop. This shows that you still don't have a goal and perseverance. Xianxia sighed. Come, let's go back. This time, Xianxia took Yang's hand and walked leisurely, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. He seemed to have found a random path and stepped into it. Then, he came out of the fork and entered the second fork again. When they reached the third fork, Yang suddenly realized that they had returned to the place where the two of them were talking just now. Sit down, still sit in your original seat. That's where I cultivate in seclusion. You won't feel the heavy pressure. Xianxia smiled with his eyes narrowed. Yang sat down as he was told and said, please enlighten me, Elder Ning. Xianxia said somewhat mockingly, this is the first time I've heard you speak so respectfully to me. Yang smiled wryly. Because she truly felt that she had touched a door but didn't know how to open it. But Xianxia had already seen through all of this. Just based on this point alone, Xianxia deserved her heartfelt respect. The supreme door to the great Tao, Yang was shaken by these words. But, he unconsciously straightened his attitude even more. If even Xianxia said so, then it must be extraordinary. Unknowingly, Yang also straightened his back. His ears perked up, fearing that he would miss out on a single word. Xianxia took in a long breath, and then exhaled a long breath. He sighed deeply and said, this is something that I've only comprehended recently. But even though I've comprehended it, I myself no longer have any hope of reaching the peak. Isn't that extremely ironic and lamentable? Xianxia's expression was extremely dejected as he sighed sadly. Yang sat upright and didn't say anything. He just listened attentively. If this mountain is compared to life, then the path up the mountain is the path of life. There are too many forks in the path of life. Xianxia said slowly, a fork in the road will hinder your progress and restrict your speed. However, a fork in the road can also increase your experience, teach you a lesson, and give you experience. There has never been a person who reached the peak without taking any forks in the path since birth. But for me, the forks that we are talking about now are not those forks. Instead, they are experiences. There are many precious things that one has to do and protect in life. Some forks are parents, sisters, brothers, true love, kinship, wives, children, and so on. If these are considered forks in the path of life that affect one's speed, then they are also the most precious forks. Take note, I am talking about the forks that affect one's speed. Only speed and not progress. Do you understand? Xianxia nodded. I completely understand. Life wasn't about where one could go wherever one wanted to go. One didn't care about anything else. There would always be some things that would disturb one's state of mind and cause one to be lost when one was sprinting and setting off on a journey. For example, the instructions of one's parents, the tears of one's lover, all of these could make one's heart as hard as steel become soft in an instant. Xianxia said, many people have an extremely firm martial heart. You must know that when one's heart is firm to the extreme, all that's left is coldness. At this point, no matter what, no one can shake him. This kind of person is crazy about martial arts. He only saw his own goal, he only saw the peak of martial arts. He wanted to climb. So, he gave up everything around him and walked on this path. His eyes are always in front of him, so whenever he walked past a fork in the road, he would not be distracted at all. He just walked over resolutely. He wouldn't care. At the fork in the road, are his relatives there? Are there people he cares about? Xianxia said, therefore, this kind of person will become an expert. Become a powerhouse. He's like a sturdy saber that will continue to slash down until the saber shatters. Will the saber break? Yes. Because he's too hard. As Xianxia listened, he seemed to have understood something. Being a person and practicing martial arts are one. If you can't even be a simple person, how can you talk about the peak of martial arts? Xianxia sighed. A person practices martial arts for the sake of protection, and not purely for the sake of becoming stronger. Become stronger? Why? Just to kill people? In this world, there's no target you want to protect, no one you want to protect, and no one you want to work hard for. Therefore, even if you become a second-grade supreme martial artist, even if you surpass a second-grade supreme martial artist, in the end, you can defeat yourself without any enemies. Because at that time, you already have no reason to win. Even those martial arts maniacs cultivate for the same reason in the beginning, and that is to protect. There's definitely no one who says from a young age, I want to become stronger, so I cultivate. Haha. Everyone is the same. Cultivation is to protect, and protection is affection. But as they walk, they forget about it. Digging one's own grave is the beginning. Xianxia said, when I was young, I also had parents and family, and I also had a wife and children. I always thought that I treated my family very well, but my family members passed away one by one. But I regretted it, because I could have done even better. If I had cultivated less and spent more time on my family members, I could have extended their lifespans to the point where I could no longer extend their lifespans. I wouldn't have regretted it then. But I didn't. At that time I was more focused on quickly reaching the peak, laughing proudly in the martial world, and roaming the world. I did it, but when I was able to roam the martial world and roam the world, there was no one around me to cheer for me. Those who cheered for me were all people I didn't know, people who had nothing to do with me at all. Then, what use was there for me to have such cheers? Xianxia understood. Therefore, the real supreme door to the Great Tao is to be a good person first and then talk about other things. How to be a person? In front of your parents, be a good son, in front of your wife and concubines, be a good man, in front of your children, be a good father, in front of your friends, and in front of your enemies, you are the king of hell. Pay attention to these orders, the enemy is the last in line. Xianxia said, do you understand? Xianxia said profoundly, I think I understand. You are only complete after you have done all these. You have a path of retreat. No matter where you go, you have roots. A tree can live if it has roots. A man can only go far if he has roots. Therefore, when you are advancing on the path of martial arts, you have to pay attention to the forks in the road around you and remember clearly. Then, when you are tired, you can retreat completely and return to your roots to recuperate. As you advance, you abandon your roots. If you can't retreat, you can only die alone on that path. Some people are so deeply in love with their wives that it will not fade even in death. They think that they have taken the path of sentiments. But is the path of sentiments only the feelings they have for their wives? Should they not have feelings for their parents, family members, daughters, and grandchildren? Therefore, that is still the path of heartlessness. Therefore, in the end, it will still be destroyed. When Xianxia said this, Chu Yang's heart shook greatly. He thought of the elder master Chu Xiaoxin. Did Chu Xiaoxin have feelings? His feelings were as deep as the sea, unquestionable. But was he heartless? He was also heartless enough. Because for the sake of his wife, he had abandoned all other feelings. For the sake of past feelings, he had abandoned future feelings. In that case, Chu Xiaoxin also took the path of heartlessness? He thought of Lang Yilong and Wei Wuyan, the path of heartlessness. Chu Yang heaved a deep sigh. Therefore, the door to the great Tao is to do what you can do and protect with all your strength, to make your heart complete and flawless, to be bright and beautiful. You will have the power to strive for any peak. Xianxia said heavily. Chu Yang said quietly, but if I do all these, where will I have the time to cultivate? Xianxia's eyes widened in surprise. How can there be no time? Don't you enjoy peace of mind when you are with your parents? Isn't this peace of mind cultivation? Don't you enjoy warmth when you are with your friends and brothers? Isn't this warmth also the cultivation of the mind? Don't you feel blissful when you are with your lovers? Isn't this bliss also the cultivation of the mind? And all these won't take up much time. Sometimes, you just need to let them know where you are, and that will be enough. Your cultivation will also be enough. Why do people have 7 desires? Life is only when the 7 emotions are complete. Life is only when the great Tao is complete, because there is a root. There are many forks in the path of the human heart. But these forks belong to different emotions, they all go hand in hand. If you insist on choosing one of them as the main path, that's fine too. But you can't ignore the others either. Otherwise, the further you go on the path of martial arts, the further you will be away from the taste of life. When you are so far away that you can't see it anymore and can't come back, that will be the moment you break down. You will be like a tree in a forest. With a root, there is a great Tao. This is the true path of emotions, which is also the true door to the great Tao, the door to the heavenly Tao and the door to the immortal Tao. The path of emotions includes all emotions. If you do it, it will be the great Tao. The reason why Chen Feng and Lu Yun can do whatever they want is because they have a root. They are each other's root. Even though tens of thousands of years have passed, they still managed to save Wu Jiuqing when the tribulation nourished the heavens. They were even able to take care of their loved ones for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, they have a clear conscience and their hearts are complete. Xianxia said solemnly, such a complete state of mind is a huge source of strength when facing the inner demons when challenging the great Tao. Since ancient times, how many experts have fallen to the inner demons not because they weren't strong enough, but because they were too strong. They faced the inner demons time and time again, all the way until the day they break down. They have no root. As long as Chen Feng and Lu Yun don't die, they will definitely be able to see the great Tao. That's it. Chu Yang sighed. The benevolent see benevolence, and the wise see wisdom in this matter. Chen Feng and Lu Yun might have done the best they could, but they ultimately didn't know the truth. Wu Jiuqing was in an even worse state. Chu Yang thought again. If Wu Jiuqing's physical body was destroyed in the tribulation nourishing the heavens and he really went to the extraterrestrial battlefield, would he be happy? What about their boss? Heavens will is always playing tricks on people. Chu Yang, I will only tell you one thing. Don't underestimate the experience of the mortal world. Where in the world isn't the mortal world? Even if you have the immortal Tao, even if you are the ruler of the imperial court, as long as your body and heart are not destroyed, you will still be in the mortal world. Xianxia sighed softly. As long as you still have regrets and guilt in your heart, you will never reach the peak of the great Tao. Even if you can go to the imperial court, it will be the same. Don't underestimate the experience of the mortal world, Xianxia muttered to himself. As long as you still have regrets and guilt in your heart, you won't be able to reach the peak of the great Tao. Suddenly, he smiled bitterly. Elder Ning, I understand. The strength of the heart is true strength. If the heart is flawless, it will be invincible. However, I have both regrets and guilt in my heart. What should I do? Ning Tianya looked at him in surprise and slowly frowned. Don't think that I'm joking with you. This thing that sounds so plain that anyone can understand is indeed the door to the great Tao. Only when you reach a certain level will you truly understand. The most reasonable thing in the world is actually by your side since you were young. Growing up and becoming stronger. It's just turning what you heard when you were young into your own experience. That's all. But things are still the same. Do you understand? I didn't think that you were joking. I also believe that what you're talking about is the door to the great Tao, the heavenly Tao. Xianxia said seriously, this is the true path of emotions. I understand. Of course, Xianxia understood. He had discussed the path of emotions with the sword spirit more than once. But no matter which time it was not as thorough as what Ning Tianya said now. The most obvious reason was often the truth. This sentence was verified once again here. However, the simplest reason was also the most difficult to achieve. This sentence was still being verified. Anyone could focus on martial arts, but to take care of all these was very difficult for anyone to do. To maintain a stable heart over a long period of time was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Because this was not 8 or 10 years. It was also not 1 or 200 years, but thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. Everyone says that to seek longevity. To reach the peak is to go against the ability that the heavens have given to the human body and to surpass it by force. It's an act that defies the heavens. Xianxia took a breath and said, I used to think this way myself, clamoring to go against the heavens and to turn the world around. But now, I feel ashamed that I used to think this way and do this. There's no such thing as following or defying in the world. It doesn't matter if you follow or defy. The heavens are there and have never changed. What changes is only the human heart. When your heart is at peace, it's following the heavens. Your heart is impetuous, and you're going against the heavens' will. Xianxia said slowly, that's all. Before this, when Ning Tianya was speaking, Xianxia was listening. However, when Xianxia said these words, Ning Tianya involuntarily straightened his back. He listened quietly. What has changed is only the human heart. This sentence. This made Ning Tianya very touched, and he couldn't help but say, that's right, your heart is at ease. It was following the heavenly Tao. Your rebellious heart is going against the heavens. Actually, it doesn't matter if you're obedient or rebellious. When has the heavens ever cared? Yes. Xianxia said, heaven is heaven. It has always been there and has never changed. Ning Tianya remained silent. So. Elder Ning, I understand everything now that you've explained it to me. Xianxia couldn't stand up on this 8-story pagoda mountain. He just sat there and bowed to Ning Tianya. Many thanks. Ning Tianya accepted his bow with a solemn countenance. Then, he similarly bowed, and said solemnly, you're welcome. The heavens are the heavens, when have they ever cared about me? For this sentence, thank you very much. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The difference between their cultivations was like heaven and earth. The difference between their ages was like heaven and earth. The difference between their statuses was like heaven and earth. However, in this lesson, a feeling of mutual appreciation arose inexplicably in their hearts. This feeling was as if the two of them were old friends of many years who were on the same level. Ning Tianya said, however, I still don't quite understand what you said earlier. When have you ever felt regret and guilt? He frowned and said, do you know, I've seen so many heroes, but in tens of thousands of years, you're the only one who can achieve a perfect state of mind, be a good person, and ascend to the heavenly imperial court. Embark on the path of the great Tao. Although you've led a wandering life since you were a child, after returning to the clan, this knot in your heart has already been untied. You're filial to your parents, love and care for your family, and care for your brothers in every possible way. You've done everything that a man can do, so why would you still feel regret and guilt? Ning Tianya said, this shouldn't be the case. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. But what about women? What about women? Ning Tianya was stunned. You mean? Chu Yang took a long breath. Elder Ning, only you're here today, so I can open my heart and talk to you. Ning Tianya said solemnly, please speak. Chu Yang frowned and thought for a long time. Then, he said, Elder Ning, there's a kind of marriage called the previous life's marriage. Do you believe it? In other words, when you see a woman again, you'll inexplicably believe that this woman is your previous life's wife. That kind of feeling. I don't know if you understand. He couldn't talk about the secret of his rebirth. Perhaps this was the only way to explain it. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. Ning Tianya smiled. What's there to not understand? Although ordinary people don't agree with the theory of the soul, at our level, we can be sure. Since there's such a feeling, it means that it's not bad. Chu Yang nodded slowly and said, yes. Since Elder Ning understands, then it's much easier for me to say. At that time, I was in the lower three heavens, in charge of Butian Pavilion, against Golden Horse Riders Department. That year, I was 17.5 years old. Then, on that day, I saw Mo Qingwu for the first time. At that time, Mo Qingwu wasn't even 11 years old. Then, I had a vague feeling that Xiao Wu was the woman of my dreams. This was the first time Chu Yang had unreservedly bared his heart in front of another person, apart from the secret of his rebirth. Ning Tianya pondered and didn't say anything. He just nodded. At that time, I thought that when she grew up, I would marry her as my wife. Chu Yang said straightforwardly, I would only like her in my life. I would never be tempted by other women. In fact, I did it. I didn't accept any other woman. Until the end of the war. But things didn't go as I imagined. I thought that way and did that way. But, there were always accidents. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and told him about Wu Qianqian and Tai Badian. Elder Ning, you don't know how uncomfortable I felt. Chu Yang took a breath. I also know that it's normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this world. But the problem is that I want to give Qinggu a complete one, but I can't. I can't let go of Badian either. I can't let go of Qianqian now either. Chu Yang said, now, when I face Mo Qinggu, I feel that I've let her down and the other 2 down. When I face the other 2, I feel the same. It's guilt and regret. Chu Yang said in a low voice, I once thought, if everything were to start all over again. What should I do? After thinking about it, I realized that I would still be in a dilemma. Furthermore, this feeling of guilt will continue. Even I don't know how to resolve it. This is your regret and guilt? Ning Tianya widened his eyes in disbelief. Yes. Chu Yang nodded dejectedly. I remember clearly that my original intention was to have Qinggu alone. But now, no matter which one I have to give up, I can't bear to. And so, I became conflicted. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Elder Ning, tell me, am I very despicable? Very. Very despicable, but still want to build a monument to my chastity. But no matter how hard I try, I still want to build one. That feeling? Ning Tianyao looked at him, somewhat stunned. Finally, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. It's actually such a thing. It's really strange. I just don't understand. Why are you so conflicted about this? Ning Tianyao laughed heartily. Chu Yang was slightly angry. Is it very funny? It's very funny indeed. Ning Tianyao held his stomach, looking like he was about to burst into tears. After a long while, he wiped the corners of his eyes and said, let me put it this way. From the general trend of the world. I remember that the Dharma Supreme once counted the population of the heavenly layer a few years ago. Now, the total population of the heavenly layer is about 35 billion. More than 27 billion of them are women. Chu Yang was stunned. Huh? Dumping corpses in the wilderness, vendettas in the martial world, large-scale wars, they are all dominated by men. On average, in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of men will die in this heavenly layer. Dying under swords and sabers. In such a situation, the upper three heavens and the upper three heavens are still a little worse. The lower three heavens are the worst. May I ask Grand Duke Chu, if each of these 8 billion men only wants one wife, and they all have the same mindset as you, then, what will happen to the remaining 15 billion women? Will they all be bachelors? Chu Yang said in distress, these are two different things. Alright, let's not talk about the general trend of the world, let's talk about the psychology of men. Men are like this. This is a common problem for men. It's very normal to like a few people at the same time. Xianxia said, however, if you talk about it yourself, that's another way of saying it. Let's not talk about it for now. He smiled and said, a man's heart cannot be divided. But he can do it. When he is with one person, he can treat her well wholeheartedly. When he is with another person, he can also treat her wholeheartedly. No, no, no. I can't do it. Chu Yang shook his head. He really couldn't do it. Chu Yang had tried before. When he was with Tai Budian, he had tried hard not to think of Mo Qinggu. But there would always be times when he would suddenly think of her, and then his heart would hurt as if it was being pricked by a needle. Ha ha ha. This time, Xianxia really laughed until tears came out of his eyes. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I'll tell you the truth too. Xianxia held his stomach and said with great difficulty. Chu Yang looked at him with some resentment and anger. He suppressed the itching feeling in his fist, he really wanted to punch this old fellow's laughing face. To think that you even brought up a previous life's marriage. Xianxia was still smiling bitterly. A few days ago, Lord Shui came down and looked for me first. Then, he said that he was going to intercept you. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. He looked at him in a daze, completely stunned. Lord Shui? Shui Leihan. To be continued, Xianxia had gone up before, but he was thrown down by someone who appointed him to watch over the heavens. The person who appointed Xianxia was actually Shui Leihan? Your rebirth is a reversal of the heavens' trajectory. The heavens' 35 billion people were reversed for you alone. It's not to make you regret and feel guilty. Xianxia's first sentence almost dispelled Chu Yang's doubts. As expected. You're still in charge of saving. Xianxia said, in this changed trajectory, you have to walk the right path, and you lack a few kinds of strength. Therefore, these strengths will be made up for from your women. You were too tough in your previous life, so Wu Chantian gave you gentleness. You were too straightforward in your previous life, so Tai Budian gave you wisdom. You were heartless in your previous life, so Mo Qinggu made up for it in this life. Your path is too simple, so there's still a variable in your life. Xianxia said indifferently, but now, you've also found that variable. Therefore, your regret and guilt are inevitable. But this won't become your inner demon, because they're all by your side. Although your regret and guilt will torture you, isn't this also how you behave as a man and a person in charge? You won't have such feelings at all. Then, it proves that you've never had true feelings for them. So, you can suffer as much as you want. You can suffer for this until the end of time, and no one will sympathize with you. Xianxia laughed loudly. Because you've already enjoyed all the blessings in the world alone. So what if it's a little painful? Chu Yang sighed sadly. You mean, this won't become a hindrance? Xianxia chuckled. Lord Swordmaster, you have too many concerns. Chu Yang said furiously, then why didn't you say so earlier? Shui Leihan, that old bastard. If he had told me to take them in, wouldn't I have? Sigh, although he said that he was relieved. But Chu Yang knew that Xianxia's words hit him right in the heart. No matter what the reason was, it was impossible for him to not care, it was impossible for him not to feel guilty, but what was done could not be undone. Although Chu Yang felt guilty and regretful, although he felt that he was very beastly, he couldn't deny that there was also a kind of secret joy in his heart. Or was this the bad habit of men? Xianxia was on the 8th floor, mumbling to himself. No matter what your heart is, heaven is right there. Even if you call for the slaughter of the heavens will still be the heavens. Since ancient times, there have been many powerful beings who wanted to change the heavens and the earth. Now, the heavens are still the same, but those powerful beings are gone. He seemed to be immersed in some important juncture. hearing Chu Yang's words. It caused a stir in his heart. It was as if a new realm was about to open before his eyes. Chu Yang had long been driven away. He was now on the 4th floor. After asking a few questions about Lang Yilong, Xianxia tossed him down impatiently. You're so interested. Why don't you just go and find where he went? Chu Yang had been here for 3 days now. He was extremely cautious. Every time he passed a fork in the road, he would carefully memorize it. Once he passed it, he would discover that it was not the right path. He immediately retraced his steps and went to the next fork. Xianxia knew that Lang Yilong had been here before. However, with his level of cultivation, he really had no interest in finding out where Lang Yilong had disappeared. Chu Yang searched for 3 days but still had no clue. But Chu Yang knew that the second tribulation sword fragment was here. His heart had already settled down. How would he dare to be the least bit careless? Where the purple aura comes from the east, the bright moon rises above the mountain pass. When heaven and earth shine together, the night is cold and desolate. Chu Yang's brows were tightly furrowed as he repeated these words over and over again. Sword spirit, do you sense anything? Asked Chu Yang. No. The sword spirit was rather dispirited. This pagoda mountain blocks all senses. I don't sense anything at all. Chu Yang sat on the top of the mountain, resting his cheeks on his hands. Sword spirit, do you feel that this pagoda mountain is a little strange? Strange? The sword spirit was rather puzzled. Yes. Chu Yang's eyes shone. Seemingly real yet illusory yet real. One's body is between heaven and earth, yet not between heaven and earth. Half of it is in the netherworld, and the other half is in the Yang Pass. There are thousands of destinies, hidden within the body, ethereal, accommodating all living things, forming heaven and earth. The sword spirit's expression changed. Don't you feel that this is like a tribulation space? Asked Chu Yang faintly. Or rather, something similar to a tribulation space? Or perhaps, a treasure? The sword spirit shuddered. It's really hard to say. Anyway, I have a feeling that there's definitely something else inside. And, it's definitely not a mountain. Chu Yang said with great confidence. Looking up at the endless mountain range, Chu Yang reached out and touched the stones on the ground. He said softly, it's too clean. Not even a speck of dust. The sword spirit suddenly felt a little creeped out. It was only after Chu Yang's reminder that the sword spirit realized. There really wasn't even a speck of dust on this pagoda mountain. This mountain, no matter what it was exposed to the elements and exposed to the elements every day, yet there wasn't even a speck of dust on it? Wasn't this extremely strange? Chu Yang was right. Although the pagoda mountain was solid, nothing could be seen from the back. Even an ordinary person would be able to pass through it. However, from the south, it was a solid mountain. Even a pebble on the mountain wouldn't be able to be moved by a peak-grade supreme martial artist. Why was this so? The sword spirit suddenly felt a little confused. Could it really be like what Chu Yang said, that this wasn't a mountain but a magic treasure? But if it was a magic treasure, then with such great power, it would be a treasure that everyone in the heavenly imperial court would fight over. How could it be abandoned here without any care? The sword spirit was instantly confused. Sword spirit, how many directions have we found? Asked Chu Yang. 17, replied the sword spirit accurately. Okay, let's continue to find the 18th. Chu Yang smiled. Even if we find the 1800th one, I must also find the tribulation sword fragment. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. In the wee hours of the morning, Chu Yang sat on a protruding rock on the peak of the 4th level in a daze. It should be here. Why wasn't it here? Chu Yang couldn't figure it out. He had practically gone through the entire 4th level, but he didn't find the cave that Yi Zue had entered back then, nor did he find the purple crystal cave that Lang Yilong had entered. However, these 2 items were indeed on the 4th level. There was no mistake about this. Chu Yang had already searched the south, east, and west sides. This was a normal thought process. They all entered from the south. Of course, they had to start searching from the south. Once they reached the north, wouldn't it be even more impossible to find them if they were trapped in that void? Heaven. From the morning of the 2nd day onwards, the experts of the Yi clan kept coming. slowly sealing off the exits of the pagoda mountain. By the next day, the number of Yi clan members had already increased to more than 1,000. Looking down from where Chuyang was, he could clearly see people smaller than ants walking around at the foot of the mountain. But Chuyang didn't care at all. He had a super bodyguard like Xianxia by his side. If Chuyang still cared about these small fries, then he really didn't need to live anymore. Xianxia would also kill him with a slap. "You're looking down on me too much." At the mention of Xianxia, he couldn't help but say. Throughout this day, Xianxia had always been in the same place. He had maintained the same posture and hadn't moved at all. Chuyang stood up rather helplessly. "Looks like this side isn't here." "It's not like it's here. East, south, west, east, south, west. I've searched all of them. I didn't miss anything at all. Then all that's left is the north, northwest and northeast." Chuyang muttered to himself, "Let's go." Chuyang took a step forward. "I'll go through all these sides first." Another 3 days passed. Even Chuyang felt rather helpless. In the wee hours of this day, Chuyang sat on this big rock that faced north. But he felt like he was sitting in the air. He couldn't feel anything under his butt. He couldn't see anything when he looked out. When he looked down, it was all clouds and mist. When he looked back, it was also a void. But he was still on this mountain. When he looked up, the sky was about to brighten. The moon hung in the sky in a semicircle. It was cold and desolate, giving people a feeling of loneliness. "You can't see anything here." "Of course, you won't find it," Chuyang said to the sword spirit. But in the tribulation space, the sword spirit's eyes suddenly widened. The next moment, the sword spirit suddenly ran out of the tribulation space as if his boat was on fire. Chuyang was startled. "Hey! What's wrong with you?" The sword spirit looked at the east, dumbfounded, and muttered, "The sun is out. Purple clouds have appeared." Chuyang said impatiently, "What's so strange about that? It's like this every day." "Eh?" Suddenly, he turned his head abruptly. "What?" "Every time I find the tribulation sword fragment, there will always be purple clouds." The sword spirit looked at the east and muttered. Chuyang's heart shook, and he suddenly woke up from his dream. Suddenly, he stood up and looked around. In the west, a half-moon was hanging obliquely. In the east, however, there were thousands of purple clouds rising slowly. The sun was about to appear. Where the purple clouds came from the east, the bright moon came out of the mountains. Chuyang's whole body trembled a little. He looked at the purple clouds in the sky without blinking. Then, he turned his head abruptly to look to the west. In the west, the clouds were drifting, and the shadows of the mountains and valleys were so clear. A waning moon was hanging on the peak of the mountain. It was as if this moon was slowly rising from the mountains and valleys. The next moment, a red sun jumped out of the eastern sky. Suddenly, the sky was filled with colorful clouds. At the same time, the bright moon seemed to be emitting its last light. There was also a cold light sprinkling on the world. Chuyang stood at the top of the mountain and suddenly realized that a rare scene had appeared in this world. In the east, there were thousands of rays of light, and purple clouds filled the air. In the west, there was clear light everywhere, and it was peaceful. The east was warm and magnificent, and the west was quiet and peaceful. However, the east and west were indeed lit up at the same time. Heaven and earth were shining together. The hazy night sky above his head seemed to be slowly lifted by a huge hand, revealing the blue sky. The ground beneath his feet was also slowly dyed with the glow of the sunset, but Chuyang suddenly realized that the place he was in was completely different. The sky above his head was already illuminated, and the ground beneath his feet was also covered in light. However, within the range of the mountain he was on, within a radius of several hundred feet, it was still deep in the night. It was as if he was in a different dimension from the sky and the ground. The sky and the ground were already illuminated, but it was still night here. Chuyang's breathing quickened. Where the purple aura comes from the east, the bright moon rises from the mountain pass. When the sky and the ground are illuminated, the night is cold and desolate. The scenery depicted by these 4 lines of the poem finally appeared clearly in front of Chuyang. There was absolutely no mistake. This was the place that Lang Ilang was talking about, the place where purple crystals were densely packed, the place where fortune was abundant. Everything matched. Chuyang's hands trembled a little, but his eyes continued to observe everything coldly and sharply. He had a clear premonition, the answer to the riddle was about to appear. Finally, at the moment when the sun rose above the horizon, a ray of purple light shot over from the eastern horizon, and a ray of clear light came from the bright moon in the west. As soon as the clear light appeared in the horizon, the bright moon set behind the mountain and could no longer be seen. But this ray of clear light still stubbornly penetrated this misty night. At the same time, the purple light also penetrated domineeringly. The clear light and the purple light intersected 50 feet in front of Xianxia. At the moment when the two rays of light collided, the light suddenly lit up. The point of intersection lit up, and the original void disappeared. The surrounding mountain rocks slowly appeared, flashing away. A passageway was revealed. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia floated up like a feather and landed at this intersection. He slowly took 2 steps forward and entered this magical passageway. After the 2 rays of light led Xianxia to a turn, they disappeared abruptly. Then, Xianxia realized that he was already facing the south. The night fog that filled the sky had disappeared. Everything around him. Everything was visible. In front of him, there was a straight passageway that led to a dark cave entrance. The sword spirit exclaimed excitedly, "I can feel it. I can feel the aura of the 5th segment of the tribulation sword." In his dantian, the first 5 segments of the tribulation sword buzzed and trembled at the same time. Sword intent. It violently swam around the sword's body. At the entrance of the cave, a faint purple color was about to spurt out. Xianxia could already smell the scent of a purple crystal mine. Yes, the inside of this cave was unbelievably rich. Purple crystal aura, this place was definitely a super purple crystal mine. Perhaps it wasn't a purple crystal mine at all, but an entire purple crystal. Pure purple crystal, amethyst land. It contained the sharp aura of the calamity sword. It was as if it wanted to break through the pagoda mountain and fly out. The sword spirit urged, "Go in. Once you enter, you'll find the first section of the calamity sword." Xianxia stopped at the entrance of the cave. He could feel the sword spirit's urgency. He could also feel the sword's desire. But now, he stopped in his tracks. If I go in now, then I'll be able to obtain the tribulation sword fragment. If I can obtain the second section of the calamity sword, the heavenly layer and the lower 3 heavens will return to normal. The Lan clan would definitely send people to Iron Cloud to investigate. Then, is it because I went back quickly? Or was it the Lan clan that went down faster? It would definitely take some effort for me to obtain the tribulation sword. It could take half a day, or even 3 days. But the Lan clan was in the south of the continent. There was a passageway to the lower 3 heavens over there. They would be able to reach Iron Cloud within a day. I need to digest the tribulation sword fragment here, then break through the Yi clan's blockade and rush to the passageway, enter the passageway, return to the lower 3 heavens and rush to Iron Cloud. Will I be able to make it in time? With this calculation, Xianxia felt that he was at least 3 days later than the Lan clan, but at this time, not to mention 3 days, even if it was 1 day, 2 hours, even if it was just a blink of an eye, it would cause an irreparable regret for the rest of his life. Although he had already increased Tai Butian's strength and arranged for Feng Qiliang, Xianxia knew clearly that this bit of strength was not enough to go against the Lan clan. Xianxia frowned and stopped. He stopped at the entrance of the cave beside the tribulation sword fragment that was within reach. And my brothers, it's already 3 days. There's no guarantee that no one will find out about our relationship. As long as there's even the slightest bit of suspicion, they're finished. Xianxia frowned and looked up. He sent a telepathic message. "Elder Ning, can you hear me?" After a while, Ning Tianya's voice sounded. "What's the matter? Can you come over here for a while?" Xianxia sent a telepathic message. After a while, Ning Tianya landed in the direction of Xianxia's voice. Then, he exclaimed, "What's going on?" Following the sound, he landed in a void. However, the moment he saw Xianxia, everything in front of him became bright again. Everything returned to normal. "It's just a wonder of heaven and earth. There's no way to explain it," Xianxia said briefly. "What's the matter?" Ning Tianya naturally knew that there were many things on this pagoda mountain that couldn't be explained with logic. He didn't dwell on it anymore. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Is the sky about to collapse? Xiang laughed and said, that's right. To me, the sky is about to collapse. Ning Tianya was startled. Oh? Elder Ning, take a look at this cave entrance. Xiang pointed. Yes, I didn't find it before. Ning Tianya nodded. Then, he was shocked. Is this the cave where Yizue got the legacy of the extraterrestrial demon? No. Xiang said seriously, this is where I want to get the legacy. Ning Tianya wasn't stupid. He exclaimed, you're saying that the tribulation sword is inside? Xiang smiled bitterly. Not only is there the tribulation sword, but it's also an important part. Verse 1, this verse. As long as I get it, I can immediately lead to the passage of all the heavens. Ning Tianya's expression turned serious. I see. But I'm very worried about this passage, Xiang said. I have brothers in the lower three heavens and lovers in the lower three heavens. And the Lan clan. They seem to have confirmed the identity of the tribulation sword master. Although they can't be sure that it's me. But they know that the emperor of the lower three heavens is the tribulation sword master's woman. Ning Tianya was horrified. How can you be so careless? Xiang smiled bitterly. Back then, who would have thought that something like this would happen? Back then, he only gave Tai Buddy a life-saving item. Who would have thought that it would have such a huge impact? Therefore, the Lan clan had already arranged for a few supreme martial artists to wait in Iron Cloud along with the Grand Duke of the Lan clan, Lan Rua. Xiang said, but the last time I went down, I killed all of them. Ning Tianya's eyes widened. Killed all of them. They went down to become one of the tribulations. To maintain the glory of 10,000 years. And you killed all of them? Yes, I killed all of them. Xiang spread out his hands. So when the passage opens this time, the Lan clan will definitely go down to Iron Cloud immediately. He said seriously, I'm worried about the safety there. Ning Tianya finally understood. You're saying that you want me to go over and protect them? Or rather, stop the Lan clan? Xiang said, if Elder Ning is willing, of course I hope that you can go over personally. He said seriously, protect them. Ning Tianya heaved a long sigh. Ever since I met you in the northern wastelands of the upper three heavens, I've never felt comfortable. Now, I've actually become your hired thug. I even have to travel so far to the heavens. I originally wanted to go and see my disciple first, said Ning Tianya. Then, he suddenly froze. Xiang didn't notice. He said, actually, I'm also very embarrassed. But if Elder Ning is willing to help this time, I'll definitely be very grateful. Who cares about your gratitude? Ning Tianya looked like he was going to agree, but he suddenly became ferocious. I'm not going. Xiang was dumbfounded. What was going on with this old guy? Ning Tianya said angrily, I only realized now. That day, you kept saying that you felt guilty. So it was actually because of my disciple. You have my disciple. And you're actually thinking of having multiple wives. Xiang was dizzy. How many days had it been? So this old guy didn't realize it back then? This wasn't right. The veins on Ning Tianya's forehead popped out. He flew into a rage. Back then, I only remembered Lord Shui's instructions. A new solution for you. But I didn't expect you to be such a beast, having designs on my poor disciple. You were too tough in your previous life, so Wu Qianqian gave you gentleness. You were too straightforward in your previous life, so Tai Budian gave you wisdom. You were heartless in your previous life, so Mo Qinggu made it up to you in this life. Xiang recited a passage and said, Elder Ning, you're not crazy, right? Didn't you tell me this passage? Ning Tianya said angrily, that was what Lord Shui said. I'm just repeating it. Cough, I've only found out about these bullshit tea things recently. At the same time, Ning Tianya was also puzzled. When he was repeating Shui Leihan's words and the solution for Chu Yang's life, Ning Tianya realized that he actually didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Even at that time, during that whole period of time, his emotions were very calm. He actually didn't realize at all that the Mo Qinggu in the story was his one and only younger brother whom he doted on the most. It was only now that he heard Chu Yang mention the old story again that he suddenly realized. Chu Yang sighed deeply. I deeply admire your ability to react. How much time has passed since then? Xianxia was equally speechless. Regarding this matter, he was also confused. He only said angrily, you actually want me to protect little Wu's love rival? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Don't you think you're being unreasonable? Xianxia snorted heavily, still feeling uncomfortable. He said, if I leave, what will you do? These little bastards from the Yi clan down there are all coming for you. Chu Yang frowned. It won't take much effort to clean them up before you leave, right? I'm not asking you to kill them all. You can beat them until they can't move. I can go down and kill them myself later. Minister Chu was planning to drag him down to the end. It would be a waste not to use such a top fighter in the world, perhaps because my mood was affected. I was especially slow in writing today. I only finished the 4th chapter after 3 hours. It's 2:50 in the morning now. I'll continue writing the 5th chapter. Gee, to be continued. Filled with frustration, Xianxia let out a long howl and flew out in a flash. Along the way, his howl became more and more frustrated, louder and louder as he sped down the mountain. He didn't want to stay by Chu Yang's side for even a moment longer. Seeing this fellow's face made him want to punch him. Yizue paced back and forth in front of the team, his face full of murderous intent. After waiting for 5 consecutive days, Chu Yang still hadn't come down from above. Yizue became angrier and angrier. Did you find anything? Yizue asked a Yi clan expert who was rushing over from another direction. No. I've already scouted out all the north, south, east and west. There's definitely no such person passing by. I can guarantee it. He must still be on this mountain. Yizue snorted. It's good that he's still on this mountain. This time, no matter what, I must kill him. He recalled how when he returned to the clan to chase after Zhuge Han, he discovered that Zhuge Han had actually sped all the way and was about to leave the Yi clan territory. He couldn't catch up to him. Yizue was frustrated. He didn't expect Zhuge Han to be so decisive. When he couldn't hit him, he immediately retreated and fled far away. If the Zhuge clan couldn't catch him, the Lan clan naturally couldn't either. The only one who could let him vent his anger was Chu Yang. Therefore, in these few days, Yizue had gathered all the forces he could mobilize here. No matter the cost, he must kill Chu Yang, if not for the fact that the people who had rushed to the northwest had already gone too far. He even wanted to capture those experts and intercept them to take part in this encirclement, all for the sake of killing Chu Yang. Now, Chu Yang's importance in his heart was listed as the #1 must-kill. Far above the Tribulation Sword Master, currently, the Yi clan experts gathered at the foot of the Pagoda Mountain. The number had already reached a terrifying level. Yizue clenched his teeth, a fire burning in his heart. If he didn't kill Chu Yang, he wouldn't be able to sleep or eat in peace. Unintentionally revealing his biggest secret had already become a nightmare that Yizue couldn't get rid of. No matter what, he had to kill Chu Yang to be at ease. He was afraid that one day, he would wake up. Suddenly, someone pointed at him and said, "He is the extraterrestrial demon, he is the real extraterrestrial demon." How did he become a 4th-grade sword supremacy so quickly? Extraterrestrial demon technique. The art of extraterrestrial demons. If you don't believe me, you'll know in a battle, if so. This was Yizue's true nightmare. In fact, for the past few days, he would even dream that he was being hunted down by the entire world. Falling off a cliff, yet never reaching the bottom. That kind of terrifying feeling of falling. This made Yizue tremble all over. Then, he woke up from his dream with a start, his entire body covered in cold sweat. Keep an eye on him. Even a mosquito is not allowed to fly out of the Pagoda Mountain. Yizue roared savagely, no matter what. He also wanted to destroy the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang here. Tear him to pieces. If anyone makes a mistake, take your own head as an apology. His entire family would be executed. All 3 clans will be exterminated. Now, everyone, open your eyes wide. Yizue was calling out. Unknowingly, his eyes were already filled with black gas. However, the Yi clan members in front of him were all lowering their heads, not daring to raise their heads. Sensing the Archduke's murderous aura, as well as his violent rage that threatened to destroy everything, no one dared to raise their heads and refute him. At this moment, a long howl suddenly sounded from the pagoda mountain. "He's coming down." Yizue was overjoyed and let out a wild cry. Everyone raised their heads in unison, their murderous aura filling the air. "It's this small matter that caused so many of us to be lectured here. You've finally come down. If we don't torture you to death, we'll really be letting down all the hard work and suffocation we've endured these few days." But in the next moment, everyone was shocked, and then horrified. When the long howl first sounded, it should have been at the top of the mountain. But at this moment, they were already halfway up the mountain. The howl became more and more majestic, as though all the living beings in the world were shouting toward the sky in unison at this moment. It rumbled and turned into violent heavenly thunder, striking down violently with golden lightning. Rumble. The howl was still going on, but the surrounding mountains and valleys were already filled with dust and dirt, shooting up into the sky. The might of the howl shook everything within 10,000 miles, the earth trembled so much that everyone couldn't stand still. Some even swayed left and right, and a few of those with lower cultivation had already fallen to the ground from the tremors. Yet they were still bouncing up time and time again as the earth trembled. Extreme horror appeared in Yizue's eyes. He asked repeatedly, "Who is this person? Who is this person?" The Yi clan members were all dizzy and didn't have the time to answer his question at this moment. A few of them had participated in the siege of Wu Jiuqing in the Yi clan courtyard back then. At this moment, they instinctively felt that something was amiss. Could it be that Yizue has kicked an iron plate again this time? Why? Judging from the momentum of the iron plate this time, it seems to be even more serious than the previous one. The howl had already reached the top of their heads. Within 1,000 miles, dust and dirt rose into the air and gathered into a huge mushroom cloud, surging and rolling toward the blue sky. Suddenly, the howl was followed by a series of popping sounds. Yizue couldn't stand still. To his horror, he saw the experts he had set up at the various entrances of the pagoda mountain landing in front of him one after another. They slowly piled up into a pile. As the howl ended, a gray-robed man slowly descended with his hands behind his back. Landing in front of the dozen or so people, he asked with some anger, "So it's you guys who have disturbed this old man's peaceful cultivation? What punishment do you deserve?" Yizue was shocked. He hurriedly explained, "Elder, please calm down. Shut up." The gray-robed man shouted domineeringly. "Yi clan members?" He actually didn't listen to any of Yizue's explanations. Yizue nodded repeatedly, his heart filled with extreme fear. He hoped that this person wouldn't be too ruthless on account of his clan. Humph. I was wondering who had such guts. To think it's actually the Yi clan members. The gray-robed man snorted. His hands flashed repeatedly. The remaining dozen or so people were picked up by him like chickens and thrown into the pile of people. The last slap. With a loud smack, it landed on Yizue's face. Yizue was hit so hard that one of his feet was lifted off the ground. The tip of one of his feet was on the ground, and he spun about 70 to 80 rounds like a top. Stars appeared before his eyes. "Little demon." The gray-robed man snorted. He scolded softly. Yizue's entire body turned cold at once. His mind was in a mess. He also knows my secret. That's right, I told him on the mountain. With this person's cultivation, how could he not have heard it? More than 100 Yi clan experts of martial saint level and above were piled together like this. Every one of them was vomiting blood and had lost their ability to fight. Even now, everyone's ears were still ringing. Some of them had even started to bleed from their ears. Yizue lowered his head in fear and trepidation. A hint of extreme viciousness flashed across his eyes. "Humph, when my heavenly demon great technique is fully mastered, I will crush you to death with one hand," the gray-robed man snorted. Suddenly, he raised his voice and shouted, "Yi Qianxian. Come to the pagoda mountain." His voice traveled out, neither fast nor slow, neither angry nor angry. In the Yi clan courtyard hundreds of miles away, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out. "Yi Qianxian. Come to the pagoda mountain." Thud thud thud. The Yi clan's walls had already been shattered into pieces by Wu Jiuqing the last time. This time, they collapsed with a loud crash. Yi Qianqian, who was cultivating in the quiet room, was jolted awake. What happened? I don't know. Who told me to go to the pagoda mountain? Yi Qianqian made a prompt decision and flew out. He could clearly sense that the person who was shouting his cultivation was far above his. Since he asked him to go to the pagoda mountain like this, there must be a reason. A figure flashed. Yi Qianqian appeared on the roof. The next moment, there was another flash. He had already disappeared into the land of morning light. In front of the pagoda mountain, Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him was a trembling Yizue and a pile of Yi clan experts. Yizue's demonic aura was completely sealed by Xianxia's slap. At this moment, he was truly powerless. Not long after, a rustling sound rang out in the distance. It sounded like a hurricane sweeping through the forest. It was very hard to believe that this was actually the sound of a person flying. A figure suddenly fell from the sky like a shooting star. With a slight shake of his body, he had already eliminated the terrifying inertia of moving at high speed. He stood on the spot and took in the situation. His expression couldn't help but change. Elder Ning, so it's you. How could Yi Qianqian not recognize the #1 expert in the world, Xianxia? The moment he saw that it was actually him, his heart thumped wildly. The previous time, he had provoked Wu Jiuqing. Could it be that he had provoked Xianxia again this time? At the thought of this, Yi Qianqian felt a toothache at once. Judging from the situation before him, this might really be the case? Cough. I say, little Yi, what's wrong with you? Xianxia struck first to gain the upper hand. Acting as the guilty party, he first tried to claim the right. How can you do this? I was cultivating at the pagoda mountain for a while. You actually instructed your grandson to come and make trouble. What are your intentions? Yi Qianqian's expression darkened at once. This bunch of bastards came out to make trouble, and they actually used my name? What's wrong with you? Xianxia said furiously, do you think I'm easy to bully? Yi Qianqian smiled bitterly. If you're easy to bully, then there really isn't anyone in the world who isn't easy to bully, he said helplessly. Elder Ning, please calm down. Let me investigate this matter. There must be a misunderstanding. Xianxia snorted angrily. What misunderstanding? The truth is that while I was cultivating on the mountain, your grandson was at the foot of the mountain scolding and hollering. This is simply unbelievable to me. Yi Qianqian, when did the Yi clan become so ill-mannered? Yi Qianqian's face was full of shame. It was also out of anger and embarrassment. Do you think it's easy for me? I'm already more than 10,000 years old. I can be considered to be a person of virtue and prestige. Now, within a month, I've been reprimanded twice like a child. The first time was still manageable. That was because Wu Jiuqing had been provoked into the house. Those who didn't know about it weren't to be blamed. But after that, he had given strict orders not to stir up any more trouble. Now, it hadn't even been half a month yet, but he was dragged over by Xianxia again and fiercely reprimanded. Who did I offend? Yi Qianqian was practically driven mad by these grandchildren of his. His whole body was trembling, and his limbs were icy cold. Cough, it's 5:30 a.m. I'll continue to write my first update. Approximately at 8 o'clock a.m. Gee, I can hold on. Can you all take it? Gee, I'm asking for monthly votes. Let's see how much I can increase before the first update comes out. Ha ha ha, and gee, to be continued, looks like it's really time for the Yi clan to be overhauled. Yi Qianqian secretly made up his mind. Make all of them scram. I say, little Yi, if I hear such a voice again when I'm cultivating. Don't blame me for not giving you any face, Xianxia said in an old-fashioned manner. Yes. Yi Qianqian said sullenly. He turned his head fiercely and shouted while suppressing his anger, get lost. I'll settle the score with all of you when we get home. Not only did he want to settle the score, Yi Qianqian even had the heart to swallow these people alive right now. He was infinitely sullen. I'm already so old. Can all of you? Can you not embarrass me like this? He went forward and gave each of them a heavy slap, allowing them to regain some mobility. Then, Yi Qianqian kicked Yizue's buttocks. Get lost. If you dare to come to the foot of the pagoda mountain again, I'll cripple you. Yizue led his men and fled in a sorry state. Elder Ning, thank you for showing mercy. If there's nothing else, I'll be going home. Yi Qianqian cupped his hands. He had already made up his mind. Almost 1,000 years ago, he had stopped interfering in family matters. Now, it looked like there was really a need to clean things up. This Yi clan, this kind of clan, had already made him feel like a stranger. Slow down. I still have to remind you of something. Ning Tianya looked at him solemnly, his gaze cold. Little Yi, this great-grandson of yours. This first successor of the Yi clan. Don't you feel very abnormal? Yi Qianqian couldn't make head or tail of it. Abnormal? Ning Tianya said solemnly, he's cultivating a demonic art. Demonic art? What demonic art? Yi Qianqian muttered, somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Elder Ning, you mean? Ning Tianya nodded lightly. It's exactly what you guessed. You can go back and verify it yourself. For your father's sake, I'll give you some advice this time. Yi Qianqian was completely drenched in cold sweat in an instant. He bowed deeply. He said sincerely and even with some lingering fear, thank you, Elder Ning. He couldn't not thank him. If Ning Tianya hadn't told him about this but someone else. Yi Qianqian was sure that within a month's time, the Yi clan's name would be completely removed from the continent. Demonic arts, this was a much greater threat than the Tribulation Sword Master. Ordinary people might not know about demonic techniques, but how could those who had reached the 7th or 8th grade of Supreme Martial Artist and were qualified to participate in the secrets not know about it? The law enforcement officers. How could the Dharma Supreme and the others not know? With a solemn expression, Yi Qianqian flew away. Ning Tianya also heaved a sigh of relief. The members of the Yi clan would definitely not dare to come to the Pagoda Mountain again. Yi Qianqian would also keep a close eye on Yizue. There shouldn't be any problems on Chu Yang's side. Then, I'll prepare to go to the lower 3 heavens next. He turned around to take a look. Ning Tianya murmured, the tribulation is coming soon. Chu Yang, don't mistreat my disciple. His body flashed, and he suddenly disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang had already entered the cave. From the outside, this cave looked very shallow, as if one could see the end of it at a glance. But after walking in, however, he found that the cave was unexpectedly long. It was as if there was no end in sight. Chu Yang was surprised to see that there was a bend in the road. Around the bend, there was a jade pendant on top of a piece of paper. Year, month, day. Entered this cave by mistake. Disheartened, the only thing left is to live in seclusion. My lover is in trouble. Wronged, I have the intention to kill the culprit, but am powerless to reverse the situation. A sorrowful man. Forget it, forget it. I'll just end my days in this cave. Although Chu Yang didn't recognize this handwriting, he understood when he saw these words, this must have been left behind by Lang Yilang when he first entered this cave. For some reason, he didn't take it away but left it here all along. Chu Yang thought about it, if he were Lang Yilang, he probably wouldn't take it away either. Leaving it here would serve as a witness and remind him of the direction in which he should work hard. With a sigh, Chu Yang exerted force, and both the jade pendant and the piece of paper turned into dust at the same time. Your debts are settled. Then, let's get rid of this obsession. As he continued to walk in, the aura of purple crystals became stronger and stronger. A full 2 hours later, after turning the last bend, Chu Yang was suddenly shocked. The sudden flash of purple crystals almost hurt his eyes. As far as his eyes could see, it was a world of purple crystals. There was a huge cave inside, and it was completely formed by a huge piece of purple crystal. The cave was filled with dazzling purple light. And this was just the entrance to the purple crystal cave. About 20 feet inside the cave, there was a clear mark, as if someone had been working here for a long time. The purple crystals on the ground had already become somewhat smooth. Presumably, the purple crystal hand that Lang Yilang cultivated must be here. The tribulation sword was trembling, urging Chu Yang to walk in. Chu Yang walked in. After walking several hundred feet, he felt as if there was some kind of barrier in front of him that prevented people from entering. A ball of purple light shone brightly and condensed into a substance, sealing the cave entrance from here. Chu Yang walked forward and reached out to push it. However, he felt as if his hand had sunk into a sticky substance. A force surged toward him. Xianxia mustered all his strength, but was still pushed back by the sticky force. He was pushed back 100 feet. This place was indeed not a place where ordinary people could enter. Xianxia was not alarmed at being pushed back. Instead, he was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, a small sword slowly formed in his palm. A clear sword hum suddenly rang out. The tribulation sword was already in his hand, the true form of the tribulation sword. Xianxia walked forward slowly. The tip of the tribulation sword slowly pierced into the sticky substance. The entire sword suddenly lit up. It was as if wisps of some inexplicable substance had entered the sword. From the tribulation sword, wisps of something also surged out and entered this fog. It was as if two old friends who had not seen each other for a long time were greeting each other warmly. "Have you eaten?" "I have." "Have you eaten?" "Me too." "That's great. We've all eaten." At least, that was the strange feeling that Xianxia had right now. Then, after this greeting, that translucent purple mist suddenly disappeared. It was like a door that was originally tightly shut. After two extremely nonsensical and meaningless exchanges, it suddenly opened. "Please enter." Even Xianxia felt a strong sense of absurdity. The tribulation sword was already flying forward. Xianxia followed closely behind. After entering, Xianxia suddenly realized that the cave walls here had turned into purple crystal cores. One by one, the purple crystal cores were densely arranged side by side and embedded together to form a hole, forming a cave. Xianxia was amazed. He walked forward step by step. After several hundred feet, it turned into a whole field of purple crystal jade essence. The purple crystal jade essence was several hundred feet long and extended into the cave. He walked forward further. As expected, it was indeed the soul of the purple crystal. The sword spirit was still leading the way in front happily. Xianxia felt a sense of absurdity. Could there also be holy crystals and divine crystals here? But the tribulation sword stopped at the root of the soul of the purple crystal. Xianxia walked over slowly. In the depths of the cave, there was a strange flower. It was a flower completely formed by the aura of the purple crystal. But on the stamen, there was something quietly supporting it. A sword hilt. This sword hilt lay quietly on the stamen, motionless. But it had an aura as if everything was in control. But it spread out. It spread out very calmly and steadily. The first 5 segments of the tribulation sword started to vibrate excitedly. The sword intent left the sword body and shuttled back and forth in the air excitedly. In the space of consciousness, the sword spirit said with some surprise, "So it's this time." The first segment of the tribulation sword is the sword hilt. Xianxia said solemnly, "Looks like it is." But he recalled the words and the general principles of the tribulation sword. The sword hilt of the tribulation sword. The part of the sword that was held by the hand was the source of all the attacks that controlled the entire sword. The sword hilt of the tribulation sword was divided into 2 sides, yin and yang. Xianxia looked over and saw that although this sword hilt looked the same color, one side was a little bright while the other side was a little dark. Of course, if it was held in the hand, nothing could be seen. The first 5 segments of the sword started to clamor at the same time. The sword hilt slowly rose from the misty flower. The movement was slow, but it gave off an extremely calm and confident feeling. The next moment, the sword tip, sword blade, sword edge, sword guard and sword tongue all rushed up at the same time, crack 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 crack. They all returned to their positions. After a series of dazzling flashes, an almost complete sword appeared in front of Xianxia's eyes. In Xianxia's eyes, this sword was already complete. If he had to say what was missing, it would be that it was still missing a sword hilt. That was the sword hilt, also known as the sword head. Other than that, it was basically perfect. Xianxia couldn't help but wonder, the tribulation sword should have segments. Then, what were the other 2 segments? An almost complete sword flashed in front of Xianxia again. It showed a sense of closeness. Xianxia smiled slightly and reached out his hand. The sword hilt seemed to hesitate for a moment before it cautiously landed in his palm. The sword intent whizzed over and wrapped around it. The sword hilt trembled in Xianxia's palm with some probing and caution. Xianxia revealed a warm smile and opened up his heart. The first 5 segments of the tribulation sword were encouraging, waiting, and anticipating. The next moment, the sword hilt made a very slight vibration. Then, the tribulation sword made a clang. The fine cracks that originally existed between one segment and the other disappeared completely. The entire sword was as clear as water and as steady as a mountain. The sword body shone, as if the wind and clouds were moving. Xianxia suddenly felt a little more at ease in his heart. Yes, it was a sense of ease. The feeling of having someone to rely on and a sense of security. At the same time, his mind became blurry and he trembled. Unconsciously, he entered the tribulation space. He saw that the tribulation space now was more than 10 times or 100 times bigger than before. Purple gas filled the air everywhere. In an empty space, the sword spirit danced with the sword, drawing out mysterious marks. It was the sword technique of the tribulation sword segment. I hold the power of life and death in my hands. When my 5 fingers close, the heavens are about to fall. When the tribulation is scattered, the wind and clouds gather. Outside the heavens, blood is as black as ink. The first update has been delivered. Requesting monthly votes. Let the monthly votes fly for a while. I'll continue to write. There are more updates in the afternoon. 10 chapters today, for more to go. To be continued. The power of life and death is in my hands. When my fingers close, the sky is about to fall. When the tribulation disperses, the wind and clouds gather. Outside the sky, blood is as black as ink. Tribulation Sword, Section 1. Looking at the sword moves made by the sword spirit, Xianxia had a strong feeling of the world is in my hands. This was a kind of indescribable confidence and indescribable arrogance. The power of life and death is in my hands. This was the first move of Section 1. This move was really arrogant to the extreme, and had a kind of awe-inspiring power. It seemed to be announcing to the whole world with the attitude of a monarch, the power of life and death in this world is in my hands. This was a killer move with both attack and defense, and it took advantage of the situation. When this move was used in actual combat, the person facing this move, facing this magnificent and irresistible aura, would have a feeling of submission from the bottom of his heart, invincible. They could only surrender, under this move. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. Life and death are all in my thoughts, and it depends on my mood. The second move, when my fingers close, the sky is about to fall. It made this kind of aura a step further to the extreme. The first move was only used to deal with people, but the second move was used to deal with the sky. When my fingers close and hold this sword, even the sky is about to fall. Not to mention my enemies, they can only be turned into powder under this move. Anyone who is my enemy will not be lucky enough to survive. The third move, when the tribulation disperses, the wind and clouds gather. It was a completely violent attack. It seemed to gather the wind and clouds again and again. It exploded again and again. Each time, it was more powerful than the last. After the first 2 moves gathered momentum, it exploded completely in this move, just like the waves of the Yangtze River and the rising tide of the sea. When it exploded for the first time, it completely exploded and destroyed everything. Outside the sky, blood is as black as ink. This was the last move. But this move was also the most bloodthirsty. After slaughtering the whole world, it still turned the world upside down and blood flowed like a river. The blood was as black as ink, staining the world. These were the 4 moves of controlling the world. In each move of these 4 sword techniques, they all revealed a kind of aura, control. In Xianxia's heart, the first few sword techniques of tribulation sword flowed slowly like a transparent stream. Then, Xianxia suddenly realized that there seemed to be a change when he reached the sword hilt, a qualitative change. Did you feel it? The sword spirit asked in high spirits. With the fragment of the calamity sword in hand, the sword spirit's weakness miraculously disappeared without a trace. He instantly recovered his full mental state. Furthermore, it had improved by a huge step. I feel it. Xianxia said heavily. It seems, these 4 moves. It has the effect of increasing the power of the previous 20 moves. Yes. Only with a sword hilt would a sword have a strong support. They also have commanders and strategists, the sword spirit said, just like an invincible elite force. This is a team. Any one of them is invincible. But when such teams work together, it's easy for them to fight for themselves. Therefore, when such a group encountered a large-scale battle, it was instead unable to win. Because no matter how strong he is still a sheet of loose sand. At this time, we need a strategist to join in and act as a hand to command and control these experts. From a mass of loose sand, it condensed into a fist. To unleash the greatest battle power. Or even more than 10 times the battle power. To seize victory and destroy the enemy. And this strategist has to integrate himself into it first, understand and create the strongest strategy according to its strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, he has to go through the entire sword. Therefore, the sword hilt is the root and the commander. The sword spirit said softly. Xianxia pondered and said, I understand. For example, my brothers, when we all have great achievements, whether it's Duxing, Xianyun, GMO, Little Wolf, Wushang, Badong, etc., each of them alone is enough to dominate an area. But each of them has their own temperament and characteristics. Therefore, if they are not well matched, they may not be able to unleash their strongest battle power in a team battle. For example, if Duxing is paired with Wushang, their battle power will be wasted. If GMO is paired with Kadi, their battle power will be insufficient. Badong is paired with Xianxia, but they are more than flexible and not steady enough. Therefore, at this time, they have to match different battle power according to different enemies. And at this time, the sword hilt has to balance them. For example, the addition of Tianji. The sword spirit smiled. Yes, that's right. Xianxia pondered and said, that is to say, among the brothers, Tianji is the soul, the commander and the controller? Wrong. The sword spirit said, Mo Tianji is not the soul, neither is he the controller, but he is the commander. Oh? Xianxia said. This is like a country. When the army goes out on an expedition, there are generals, deputy generals, and marshals in the army. Generals, deputy generals, and deputy generals each have their own duties and abilities. If they are well matched, they will be successful. And this coordination is in the marshal's hands. Mo Tianji's current position is the marshal's position. It's the position of the sword hilt. And you, Xianxia, the tribulation sword master, are the controller. You are outside the battle situation, but you control it. You are the decision maker. You point out the direction, and then they work together. Your role, in the country, is the emperor. Because only the emperor can command the marshals. The sword spirit said heavily, this is the position between the two of you. Xianxia nodded. Then, he felt that something was wrong. That's not right. According to what you said. Then, won't Tianji, Duxing, Wushang and the others become my subordinates? The sword spirit thought for a while and said, what I said just now was just a metaphor. However, what you said also makes sense. Because this kind of relationship, if you deliberately develop in the direction of superior and subordinate, then they will naturally become your subordinates. And there will definitely be no resistance. This is the most harmonious relationship between superior and subordinate. But if you don't want to develop in this way, that's fine too. But between brothers, there also needs to be a division of seniority, otherwise, it will still be a plate of loose sand. So, how you want to position yourself is up to you. The sword spirit reminded him, and, now is not the time for the final positioning. Xianxia made a sound of acknowledgement, but he kept this matter firmly in his heart. If they developed into a subordinate relationship, they didn't have to wait until now. If that was really the case, then, wouldn't he be separated from the group? Would he become a loner? Xianxia would rather not have such a relationship, but he didn't say this out loud. When he thought of this, he even became a little wary of the sword spirit, not wanting to let the sword spirit know his true feelings. What I want are brothers, and what I want even more is the joy of brothers being together. Not some hegemony. Much less some obedient subordinates who can die for me. Brothers can die for each other because of feelings, subordinates can die for their superiors because of their rank and mission. Although both were going to die, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth, completely different. Right at this moment, Xianxia suddenly felt a stir in his dantian. The sword tip, sword edge, sword blade, sword guard, sword tongue and sword hilt all started moving at the same time. Under the command of the sword hilt, a streak of purple aura slowly appeared on every part of the sword body, eventually converging into a shiny purple line and entering Chu Yang's dantian. After entering, it split into three and became 3 strands of primordial real silk, entangling with the original 2 strands of primordial real silk and becoming a small purple ball before it quieted down. Chu Yang had only obtained 2 strands of primordial real silk after expending so much effort. But under the sword spirit's call, the power that was split from them actually increased by 3 strands. It increased by 1.5 times out of nowhere. It was equivalent to a sudden doubling of their strength. Then, when the dust settled on these 3 strands of primordial real silk, a powerful force suddenly erupted from Chu Yang's dantian. This force was so ferocious, it was so domineering and so sudden. It was so sudden that even Chu Yang himself couldn't react in time. With a loud bang, Chu Yang's black clothes exploded into pieces. In this purple crystal cave, he actually became naked all of a sudden. The next moment, the force rushed out of the surface of his body and shot in all directions. Then, with a whoosh, a wave of purple aura suddenly surged in the entire purple crystal cave. Countless strands of purple crystal power and the spiritual energy of the universe contained in the purple crystals suddenly swarmed toward Chu Yang without any regard for their lives. Then, it turned into a ball of fine gas, and seeped into every pore of Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He maintained a comical pose and looked at himself with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. What's going on? The sword spirit said, "This is the benefit you deserve after obtaining the tribulation sword fragment." Chu Yang couldn't answer him anymore because spiritual energy was also gushing into his mouth at a crazy rate. Chu Yang felt that at this rate, he would probably explode and die from the impact of this violent energy in the next moment. His meridians had already been expanded to the limit. Wisps of purple spiritual energy, together with the natural spiritual energy in this cave, surged through his meridians like a tsunami. Chu Yang was very puzzled as to why the sword spirit didn't store this force into the tribulation space. But in reality, the sword spirit was watching with a smile on his face. Just when Chu Yang finally couldn't take it anymore, the primordial real silk in his dantian suddenly moved. The heaven-splitting divine technique slowly circulated at this moment. With just a breath, all the spiritual energy of the universe that had entered Chu Yang's body suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, the spiritual energy outside was still gushing in. Therefore, every time the feeling of an explosion that was about to reach a critical point arrived, the heaven-splitting divine technique would circulate and absorb it completely. The color of the primordial real silk in his dantian would become even brighter. This cycle repeated, wave after wave. The spiritual energy in the purple crystal cave was endless. It was so dense that it could almost turn into water and flow. Just like that, it madly poured into Chu Yang's body without end. But Chu Yang's layered heaven divine technique was neither too fast nor too slow. It was like an extremely precise and law-abiding machine. Only when it reached a critical point would it suddenly operate and suck, and so, Chu Yang fell into such a cycle. One moment, his body was empty. The next moment, it was so full that it was about to explode. Even his meridians started to bulge outwards. Even his muscles were swelling, and the next moment, it was empty again. At this moment, the layered heaven divine technique had completely become a bottomless pit. It was unhurriedly but greedily devouring the spiritual energy in the purple crystal cave. In the end, Chu Yang simply let it go. "Alright, since it's not much of a threat to my life and I'm not needed, I'll just take a rest. You can do whatever you want." Chu Yang simply used his inner vision to check the changes in the primordial real silk in his dantian. After about 2 hours, Chu Yang finally discovered that the color of the primordial real silk had stopped at an extremely bright and dazzling level and was no longer changing. Then, as the next wave of spiritual energy slowly accumulated, another strand of primordial real silk as thin as a hair slowly appeared. Then, Chu Yang watched with great interest as this new strand of primordial real silk slowly unfolded at an extremely slow speed. It slowly grew longer, thicker, and expanded. What the heck? Why do I feel like there's something wrong with this sentence? Then, it slowly stopped at a normal thickness. It started to change color. From a dull purple color, it slowly started to turn into a bright color. Chu Yang finally understood something. "Sword spirit, I understand now." The sword spirit was startled. "What do you understand?" "I understand why the layered heaven divine technique is so slow in this world and has no effect at all," Chu Yang said. Seriously, so it's because the spiritual energy in this world can't support the normal operation of the layered heaven divine technique at all. The sword spirit touched his nose and said very doubtfully, I remember. I've told you about this reason before. Xianxia was stunned. You did? The sword spirit was stunned. Didn't I? Xianxia, did you say that? Under Xianxia's clear and questioning gaze, the sword spirit finally felt that his thoughts were in a state of chaos. So, he admitted defeat. Well, let's just say that I didn't say that. Xianxia glared at him and said, You never said that. What do you mean by forget it? The sword spirit felt like vomiting blood. Then, Xianxia said, You only introduced the primordial real silk the last time. He suddenly recalled that although the sword spirit's explanation the last time wasn't as comprehensive as his own, it wasn't as. However, he did say it, but it was a little vague. He could only say unyieldingly, I didn't. I just didn't say anything. The sword spirit remained silent. This guy was already unreasonable. Furthermore, he was his host. What was the point of competing with him, after a long time? Xianxia seemed to have heard some movement outside. There was a paw sound, followed by a susu sound. It seemed as if dust was falling, or as if sand was scattering all over the ground. What's that sound? Xianxia was somewhat puzzled. The sword spirit rolled his eyes. The energy in the purple crystal cave outside has already been sucked dry. It has turned into a pile of powder and is falling down from the rocks, Xianxia said in horror. You're saying, the entire cave of purple crystals outside has already been sucked dry? It hasn't even been 8 hours since it was sucked in, right? The sword spirit said speechlessly, This isn't you sucking it in. It's the heavenly divine technique that's sucking it in automatically. This speed is even faster than Ning Tianya, Buluqing and Wu Jiuqing combined. It's absorbed these. If it's converted into ordinary purple crystals, how many pieces would there be? Xianxia asked with great interest. Not much. The sword spirit did some calculations and said, just a little over 10 million pieces. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air at once, flabbergasted. That's too terrifying. He lowered his head and looked at his stomach, muttering, So much spiritual energy has entered my dantian. If converted into caddies, it's at least a few 100 kilograms, right? Why don't I feel anything? If there's dregs left after the heavenly divine technique is completely digested. Do I have to relieve myself again? The sword spirit looked at him with a face full of disdain. Then, the corners of his mouth twitched as he slowly raised his face and looked at the sky. As he spoke, the sounds of smacking and rustling outside gradually became one. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to surge in like raging waves. And the amount and speed of this increase was extraordinarily terrifying. I'm starting to absorb the energy of the purple crystal cores now. The sword spirit said as if this was a common occurrence. Xianxia suddenly remembered. That's right. You've experienced many such things in the past. Tell me about it? Is every tribulation sword master different? The sword spirit said, Of course. Everyone's foundation is different and their experiences are also different. So their final achievements are also different. The amount of purple crystals absorbed here. Of course, it's also different. In the end, the purple crystals here. It's to test your great Tao foundation and see how great your potential is. Xianxia said, Oh? The sword spirit said, The first tribulation sword master, Lei Jian, only absorbed 80% of the purple crystals when he obtained the tribulation. He stopped before he could absorb the purple crystal cores. So, in the end, his cultivation stopped at 3rd grade supreme martial artist. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and thought, I'm stronger than him. The second tribulation sword master, Feng Yun, completely absorbed all the purple crystals. When he reached the purple crystal cores, he couldn't continue. So, his final cultivation stopped at 4th grade supreme martial artist. Xianxia thought, I'm stronger than him too. The third tribulation sword master, Meng Tsong, was similar to the second Feng Yun. The fourth tribulation sword master, Duan Tian, after absorbing all the purple crystals, he also absorbed half of the purple crystal cores. His cultivation reached 8th grade supreme martial artist. The fifth tribulation sword master, Yun Dong, was the same as Duan Tian. The seventh tribulation sword master, Qin Feng, was a rare genius. He actually absorbed all the purple crystal cores before he stopped. His cultivation has reached the level of breaking through the void. He's only half a step away from that level. Yes, he's slightly stronger than Buluqing before he broke through the void. This person is powerful. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. The seventh tribulation sword master, Lin Zun, regressed again. He only reached 8th grade supreme martial artist. The 8th tribulation sword master, Jun Lai, reached the peak of supreme martial artist. He's only one step lower than Qin Feng. Xianxia said thoughtfully, that is to say, the first 8 tribulation sword masters all obtained the tribulation sword fragment in different environments. Then, their achievements were all different? They couldn't all be in the Pagoda Mountain, right? No. They weren't in the Pagoda Mountain, said the sword spirit with certainty. Xianxia murmured, that is to say, the highest they've achieved is to absorb the purple crystal cores. Xianxia recalled that he was starting to absorb the purple crystal cores. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. I wonder how far I can go, the sword spirit laughed. You're definitely stronger than them. You'll definitely be able to absorb the purple crystal jade essence. However, how much purple crystal jade essence you can absorb will depend on your luck. Xianxia laughed. That's good. As long as I'm not weaker than them, I'll be satisfied. The sword spirit rolled his eyes and thought, how can you be weaker than them? Just based on your current state, you're already much stronger than them. As the two of them waited, the purple crystal core slowly turned into powder from the outermost layer and fell down. However, it would still take some time to completely absorb the purple crystal core that was several hundred feet long. Xianxia had been standing naked all this time. Although there were no outsiders, he still felt quite uncomfortable. He took out a black robe from his space and sat down cross-legged. He covered his lower body with the black robe and said, I'll take a nap first. Wake me up when I'm done. The sword spirit was stunned. You'll take a nap? At such a critical moment, which of the previous tribulation sword masters wasn't watching and waiting with full concentration? Now that it's your turn, you actually want to take a nap. Damn, I've really met AF * King Monster this time. Can you even sleep? Besides, the previous tribulation sword masters couldn't wait to stand up their feet so that the soles of their feet could absorb the spiritual energy. Xianxia, you're really different. You actually remembered to cover your lower body with a piece of clothing at such a time. Do you know how many channels of spiritual energy are blocked by your cover? The sword spirit was speechless. Indeed, before Xianxia could finish speaking, the black robe that Xianxia had just covered himself with was torn into pieces by the violent spiritual energy and fell to the ground like butterflies. Xianxia was stunned. I'm going to faint. I'm not even allowed to wear clothes? Cough, whatever. It's not like I haven't slept naked before. Besides, you're not a girl. If you were, I'd take you in. As he spoke, he leaned against the wall of the soul of purple crystal and closed his eyes. The sword spirit looked at the surface of Xianxia's body that was constantly bulging and falling. He gloated somewhat. If you can sleep like this, I'll really take my hat off to you. After a long while, the spiritual energy continued to flow in wave after wave. The purple crystal cores outside had already started to fall off in large patches. While the sword spirit was stunned, Minister Chu didn't open his eyes again after he closed them. Then, his breathing was light and even, and he started to snore softly. He actually really fell asleep. The sword spirit's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Looking at Xianxia's skin that was still bulging and falling, he was on the verge of breaking down. My dear brother. You really fell asleep. You're too weird. If the sword spirit had real hair and beard, he would probably be pulling at his own hair right now. I've never seen anything like this before. You're too open-minded, aren't you? What's there for Xianxia to be open-minded about? Anyway, there's nothing for me to do. I just have to wait for the final inspection of the results. When I look, it's still this. When I don't look, it's still that. It can't be that I can absorb more just by looking, right? Since that's the case, if I don't sleep, I'm just looking for trouble. To be continued. Xianxia slept for a total of 8 hours. Now, it had already been 2 days since he entered the purple crystal cave. Xianxia, who was already waiting at the southern entrance to the upper and lower three heavens, sighed. What's going on? Why isn't it opening yet? Are you trying to kill me with anxiety? I've already waited here for more than a day. I even found a place to have a drink. I'm just getting a piece of the sword. Why is it taking so long? Supremacy Ning walked over from the entrance, feeling conflicted. He walked over, sighed, turned around and sat down for a while. How torturous. In the cave, Yang finally woke up from his spring sleep. He felt full of energy, and a feeling of expansion and contraction immediately came over. He couldn't help but be stunned. It's not finished yet? The sword spirit said speechlessly. The purple crystal core is almost finished. Less than 10 feet left. Yang was rather anxious. Why is it so slow? The sword spirit said helplessly, this is already very fast. Compared to the previous few people, you're already absorbing at a speed 10 times faster than theirs. Yang rolled his eyes and used his inner vision. He saw that there were already 10 strands of primordial real silk in his dantian, shining brightly. And the 11th strand was in the process of forming, so many already. Yang was rather pleased with himself. He didn't even have 1 strand at first, but in less than half a year, he actually had 11 strands. This was really awesome. Sword Spirit. Looks like it's still going to take a long time. What should we do during this time? Asked Yang. The Sword Spirit grinned. You're open-minded, but I'm not. I'm not in the mood to do anything. Yang said disdainfully, you're so boring. Since the sword spirit wasn't cooperating, Yang simply went into the tribulation space and wandered around. He even had the time to take a bath in the soul-quenching spring. Then, he took out a jar of wine and a few side dishes from the tribulation space. Then, he made himself a cup and poured the wine into it. Unexpectedly, he raised the cup to the sword spirit and said, let's drink today. Who will decide what's right and wrong tomorrow? I raise my eyes and cross my sword. I have a clear conscience in life. Sword Spirit. It's not easy for us to get along. Let me toast to you. Clang, the cup went down. The sword spirit looked at the sword master eating and drinking in high spirits, and felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. Facing the sword master who was open-minded, able to pick up and let go of things. What else could he say? In the blink of an eye, Yang had downed a jar of wine. Then, he took out another jar and opened the mud seal. His body was currently experiencing a storm, so he couldn't use his cultivation at all. In other words, he was drinking like an ordinary person. After drinking a jar of wine, he was already a little drunk. But Yang still didn't stop. After drinking a few more cups, he said, Sword Spirit. Right now, I'm thinking about the words that Shui Leihan asked Ming Tianya to pass on. The sword spirit said, oh? What happened? Yang said, Shui Leihan said that my love life is actually destined. Because I was too tough in my previous life, Wu Qianqian treated me with gentleness. Because I was too straightforward in my previous life, Tai Budian gave me wisdom. Because I was ruthless in my previous life, Mo Qinggu compensated me with love. Yang was a little drunk. He said, at first, it seemed to make some sense. But now that I think about it, Shui Leihan is just spouting nonsense. It's just an excuse to comfort me and help me untie the knot in my heart. The sword spirit frowned. Then what do you think? Yang said, in the end. It's just my own business. In other words, my feelings for Qinggu can't be changed by heaven and earth. I'm sure of this. So, Mo Qinggu. I must have her. Next, let's talk about Senior Sister Wu. I've always known that Senior Sister Wu has feelings for me. I've always been avoiding her. But, I'm a man. Sword Spirit, being together for a long time, you clearly know that this stunning beauty has deep feelings for you. How does that feel? Then, later on, I misunderstood her. I misunderstood that she really became the Empress of Iron Cloud. Later on, the misunderstanding was resolved, but she was already on the verge of death in order to save me. If I didn't care about her, or if I could save her but didn't, or if I saved her and then told her that I didn't accept her. Do you think I would still be a man if I did that? The sword spirit was stunned. Then there's Tai Budian. At that time I was unconscious, you were exhausted and in a deep sleep, and I was poisoned by the lust dragon. Tai Budian didn't care about her noble status and sacrificed her daughter's innocence to save my life. And, without my knowledge, she gave birth to a child for me. When I found out the truth, if I didn't want them and refused to admit it, what would I do? Then, what kind of person would I be? But all of this goes against the insistence of my heart from the beginning. So, no matter what I do, it's wrong. Chu Yang drank a cup of wine. If I give up, I'm heartless. If I accept, I'm guilty. No matter what I do, it's beastly behavior. It's unfair to them. So now, I've finally thought it through. To think that Shui Leihan was so worried that he specially found someone to talk to untie the knot in my heart. In fact, this is a very simple matter. The sword spirit asked, why? Simple? Chu Yang chuckled drunkenly, since giving up is painful, and accepting it is also painful, then I might as well accept it. What's the big deal? In short, I'm asking for trouble. I'm asking for it. If it were any other man, I guarantee that there wouldn't be so many problems. Suddenly, he roared, why would there be so many problems? Chu Yang was drunk. The sword spirit frowned and thought to himself, has he let go of these words? Or has he fallen even deeper? This was really something that couldn't be said for sure. If he was a fickle man, there wouldn't be so many problems. But this man was a man who was so serious about relationships, and he even had the memories of his previous life, the sword spirit sighed. There was really no one who could help him with something like this. Chu Yang woke up and got drunk and woke up again. He didn't know how much time had passed. The sword spirit was already so shocked that he was dumbfounded. The absorption of the purple crystal core had been completed. At present, the purple crystal jade essence was almost at the bottom. However, the absorption speed of the heaven-crossing divine technique became faster and faster. There was no sign of it slowing down at all. Just now, it had already surpassed the total of the previous 8 generations of Tribulation Sword Masters, and the speed was still increasing, and the time taken was only 1/10 of the time taken by the fastest of the previous 8 generations of Tribulation Sword Masters. The sword spirit could only exclaim in disbelief at such a result. To be so perverse to such an extent, this was no ordinary perverse, rustling sounds could be heard. All the purple crystal jade essence turned into powder. Then, it finally reached the innermost section, where the souls of the purple crystal were. The spirit chi suddenly condensed into a superstorm, violently rushing over from all directions. With the sword spirit's current strength standing beside Chu Yang, he could no longer stand. He had no choice but to hurry back into the tribulation space and look at the spiritual energy storm outside in shock and speechlessness. The sword spirit was already numb. He had long known that Chu Yang was the first generation of Tribulation Sword Master and would definitely be different from the previous generations. But even in his dreams, he had never imagined that the difference would be to such an extent. Another 5 days later, at the entrance of the passageway, Ning Tianya already had the urge to curse. He had already waited here for half a month, and there was still no news at all. What exactly was going on? Could there be something wrong with this guy? How could there be such a thing? It was just a broken sword, and it actually took 17 to 18 days, in the cave. Chu Yang woke up. The moment he looked at his side, he got a shock. It was already dark, and there was not much of the original bright purple spirit chi left. Only less than 3 feet of souls of the purple crystal were still shining. They were still emitting spiritual energy. The speed at which the heaven-overarching divine technique was circulating in his meridians was obviously 3 to 4 times faster than before. Chu Yang hurriedly opened up his inner vision. With one look, he couldn't help but be extremely shocked. Sword spirit, why are there so many? In his dantian, there were already densely packed primordial real silk. A rough calculation estimated that there should be 1 to 200 strands. Each strand was purple and lustrous, dazzling. Recalling that half a month ago, he only had 2 strands. This was practically reaching the heavens in a single bound. Chu Yang's eyes shone. Sword spirit. There are already 170, 115, 118 strands. The first 100 strands are forming. He was grinning from ear to ear. Previously, I had 2 strands and was already second-grade sword supremacy. Now that I have 200 strands, my cultivation should be at least at Xianxia's level, right? The sword spirit pursed his lips. In your dreams. Right now, these primordial real silk have nothing to do with your cultivation at all. Just as I said earlier, how much you absorb here can predict your final achievement. It's equivalent to a test. However, it's also equivalent to laying down the foundation of great Tao for you. That's all. Wanting to use the primordial real silk at the heaven overarching divine technique is no different from daydreaming. Stunned, Xianxia said, in that case, my cultivation hasn't improved? The sword spirit sighed helplessly. You're already improving. Before he finished speaking, that last strand of souls of the purple crystal flashed and turned into the last strand of spiritual energy, which was absorbed by the heaven overarching divine technique. It turned into the 200th strand of primordial real silk that was about to form in Chu Yang's dantian. Then, the heaven overarching divine technique actually continued to absorb it, before it stopped and stopped. The sword spirit's eyeballs immediately popped out. It wasn't done yet. What did this mean? This meant that so many purple crystals were still not enough. It still couldn't reach Chu Yang's bottom line and couldn't truly test the highest achievement that Chu Yang could achieve in the end. The sword spirit was perplexed. He clearly remembered that when Shui Leihan had set up this great Tao test back then, he had once said, if the Tribulation Sword Master can absorb half of the souls of the purple crystal at this heaven overarching divine technique to build his foundation, then this person's future achievements will definitely be above mine. After Shui Leihan had said that back then, he had even smiled. However, such a person may not appear even once in a million years. To be able to be on par with me is already enough to be of great use. If he's really stronger than me, then wiping out the extraterrestrial demons really won't be a problem. Thinking of this, the sword spirit broke down even more. I'm going to die soon. I'll continue to write the 10th update. Tomorrow, it's still the 10th update. To be continued. The sword spirit remembered that back then, Shui Leihan had only set up so many souls of the purple crystal here for the sake of safety. Then, he had even said self-mockingly, if the Lord Saint builds the foundation, will they be used up? Haha. Recalling Shui Leihan's self-deprecating laughter back then, the sword spirit shuddered all over. How could the sword spirit not understand what he meant? Even if the Saint Lord builds the foundation, he wouldn't need so many souls of the purple crystal. Because this was the heavens of the lower planes, and he was only testing the foundation with the bodies of ordinary people. However, after Chu Yang had absorbed all the purple crystals, purple crystal cores, purple crystal jade essence and souls of the purple crystal here, he still wanted more. In other words, he was still lacking a lot. The moment he thought of this, the sword spirit felt dizzy and disoriented. He hurriedly went forward. Lord Sword Master, you must remember that it's best not to tell anyone about how many purple crystals you've absorbed here. Keep it strictly confidential. Chu Yang frowned. What's the matter? That will only lead to a fatal disaster for you. Sword Spirit took a deep breath and said, moreover, it will be a never-ending fatal disaster that won't stop until you're dead. Even the entire Chongtian continent will vanish into thin air because of you. Chu Yang was startled. So serious? It's even more serious than that. The sword spirit's expression was very serious, letting Chu Yang know that he was definitely not joking. He was describing a fact that was absolutely true. Chu Yang's heart quickly settled down. He said dispassionately, are you afraid that someone will be jealous of you? More than that. The sword spirit smiled bitterly. But this kind of thing really couldn't be explained clearly in such a short time. When there's time in the future, I will explain it to you in detail. But, you'd better not tell the emperor either. Not even Shui Leihan? Chu Yang found this interesting. The sword spirit was cultivated by Shui Leihan. And now, he was showing signs of betrayal because of him? If you tell him, even the emperor may be implicated and die because of you, said the sword spirit worriedly. His words almost made Chu Yang's nose crooked. I thought you were worried about me. You're really thinking too much. Of course I'm worried about you. The sword spirit said cautiously. This kind of demeanor was something that had never appeared on him before. But Chu Yang didn't care. He also didn't know that the sword spirit's heart was shouting madly at this moment. Could it be that the sword master I'm following is actually going to be much stronger than the holy sage in the future? Ah. I'm so blessed. Doesn't that mean I might be able to reach the same height as the emperor in the future? Right at this moment, Yang suddenly felt a surge of warm energy gushing out from the primordial real silk in his dantian and into his meridians. Wherever it passed, all the meridians immediately changed. First, it became tougher. Then, it became purple and lustrous. Then, it slowly expanded. Wherever the warm power went, the meridians there would clearly undergo such changes. In an instant, it had already circled around Yang's entire body. Yang's meridians also underwent a qualitative change at this moment. But this wasn't the end. A similar surge of warm energy actually emerged from his dantian and expanded his meridians again. It seemed that there was a miscalculation the previous time and the force was too small. It deliberately made up for it again. The sword spirit pursed his lips and smiled. He knew what was going on. Yang had eaten that golden blood ginseng before he laid his foundation for the low-level martial way. It was only at this moment that all its effects were developed to the maximum. And this force neglected this matter for the first time. As a result, it didn't use enough force. Then, a tsunami-like force gushed out from the primordial real silk and entered Yang's meridians. Everything before was in preparation for this moment. This was the real benefit of the Tribulation Sword Master after he obtained the Tribulation Sword Fragment. This was also the power of the Tribulation Sword Master at the heavenly layer. Yang felt as if he had fallen into a pot of boiling oil. His entire body started to heat up. The heat, pressure, and expanding force at this moment almost made him moan. But at the same time, he also felt that his cultivation was rapidly increasing at the speed that he could feel. After he came out of that 1,000-mile tunnel in the northwest, Yang had only just advanced to the beginner second-grade sword supremacy. But now, the moment this force appeared, his cultivation had already broken through the beginner level and was steadily advancing toward the next level. It was like the gentle waves of the ocean. It didn't seem very powerful, but one mustn't forget that behind these gentle waves, there was still an entire ocean supporting it. Everywhere it passed, it was bound to destroy everything in its path. Yang endured all the pain in his body, and carefully felt the feeling of this upgrade. Compared to the previous advancements, this time was completely different. Second-grade sword supremacy was reached in the blink of an eye. Then, those gentle waves didn't stop. They continued to surge forward at a constant speed, straight toward the high level and then the peak level. An hour later, Yang's entire body shook violently. He let out a muffled groan and 2 lines of blood flowed out of his nostrils. The bottleneck of third-grade sword supremacy had been completely destroyed by that gentle wave in the most domineering way. The force rushed into the brand new meridians. It first changed and then widened. Then, it continued to surge, breaking through the beginner third grade and then the next level. When it reached the peak of third-grade sword supremacy, this force finally stopped advancing. It wasn't that it was unable to continue, but it had to leave some time for Yang to experience the third-grade sword supremacy. So this is the Heaven Divine technique. Yang took a deep breath. Until now, he had finally realized and admitted that this set of techniques that he had always thought to be ordinary and had never used before was really the #1 technique in the heavenly layer. No, it should be said that it was the #1 technique in the Heaven Imperial Court. He became a third-grade sword supremacy just like that. Yang didn't feel that it was real. He looked at his hands carefully, a little excited. But he didn't know that at the same time that he became a third-grade sword supremacy and that the force was slowly receding, all of a sudden, the entire heavenly layer underwent an unbelievable change. Under everyone's astonishment, the originally clear and boundless sky suddenly surged with wind and clouds. Such a phenomenon occurred in the upper 3 heavens, the lower 3 heavens and the upper 3 heavens at the same time. Endless black clouds suddenly emerged from all directions, as tall as mountains. They swarmed, clustered, and squeezed together. With lightning speed, they gathered in the sky and rushed toward the sky at the same time. All of this had happened without a sound or warning. But everyone who saw it clearly seemed to hear the ancient war drums and the roar of the thunder god. The gathering dark clouds covered the sky and covered the earth. Those were clearly the troops of the demon gods invading and devouring the continent. They were fighting. They were fighting. Slowly, pieces of the clear sky were assimilated and turned into ink. There seemed to be endless blood pouring and flowing in it. Then, it condensed and turned black, becoming an ink-like color. Countless lives were struggling, trembling, howling, unwilling to be devoured. Everyone felt an oppressive pressure. They only felt that their souls were trembling and wailing in despair. When the last piece of the clear sky was covered by the dark clouds, everyone had a feeling that they had completely lost all hope. It's over. The whole world was plunged into darkness. They couldn't even see their own fingers, but everyone knew that the dark clouds in the sky didn't stop. The dark clouds were still gathering and pressing down. The feeling that the world was going to be destroyed weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. What was going on? Was the continent going to be destroyed? But no one dared to move. Because it was all dark now, and they couldn't see anything at all. No one knew what they would touch if they moved. Some people were so scared that they didn't dare to move. They couldn't move anymore. Both their legs were trembling. The might of the heavens was endless. This endless darkness and deathly stillness lasted for a full quarter of an hour. Just when everyone was in despair and thought that the world would be plunged into darkness and the heaven-level continent would no longer exist, suddenly, a ray of golden light appeared in the sky. The sudden appearance of this ray of golden light attracted the attention of everyone in the world. The golden light was very small, and it was only a very thin ray, but now, in the entire world, there was only this ray of light. No other ray of light could be seen. The sudden appearance of this ray of light in the eternal darkness caused countless people to shed tears. Following that, the golden light suddenly changed and turned into a sword in the next moment. It expanded 100 million times in the wind and appeared in the world. Its entire body shone with golden light. It was 10,000 zhang long and 10,000 zhang wide. It was majestic and unexcelled in the world. At this moment, this sword used its own light to illuminate the entire heaven-level continent. Then, the sword suddenly moved. It was as if an invisible giant had raised the sword with one hand and slashed down at the mountain-like dark clouds in the sky. This sword was ferocious and domineering. Everywhere it passed, there was a flash of lightning, splitting apart the haze and revealing a sliver of light. A gap was revealed in the dark clouds. Following that, this sword continued to slash and stab without stopping. It slashed up and down, left and right, and slashed down. It was as if a single person was facing the sky full of gods and demons, fighting alone. On the heaven-level continent, countless people raised their heads to watch. It was as silent as a dead zone. It was as if countless ordinary people were watching a hero fight. The golden sword shone, and the dark clouds were broken into pieces. They slowly retreated from the center of the sky and went back to where they came from, disappearing without a trace. The sky regained its azure blue color once again. That sword stood in the sky, unexcelled in the world. From the silent heaven-level continent, there was a sudden uproar of cheers. Everyone was jumping for joy. The golden sword flashed in the sky and disappeared. At the same time, in the passageways of the heaven-level continent's upper and lower three heavens, at the moment when the sky was as dark as ink. In the upper three heavens, Mo Tianji and his brothers were gathered together. The world suddenly darkened. In the strange darkness, Mo Tianji's voice slowly sounded. "It's here." Luo Kadi asked in a daze, "What's here?" Mo Tianji didn't answer. He only said, "Have you hidden your families?" Gu Duxing, Ao Xieyun and the rest said at the same time, "Yes. We've been waiting for this day." GMO and Xianxia also nodded. Luo Kadi finally understood and hurriedly nodded. The Dong clan has also been arranged. Mo Laer's father, the Black Demon, is with the Mo clan. Mo Tianji took a deep breath and said softly, "Brothers, the most difficult moment in our lives, and also the moment that can determine our future, has arrived." The brothers didn't say anything. Their eyes were shining in the darkness. The phenomenon in the sky is the appearance of the Calamity Sword fragment. The appearance of the fragment means the opening of the heavens. Today is the day we rush up to the upper three heavens. Mo Tianji's voice slowly drifted in the darkness. "I want to know how your preparations are going." Mo Tianji said softly. Gu Duxing said, "I'm a sword supremacy now, 2nd grade peak." Ao Xieyun said, 2nd grade peak. Xiadanqiong said, "Me too." GMO and Luo Kadi said, "Me too." Mo Tianji smiled. "I'm only 1st grade peak." I'm much weaker than you guys, everyone laughed at the same time. Your strength doesn't lie in your cultivation. First grade peak is enough. GMO smiled. Tianji, even if you don't have any strength and need someone to feed you, you're still very, very strong. Mo Tianji sighed helplessly. He was speechless. Every time he faced GMO and Luo Kadi, Mo Tianji would be at a loss. These two treasures seemed to have the ability to make people not know whether to laugh or cry at any time. I don't have any strength and need someone to feed me? Even if I need someone to feed me, I need someone to feed me, what nonsense is this? Mo Tianji really wanted to kick him in the face. Holding back his anger, Mo Tianji said, my current strength is still not enough. So. GMO interrupted, who cares if it's enough or not? Just charge forward, regardless of life or death. Mo Tianji flew into a rage, get out. Before he finished speaking, the sound of a beating could be heard. It was Gu Duxing, Ao Xieyun, and the others who couldn't stand the words of this bastard GMO and attacked him at the same time. Then, a furious voice filled with strong grievance and pain was heard, GMO said so. Why did you hit me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? It was Luo Kadi. It turned out that GMO knew that he would definitely be beaten. Taking advantage of the pitch-black darkness, he silently arrived behind Luo Kadi and spoke. After saying that, he immediately left. Gu Duxing and the others followed the sound and made their move. Luo Kadi was upright and straightforward. He didn't have time to identify who it was before he turned into a pig's head. Stop messing around. Mo Tianji had an extreme headache. These bastards. He was completely speechless. Listen to me. Mo Tianji shouted in a low voice. He was furious. Immediately, everyone quieted down. Mo Tianji had conquered all his brothers with his incomparably astute and clear-headed mind in the past year or so. At this moment, once he was angry, everyone immediately became obedient. Only Luo Kadi muttered in a low voice, did I get beaten up for nothing? But his voice was also so low that it was almost inaudible. Mo Tianji ignored him, now. Let me tell you how we should go up. GMO muttered in a low voice, how else can we go up? Isn't it just walking up from the passageway? Do we have to lie down and be carried up like boss? Or crawl up? At first, he was muttering, but then he suddenly laughed, ha ha ha. I remember what Luo Kadi always says, I'll blow you up into the sky with a fart. Do we have to be blown up with a fart by a little wolf, ah? Spare me. Before he finished speaking, GMO once again tasted the consequences of his cheap mouth. This time everyone was dead serious. The five of them attacked at the same time, especially Luo Kadi who used the most strength. Even Mo Tianji stepped in and kicked this guy twice. Finally, he became obedient. While GMO was moaning, golden light suddenly shone in the sky. A huge golden sword illuminated the sky and earth for thousands of miles, then, that sword started to slash powerfully, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. The brothers forgot to mess around. They all looked up at the sky in a daze, their eyes full of pride, boss's sword, then, there was a tremor from the sky to the ground. A message was transmitted to everyone's hearts. There was no need for words or transmission. Everyone knew that the passage to the heavens had opened. It's opened. Mo Tianji's face became stern, now, let's talk about serious matters. Everyone immediately straightened up. Same old thing, the problem is how to go up. GMO said just now, it's nothing more than walking up through the passage. But, how do we go up? How do we go up without being suspected? Mo Tianji's sharp eyes swept across everyone, boss said it very clearly the last time he came back. There are many experts in the upper three heavens. With our current strength, second-grade supreme martial artist sounds very impressive. In the upper three heavens, we can be considered kings. But in the upper three heavens, it's nothing. When the sword appears, the heavens will open and the tribulation will be born, killing our way up to the heavens. Not only do we know, but everyone in the big clans also knows. Once our identities are exposed, we'll die without a burial ground. GMO said just now, how do we go up? Then let me ask you now, how do you plan to go up? Mo Tianji asked angrily. According to your thinking, we'll go up and be beheaded. GMO shrunk his neck and said carefully, actually, I'm just a fart. Everyone wanted to laugh. But they didn't dare to laugh and held it in. So, once the passage to the heavens opens, there will definitely be people from the big clans guarding it. We have to go up. We can't do it silently. But we have to go up, and we have to use these passages to go up. Mo Tianji said, so, we have to come up with a strict plan now. We can't rush, we can't. We have to listen to orders. If we mess up at any step, all of us will die. As he said that, he gave GMO and Luo Kudi a warning look. GMO and Luo Kudi raised their pig-like heads and promised, we won't cause any trouble. If we cause trouble, we'll be bastards. We'll listen to your orders. We'll do whatever you say. They said in unison, and they even rhymed. Mo Tianji sighed helplessly, thinking that he would have to stay with these two treasures for thousands of years. Even Mo Tianji had the urge to bang his head against the wall. Next, let's come up with a plan. Mo Tianji's voice lowered, we need to. Like this, on a piece of ice and snow wasteland. A figure. Dressed in black, with long hair, he stood on the flat ground. But his aura and demeanor made it seem like he was standing in the heavens, looking down at the world below. A sturdy and graceful figure was nestled beside him. Both of them raised their heads slightly and looked at the sky above. It was the clear sky and bright sun that had just been rescued from the darkness. The passage to the heavens is open. The man in black's hair covered half of his face. I'm going back. Dan Feng, do you want to come with me or stay here? These two people. They were Tan Tan and Xia Dan Feng. At this moment, Tan Tan still had a youthful and frivolous aura. There was also a remnant of his past temperament in his demeanor. But overall, his entire demeanor had changed completely. Originally, he was comical, lively. But now, he was much calmer and more sinister. There was also a hint of domineering aura that was faintly discernible, but always surrounded him at all times. Xia Danfeng said softly, I'm your wife. Naturally, I have to follow you. People often say that if you marry a chicken, you have to follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you have to follow the dog. Since I'm married to you, how can I leave your side? Tan Tan smiled, that's right. If you're not by my side, I'm really worried that I'll turn into a monster when I really merge. Xia Danfeng smiled gently and hugged his arm tightly. Full of trust, she said, you won't turn into a monster. After a pause, she said, I'll follow you even if you turn into a monster. I'll let you turn back. Tan Tan smiled happily. Only this smile showed that his nature hadn't changed. It was still the original Tan Tan. He said, I've finished absorbing all the Divine Clan aura in the past 3 days. All the Divine Clan energy that can help me improve is already in my body. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He said slowly, I'm already a second-grade supreme martial artist now. I wonder how Yang is? What grade will he be? Xia Danfeng smiled. You'll understand when you see him. Tan Tan laughed. Let's go. Let's go up. Xia Danfeng said, do you want to prepare? At this moment, the big clans must have control of the entrance. Tan Tan mischievously smiled, them? They're just eggs in front of me. He laughed heartily as he held Xia Danfeng's waist. Then, the two of them floated in the air with a whoosh sound. Then, they disappeared without a trace in a flash. Only an invisible lightning could be seen in the sky. It broke the seal of space, and formed a temporary black hole. Then, it wreaked havoc towards the entrance of the passage, Law Enforcement City. The Dharma Supreme stood at the highest point in his black robe. He looked at the clear sky and was deep in thought. The heavens have opened after all. The Tribulation Sword Master has finally obtained the Tribulation Sword fragment. Could this be fate? Can it really not be reversed? The Dharma Supreme murmured to himself. Dharma Supreme, the law enforcement officers in the Northwest sent a message saying that they can't contact any of the law enforcement branch in the Northwest. All the law enforcement officers who hid their identities and infiltrated the Li clan have also disappeared. There's no news about them. The 4 law enforcement officers returned and reported that the master of the interrogation hall, Lang Yilong, was attacked and framed by the Li clan in the northwest and died an unnatural death. Dharma Supreme, please make a decision. There's such a thing. The Dharma Supreme was furious. To be continued, a black shadow appeared beside him and said, yes. Currently, the Li clan is in charge of the entire northwest region. All the affiliated clans have been mobilized and are as secure as an iron bucket. They are on guard all around, allowing entry but not exit. They have used fresh blood to draw a demarcation line, saying that anyone who crosses this line will die. The Dharma Supreme's long hair swayed without wind. How dare you? The black shadow's voice was as calm as water, flat and straightforward. According to my guess, the law enforcement branch we sent in the northwest region has probably been uprooted. Those who entered the Li clan have probably been wiped out as well. Master Lang Yilong pursued the extraterrestrial demon's accomplices into the northwest region but was mercilessly killed by the Li clan. There is no doubt about this. The Dharma Supreme nodded slowly. The black shadow continued, and according to my analysis, there must be a reason why the Li clan suddenly became so powerful. The Dharma Supreme said, oh? The black shadow said, Lord Dharma Supreme, the Li clan had been tolerating and compromising previously. But this time, they suddenly became so powerful that it was a complete mess and baffling. But today, this subordinate suddenly understood. The Dharma Supreme said without any change in his expression, you mean, yes. It's about the Tribulation Sword Master. The Li clan suddenly became powerful. And after the Li clan suddenly made their move, the Tribulation Sword Master actually coincidentally obtained the fragment of the Tribulation Sword Master and opened the passageway to the heavens, beginning the true path of conquest for the Tribulation Sword Master. You mean, the Li clan already knew about it a few months in advance? The Dharma Supreme's gaze was far away. Exactly. The black shadow smiled lightly. Other than this reason, I really don't know what other reason could make the Li clan act so crazily against the 8 super clans and law enforcement officers at the same time. The Dharma Supreme took a few steps and frowned. He said, I remember that you didn't believe that Xianxia was one of the tribulations. The black shadow was a little embarrassed. His monotonous voice finally changed. He said, this. I really didn't dare to believe that the tribulations would be exposed so easily. But the Li clan's action this time was obviously to be the vanguard for the Tribulation Sword Master. If I can't figure it out, then I can only kill myself. The Dharma Supreme pondered for a moment and said, I still have some doubts. I have always felt that Xianxia is not the tribulations. However, since things have already come to this point, then, whether he is tribulation or not, the Li clan must be destroyed. The black shadow said in a deep voice, yes, if it's not tribulation, then it's perverse and heinous to cause such chaos. If it's tribulation, I'll kill him and sever the great crisis of tribulation's reunion. Exactly. The Dharma Supreme nodded indifferently. He then asked, how are the 8 great clans? The black shadow said, the 8 great clans have already dispatched their secret forces to the northwest. He had once sent a letter to us, the enforcers, to assist in eliminating the Li clan. Apart from the fact that the Qin clan had offended Wu Jiuqing along the way and had 40 to 50 of their men killed. As for the other great clans, their strength is still intact. After a pause, he added, the Long clan is slightly weaker. Okay. The Dharma Supreme nodded. Then, he thought for a while and suddenly gave an order, pass down my order. All law enforcement officers in the world, take action immediately. Head Hall, Hunting Hall, and Dark Hall, take action immediately. 1/3 of the Hall of Elders was mobilized. Together with the 8 great clans, they could gather all their strength. Destroy the Li clan first. Yes. Go. Hold on. The Dharma Supreme muttered to himself, his expression somewhat complicated. The person I asked you to pay attention to? The black shadow paused. Sir, you mean Diwu Qingru? That's right. The Dharma Supreme said, send a message to the Zhuge clan. Let Diwu Qingru rush to the law enforcement hall at night. Then, Diwu Qingru will be in charge of this encirclement. The black shadow was shocked. Diwu Qingru will be in charge? This. The Dharma Supreme waved his hand. Do it immediately. His voice was resolute and unquestionable. Although the Black Shadow was full of doubts, he could only accept the order and leave. Diwu's bloodline. If it can be revived, it's all up to you. The Dharma Supreme's black hair fluttered as he looked at the sky and muttered to himself. At the same time, in the Yi clan, Yi Qinshan came out of the ice heart room where Yizue was locked up. After Yizue returned, Yi Qinshan locked him up here and checked him bit by bit. Finally, to his horror, he discovered that this great-great-great-grandson of his was really cultivating a kind of evil martial art. Moreover, he had already started to transform his demonic body. This discovery left Yi Qinshan almost at his wit's end. He had no choice but to lock Yizue in the ice heart room, hoping that the power of ice and the righteous energy of heaven and earth would be able to eliminate the demonic aura for him. Although he knew that it was unlikely, Yi Qinshan really couldn't bear to cripple Yizue right now. Among the younger generation of the Yi clan, Yi Shifeng was already dead. Yi Shiyu left a letter and went out to search for some medicine. He even said clearly that if he couldn't find it, he would never return. The others were basically all killed by Yizue. If he killed Yizue, the Grand Duke, the Yi clan would be in a very awkward position. Yi Qinshan sighed, unable to make up his mind. Then, he saw a strange phenomenon in the sky. Yi Qinshan's expression changed drastically. After a long time, he returned to the ancestral hall and sat quietly for 2 hours. Had the Yi clan come to an end so quickly? Then, Yizue walked out, only leaving behind a sentence. I'm going out for a while to take a look at the Shao clan. Then, with his 2 old brothers, the 3 of them left together. Purple Crystal Cave. 3rd grade Supreme Martial Artist. Sword Supremacy. Chu Yang chuckled. If I see Yizue now, even if he's a 4th grade Supreme Martial Artist, I'll be able to thrash him. The Sword Spirit chuckled. Congratulations, Lord Sword Master. The path of conquering the heavens begins today. Now, all the passageways in the entire heavens have been opened. Chu Yang was startled. They've been opened? The Sword Spirit nodded affirmatively. Then I'll have to leave this place quickly and rush to the lower 3 heavens to take a look. Chu Yang said, although Ning Tianya has gone. I'll still be worried if I don't see it with my own eyes. The Sword Spirit nodded with a smile. Okay. Chu Yang stepped out. But right at this moment, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then, his whole body trembled. The Sword Spirit was stunned. Chu Yang was also baffled. Just a moment ago, he had wanted to go out, but suddenly, a force had attacked him and stopped him in his tracks. The force was so great that he almost couldn't stand stably. Furthermore, this surge of power also carried a sense of urgency. What's going on? Chu Yang looked at the Sword Spirit and asked in puzzlement. Huh? The Sword Spirit was perplexed. What's the problem? Chu Yang scratched his head in puzzlement. He turned around and saw that the ground was full of purple crystal powder. There was also nothing unusual on the stone walls. He stepped out again and the same thing happened again. It held him back tightly. Chu Yang frowned and searched carefully. But he didn't find anything. Lord, here. The Sword Spirit suddenly pointed to the bottom of the cave and said. To be continued. Chu Yang turned around and saw that the bottom of the cave was where the misty flower used to be. At this moment, the flower was gone, but there was a round plate. It was as flat as a mirror. Originally, it was just sitting there quietly. But just as Chu Yang was about to leave, it suddenly emitted a faint glow. Chu Yang was startled and walked over with big strides. The Sword Spirit was a little disdainful. It's in this cave. It can't run away. Tilt your head and you'll see it. It's only 4 or 5 steps. This guy actually walked over with big strides. The Sword Spirit was a little speechless. It's okay for you to show off outside. But there are no outsiders here. What's the use of showing off in front of me? If Chu Yang knew what the Sword Spirit was thinking, he would definitely be so angry that he would fire the Sword Spirit immediately. Damn it. I'm not showing off. It's just that there's a huge attraction over there. When it sees that I'm going there, it can't wait to suck me over. If I don't take big strides, I'll be sucked dry the next moment. I'm also helpless. As Chu Yang walked over, the round plate shone even brighter, as if it was excited. And it was getting bigger and bigger. By the time Chu Yang went over, the round plate was already the size of a big table, lying flat on the ground. Chu Yang looked down and really didn't understand why such a plate stopped him. He couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter?" The sword spirit behind him almost laughed. "Even if you're talking to a chicken, it's at least a living thing. But you're actually talking to a plate?" But the next moment, the sword spirit was suddenly stunned. He saw that pan stood up with a whoosh sound, and stood in front of Chu Yang. The light on the plate flashed, as if it had heard Chu Yang's question. It was greeting Chu Yang. Chu Yang's scalp suddenly exploded. "Damn it, this is the first time I've encountered such a supernatural event," he braced himself and asked, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" The light on the plate flickered, brightening and dimming. Chu Yang rubbed his nose. He felt that what he was doing was very boring. "It seems that this plate can only shine, but it can't communicate with me." Just as he was thinking about this, the plate suddenly flashed and became a little bigger. Then, to Chu Yang's disbelief, all of a sudden, the surface of the plate trembled violently, and a wave of dense ripples passed by. 3 blood-red words suddenly appeared on the plate. "Who are you?" Chu Yang was startled by this peculiar phenomenon. It was also for this problem. Who am I? How should he answer this question? Am I human? I'm a man? Or, am I Chu Yang? I'm the master of Calamity Sword? None of the aspects seemed to have anything to do with this game, right? Chu Yang rubbed his nose. He couldn't make up his mind for a moment. He was a little conflicted. A few more words appeared on the plate. "Do you know the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace?" Chu Yang's eyes suddenly widened. Purple Heavenly Palace, Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor, Zihao. Chu Yang suddenly felt deep veneration for him. That peerless hero who fought against the extraterrestrial demons and didn't forget to leave his last words until his death. "Junior, please don't forget to battle the heavenly demons in the outer realm." Could it be that this plate was actually related to the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor? Chu Yang stood there in a daze. He felt as if the blood in his body was boiling. At this moment, there were words on the plate again, but they were repeating the same 2 sentences. Who are you? Do you know the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace? Who are you? Do you know the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace? The 2 sentences on top. It was this wooden expression that appeared over and over again. Chu Yang took a deep breath and his consciousness entered the tribulation space. As soon as he entered, he was shocked. The 10 holy crystals and the divine crystal formed a huge circle in the tribulation space. They floated in the air and emitted a purple divine light. When they saw Chu Yang enter, the 10 holy crystals and the divine crystal suddenly floated. In front of him, Chu Yang looked at them in a daze and murmured, "As expected, there is a relationship between the 2 of you." At this moment, the plate behind Chu Yang seemed to have sensed something. Suddenly, it swelled up with a whoosh sound, and supported the entire cave with its indomitable spirit. Slowly, it turned into something like a door. A purple light flashed, and lines of blood-red words appeared on the surface. First, a line of explanation appeared. When the extraterrestrial demons enter the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace, they can only fight to the death. Millions of brothers, after years of bloody battles, pledge to go to war today. Firstly, it is for the brothers to finally reunite. Secondly, it is to encourage the brothers to kill more enemies. However, we will definitely die this time. Those who pledge to be our masters here are all men of iron. When the future generations learn of this, they must leave their names for us, so that my brother's illustrious name will not be buried forever. Purple Heaven Emperor, Zihao, kowtows and begs. Chu Yang was shocked. This place actually recorded the pledging scene of the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace's final expedition. Moreover, Zihao, with his incomparably noble status as the Purple Heaven Emperor, actually said the words kowtows and begs. What kind of weight was this? In the end, the plate did not show that magnificent and tragic scene. Only after that, lines of words left by different people appeared. Purple Heaven Imperial Palace, Purple Heaven Imperial Palace. I am the first to slaughter the extraterrestrial demons. Sun Tue, who is greedy for life and afraid of death, fought bloody battles. Protector of the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace, Lin Yu, the pledging battle. Chu Yang thought of a sentence. Seventh brother Ling Yu fought against the extraterrestrial demons and was killed. Chu Yang's blood boiled as he praised, "Good man." Sun Tuwei, who was greedy for life and afraid of death, fought bloody battles. Good. Fighting the extraterrestrial demons outside the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace, accompanied by millions of brothers, but with this body on the hot soil, who cares about what the future says? Purple Heaven Guardian, Han Chang, pledged to be our master. He remembered Zihao saying, Brother Han Chang was trapped in the Heavenly Wolf Pass alone and fought until there was only one soldier left. He exploded and died. Chu Yang was shocked. This Sir Han Chang died a heroic death, but from these few words, he was also a free and easy person. Today, we will fight with our demonic souls. Don't let me down. If I don't die this time, I will return and slaughter Saint Monarchs. Saint Monarch Zhong, F***CKU. Purple Heaven Guardian, Han Chang, pledged to be our master. This Sir Han Chang was really cute. He had a straightforward personality and was extremely daring. If I don't die this time, I will return and slaughter Saint Monarchs, and that extremely rude scolding made one unable to hold back their laughter. Chu Yang also felt a deep sense of sorrow. If this Saint Monarch was willing to send troops to assist the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace, would the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace have fallen? With so many heroes, why would they have to die? My name is Bai Luo. I am going to Bai Luo. If there is a next life, I will fight the extraterrestrial demons again. Purple Heaven Guardian, pledged to be our master. Cultivate my battle saber and slay the extraterrestrial demons. I will not turn back. Whoever dares to humiliate the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace, I will not let go of the enmity for life. Purple Heaven Guardian, pledged to be our master. Chu Yang sighed. Unexpectedly, Zihao's words came to mind. Second brother Shuigu will guard the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace. I will turn into blood. This Sir Shuigu must be an absolutely responsible person, and he loved the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace deeply. Even though he pledged to be our master, he also issued a warning. Who dares to humiliate the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace? I will not let go of the enmity for life, and his final duty was to guard the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace. He would die in battle to protect the millions of Purple Heaven Imperial Palace's people. A free and unfettered genius, a saber, a sword, and a flute. After this death, can you dream of the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace? Purple Heaven Guardian, pledged to be our master. Lord Saint, if we die in battle, please send troops to the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace after we die in battle. Lord Saint. F***CKU. I can't F***CK all the women in your family in this life, but I will continue in my next life. Invincible Purple Heaven Imperial Palace. Long live the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace. If we die, we die. What's there to talk about? I don't think I will die. I heard that there is a plague over at the extraterrestrial demons. Who is protecting the Purple Heaven Imperial Palace? My heart is really cold. It's good that you are dead. Out of sight, out of mind. Hundreds of billions of Heaven Imperial Palace people, are all of you dead? Even if I die of old age, I am still a master. Better than those who drag out an ignoble existence. I hate the Lord Saint. I will F***CK his mother in my next life. The Lord Saint's mother died long ago. I heard that he still has a daughter, you bunch of trash. This is a pledge ceremony. Don't talk about such useless things. If you can come back alive, then we will go together. Following Lord Zihao my whole life, even if I die in battle, it will not be in vain. The words above are really good. They actually said not in vain. TSK. I didn't say anything. I will just say, F***CK the extraterrestrial demons to death. I will add another sentence, and the Lord Saint. I heard that Lord Snow's troops were blocked. I only hate that I am not a Lord Saint. Next generation, brother. I have nothing to say. My parents, relatives, wife, and children are all gone. I will just say this one last sentence to you. Fight, fight, fight. Only death. Brothers, everyone is dead. Don't forget to form a team with souls. I am scared alone. Dream on. If you die here, what bird's soul will you have? It would be better if birds have souls, the information above became faster and faster. It started to be like a waterfall. Yang looked at the words one by one. Sometimes he clenched his teeth, sometimes he smiled silently. These were such good men, such adorable soldiers. Most of these people spoke rudely and directly. Some were even unsightly. But these were heroes that deserved respect. They laughed at life and death and faced strong enemies. Even their last words had their own merits. Some were carefree, some were angry, some were funny. Just from this short sentence, one could completely infer each person's temperament. But they all had the same goal and died for the same goal, to fight the extraterrestrial demons. There was a lot of information, but it was also very fast. After a long time, it finally returned to normal. Like flipping a page of a book, the door made the action of flipping a page and disappeared without a trace, revealing a huge round plate below. There were 100 holes on the round plate. There were 10 small ones surrounding a big one. The bottomless, dense purple gas began to flicker. Yang looked at it and suddenly felt a little familiar. When he looked at the positions of the 10 holy crystals and 1 divine crystal in the tribulation space, he suddenly realized the holes on the plate corresponded to the positions of the holy crystals and the divine crystals. My writing speed today is very slow. My whole body is light and I feel dizzy. And I wrote a big foreshadowing of the future plot. It is also the foreshadowing of the book's biggest climax. This is the 3rd chapter. I am afraid I can't finish the 10 chapters today. I have overestimated my physical strength. I will continue to write. I will write as much as I can. I will make up for what I owe next month. But it will not be double the amount. Please understand. And to be continued. Purple light flickered and around the 100 holes, 20 words appeared. Each of them was vigorous and powerful. Accept my purple cloud tower and fulfill my wish back then. Always remember, exterminate the extraterrestrial demons. Yang was stunned. Purple cloud tower? What was that? Suddenly, his heart shook violently and he thought of a possibility. This purple cloud tower, couldn't be this pagoda mountain? For a moment, his mouth suddenly went dry. The words flickered as if they were urging him to hurry up. Yang said quietly and sincerely, I, Yang, swear to the souls of thousands of predecessors that I will exterminate the extraterrestrial demons. With a wave of his hand, the holy crystals and divine crystals eagerly left the tribulation space and appeared above the round plate. Purple light instantly shone brightly. The next moment, with a whoosh, the divine crystals and the holy crystals flew out at the same time. As if they had been away from home for tens of thousands of years, they cheered and jumped into their mother's arms. They flew onto the round plate and took their places. Everything was done in an orderly manner. It was completely seamless. In an instant, the 100 holes above were all blocked up. With a flash, the holy crystals and divine crystals disappeared into the holes. Then, the round plate slowly shrank and spun slowly. It spun to the side of Yang's wrist and rubbed against it gently. Yang's wrist was immediately cut open. The round plate spun and suddenly revealed a sense of sadness and reluctance, as if it was silently bidding farewell to its original owner. Then, it moved closer to the fresh blood on Yang's wrist. The fresh blood quickly dyed the edges of the round plate red. Then, the round plate suddenly flew up. The wound on Yang's wrist was completely healed and became smooth again. The round plate spun slowly and landed gently in Yang's palm. Yang said softly, you don't have to worry. I will treat you well. Besides, I will also fulfill Lord Z's lifelong wish and exterminate the extraterrestrial demons. From now on, you are my partner. The round plate jumped in Yang's palm. As if it was agreeing and rejoicing. Then, it disappeared in Yang's palm. At the moment when the round plate disappeared, the cave wall in front of Yang silently separated into 2 sides, revealing a passage with purple aura. At the entrance of the passage, there were 2 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy, congratulations. Yang's eyes widened. This was Shui Leihan's handwriting. Yang finally understood. He completely understood. Back then, the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds was definitely related to Shui Leihan. Moreover, this relationship should not be a small matter. And after the death of the purple firmament heavenly emperor left behind, there was definitely not just one legacy in the Northwest, but 2. And this legacy should have been secretly done by Xue Leihan. The reason why the Calamity Sword fragment had such a purple crystal to test the foundation of the Great Tao was because Xue Leihan was looking for a successor for the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds. If the other masters of the Calamity Sword passed the test in other places, they would come here immediately. In the end, this was the standard for the selection. The real selection, the most likely reason why the other masters of the Catastrophe Sword failed was that they were tested here. They couldn't go far, and their great path foundations were too weak. They couldn't bear the inheritance of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor. They couldn't meet Xue Leihan's requirements either. On one hand, Xue Leihan was using the Tribulation Sword of that great power to find the Tribulation Sword Master. He was also using this opportunity to find a successor for Heavenly Emperor Purple Firmament. Calamity Sword's initial goal wasn't to reorganize the heavens, but to fight the heavenly demons in the outer realm. Xue Leihan had indeed given a lot of thought to this. There was only one Tribulation Sword Master. In other words, it was his turn. But the first 8 didn't pass, and he was afraid that he wouldn't pass either. So he might as well let him lead the Tribulation Sword through half of his life and experience all the hardships of the world. Then he would reverse time and let him be reborn. Because he was already Xue Leihan's only hope as the 9th Tribulation Sword Master. Otherwise, with the Pagoda Mountain right here, even if others couldn't recognize such a treasure, with Xue Leihan's knowledge and cultivation, how could he not feel it? Thinking of this, Chu Yang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Xue Leihan's painstaking plan could definitely be considered grand and huge, and he had put in a lot of effort. But he still decided that when his cultivation was high enough, he would definitely beat Xue Leihan up. This guy had really caused him too much trouble, led a wandering life since young, his master's sect was destroyed, and his master died. He would never know his own background. When he was at his lowest point, he arranged for his best lover, and she rejected him even though he clearly wanted to accept her. In the end, she died in his arms, causing him lifelong regret. Then, he was schemed to death by his most intimate brother. In his previous life, it was simply a combination of all the bitter experiences of the past and present. That was why he became the Tribulation Sword Master in this life, but with such an experience, if he didn't take revenge on Xue Leihan, Chu Yang felt that he wasn't fit to be a man at all. That bastard. As for the word congratulations carved here by this huge bastard, was it to congratulate him? Or was it to congratulate the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds, Zihao, for finally finding his ideal successor? Chu Yang walked along this purple path, and purple fog filled the entire way. The sword spirit was isolated on the outside. Fluttering, he walked to the end. At the end, there was a huge seal. It was placed neatly in front of him. It was just a seal, but it actually gave off a mighty and solemn feeling. Chu Yang picked it up gently and saw 4 words printed on the place where the seal was originally placed: Eternal Purple Clouds. Then, his body shook violently. This seal suddenly turned into a stream of light and penetrated into Chu Yang's body. Before the final battle, store all the remaining resources of Purple Clouds Heavens into the Purple Clouds Pagoda. Not a single drop of the extraterrestrial demons. Those who obtain the inheritance can open it when their cultivation reaches a certain level. Hold my battle sword and charge into the Purple Clouds. Destroy all the extraterrestrial demons and let the Purple Clouds shine again. Chu Yang felt a little dizzy. The next moment, he suddenly felt that there was an additional small pagoda in his tribulation space. It was shining with purple light all over. He tried to enter this pagoda, but he couldn't. In a trance, those 10 holy crystals flew up and danced on this pagoda. The first level glowed faintly. That was where the divine crystals were. The round plate that had already entered his body flew out with a whoosh and turned into 2 large doors, stopping quietly on top. When you can open this pagoda, it will naturally open. A voice rang out, but it only said one sentence. Chu Yang shouted, Xue Leihan? Where are you? Come out. But the surroundings were silent. Xue Leihan was nowhere to be seen. Chu Yang immediately understood. This must have been said by Xue Leihan tens of thousands of years ago? It was to remind the person who obtained this pagoda. The sword spirit had already returned to the tribulation space. At this moment, the sword spirit's heart only shock. Respect to this tribulation sword master that he followed, Chu Yang's future would be. The sword spirit didn't dare to think about it anymore. Suddenly, haha. What's wrong with this person? Really? Damn. So big, really shameless. This person must have seen that the sky was dark just now. He simply ran out and wanted to take advantage of us. No way, he can't see who's beautiful and who's ugly when the sky is dark. Who's taking advantage of us? Aya, this kind of person doesn't care about beauty or ugliness. As long as it's... Yes. Haha, everyone, beat this shameless person, beat him to death. So disgusting. Chu Yang woke up from his daze and immediately felt that his surroundings were in a mess. Following which, there were also some things flying towards his body. He couldn't help but be confused. What was this? When he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked. In front of him, there was actually a large group of hundreds of people looking at him with strange expressions. There were men and women, old and young. Chu Yang exclaimed and asked, "Who are you people? How could there be so many people in this pagoda mountain, in this purple crystal cave?" Then, he realized that the things flying towards him were actually some stones and tree branches. There were also a few eggs. What was going on? Chu Yang hurriedly dodged. What's going on? There were a few women in the group who seemed to be very shy. As they shouted coquettishly, they covered their eyes with their hands and secretly peeked through the gaps between their fingers. Pervert. I'm going to kill you to prevent you from violating public decency. A righteous young man came out with his sword and stabbed towards Chu Yang. But Chu Yang clearly saw jealousy and depression in his eyes. Lecher. Kill him. Another person shouted. I've never seen such a shameless person in this world. The one who said this was a woman, her face cold and arrogant. Chu Yang couldn't make head or tail of it. The sword spirit reminded him in the tribulation dimension, the pagoda mountain has already entered the dimension and is gone. You're standing on the main road now. Realization dawned on Chu Yang. But why are they attacking me? The sword spirit smiled mockingly. I don't know either. Chu Yang dodged a sword and a saber and caught 3 stones flying towards him. He caught a few eggs. Then, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. It seemed like his body was cold. He looked down. He couldn't help but shout, "Ah! I'm not wearing any clothes." But of course, when Chu Yang was undergoing the Great Tao test in the Purple Crystal Cave, the violent spiritual energy had already torn all his clothes into shreds. He had also gotten used to being in the Purple Crystal Cave all this time. Now, he had suddenly collected the entire pagoda mountain, and he himself was baffled as to why he had appeared in broad daylight in this world. It would be strange if he wasn't treated as a freak by others. At this moment, the great and upright Minister Chu was completely naked. He was fighting, dodging, and, on the side of the road, it was actually the forest where he had fought with He Zue. In that instant, Chu Yang was really embarrassed. No wonder it felt so empty down there. I'll dodge. With a leap, Chu Yang covered his face and rushed out. Cough. Chu Yang covered his face. This was the first time in 2 generations. With a whoosh, he disappeared, leaving behind a bunch of baffled people. Where's that person just now? He's gone. Chu Yang rushed into the forest anxiously. He immediately took out a set of black clothes and put them on. Only then did he let out a long breath. Oh my God, this is so embarrassing. The next moment, he remembered, this road has always been very secluded. There shouldn't be so many people. What are so many people on the road going to do? Continue to write the 5th update. Gee, to be continued. The heavenly passageway was finally opened. Xianxia sighed. He was also shocked by the changes in heaven and earth for a long time before he remembered Chu Yang's instructions. Yes, it would be good to go down and take a look. Swaying his body, he walked slowly toward the entrance of the passageway. It was around here, not far at all. Xianxia could overtake it with just a quick movement. When he reached the entrance of the passageway, he saw that there were already people from the Lan clan standing guard. Not far away, there was also a house of the Lan clan. By the looks of it, they had been standing guard here for a long time. Many people were coming out of the house and walking toward the entrance of the passageway. Old man. What are you looking at like a thief? Where are you going? Just as he turned the corner, someone suddenly shouted. Xianxia was stunned for a long time before he realized that this old man was referring to himself. He couldn't help but become angry. Do I really look so familiar? I want to go down, all of you get out of the way. Xianxia really didn't even have the interest to fight with this small fry in front of him. Go down? You want to go down? The burly man from the Lan clan laughed. You want to go down in the afternoon? You want to go down just because you want to? Who do you think you are? Are you Xianxia? Xianxia was both angry and amused at once. This guy is really impressive, guessing who I am with just one sentence. Unfortunately, it's sarcastic. Yes, how do you know that I'm Xianxia? Xianxia asked with a smile. That burly man was stunned for a moment. Then, he burst into laughter and said in a strange tone, You're Xianxia? Ha ha ha. Old Ning, you don't recognize me? I'm Buluqing. The 7 or 8 burly men beside him laughed so hard that they were convulsing. Xianxia's face darkened. These few bastards, I simply can't tolerate them. I was half angry at Yang, and now that I'm here, I'm half angry again. And it's these few wretched small fries. In a rage, he shouted, Get lost. An awe-inspiring aura was suddenly released. The next moment, as if they had seen a ghost, these 7 or 8 people suddenly went limp and couldn't move at all. Xianxia snorted coldly. Suddenly, he felt that there was really no need for the Lan clan to exist. But then, he felt his murderous intent because of these few small fries. It was really beneath his status. However, a feeling suddenly arose in his heart. If the people of the Lan clan really don't know what's good for them in the lower 3 heavens this time, they will definitely be punished. Then, let's just kill him. He walked in leisurely, passing by 7 or 8 people and entering the passageway. At this moment, in the Lan family's team behind them. He was still several hundred feet away from this place. They watched helplessly as someone who did not belong to the Lan clan entered the passageway. They couldn't help but be greatly surprised. However, when they chased after him, Xianxia had already disappeared without a trace. Xianxia sped along the passageway. In just a short while, he had already walked through half of the passageway. There was no surprise or joy in his heart, only calmness. At this moment, he saw a black line flying towards him from the other side of the tunnel. Xianxia was taken aback. The person coming from the other side was very strong. Could it be within these 3 days? There was such an expert. While he was pondering, the person in front of him was getting closer and closer. Only then did Xianxia realize. It was a black-robed man who had his arm around the waist of a young girl. He flew over as if he was flying, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Xianxia. Then, that black-robed man also let out an eh. When he noticed Xianxia, he actually stopped. From extreme speed to standing still with a person in tow, it was actually as smooth as flowing water. It was incomparably natural. This kind of control also made Xianxia exclaim in admiration. The person's long hair was disheveled. His silky hair was draped over his shoulders, but it gave off a strange feeling. Moreover, this person's appearance was also very strange. One of his eyebrows was pointing upwards, straight, while the other was pointing downwards, also straight. One of his eyes was big, while the other was small. Moreover, the 2 ears seemed to be somewhat asymmetrical. Xianxia only took a glance and already felt that he couldn't bear to look at him. This guy looked too miserable. He was about to brush past him. However, he saw that this person actually reached out and stopped him. Xianxia raised his head in surprise. He saw that this person was looking at him, his face suddenly filled with shock. Xianxia was even more puzzled. Could it be that he knows me? Then, he heard this person ask in a shocked voice, Old man. Am I handsome? Xianxia felt a little dizzy at once. Handsome, with your looks, which part of you is even close to handsome? But Xianxia also knew that even though this person's strength was weaker than his, it was probably not much weaker. If they were to fight, it would really delay time. And this person didn't seem like a bad person. He smiled and said, Handsome. You're simply too handsome. This old man has lived for so many years, but I've never seen a second person more handsome than you. Waha. Old man, you have good taste. the black-robed man laughed loudly. Holding the girl beside him, he walked past Xianxia and walked forward. It was as if he suddenly stopped just to ask someone if he was handsome. Xianxia shook his head and continued to walk forward. Then, he heard a voice behind him. Sure enough, the aesthetic standards of the upper three heavens are different from those of the lower three heavens and the upper three heavens. Both the upper three heavens and the lower three heavens say that I'm ugly. Who would have thought that now that I'm in the upper three heavens, I immediately become a handsome man? This voice was actually somewhat complacent. The voice gradually faded away. He heard the girl say, "Well, you're very handsome to begin with, of course, ha ha ha." Finally, it disappeared. Xianxia almost fell. He thought to himself that the passage to heaven had finally opened, and the first person to go up was actually a lunatic, and a very powerful one at that. Shaking his head, he flew all the way and disappeared into the passage. Everyone knew that the two people just now were, of course, Tan Tan and Xianfeng. Tan Tan was very happy now. He walked forward as if he was floating. He had just entered the passage when he was sure that the old man was stronger than him. There was no need for him to be afraid of him, but he was sure that he was very handsome. This was what made Tan Tan the happiest. Another group of people came in front of him. The group was neat and orderly, entering in a single file. It seemed very organized. It was the large group of people from the Lan clan who had set off for the lower three heavens. These people had been waiting here for more than half a year. After the Grand Duke went down, there was no news until now. The clan was extremely anxious. Especially now that the younger generation of the Lan clan was almost all dead, the clan was even more anxious. A few days ago, there was news of 2 dukes being killed. The clan gave a strict order: as soon as the passage opened, go down and find the Grand Duke immediately to see how he was doing now. Therefore, as soon as they saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, everyone immediately started to make preparations. After that, they immediately set off. They didn't expect that there was actually someone who was earlier than them. An old man actually went into their clan's passage first. Everyone felt a little uncomfortable. Even if that old man was an expert, it was the same. Therefore, everyone decided to catch up with that old man and teach him a lesson. There were quite a few supreme martial artists in this group of people. They walked halfway through the passage. Then, they saw a man in black coming toward them. He had a strange appearance and was incomparably vile. However, what made everyone feel the most uncomfortable was that this extremely vile-looking guy was actually holding a stunning beauty. This made everyone feel a little unbalanced. Actually, Xianfeng's appearance was 1 in 1,000. She was quite good-looking, but she definitely couldn't be considered a peerless beauty. However, now that Xianfeng was by Tan Tan's side, with Tan Tan's appearance as a contrast, F***ck. How was this a peerless beauty? She was practically a fairy. No, even fairies weren't this beautiful. What devastatingly beautiful. What shameful flowers obstructing the moon. All of them were on Xianfeng, who was beside Tan Tan. All of them were overshadowed. At this stage, this group of experts didn't have any lustful thoughts anymore. However, now that they saw such a standard case of a fresh flower being inserted into cow dung, they still felt that it was a little wasteful. However, this had nothing to do with them. Even if it was a pity, they could only pretend that they didn't see it. Someone couldn't help but curse. Immediately, someone stopped him. Our mission is to go down to the lower 3 heavens and see if there's any progress with the Grand Duke. If there's no progress, we'll capture the Tribulation Sword Master's woman. This is a matter of life and death for our Lan clan. We can't create unnecessary problems. As for the passage, there will naturally be people guarding it. Our journey is more important. Seeing that they were about to pass by, everyone pretended not to see and hurried on with their journey gloomily. The two of them were talking through telepathy. By right, others shouldn't be able to hear it. However, Tan Tan's cultivation was several levels higher than theirs, and he also had the secret technique of the Divine Clan. He heard it clearly and couldn't help but be startled. These people are from the Lan clan? They're going to capture the Tribulation Sword Master's woman? Isn't that Chu Yang's woman? F***ck, so, you're going to capture my sister-in-law? Thinking of this, how could he hold himself back? He immediately stood still, opened his hands and blocked the passage. Hey, all of you stop. The experts of the Lan clan were startled. You should be laughing if we don't find trouble with you. Now you're actually finding trouble with us? Is there something wrong with your head? Holding back their anger, they asked, what's wrong? Tan raised his head, raised his chin and asked, do you think I'm handsome? The supreme martial artist from the Lan clan felt dizzy. He said angrily, what does it have to do with me whether you're handsome or not? Get out of the way. Tan said stubbornly, no, you tell me first, am I handsome or not? Immediately, two people laughed out loud. One of them said mockingly, what a bastard. He looks like dog shit and actually has the face to ask others if he's handsome or not. Instantly, there was a burst of laughter. Tan's face darkened. He said angrily, you said I look like dog shit? Are you sure you're talking about me? That person said, I don't know whether you look like dog shit or not, but I see a pile of dog shit in my eyes asking others if he's handsome or not. Before he finished, Tan roared. Furiously, how dare you call me dog shit? He stretched out his hand and grabbed. His arm suddenly extended infinitely. He grabbed the man's head and pulled him over. Pa! He slapped him on the face. Then, he slapped him again. He slapped him on the face more than 10 times. He asked, am I handsome or not? He was using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Now, he was even more merciless. After more than a dozen slaps, that person's head had turned into tofu pudding. He was already dead. How could he answer his question, but Tan didn't let it go. He said furiously, you actually didn't answer my question. He grabbed another person and asked fiercely, am I handsome or not? Looks like it's 5 chapters. Yes, the remaining 5 chapters will be added in the second half of January. After midnight, I'll post a single chapter and go to sleep. I don't know if I can wake up tomorrow. So, I don't dare to say if there will be an update. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. I wish everyone a happy New Year's Day. I'll explain next month's update plan in a single chapter. I'll ask you in advance here, I want to rest. What do you think? And to be continued, everyone from the Lan clan was stunned, the one who was slapped to death was a genuine mid-grade martial saint. Just like that, he was killed by a few slaps from this hideously ugly person. What kind of martial art was that arm suddenly lengthened just now? It was unheard of and unseen before. An ordinary supreme martial artist could only use his aura to seal the space with a wave of his hand and condense his aura into a physical object to form a huge palm and slap down, but that was after all illusory. But this person had clearly extended his arm several times longer and it could be clearly seen that his arm had become as thin as a chopstick. But with a grab, a mid-grade martial saint expert couldn't even resist and was directly pulled over. And the 7 to 8 supreme martial artists beside him didn't even have time to react. Then, the other side started slapping. It must be mentioned that during this period of time, the few supreme martial artists wanted to save him. But every time the other party's palm flashed, it didn't seem like a slap but a move. A killer move. Every time he waved his hand, the 7 to 8 supreme martial artists would feel that the other party was attacking them. As long as they rushed forward, they would expose their biggest weakness to the enemy and be at his mercy, therefore, no one dared to rush forward for a moment. Then, Tan had already killed one of them. Then, he grabbed another one, and asked in a fiendish manner, am I handsome? The crowd still couldn't see how he did it. They only felt that when he reached out, another mid-grade supreme martial artist was caught in his hand without any resistance. Everyone gasped at the same time. This person was definitely an expert and an expert that they couldn't afford to offend. But, all the supreme martial artists in the heavens had records in the Lan clan, but there was no information about this person. Who exactly was this person? The face of the leading supreme martial artist twitched. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile on his face and said, Sir, this is a misunderstanding. Haha, we've never met before and are just passers-by. I hope that on account of being a fellow martial artist. Tan gave him a sideways glance and said, Shut up. I'm asking a question. Are you blind? Are you deaf? Are you insensible? Don't you know that it's best not to interrupt when others are talking? The supreme martial artist in the lead only felt a fire burning from the bottom of his feet to his brain. Aren't you going too far? Even Xia Danfeng felt that Tan Tan had gone overboard today. She couldn't help but pull Tan Tan's sleeve. What he meant was, they didn't provoke us. You've already killed one of them. Don't make any more trouble. Tan Tan transmitted his voice, it's not that I want to cause trouble. These people have gone down to capture Chu Yang's wife. Xia Danfeng was gobsmacked. She suddenly understood the reason why Tan Tan was so domineering. Others might not know the relationship between Tan Tan and Chu Yang, but how could Xia Danfeng not know? These people wanted to capture Chu Yang's wife. But, they just happened to run into Tan Tan. If Tan Tan was willing to let them pass, that would be truly inconceivable. Your Excellency, in the Jianghu, you must know that the mountains don't move and the rivers do. Leave a way out for yourself so that we can meet again in the future. The leading supreme martial artist gritted his teeth and said with a glare. Tan Tan ignored him and continued to ask the person in his hand, I'm asking you a question. Answer quickly. Am I handsome? That person was so angry that he was about to curse out loud. He would rather die than submit. But he saw the leading supreme martial artist giving him a desperate look. Obey him first and save your life. Deal with this murderous god first. Gritting his teeth, he raised his head to look at Tan Tan's face. Swallowing his anger, he went against his conscience and said, handsome. You're really too handsome. Tan Tan flew into a rage. How can you say such unconscionable words? You actually take me for a fool. What's the point of living for such a heartless person like you? With a snap, his neck was twisted and broken. That person died with a pair of eyes wide open, and slowly fell to the ground. He didn't expect that he would be killed after going against his conscience to praise him for being handsome. The leading supreme martial artist of the Lan clan was instantly enraged. He shouted furiously, Your Excellency, what exactly do you want? I can't scold you, nor can I praise you. Do you really want to be enemies with the Lan clan? Tan Tan raised his left eyebrow and raised his right eyebrow. His left eye slanted and his right eye glared. He raised his chin and said, You really have no reason to speak. What do you mean by being enemies with the Lan clan? I made friends with the Lan clan out of goodwill and asked if I was handsome. But the first person scolded me sincerely. If I don't kill him, should I keep him alive? The first person scolded you, so it's understandable for you to be angry. But what about the second person? The supreme martial artist of the Lan clan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Although the second person praised me, he didn't mean it. He must be scolding me in his heart too. If I don't kill such a dishonest person, should I keep him alive? Tan Tan said rudely. The supreme martial artist of the Lan clan was so angry that he was trembling all over. He gritted his teeth and said, You are too much. Tan Tan snorted. He reached out again and caught another one. This time, he caught a first-grade supreme martial artist. He grinned evilly and said, Tell me honestly, am I handsome? This supreme martial artist had been fully focused on his defense. He didn't expect that the moment the other party reached out, he would be caught. In that instant, his soul left his body and his heart was in turmoil. Tell me honestly? Does it even need to be said? Just look at you, who is neither human nor ghost, how can you be considered handsome at all? But what if I scold you? With a bitter face, he said, Sir, do you want me to say that you are handsome? Or do you want me to say that you are ugly? Tan Tan angrily said, Speak with your conscience. Don't tell me that you don't have a conscience? Okay. I'll tell you honestly, you are actually really not handsome. This supreme martial artist braced himself and said with an honest attitude. Tan Tan's face changed instantly. As if he was about to cry, he shouted, You are lying. What you said is a lie. If I am not handsome, then who else in this world can be called handsome? What is the reason for you to slander me like this? With a sudden shout, he raised his hand and smashed the head of this honest first-grade supreme martial artist into smithereens. The people of the Lan clan looked at this scene with grief and indignation. Tears welled up in their eyes at once. It looked like they were about to charge at him. But the next moment, Tan Tan was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. He said furiously, All of you are lying. All of you are making trouble without reason. All of you are cruel and unscrupulous, all of you are extremely vicious. Lying through your teeth, is there still justice in this world? In an instant, the muscles on the faces of the dozens of people opposite him twitched and their eyes turned red. These words should be said by us. Tan Tan shouted, say, if I don't kill all of you. Is there still justice in this world? Everyone's eyes turned red. Is there still justice in this world? Why did we have to meet such a crazy, hand over your lives? You bunch of despicable people. Tan Tan roared like thunder. He rushed over with grief and indignation. You are too shameless. I will destroy you on behalf of justice. The experts of the Lan clan were so angry that they were tongue-tied. They had seen unreasonable people before, but they had never seen such an unreasonable person. First, you blocked the way, then you captured people, then you killed people. When you were praised, you killed people. When you were scolded, you killed people too. Even their own people asked, what do I have to say to make you satisfied? You wanted people to speak the truth, but when they spoke the truth, you were instantly enraged. Not only did you kill people, you even wanted to kill all of them. Justice? For the word justice to come out of your mouth, it is really a waste of this word, but, in the blink of an eye, Tan Tan had already rushed into the crowd. He raised his hand and said, you fake king. Bang. You actually dare to bully me. With a bang, the two of them flew out. Xia Danfeng was speechless. Who was the one bullying who? Don't bully me, I am very weak. Tan Tan roared. His long hair fluttered as he charged in. In just a few words, more than 10 people had already fallen on the ground. Go. Fight to the death. The leading supreme martial artist of the Lan clan was full of grief and indignation. Kill this crazy person. However, everyone knew that they were definitely no match for this madman. Tan Tan was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. When the enemy surrounded him, he roared, how dare you say that I am not handsome? Suddenly, there was a roar. A ball of blazing flame appeared on the left side of his body, but the right side of his body suddenly became cold and frosty. With a wave of his left hand, a ball of fire rolled out. A person on the left couldn't dodge in time. When his palm came into contact with it, his whole body was instantly set on fire. With a scream, he turned into a pile of charcoal. With a wave of his right hand, a martial saint expert on the right was turned into a popsicle. With a kick from Tan Tan, he shattered into pieces of ice on the ground. The leading supreme martial artist of the Lan clan was shocked. You are from the Divine Clan. Who are you to the Divine Clan? Tan Tan chuckled. I will let you experience happiness. When you grow old, you will be the king of the 3 Stars Divine Clan. How about it? Are you satisfied and happy to die in my hands? That supreme martial artist trembled. Suddenly, he flew backward rapidly. He actually abandoned all his subordinates and fled at full speed. The king of the 3 Stars Divine Clan had appeared. This news must be reported to the clan. Even if too many people died for this, it would be worth it. As long as he could send this news back, everything would be worth it. Tan Tan laughed. You have insulted my character and you still want to leave. This supreme martial artist had only fled 400 to 500 feet when he heard a series of smacking sounds coming from behind him. Then, with a whoosh, someone caught up from behind. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, 3 stars, although he knew that the entrants couldn't hear him, he still wanted to try his best. What if they could hear him? Before he finished speaking, a pressure as heavy as a mountain came down from the sky. Tan Tan flew down. A fierce aura locked onto him. Behind them, all the experts of the Lan family had died an unnatural death. Tan Tan leaped down. This supreme martial artist threw a punch but his fist was caught. When he tried to kick, his leg was locked. He roared with all his might and was about to explode. But Tan Tan punched him hard in the stomach, scattering his internal energy completely. The next moment, he had already grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. With a smile, he asked, do you want to die knowing the reason? This supreme martial artist stared at him intently. He hissed, please. He really didn't understand why the king of the sacred race would suddenly find trouble with them. There was no reason. You want to capture the woman of the Tribulation Sword Master, so I will kill you. Tan Tan smiled strangely. Let me tell you a big secret. The Tribulation Sword Master is my senior brother. Happy New Year, everyone. Gee, to be continued, Tribulation Sword Master is my senior brother. Not to mention the Lan clan's supreme martial artist who had a strange and shocked expression after hearing this. Even Tan Tan himself was shocked by this sentence. All along, the awakening Demon King consciousness had recognized the Tribulation Sword Master as his greatest enemy. But now, when Tan Tan said the words Tribulation Sword Master is my senior brother, it was so natural. That's it. Why? Why did it change? Tan Tan examined himself with some doubts, a thoughtful look on his face. Then, unknowingly, with a crack, he broke the supreme martial artist's neck. I understand. The supreme martial artist breathed out his last breath. So that's it. I wonder how he felt before he died. There's no way to verify this. But, the strangeness of his mood is inevitable. The Tribulation Sword Master's junior brother is the king of the Three Stars Divine Clan, and the Three Stars Divine Clan, after disappearing for tens of thousands of years, has started to appear more and more frequently in the world recently. I wonder what kind of impact it will have on this world. Tan Tan, what's wrong with you? Seeing the strange expression on Tan Tan's face, Xia Danfeng asked worriedly. Nothing. Tan Tan grinned and drove the strange emotion out of his mind. He thought, what's wrong with this? Is it strange? Chu Yang is my senior brother to begin with. Is he no longer my senior martial brother after becoming the master of the Calamity Sword? If that's the case, why do I still feel strange? With this thought, he suddenly felt relieved. In an instant, Tan Tan returned to his original carefree self. He suddenly hugged Xia Danfeng and kissed her hard on the face. Xia Danfeng immediately blushed and pushed him away with all her strength. This is a bit strange. Chu Yang has always been a meticulous person. He has always been the one to plot against others. No one has ever been able to plot against him. Why is it this time? How did the Lan clan find out about such important news? Tan Tan tilted his head and thought for a while. He muttered to himself, how did the Lan clan find out? This is a bit strange. It's quite unfavorable for Chu Yang. Xia Danfeng rolled her eyes. You want to go and take a look? Tan Tan said, I must go and take a look. If I don't go to the Lan clan and find out, I won't feel right. I'll prepare to kill a few people. Let's set a few fires to celebrate my return to the upper three heavens. What do you think? Xia Danfeng excitedly said, I'll go with you. Fighting is my favorite. Let me set the fire. Xia Danfeng had always been a fearless person. She had been full of vigor even before she had met Tan Tan. But now, she had become more and more eager to see the world plunged into chaos under Tan Tan's pampering and indulgence. What should we do if we go there? Tan Tan asked. Make trouble first. Xia Danfeng excitedly suggested, when you get there, you should first ask, am I handsome? Of course, you'll be scolded by others. Then, you can create a huge ruckus. After that, you can look for the clan head of the Lan clan and ask for an explanation. Once the clan head of the Lan clan is out, things will be easier. Good idea. Tan Tan clapped his hands. All of a sudden, his face stiffened, and he slowly turned his head around. Why do you want to use my face to provoke him? Do you also think I'm not handsome? Xia Danfeng rolled her eyes. Why are you so handsome in other people's eyes? Being the most handsome in my eyes is enough. In other people, your face. Just treat this sentence of yours as the fuse of war. My face is the fuse of war. Tan Tan was extremely aggrieved and furious. It's all the Lan clan's fault. They actually made you think of such an intolerable idea. Let's go. Let's get even with them. Xia Danfeng excitedly followed, full of interest. But your cultivation is a little low. Tan Tan hesitated slightly. You're here. Xia Danfeng was full of trust. Of course, of course. Tan Tan was very pleased with himself. He nodded repeatedly. He actually stopped asking and even felt proud of himself. I'm so omnipotent in my wife's eyes, ha ha ha. It had to be said that this male and female were really a perfect match. When the man wanted to commit murder and arson, not only did the woman not stop him or worry, she even cheerfully came up with ideas, actively participated, and enthusiastically carried them out. The woman's cultivation was not high, but the man was not worried. After being praised, he immediately became full of confidence and firmly believed that he was the best. After a rough plan, the husband and wife went straight to the Lan clan excitedly with an eager and happy mood as if they were on a tour. Of course, Xianxia did not know about Tantan's ruckus. He would never have thought that the people who came to receive the Grand Duke of the Lan clan had all died on the way. Xianxia was destined to make a wasted trip this time. And he was still hurrying on the way, thinking, what if the Lan clan comes? Should I kill them or not? Kill them, how should I kill them? 3 days. Duke Yu was dressed in a green robe. His footsteps were light as he walked out of the bamboo forest in a carefree manner. Behind him was a worried Jun Lulu. Do you have to go? The woman asked softly. Yes, the Tribulation Sword Master is related to the future of our clan. As the only living bloodline of our clan, I have to give an explanation to the elder ancestor. And this time, whether I can help or whether I can find an opportunity is crucial. Otherwise, I won't be able to speak in the future. The man comforted her warmly. Then, take care. The woman seemed to want to say something, but in the end, it turned into a word of advice. Don't worry. No matter whether this matter succeeds or not, I will come back immediately and spend the rest of my life with you. The man's usual cold and arrogant killing intent disappeared without a trace. There was only a tranquil gentleness on his face. The prosperity of the clan is finally not as good as spending the rest of my life with you. I will try my best. But if it really doesn't work, although I will feel regretful, I will also be relieved. He smiled gently. Flowers bloom and fall in the valley. Who says that they have no regrets in life? But I'd rather let other things become a matter of regret than let you and me become a matter of regret. The woman's eyes were bright with happiness. She lowered her head and said softly, I will wait for you to come back. She lowered her head and looked at her stomach, her eyes full of gentleness. The man hugged her waist gently. I'm going. Okay. Duke Yu laughed, his green robe fluttering. He flew into the air and in a flash, he was hundreds of feet away. A clear and melodious voice came from afar, I am the king of the 8 barren lands, and I am the king of all rivers and mountains. Don't worry, I have received all the inheritances and opened up my bloodline. Even if there is someone stronger than me, there is no one in this world who can kill me. Wait for me, I will be back soon. I will wait for you. Jun Lulu looked into the distance. There is one thing you don't know. What is waiting for you is not just myself. There is also your child. With your temper. If I tell you, you will definitely not go. You will definitely stay with me. But if you miss this opportunity, you will inevitably regret it for the rest of your life. I would rather you be disappointed after adventuring and return to me with nothing. I don't want you to have a lifetime of regret for me. Gu Duxing looked at his brothers. Everyone was ready to go. Only Mo Tianji was still motionless. He lowered his head and was thinking about something. He carefully went through his plan in his heart again. Every step. How to go, what will happen, how to deal with it, whether it will work. If the other party is tough, what will happen? If the other party has a certain temper. What will happen? If I am a member of a big clan, with 10,000 years of accumulation, what kind of mentality will I have, and what will I be most afraid of with this mentality? Just to rush up to the upper 3 heavens, Mo Tianji had prepared hundreds of plans in his heart. Now. Every plan and every possibility flowed through his heart. He only waited until he was sure that no matter how it developed, it would be foolproof. Finally, he stood up and nodded. He said indifferently, start the disguise now. Use the medicine to hide your aura. Then, practice the harsh drill. Whoever reveals a flaw will pretend to be a corpse. GMO and Luo Kudi's faces turned bitter at the same time. Gu Duxing held back his laughter and seriously began to arrange. Mo Tianji began to take out a golden copper coin. His face was solemn as he began to divine. At the same time, he immediately activated the Mastering the World Divine technique. He wanted to break through the fog of confusion and ask the heavenly secrets. Although the plan had been set, it was only the wisdom of humans. It was not the planning of the heavenly secrets. Therefore, Mo Tianji wanted to combine the heavenly secrets with the heavenly secrets to create the greatest luck for himself and the others. Once again, he strengthened his plan to enter the upper three heavens with 300% certainty. For Mo Tianji, the more dangerous the matter was, the more he had to plan before acting. The more he had to grasp it. 100% certainty was a little low. Who knew what the heavens would give him? What accidents would happen on the way? 300%. Only then would he be able to eliminate all of these possibilities. Only by having a higher chance of success would he be truly foolproof. Therefore, Mo Tianji's ideal state of certainty was 100% certainty. Mo Tianji's level of caution could be taken as an example. With Gu Duxing's current cultivation as a second-grade sword supremacy, Mo Tianji even prepared medicine for him. In case his mood was affected and he was unable to move, he would be taken advantage of by the other party. Therefore, this medicine was to calm the mind and prevent inner demons. At that time, Gu Duxing's cold and expressionless face was completely distorted by Mo Tianji's worry. That night, the brothers set off in a mighty manner. After Mo Tianji carefully predicted the heavenly secrets, the passage he chose was coincidentally the one guarded by the Lan clan. Because the divination showed that there would be no disasters or difficulties on the way from here. The journey would be smooth and there would be almost no obstacles. Furthermore, the crepe myrtle illuminated the top. Under such a divination, Mo Tianji actually frowned and muttered to himself, almost no obstacles means that there will still be obstacles. With obstacles, there will be accidents. With accidents, there will be danger. With danger, there will be a possibility that all our previous efforts will be wasted. Therefore, we still cannot be the least bit careless. We must strive for perfection. Especially GMO and Luo Kudi, who did not hesitate to mute them at the crucial moment. The brothers were on guard as they moved forward. Along the way, everyone was forced by Mo Tianji to transmit messages to him and recite the 10 rules of the heavens that Mo Tianji had personally formulated. The brothers all missed Xianxia very much. Indeed, under Mo Tianji's strict watch and strict requirements, everyone was too tired and had no joy in life. Boss, quickly come and save us. That goddamned Mo Tianji even quantified the time we spend eating, drinking, shitting, and dating. This isn't like the daily life of a human. It's just a few steps to the upper three heavens, and it's already 10 rules. Can you imagine anything else? After snatching the monthly votes on the 31st, my spirit continued to be high. I could not sleep at all. I woke up in a daze for 1 or 2 hours. Then, I sat in a daze for a while before falling asleep. I was so sleepy that my head was swollen and aching. But, I could not sleep even after taking tranquilizers. I tossed and turned until 18 p.m. on the 1st. Then, I finally felt sleepy. I quickly lay down and slept until 5:30 p.m. today. I still want to sleep. After posting this, I will continue to sleep. One more thing, on the 4th of January, at 8 p.m. on the 426343 Proud World channel, we will celebrate the achievements of our proud world for the past year. I will deliberately go and shout a few times. This is a good day, 201314. What a good day. I love you all my life. Cough cough. Actually, I am really embarrassed. I will hurry and prepare. When the time comes, I will have to sing until I am hoarse. Therefore, I have been eating golden voices for the past few days. Cough, there is one more thing. Tomorrow is my father's birthday. I will take a day off. May your majesties approve. Thank you. I will not open another chapter. To be continued. Chu Yang flew all the way south. He finally knew that many people on the streets were hurrying north to participate in the battle to destroy the Li clan. It turned out that the Dharma Supreme had already issued the order to destroy the Li clan. Chu Yang was of course interested in destroying the Li clan. But he felt that his priority now was to meet his brothers and go to the lower three heavens. As for the Li clan, he would go there when he was free. Chu Yang naturally didn't know that when he set off, many people had already set off and were hurrying on their way. For example, Tan Tan, Duke Wei, Mo Tianji, Gu Duxing and the others. Chu Yang flew. In the afternoon, when the sky was about to turn dark, Yang suddenly realized that on the main road ahead, there was a troop of cavalry coming towards him. At the head of the troop, a horse carriage was speeding towards him. Yang dodged to the side of the road. The troop of cavalry whizzed past. When the horse carriage passed by Yang, the curtain of the carriage was coincidentally opened by a slit. Two pairs of eyes met with Yang's. Both of them looked stunned at the same time. Then, they heard an order. Stop. In the troop of the Zhuge clan heading north, Diwu Qingru sat in the horse carriage with a calm expression. He didn't know why the Dharma Supreme wanted him to command, nor did he know what had happened. But he still cherished this opportunity very much. So he came. On the way to the northwest, Diwu Qingru felt a little regretful. Because the tribulation sword fragment had appeared. The heavenly passage had opened. In fact, what Diwu Qingru wanted to do the most was to use this time to carefully analyze every single person who passed through the heavens and find out every single tribulation. He wanted to slowly verify his speculations. That would be the greatest thrill. And Diwu Qingru had already made all the preparations. Only by knowing the true identity of tribulation could he raise conditions with the tribulation sword master and stand on equal footing. Regarding this, Diwu Qingru had planned for a long time. But he never expected that the Dharma Supreme would transfer him away from the south with just one order. Traveling day and night to the north to become the commander-in-chief of the 8 super clans and the law enforcement officers. This was equivalent to reaching the heavens in one step. Diwu Qingru was confident that as long as he commanded well, this victory would definitely be a beautiful one. His achievements would definitely be huge. Moreover, it was possible to lay the foundation for the prosperity of the Diwu family. To him, this was also a heaven-sent opportunity. Bear paw and fish. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. However, Diwu Qingru immediately made a choice, to believe in the Dharma Supreme, because the Dharma Supreme's status was worlds apart from his. The Dharma Supreme had no reason to play tricks on him. All of this was real. However, to him, the judgment tribulation was still a little vague. Moreover, that calamity sword master was definitely not easy to deal with. However, on the Dharma Supreme's side. But it had already been confirmed. Diwu Qingru heaved a long sigh. She subconsciously felt that the carriage was a little stuffy, so she lifted the curtain a little. Who would have thought that as soon as he lifted the curtain, a figure by the roadside would meet his eyes? In that instant, both of them had the same feeling. No way, right? What a coincidence. Where are you going? I'm going to the northwest. What for? Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Forces. What about you? Where are you going? I'll go to the southwest. What for? For fun. The two smiled meaningfully at the same time. Yang smiled. I actually miss the lower 3 heavens. Diwu Qingru nodded. Same here. Looks like there's going to be a battle like this again? Yang tilted his head, somewhat intrigued. Yes, if. I'm afraid it's inevitable. Diwu Qingru smiled warmly. It's a little tiring to fight with you. Yang laughed. So, you'll have a new opponent. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to succeed in this trip to the northwest. I'm looking forward to my new opponent. Diwu Qingru smiled. The two of them cupped their hands and bade farewell. It's a deal. We'll meet again. Diwu Qingru got into the carriage with a smile and sat down. Suddenly, he felt relaxed and an indescribable joy. The bodyguards around them had been guarding nervously all the way until Yang's figure disappeared into the horizon. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. That person just now, that indescribable domineering aura and that sharp sword intent made everyone feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Now that he had finally left, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the group, 2 black-robed men exhaled softly and slowly dispersed the cultivation that they had gathered. The bodyguards outside the carriage could faintly hear Diwu Qingru mumbling something in the carriage. They couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. The luckiest thing in my life is to meet such a talent. To be able to obtain the will of a man, I'll be happy to be buried in the mountains. Diwu Qingru mumbled, if I can use the earth as a chessboard and all living beings as chess pieces, I'll be able to maneuver freely and fight with you. I'll be able to display all that I've learned in this life. At the same time, on the road to the south, Yang had a smile on his face. He thought to himself, one can control the heavenly secrets in his hands. One can also be gentle in his conquest. One has a strategy in his mind. One can plan for 10,000 miles. Mo Tianji, Diwu Qing Ro, it's up to you. As he thought about it, he became a little excited. The conquest of the upper three heavens was finally about to begin. His unexpected meeting with Diwu Qing Ro was just a few words. But in these few words, Diwu Qing Ro revealed too much information to him. The commander of the Allied forces in this trip to the northwest. What Allied forces? Why is Diwu Qing Ro the commander? What's so good about him? Who's the mastermind behind all this? What will Diwu Qing Ro get from this battle? What will he do after he gets it? Why did he do all this? All these questions were given clear answers to Chu Yang in these few words. Chu Yang wasn't stupid. He naturally understood everything. But now that Mo Tianji was here, Chu Yang followed the principle of slacking off whenever he could. Of course, he wouldn't stand up and fight with Diwu Qing Ro for anything. When the time came, it would be Mo Tianji's turn to have a headache. With this thought, Minister Chu's body became even more relaxed. The next morning, he had already crossed the territory of the Zhuge clan and reached the territory of the Lan clan. He was only dozens of miles away from the headquarters of the Lan clan, Tianlan City. Right at this moment, Chu Yang suddenly stopped in his tracks. Because he suddenly saw black smoke billowing in Tianlan City. It had already filled half of the sky. What had happened? Could it be that the Lan clan? Chu Yang thought of this. He sped up and rushed over Tianlan City. The Lan clan. The Lan clan had dominated Tianlan City for 10,000 years. Here, the Lan clan was the master. In the past, no one had ever dared to create any trouble in Tianlan City. Everyone also believed that even in the future, no one would dare to create trouble in Tianlan City. In the morning, a man and a woman followed the surging crowd on the streets in the heart of the city and walked casually to the majestic and lofty gate of the Lan clan that looked like it was going to rule the world. The two of them looked around as they walked. Just like that, two bumpkins from the countryside suddenly came to the biggest city in the world. It was too much for the eyes to take in. It was so dazzling, the man kept saying, "Wow. What the heck? Wow. What the heck? Wow. What the heck?" Such amazement. The woman kept saying, "Wow, wow, look at this. Wow, wow. Look at that. Wow, wow." The two warriors guarding the gate of the Lan clan looked at the man and woman with interest. They couldn't help but laugh. They had seen many bumpkins, but it was really their first time seeing bumpkins so openly and without hiding anything. Then, they saw the two of them actually sticking their heads out and walking toward the gate of the Lan clan. They couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that these two bumpkins actually wanted to enter the Lan clan to take a look? What is this place? It's so beautiful. The woman said. Let's go in and take a look. The man was in high spirits. He raised his head and pulled the woman into the Lan clan. What the heck? They really wanted to come in. The two guards were instantly at a loss. Especially after the man raised his head, the two of them saw his face clearly. Instantly, the two of them were shocked. So, there really is such an ugly person in this world. Stop. The two guards stretched out their hands to stop them. Where do you think this is? You think you can enter just because you want to? How dare you? These two people were, of course, Tan Tan and Xia Danfeng. Tan Tan raised his head. Why are we not allowed to enter? Didn't a few people go in just now? Why are we not allowed to enter when we're here? Is it because I'm too handsome? Are you afraid that I'll go in and seduce the pretty ladies? Then, he made up his mind and said, Don't worry. I will definitely not do that. He said it resolutely and decisively. There was even a little regret. It was as if not being able to use his handsome looks to seduce the pretty ladies of the Lan clan was a huge loss to him. The two guards were dumbfounded in an instant. Not only was this guy ugly. His skin was actually so thick, After being stunned for a while, they finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter. With your looks, you actually think that you're so handsome? You actually want to seduce pretty ladies? Tan Tan's face darkened. You mean, I'm not good-looking? My uncle doesn't love me and my grandmother doesn't love me? The two guards laughed and were overjoyed. Not only that. Your looks are not only unloved but also devoid of conscience. It's intolerable. Tan Tan's face was so gloomy that it was as if water was about to drip out. You said that I look devoid of conscience and intolerable? The two guards nodded their heads vigorously. Yes. Suddenly, there was a scream. Tan Tan had already reached out his hand at lightning speed and grabbed his hair. The two heads collided with each other with a bang. He shouted, "You look devoid of conscience. You look intolerable." Then, he threw the two guards who had already fainted and rushed in furiously. I must ask what kind of upbringing this family has. They actually dared to scold me like this. If I don't get an explanation for this, I will slaughter this place. Tan Tan, who had deliberately wanted to cause trouble, finally found a reason to fly into a rage. And this reason was so unbearable for him. If he's ugly, then so be it, but he's actually devoid of conscience? Tan Tan was unable to restrain his anger. He rushed into the main door of the Lawn Clan like a gust of wind and shouted, "All of you come out. Give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will kill and set fire. 1, 2, 3, all right, since you don't come out, I will set fire." Tan Tan's sudden outburst was like the detonation of a bomb in the Lawn Clan compound. Along the way in, the Lawn Clan members didn't even have time to react before they saw the main gate of the Lawn Clan on fire. The crackling sound of burning could be heard very clearly. Whoosh! 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 Figures from all over the place swiftly flew over. What's happening? Who's so bold? Bastard! What's going on? Someone actually dares to behave atrociously in the Lawn Clan. Tan Tan had excitedly knocked down more than a dozen people on the other side. He had killed his way in from the direction of the main entrance. One could see a human body spinning and flying in the air as he passed by. They couldn't help but make strange postures in the air. From afar, Master Tan could be heard shouting, "Lawn Clan. This is too much. This is too much. Is there such a thing in this world? There's no justice in this. Someone in charge of the Lawn Clan quickly come out. Otherwise, this matter won't be over." The Lawn Clan supreme martial artists who had just come out were so angry that their noses were crooked. You lit the main gate of the Lawn Clan on fire and knocked down more than a dozen people along the way. Countless people were injured. How could the Lawn Clan be unreasonable, in the blink of an eye? Swoosh swoosh swoosh, more than a dozen figures landed at the same time and formed a circle, surrounding Tan Tan who was striding in with Xia Danfeng. They didn't even greet Tan Tan. Instead, they swept their energy towards him like a hurricane. If it were any other time, these people might have stopped and asked what exactly was going on, but now, someone had already come knocking on their door and even lit the main gate. Just based on the current situation, it was already an irreconcilable feud. What was there to ask? Just fight directly and reason with your fists. Catch them. Talk about other things. Tan Tan was furious. You're all unreasonable. He didn't stop at all. With a few bangs, the 7 or 8 first-grade supreme martial artists who had just pounced on him flew out with their broken swords. Blood spurted wildly. 7 or 8 blood-colored rainbows were drawn in the air. This time, Tan Tan didn't hold back at all and directly repelled them. 7 or 8 people were all killed in one blow. The whole place suddenly quieted down. Only the fire was burning fiercely. 7 supreme martial artists were killed in one blow. Although they were only first-grade supreme martial artists, this was too frightening. At the very least, a third-grade supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to do so. The faces of the people from the Lawn family turned solemn. Who was this weirdo? How did such a person appear out of nowhere? A few of them flew up. Now that things had quieted down, the next step was to negotiate. Naturally, the most important thing was to put out the fire. Tan Tan angrily roared, "Stop! Who told you to put out the fire that I started? He didn't make a move, but everyone could feel it clearly. With this one sentence, he was going to attack. The entire empty space clearly distorted and solidified for a moment. In that instant, it was so substantial that it could even reflect the sunlight in the sky. The next moment, with a loud bang, the few Lan clan experts who were flying suddenly fell to the ground like stones, vibrating chi into steel. Everyone's gaze froze. This was the signature move of a middle-grade supreme martial artist. He was able to use the shocking technique of turning chi into steel. Without reaching Xizuan realm cultivation, there was no way he could use it. There was no trickery at all. Moreover, this person did not even pant after using this legendary super kung fu. Obviously, it didn't take much effort. Since that was the case, then he wasn't someone who had just reached Xizuan realm. Level? High level? Or, peak level? Thinking of this, everyone's legs started to spin. This time, the person who suddenly appeared to cause trouble for the Lan family was actually a Xizuan realm cultivator? Thinking of this, everyone was greatly shocked. Looking at Tantan's ugly face, they instantly felt that he was much more pleasing to the eye. A Xizuan realm cultivator. What did it matter if he was ugly? Just by being handsome, he wouldn't die from being handsome. The fire on the main door was burning more and more fiercely. It had already started to spread to both sides of the courtyard walls. But this time absolutely no one went to put out the fire. In this world, a Xizuan realm cultivator was equivalent to a demigod, in the absence of other Xizuan realm cultivators, who would dare to go against the words of a Xizuan realm cultivator. Did they want to die? Tan had his hands clasped behind his back. Then, he started to walk in a circle under the encirclement of the crowd. His posture and the look in his eyes made him seem like a tyrannical tiger that was patrolling its own mountain forest, and the group he was looking at was a group of monkeys. Why aren't you doing anything? Why aren't you doing anything? Master Tan shook his head and wagged his tail. Why? Weren't you all quite impressive just now? You didn't even say a word when you came out and just started fighting. I thought you guys had guts. In the end, I was greatly disappointed, greatly disappointed. The so-called ambition of a person, the strength of character of a martial artist, the kind of courage that doesn't fear anything, dauntlessly moves forward, looks death in the face, laughs proudly in the coffin. Ah! Where did all that courage go? Lan Yingfeng, the clan leader of the Lan family, put on a smile that was uglier than crying. He took a step forward. Elder. I'm afraid there are some misunderstandings about today's matter. In the eyes of the Lan family's clan leader, those who had such cultivation were of course all seniors. Even though this person in front of him looked quite young, it was still the same. Who didn't know that supreme martial artists could retain their youth forever? Misunderstandings? Tan panted and sighed again. He said, "You're Shui, eh? Tell me your name, position, identity." "Ah, I'll see if you're qualified to talk to me. I'm Lan Yingfeng, currently the current clan leader of the Lan family." Lan Yingfeng closed his eyes, swallowed his anger and said humbly. His family did have a low-grade supreme martial artist expert. But that was the elder ancestor. Moreover, compared to this person in front of him, it wasn't certain who was better. That was his last trump card. If he could not use it, he couldn't use it. Besides, even if he wanted to use it, he might not be able to. Tan let out a faint "oh" and said, "What you mean is? You want to reason with me?" Lan Yingfeng's smile became more and more bitter. "Yes, this, when I just came in, why didn't you reason with me?" Tan rolled his eyes and said, "Now that you see that I'm stronger than you want to reason with me?" Hee. Since I'm stronger than you, why should I reason with you? Everyone was speechless. This sentence was really not easy to deal with. We're stronger than you. Of course, we don't need to reason with you. But when we want to reason with you, you're stronger than us. A very slow voice came and said indifferently, "What this distinguished person said is right. Although it's a little hard to listen to, it's indeed the essence of this world. It's reasonable. It's worth a toast to this sentence. Reason. Actually, it will never exist. No matter if it's a supreme martial artist in the heavens or an ordinary person with no cultivation at all, the strong are respected. Among ordinary people, those who have money and power are the strong ones. They cannot reason with ordinary people at all, and can also trample on the rules that ordinary people follow. Although to our eyes these people are as frightening as turtles, but however, it's undeniable that these turtles are the reason of the secular world. If a poor person steals 1 or 2 taels of silver, he can be locked up in prison, even to death. However, those who have power and influence use the same way to steal for their whole life, and no one cares. Even if someone cares, it's just a formality. Although it's unfair to everyone, such things happen all the time in the heavens. There are thousands of such things happening all the time. Among martial artists, it's even more unreasonable. Strength is reason. Being unreasonable is the privilege of the strong. There's nothing wrong with admitting this. There was a peaceful smile in this voice. However, I would like to reason with you right now. Tan Tan twisted his neck and said dispassionately, if you want to reason with me, you have to show yourself. You can't reason with me by pretending to be mysterious. Haha. That's right. Following a loud laugh, a figure in blue suddenly appeared in midair and walked down step by step, as if there was an invisible staircase for him to step on. This was a man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. His face was fair without any facial hair, and he had an elegant demeanor. However, there was naturally an imposing aura between his brows. Greetings, Elder Master. Under Lan Yingfeng's lead, the Lan clan members knelt down neatly on the ground. This man was the founder of the Lan clan, Lan Buhui. Forget it, wait at the side. I'm going to reason with this man, so all of you must listen carefully. And also watch carefully. Lan Buhui said dispassionately, you must remember, in the future, when someone directly kicks down the Lan clan's door, all of you must reason with them at the first instant. Otherwise, they won't reason with you. Do you understand? Yes. Lan Yingfeng sighed. This matter could actually be discussed. The moment the other party had just entered was the only chance. But, everyone had been muddle-headed back then. They didn't think at all that if the other party didn't have a bit of competence and didn't have a few tricks up his sleeves, how would he dare to barge into the Lan clan and cause trouble like this, or perhaps they had thought of it, but everyone had been blinded by the glory of 10,000 years. So much so that things had developed to the point where they couldn't back down now. They actually needed the Elder Master to step forward personally to clean up this mess. Sir, may I reason with you? Lan Buhui slowly got down. Standing in front of Tan Tan, he said with a smile. His 2 eyebrows were slanted to his temples, his eyes bright and spirited. Even when he was smiling warmly, he also had a captivating demeanor. Tan Tan gave him a strange smile. It's barely enough. Forget it, I'll reason with all of you. Lan Buhui smiled warmly. Thank you. At the same time, he was secretly alarmed. He actually couldn't see through the cultivation of this man in front of him. Looks like he'll have to deal with him carefully. Tan Tan's heart also jolted. I can't see through the cultivation of this man in front of me. I have to guard against him. Tan Tan had used the 3 Stars Divine Clan's secret technique, so Lan Buhui couldn't see through it. However, the fact that Tan Tan couldn't see through Lan Buhui was a fact. Lan Buhui's cultivation was higher than his. May I ask why you're here? Asked Lan Buhui with a smile. Tan Tan snorted. Suddenly, he reached out a hand and pointed at his own face. Look, am I handsome? Look, am I handsome or not? The moment he said that, Lan Buhui was instantly stunned. I was trying to reason with you. Why did it become this problem in the blink of an eye? Take note. Please be more serious. Tan Tan said solemnly, I am trying to reason with you. Lan Buhui said seriously, of course you are handsome. It's just that your handsomeness is very profound and ordinary people won't notice it. This sentence was really very profound. It was so profound that someone from the Lan clan actually couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Although the sentence didn't directly say that he was ugly, the meaning behind it seemed to be absolutely the same. Tan Tan snorted. What do you mean by, my handsomeness is very profound? You mean, I am still very ugly? Lan Buhui gave him a wry smile. I thought that I didn't have to explain this sentence. In the study of physiognomy, there is a kind of physiognomy called the physiognomy of creation. One eyebrow pierces the sky and the other pierces the earth. One of your eyebrows has already protruded into your hairline while the other goes straight down. It is precisely this strange physiognomy. How can you say that such a physiognomy is ugly? Tan Tan perked up. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He asked excitedly, "What do you mean?" Lan Buhui nodded and said, "What I mean is that very few people can understand your handsomeness." Tan Tan said furiously, "But when I wanted to come in just now, your gatekeeper said that I looked completely devoid of conscience. What kind of explanation is that? I even brought a female companion. Do you think I still have any face?" Lan Buhui was taken aback. Just because of this? Tan Tan was furious. Just because of this? Isn't this enough? Lan Buhui stared at him in a daze for a while. Then, his face contorted, he turned to look at the few corpses on the ground, at the 40 to 50 injured people who were being helped up and groaning in the distance, and then at the main gate of the Lan clan that was emitting thick black smoke and blazing fire. Thick black lines suddenly filled his forehead. To think that such a huge incident had occurred just because the guard at the door had called her ugly? And that had led to this. Such a tragedy. Lan Yingfeng and the others around them were also collectively petrified. The way they looked at Tan Tan became more and more respectful. "Great master. You're really my grandpa. Just because someone scolded you for being ugly, you almost slaughtered the Lan clan, one of the dominant clans. Damn, aren't you too fierce? So that's how it is." Lan Buhui was rather speechless. "So, your family has to give me an explanation for this." Tan Tan righteously and confidently said, "My self-esteem has been attacked by the people of your clan. You don't know how much damage this has done to me." Lan Buhui took a deep breath. Somewhat swallowing his anger, he said, "I wonder. Sir, what kind of explanation do you want?" This was a critical period. It really wasn't advisable to complicate matters and provoke such a powerful enemy again. After this matter. After this guy was kicked out of the family. I'll look for a few of my old brothers to ask for this explanation. All of them were low-grade supreme martial artists. He didn't believe that 4 or 5 of them wouldn't be able to deal with one of them. Tan Tan was dumbfounded. He was here to cause trouble for no reason. He was here to cause trouble on purpose. Since when did he think about the conditions? Finally, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Anyway, it's wrong for you to scold me. This saying. I must demand it. Compensation, you must give it to me. But if you ask me for my conditions, I don't freaking have any. But I want you to come up with your own conditions. If I'm not satisfied with your conditions, I'm going to burn this place to the ground today." He didn't hesitate at all. She was so clearly unreasonable, so blatantly unforgiving. It made Lan Buhui so angry that he almost fainted. He really couldn't tolerate it any longer. When faced with such a person, the softer you were, the harder he would be. Lan Buhui took a few quick breaths. Then, he said slowly and heavily, "Since that's the case, I can only write at this moment." A voice rang out from outside the burning door. "What are you still doing inside? Hurry up and come out. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" As the voice rang out, a person wearing a golden mask walked in with an awe-inspiring aura. Everyone was taken aback. This person just walked out of the fire slowly, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. And no one could see through this person's cultivation. That ugly ghost who was still swaggering around a moment ago suddenly let out a dry laugh like a mouse that had seen a cat. "Hee hee. Why is it you?" "I was just thinking," that golden-masked man said coldly yet irritably, "why isn't it me? It's only been a blink of an eye and you're already here to create trouble. Don't you think there's enough trouble?" Tan Tan said aggrievedly, "I'm not. What's wrong with that?" The man snorted and shouted, "Come back with me. Look at what you've done to his place. I haven't seen you for a few days and your guts have actually grown to this extent." Her. Tan Tan smiled apologetically and laughed dryly. As the golden-masked man advanced, he retreated step by step. In the end, he simply hid behind Xia Danfeng. Everyone felt dizzy. This ugly ghost was already a mid-level supreme martial artist, but after seeing this golden-masked man, he was actually so obedient. In that case, what was the cultivation level of this golden-masked man? At the thought of this, everyone's heart started to beat faster. Even Lan Buhui groaned inwardly. He had really seen a ghost today. With some uneasiness, Xie Danfeng smiled dryly and said, "Cough, this big brother." He was also in a moment of desperation. He actually didn't mean anything else. "Really, I promise." The golden-masked man seemed to give this sister-in-law of his a lot of face. He said, "Since sister-in-law is pleading for you, then so be it. Otherwise, I'll let you have a taste of the family discipline." Tan Tan suddenly remembered that his current cultivation level was much higher than this fellow in front of him. He couldn't help but walk out from behind Xie Danfeng. He snorted and said, "Senior brother. Hee. I was still afraid of you in the past, but I'm already a mid-level supreme martial artist now. I'm not afraid of you anymore." That golden-masked man was furious. With a leap, he pounced over and grabbed him, punching him left and right. "I'll let you become a mid-level supreme martial artist." A mid-level supreme martial artist is so impressive. So impressive. You're asking for a beating. I dare you to fight back. Tan Tan shouted and begged for mercy. "Spare me. I won't dare to do it again." His eyeballs bounced wildly. This golden-masked man actually beat up a mid-level supreme martial artist to the point where he didn't even dare to fight back. This was too powerful. Then, they saw this golden-masked man pulling that ugly fellow by the ear and dragging him out. As he walked, he said, "I'm really sorry to have disturbed your clan. I'll compensate for your losses." "I'm sorry." Lan Buhui was awed. These two were senior brothers. To think that there was actually such a powerful sect in this world? One mustn't offend such a person. It was better to befriend him. He was just about to say, "You're too kind. What compensation are you talking about?" But then, he was stunned. Then, he felt like he was about to vomit blood, because that golden-masked man threw out an ingot of gold. He said, "I'm really sorry. I'll compensate everyone with this gold. Please accept it. We're even now. We'll meet again someday." The members of the Lan clan looked at the shiny piece of 5 taels of gold on the ground, their faces full of expressions. Gold, apart from worldly figures, where else would gold be used? To a colossus like the Lan clan, gold was practically no different from dirt. Just the burning of the main gate would cost 100,000 taels if only gold was used. Not to mention the dozens of people who were either dead or injured. There were also 7 supreme martial artists who were already dead, and more than 10 others who were also seriously injured. Even tens of millions of purple crystals would definitely not be able to make up for such losses. This fellow actually only threw out 5 taels of gold and even asked the Lan clan to kindly accept it. He even said in a sincere voice, "This matter is now even and we don't owe each other anything." What the heck? These 5 taels of gold of yours are too damn valuable, aren't they? Frost covered Lan Buhui's face as he looked at the shiny piece of gold on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the gold was already in his hands. As if the next moment, the gold was going to turn into liquid gold in his hands and flow down. But then, he suddenly took a deep breath and laughed loudly. "That's right. But I also ask the two of you to remember that from now on, this matter is now even and we don't owe each other anything. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. Until we meet again." Outside the fire, a low chuckle seemed to come, as if a voice was saying faintly, "All right. Elder Master." Lan Yingfeng was so furious that his eyes were about to split open. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that the Elder Master would be so weak. Lan Buhui held that piece of gold and said heavily, "What are you shouting for? Are you still not convinced?" Lan Yingfeng's face was contorted. This is too much." Lan Buhui took a deep breath and said, "This is the martial world." Everyone lowered their heads. They panted heavily, the veins on their foreheads popping out. Lan Buhui walked in with his hands behind his back. He said slowly, 10,000 years of peace have already made all of you arrogant to a certain extent. All of you have abused your power and lived a life of luxury. You have already forgotten the essence of this martial world. Before this, the Lan clan had bullied other clans 10 times or 100 times more overboard than what we are doing now. There's already quite a lot of that, right? But all of you have neglected the most important point: if you can treat others this way, others can treat you the same. Could it be that only you are allowed to be unreasonable to others, but you can't suffer any grievances? If that's the case, if the Lan clan perishes in this great tribulation, this old man will not be an exception. Lan Buhui's last sentence had already traveled over from a faraway place. His voice was already very faint. In the future, remember, don't let your ancestors be humiliated because of you. This sentence was extremely heavy. Everyone's faces were filled with shame. Yes, who was Lan Buhui? He was the person who founded the Lan clan, the 10,000-year-old ancestor. He could totally not accept today's humiliation and fight the enemy to the death. Whether he lived or died, he lived up to his heroic name. Moreover, ever since those years ago, Lan Buhui had always been known for his fearlessness in the pugilistic world and his arrogance. This was also known to all. Today, he should have been the first to explode. However, he still chose to endure for the sake of his grandson. Teaching by example is better than words. Lan Buhui's retreat this time was tantamount to doing it for everyone in the Lan clan. The alarm bells were ringing. If the Lan clan could really become more cautious from now on and live up to Lan Buhui's deep intentions, perhaps the outcome would be different. Lan Yingfeng's face was livid, and his lips were trembling. Everyone. Did you hear that? You all saw it too, right? The foundation that the Elder Master worked so hard to build is not for us to enjoy, nor is it for us to forget ourselves. If something like this that humiliates the Elder Master happens again in the future, we might as well collectively commit suicide. Everyone's eyes were red. Their nasal voices were heavy. At this moment, everyone was really regretting it. Indeed, they had really been too domineering in the past. Right at this moment, report. Someone rushed over on a fast horse and actually dashed into the Lan clan's main gate through the fire. His clothes were all on fire. He rolled on the ground and extinguished the fire. He was already covered in blisters, but he couldn't care less about this. He knelt down in front of Lan Yingfeng. Clan Master, urgent news. What news? Lan Yingfeng's heart skipped a beat. Tonight, in the latter half of the night, a huge change occurred in the Lan clan's passageway. All the disciples guarding the passageway, from second-grade supreme martial artist to below, are all dead. It is suspected that a strong enemy has come up to the upper three heavens from here. This person reported hurriedly. Lan Yingfeng only felt his body shake. There's actually such a thing. When I arrived, I only saw a pile of corpses. This kind of situation is simply unimaginable. Lan Yingfeng twisted his beard and pondered. What kind of situation could cause so many experts to be killed at the same time? If it was someone who came up from the upper three heavens, then, when did the people of the upper three heavens become so powerful? There was a sense of evil in this matter. After I found out about this, I once mustered up my courage and went to the passageway to check it out. But after walking for a while, I found that the passageway was also littered with corpses. The team sent by the clan to the lower three heavens is also what? Lan Yingfeng roared. Say it quickly. He already had an ominous premonition in his heart, but he still held on to a sliver of hope. They are also all massacred. The team of 135 people, not a single one survived. When that person said this, he kowed out to the ground and didn't dare to speak anymore. But his mental and physical strength were too exhausted. Finally, he fell to the ground and fainted. Everyone who heard this news was so shocked that they were speechless. Adding up the news from the three sources, that was to say, in just one day, the Lan clan lost more than 300 experts. One must know that there were a total of 100 people guarding the passageway. They were divided into 10 groups and took turns to guard. All these years, when had there ever been any negligence? They didn't expect to be wiped out completely today. Moreover, the experts sent to the lower three heavens were also killed. Could it be that the tribulation has ascended to heaven? A Lan clan expert said what everyone was thinking in shock. If that's the case, then the strength of this tribulation is much stronger. Compared to the previous ones, it's much stronger. This question was also what everyone was worried about. Clan Master. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. This revenge must be avenged. Even if it's a tribulation, a debt of blood must be paid with blood. An old man whose hair and beard had turned white almost bled from his eyes. This time, the people guarding the passageway were the descendants of this elder's grandchildren. They were all dead, which meant that his branch had no more descendants. How could he not be furious? Send the Lanxiang team to investigate immediately. Lan Yingfeng was trembling all over. We must find the culprit at all costs. This sentence was worthy of praise. Everyone could tell that he only said to find the culprit. He didn't say what to do. They believed that if it was really a tribulation, the clan master's words would become a long-term plan. After all, they didn't know how Lan Rua was doing. The elder snorted coldly. He left in a huff. Also, since the people sent to the lower three heavens have already been wiped out, the plan for the lower three heavens cannot be delayed. Send a team immediately. Great Elder, this time, we can't just send people casually. How about you personally lead the team and head to Iron Cloud in the lower three heavens with the three high priests? Lan Yingfeng turned and looked at an elder with a steely expression beside him. The Great Elder and the three high priests were all 7th grade supreme martial artists who had already surpassed the boundary between immortal and mortal. They were also the majority of the Lan clan's remaining strength. Apart from these 4 people, there were only 2 8th grade supreme martial artists and the elder master Lan Buhui left. With them leading the team, even if a demon appeared in the lower 3 heavens, it definitely wouldn't be a match for the 4 of them. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After all, in the lower 3 heavens, the Tribulation Sword Master's woman was the most important thing to the Lan clan's survival. All right. I'll go personally. The Great Elder said calmly, but Clan Master, please come up with a plan as to how we should proceed. If Lan Rua and the rest have already achieved results, then we can let nature take its course. If the other party has seen through Lan Rua, then, no matter what means we use, we won't hesitate. Even if we have to destroy the entire Iron Cloud Empire, it doesn't matter. By then, we'll really fall out with the Tribulation Sword Master. Lan Yingfeng sighed heavily. It's a pity that Mei Xian is already dead. Otherwise, if we let her personally appear, things would be much easier. The information she left behind in the past was too general. We only had time to make a move once before the heavens immediately closed. If the information is true, then the Tribulation Sword Master will definitely make a move when the heavens open this time. Therefore, Great Elder and the rest of you going down this time is the last chance for the Lan clan. Lan Yingfeng said heavily, that's right. The Great Elder's white beard fluttered. He said solemnly, I understand. In the distance, Lan Buhui sighed. Don't forget what I said. Never, ever offend the Tribulation Sword Master. Lan Yingfeng looked up at the sky and didn't speak for a long time. Of course, he knew what the Elder Master meant. But, in these years, they had already offended the Tribulation Sword Master thoroughly. At this moment, even if they wanted to stop, it was already impossible. Unless Lan Rua succeeded. Otherwise, they were destined to fight to the death. But they didn't know that their enmity with the Tribulation Sword Master was already destined. And Lan Buhui's painstaking efforts for the Lan clan were also destined to go down the drain. In a small tavern in the very remote south, Mo Tianji, Gu Duxing and the rest sat around a table. They had finally made it up. Everyone, including Mo Tianji himself, didn't expect it to be so easy. In their hearts, this was supposed to be a bloody battle where they had to go through a lot of hardships to make it up here. Then, they would heal their wounds and talk about other things. They didn't expect to encounter a field of corpses in the passageway. Then, when they came up, they saw a group of people cleaning up the corpses. Everyone rushed out like a swarm of bees. Mo Tianji didn't even have time to use any of his tricks, everything was actually over. There were still more than 2,000 kilograms of explosives in the 2 large coffins that he had brought with him. Mo Tianji had spent a lot of effort to get them. He was prepared to detonate them at the critical moment and take advantage of the chaos to escape. The next part of the plan won't be all bark and no bite again, right? GMO didn't really trust him. You said that you put in so much effort to arrange for so many people, as if the people guarding this passageway were all low-grade supreme martial artists. But in the end, they were all easily found by our brothers. You wasted so much effort. What a loss. Mo Tianji snorted coldly. Loss? Let me tell you, it's already good enough that we could come up. Do you think that those corpses in the passageway are all ordinary people? Do you think that most of the people who died at the entrance before we came up could be defeated by you with one hand? He snorted and said, that's because someone cleared the path for us before we came up. And this person is very powerful. We don't know who this person is, but he's definitely on our side. That's for sure. If this person didn't clear the path first. Mo Tianji sneered. Let me tell you, even if all of us fought with our lives on the line and had 10,000 kilograms of explosives, we might not be able to clear a path. GMO shrank his neck and didn't say anything. During this period of time, he also realized that he had undoubtedly become Mo Tianji's main target. As long as he opened his mouth, there would be a storm waiting for him. But Tianji's plan is really good. He predicted that this path would be illuminated by the purple myrtle. With the help of a benefactor, there really is one. Xianxia said. Luo Kudi muttered, there are only 2,000 kilograms of explosives in the coffin. Where did the 10,000 kilograms come from? Mo Tianji coldly said, don't tell me that you need to know every trump card that I plan. Who do you think you are? Luo Kudi shrank his head. This master of calculation and manipulation was sick. Don't mess with him first, lest you get into trouble. Gu Duxing laughed. Before boss left, he gave me and Tianji 3 rings to store some things. You all know this. Now, the things we need are in one of the rings on my finger. The other 2 rings are on Tianji's finger. There's nothing else in them, only explosives. Tianji said 10,000 kilograms. But according to my estimation, it's definitely more than that. There should be at least 20,000 kilograms. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at Mo Tianji as if they were looking at a monster. No wonder this guy had been caressing those 2 rings along the way. It turned out that there were 20,000 kilograms of explosives inside. Thinking about it this way, everyone felt their blood run cold. Mo Tianji is carrying 20,000 kilograms of explosives in the team without anyone knowing about it. Wouldn't everyone be blown to the sky if something were to happen? GMO and Luo Kudi looked at Mo Tianji with reverence in their eyes. Moms. If these 20,000 kilograms of explosives were on me, would I be able to remain as calm as Mo Tianji? Thinking of this, he was immediately convinced. After all, explosives were not obedient. Whenever there was a strong collision, they would explode on their own. This time, Tianji prepared countless plans, but he did not mention the worst plan. Gu Duxing said indifferently, the worst-case scenario is that we can't beat them and have no choice but to escape. Therefore, I was appointed to ignite the explosives in the coffin and then bring all of you to escape. Tianji brought up the rear and detonated the 20,000 kilograms of explosives. No matter what, we will be able to escape. But Tianji himself may not be able to do anything. Everyone recalled the argument between Gu Duxing and Mo Tianji before they set off. They immediately understood. So this is what they were fighting over. In an instant, an indescribable feeling welled up in everyone's heart. GMO and Luo Kudi, who usually did not get along with Mo Tianji, looked ashamed. Let's not talk about this. Mo Tianji smiled and said, since we are here, then listen to my arrangements. There is a great whetstone waiting for us in the upper 3 heavens. We are not here to chat. He raised his head and looked ahead. This is the territory of the Lan clan. According to the interrogation, a few hundred miles ahead is Tianlan City. That's why, our first stop is that place. Tianlan City is the headquarters of the Lan clan. In the entire heavens, it is also one of the places where information travels the fastest and the fastest. So, the next step is for us to split up and collect all the relevant information about the situation in the heavens during this period. The target is the Lan clan. Mo Tianji said solemnly, you all heard about the interrogation last time. The Lan clan actually wants to deal with the woman of the tribulation sword master. Since they know about this, then they have a reason to die. Everyone, bring purple crystals with you. If there is a place to buy or sell information, buy it immediately. Save time. 2 days later, we will gather at Wanli restaurant. By then, we will determine our next step according to the information we have obtained. For this investigation, you are not allowed to say the word Shuyang. But you must hear it from someone else. Mo Tianji said solemnly. All right. We will be alone. Ao Xiayun, you and GMO will be a team. Xiadan Xiong, you and Luo Kudi will be a team. Gu Duxing and I will be the third team. Let's move immediately. What about the explosives? Do you still have them? GMO asked carefully. When the word explosives was mentioned, he felt his scalp tingle. He still remembered the experiment with Mo Tianji 3 days ago. With only 200 kilograms of explosives, half of the mountain had been blown up. Now, this big brother who didn't care about his life had 20,000 kilograms of explosives dangling from his fingers. Throw away the coffin and I will keep the explosives. Mo Tianji smiled. This is good stuff. We can't waste it. Besides, the Long clan is so close to us. He said these words with a smile, but for some reason, after hearing these words, the 5 brothers present all felt as if there was a poisonous snake crawling over their backs. It was chilly. This was a tavern. Although it was small, it was elegant. 10 tables, wind from all directions, 5 lakes drunk, friends from all over the world. This was the first and second couplet of this tavern. The horizontal scroll was also the name of this tavern, Come and Get Drunk. There were more than 1,000 taverns in Tianlan City that were bigger and more luxurious than this tavern. But this Come and Get Drunk tavern. It was publicly recognized as the #1 tavern in Tianlan City. There were only 10 tables. Every day, only 20 tables of food and drinks were prepared. If you wanted to get drunk at Come and Get Drunk, you had to make an appointment in advance. But today, 3 people came into the tavern without making an appointment. And they asked for a single room. Only heaven knew that there was only one single room in Come and Get Drunk. It was only open twice a day. Those who wanted to drink in the single room of Come and Get Drunk. All of them were of high status. If you were just rich, you wouldn't be able to get into this single room. Once the waiter saw that these 3 were guests, he went up to explain that there were no more seats. But that extremely ugly guy only snorted. Then, he went straight to the single room. As he walked, he shouted, F***CK. The Lan clan has been burned down. Now that we're here to drink, there's no room. I want to F***king take a look. Who dares to occupy this place and not let us do it? Are they tired of living? In the next moment, the people who were drinking in the single room were chased out. No, there were still 2 people inside who were diligently cleaning up the tables. Everyone's faces were swollen. Everyone saw that it was a disaster. The person who was chased out was actually the clan leader of the Niu clan. As everyone knew, the Niu clan was the #1 clan among the subordinate clans of the Lan clan. They had always been very powerful. But this clan leader of the Niu clan was chased out with a swollen face. Obviously, he was slapped and suffered. He actually didn't leave and waited at the side to serve. Everyone's jaws dropped. I won't break the rules of Come and Get Drunk. But I want to get drunk here today. That domineering voice sounded. This Niu or donkey has already given the room to me. You can just have a table. Sigh. Niu, settle the bill and get lost. Everyone was guessing that this clan leader of the Niu clan definitely couldn't take this lying down. The next moment, someone might die, but what made everyone shocked was, this clan leader of the Niu clan nodded and bowed, as if he had been pardoned. He pulled the manager of Come and Get Drunk aside and gave him some instructions. Then, he actually put down 10 purple crystals and instructed, it must be the best dishes. The best wine. The best chef. Then, with sweat on his face, he left in a hurry. Who were these 3 people? So fierce, instantly. Everyone eating in the hall also kept quiet out of fear. In just a short while, they all settled the bill and left, because a lazy voice came from the private room. Everyone, you can leave after eating and drinking. I'm not chasing you away. I'm just having a good discussion with you. Of course, if you don't want to leave, I can also talk about important matters in front of you. I don't mind. Yes, he wasn't chasing us away. He was indeed very polite. But the problem was, could the few of us withstand his politeness? I heard that, even the Lan clan was burned down. Towards Tan Tan's overbearing methods, Chu Yang could only smile bitterly. It had only been a few days since they last met, and this junior brother of his had changed a lot. He would only use the most straightforward method to solve everything: wine. Dishes. Tan Tan was shouting. Hurry up. Damn it, so slow. You actually have the nerve to call yourself the #1 tavern. Everyone knew that the manager of Come and Get Drunk was a great expert who mingled in the mortal world. Therefore, he could also withstand the pressure from all sides. His culinary skills were superb, and his cultivation was also first-grade supreme martial artist. He had never been one to flatter others, and he had never given anyone face. He could be said to be an extraordinary person of his generation, but at this moment, this expert was very sensible and personally cooking in the kitchen. And his eyes were full of fear. Noble and virtuous. That also depended on the person. This ugly person who came in was obviously someone who could kill at the slightest disagreement. Even with his cultivation, he actually felt the blood in his body freeze after being glared at by the other party, if he pretended to be noble and virtuous in front of this person. Cough, he'd better cook. Not long after, the dishes were all served. Tan Tan waved casually and said, all of you can go out and rest for a while. Then, with another wave of his hand, the room was completely enveloped by a second-grade supreme martial artist's divine sense. There were a few experts around who wanted to perk themselves up and eavesdrop. But once they came into contact with the periphery of the room, it was as if their brains were suddenly pierced by a red-hot awl. Then, they screamed loudly and ran away. Why are you here? Chu Yang took the lead and asked. After holding it in for a long time, he could finally say a few words at this moment. Tan Tan sighed. Don't ask me first. Let me ask you a few things first. First, how is Master now? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Both Master and Mistress are at my place. Why, have you grown up and actually dared to ask me first? Tan Tan laughed. If you don't answer the second question well, I'll answer your question. I'll refuse to answer all of your questions. Chu Yang's eyes became dangerous, and he looked like he was about to flip out. Xia Danfeng laughed at the side. Tan Tan sat down solemnly, his face heavy. He used his fingers to tuck his hair back and looked at Chu Yang seriously. Am I handsome? Am I more handsome now? Xia Danfeng laughed out loud. Because this sentence was not said by Tan Tan, but by Chu Yang. Minister Chu very straightforwardly took the initiative to strike first. Tan Tan was stunned. You, Chu Yang looked at him very sincerely. Am I handsome? Then, he suddenly looked shocked. Am I really handsome? Then, he was wild with joy. Wow. I'm really handsome. Then, he looked at Tan Tan seriously. Don't ask any more. I've already asked for you, and I've also responded for you. Are you satisfied? Tan Tan sat down on the chair like a deflated balloon and complained angrily, You're too unkind. Chu Yang snorted and clenched his fists. Suddenly, his knuckles cracked. Master once said that Mistress is my master. He wants to accompany Mistress. I have full authority to decide on the matters of the sect. If there's anything that's not pleasing to the eye, my eldest brother can do whatever he wants. He said that if the other brothers are disobedient, I can do whatever I want. It's fine as long as they're still alive. Other brothers? Other than Chu Yang and Tan Tan, where did Meng Chaoran have a third brother? As Chu Yang spoke, he slammed a tile on the table with a loud bang. He crossed his legs. It was Meng Chaoran's identity symbol. Tan Tan immediately softened and begged, Chu Yang, you won't, right? Chu Yang said with a fake smile, I'm very interested in enforcing the sect rules on a lower-level supreme martial artist. Besides, Chu Yang, is it for you to call him that? How dare you? Lie down and stick up your butt. Tan Tan begged, senior brother. My dearest senior brother. As he spoke, he acted like a pug. The only thing missing was a tail on his butt. For Danfeng's sake, please forgive me, Xia Danfeng laughed out loud, out of breath. Chu Yang squinted and considered. This, Tan Tan came over and grabbed one of his arms, shaking it repeatedly. Please, Chu Yang shuddered. Okay. Stop shaking it. My spine is going soft. I'm scared of you. Xia Danfeng couldn't stop laughing at the side, but she felt extremely warm in her heart. Chu Yang's deliberate forcefulness and Tan Tan's deliberate clowning were all to tell the other party, I'm still that, your senior brother when we were lowly. I'm still that, your junior brother when we were lowly. These were all to dilute the effects of the awakening of Tan Tan's consciousness, the Demon King's consciousness. Then, both of them relaxed at once. They looked at each other and smiled. Without saying anything, they started right away. Why are you so careless? Did you let the Lan clan know of your identity? This time I originally wanted to exterminate the Lan clan. Why did you not hesitate to interfere? Tan Tan said in a very dissatisfied manner. Chu Yang's heart warmed. He said, you worry too much. The Lan clan knows of the Tribulation Sword Master's woman, but they don't know who the Tribulation Sword Master is. That's why they are so cautious. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here long ago. Besides, with your current cultivation, I'm afraid you can't destroy the Lan clan yet. Tan Tan was startled. Then, he finally smiled. Yes, it's like this. If the Lan clan had confirmed the identity of the Tribulation Sword Master, they definitely wouldn't be as calm as they were now. They should have started taking action long ago. Chu Yang definitely wouldn't be as relaxed as he was now. Perhaps, he would have been captured and killed long ago. With the power of a big clan, there were indeed countless opportunities to get rid of Chu Yang, who hadn't become strong yet. But, they didn't know. Moreover, Tan Tan also acknowledged the other words that Chu Yang had said. Ever since he saw Lan Buhui suddenly appear, he knew that it was impossible to destroy the Lan clan today. Just one Lan Buhui was enough to make him pay a heavy price, and he might not even win. Besides, Xia Danfeng was by his side. Then, who is your woman in the lower three heavens? Tan Tan had a flash of inspiration. Senior sister Wu Qianqian? Chu Yang coughed dryly. Qianqian is. Cough, but the Lan clan is talking about another one. Tan Tan let out a strange cry and whistled. Chu Yang glared at him angrily. Tan Tan shrank back and said, then what are you going to do? This isn't a good idea. Chu Yang said solemnly, the lower three heavens have already made preparations. The reason why I came here this time was because I wanted to go down. However, since you're here, I suddenly have an idea. Is it possible to get rid of the Lan clan who knows a little about this? Or rather, get rid of the people who know about it. Get rid of them. Tan Tan smiled bitterly and said, that was my plan previously. Besides, I've already dealt with all the people the Lan clan sent to the lower three heavens. And I've also dealt with more than half of the people guarding the passageway. I've killed all the experts. It's also to make it easier for your brothers to come up. Although they might not necessarily take this path. I'm just doing my best. But speaking of destroying the Lan clan, that elder master from the Lan clan has definitely reached the level of a lower supreme martial artist. His strength is definitely above mine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been pulled away by you. As long as this person is around, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to destroy the Lan clan, said Tan Tan. Chu Yang nodded heavily and said, during this period of time, we'll see. Tan Tan smiled. Then I'll stay here with you and never leave your side. I'll attack wherever you say. Chu Yang snorted. Don't tell me you still want me to thank you? I don't dare. Tan Tan's face immediately turned bitter. Big brother. Don't accuse me wrongly. I'm timid, the three of them laughed in unison. That night, the three of them found an inn to stay in. On the same night, Mo Tianji and the others also gathered neatly at the Wanli Inn. The information that everyone had gathered was all put into Mo Tianji's hands. The Bloodpayers Hall had a complete set of information for sale. Mo Tianji bought a copy without hesitation. Combined with the information that others had gathered, it was equivalent to all the major events in the heavens being recorded here. Mo Tianji frowned and muttered, "It's not very optimistic. Currently, the biggest threat to Boss seems to be the Lan clan. We can only make use of the Li clan's name, to give the Lan clan a big gift?" The 5 brothers were puzzled. "Why?" Mo Tianji smiled faintly. "It's a small operation. It shouldn't be able to destroy the Lan clan. We'll just use these 20,000 kilograms of explosives to set off fireworks to celebrate our brothers finally coming up. But, how to set it off the loudest and the most beautiful? Let's discuss." This chapter is 5,300 words long. The Lan clan was really down on their luck these few days. After the second batch of people who went to the lower 3 heavens left, the Lan clan then started to clean up the mess. The majestic door that had been standing for 10,000 years was burned to ashes. Of course, it couldn't be used anymore. The Lan clan naturally had to renovate it. Regarding this, the Lan clan could only laugh at themselves. It had been 10,000 years. They had long disliked it. Now that it was burned, they could change it into a beautiful one. Since the Lan clan wanted to carry out large-scale construction, they naturally needed to purchase items. Since so many people had died in the clan, they naturally had to organize funerals. The big shots in the clan were all worried about major matters. There were major matters everywhere. How could they care about these trivial matters? Naturally, they just needed to make arrangements. Besides, 70% to 80% of the Lan clan's current strength was basically depleted. More than 100 supreme martial artist experts from the secret forces had already rushed to the north to encircle and annihilate the Li clan. Another batch of supreme martial artists had gone to the lower 3 heavens. At the passageway of the upper 3 heavens, another batch of capable experts had to be sent out. Besides, in just 2 years, the number of super experts who had died in the clan had already exceeded 200. Under such circumstances, there really weren't many experts left in the Lan clan. Some of the capable experts had also either died or were crippled. Some had left the clan. Under such circumstances, the large-scale construction and the funerals naturally fell into the hands of the ordinary people in the Lan clan. And this time, the 10,000 years of drawbacks of the Lan clan had been completely exposed. To be honest, the Lan clan had been passed down for 10,000 years. It was really rotten to the extreme. But usually, there were those experts suppressing and taking charge of matters. These people were all experts. They didn't have much need for women, wealth, and such things. Therefore, even if there was chaos, it was the subordinates who secretly did things to fill their own pockets. As for bullying, of course, there were some. But everyone just turned a blind eye to it, but this time, it was practically brazen. When the tiger was not in the mountain, the monkey became the king. Therefore, the second-generation masters of the Lan clan collectively took action. This time, it was really like a locust swarm passing through Tianlan City. For funerals, they naturally had to invite divination masters and so on. And these. Although there weren't many in Tianlan City, it was quite enough. But how could these people come out this time just for this? Things like incense sticks, paper money, and spirit-summoning banners would naturally need to be purchased as well. But, how could this purchase be so simple? With such a heaven-sent opportunity, he could fill his own pockets. How could he be worthy of himself? Although the ancestors were dead, it wasn't good to take advantage of this opportunity to get rich. But, how could he care about that right now? In an instant, it was like a pack of wolves had entered Tianlan City. Once the doors of the Lan clan were opened, it was as if a pack of wolves, tigers, and leopards had been released. Everyone in Tianlan City suffered. Wanli Lu Mo Tianji leaned against the railing and pondered. Gu Duxing stood on one side with an indifferent look on his face. The other brothers were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, there was a huge commotion below. On the street, a few people in luxurious clothes were rushing over. Their voices came from afar. What is this? And, not bad, the Lan clan has requisitioned it. What? Money? Money my ass. Take them away. F***ck. You old bastard, you actually still want money. Puff, you really don't know what's good for you. Take them to the mass grave and feed them to the dogs. This, the Lan clan has requisitioned it. Do you have any objections? No objections? Why not? F***ck. You have no objections when we take your things for free? Are you a bastard? What? You have an objection? F***ck. How dare you have an objection when I take your things? Puff. This, come over here, don't hide, little miss, haha, she's quite pretty. How old is she? Madam still needs a maid. Take her back. What are you crying for? It's your fortune that I took a liking to you. If you cry again, I'll beat you to death. Instantly, there were cries below. They saw a man in luxurious clothes holding a young girl with one hand and walking back. Behind him. It must be the young girl's mother. She was crying and chasing after them. She kept kowtowing. However, she was kicked far away by the man in luxurious clothes. Blood spurted from her mouth and she was about to die. The young girl screamed miserably. She was about to pounce forward but was held tightly by the man. She lowered her head and bit his hand. Then, she cried and pounced toward her mother's body. This bite caused blood to flow out. That person's ferocious nature erupted as he cried out in pain. With a clang, he pulled out his saber and lunged forward, stabbing it into the girl's back. With a sinister grin, he chopped the flower-like body into minced meat. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of saliva. You don't know how to appreciate favors. In an instant, the street was filled with cries and screams. It was a mess. Gu Duxing's eyes were filled with anger. He was about to jump down. However, he was stopped by Mo Tianji. What are you doing? Gu Duxing said angrily, killing this bunch of scum. Nonsense. Mo Tianji said angrily, now that you've exposed your tracks, how are we going to carry out our grand plan? Gu Duxing sneered. Are we going to watch these bastards do things that are devoid of conscience? You and I clearly have the power to stop them, but we're going to stand by and watch. Mo Tianji, where's your conscience? Mo Tianji snorted and said, with my conscience, we must uproot this kind of clan from its roots. Only then will we be doing the people a favor. If you go out like this and kill these people, you'll expose yourself and put all of us in a passive position. The other party's experts will gather here. How many can we kill? He patted Gu Duxing on the shoulder. Don't be impatient. Duxing, we won't ignore this. Gu Duxing's eyes were filled with a sharp murderous intent. He snorted heavily and said, if you can't come up with a solution, I'll kill my way into the Lan clan compound alone. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly and said, what you see is the chaos in front of you, but what I see is not. Gu Duxing frowned. Oh? The chaos below was still going on. There were more and more of them and it was getting more and more chaotic. It was as if the situation was everywhere. There were also some members of the Lan clan who were holding a list and looking around. On the list were the names of the pretty ladies in Tianlan City in recent years, their home addresses, their parents' names. The details were all there. It was very specific. Mo Tianji sighed deeply. Duxing, look, these people from the Lan clan are so proficient in doing such things. They're so unscrupulous. This proves that it's not their first time. They must have done it dozens or hundreds of times before they can be so proficient in it. They're completely domineering. What does this prove? Gu Duxing said coldly, it proves that the Lan clan should be eliminated. Mo Tianji nodded heavily. It said that before the appearance of the Calamity Sword Master, no clan could last for 10,000 years. Moreover, there's one thing worth noting. There's basically no dynasty in the lower three heavens that can last for more than 1,000 years. Why? Because after a long time, it's bound to decay. The rich won't last for more than 3 generations and the poor won't last for more than 5 generations. This is a fixed number. Even the clans in the lower three heavens that have a few hundred years of history will be full of good-for-nothings. The Lan clan. From the looks of it, it's already rotten to the core. There seemed to be a deeper meaning in Mo Tianji's voice. Gu Duxing frowned. What you mean is, Mo Tianji said, the Lan clan of today. It's the Gu clan, Mo clan, Dong clan 10,000 years later. Do you understand? Gu Duxing's body shook and he looked at Mo Tianji in shock. We're the big clans in the future. There was a hint of coldness in Mo Tianji's expression. Our clans can also last for 10,000 years. But I estimate. I'm afraid that in less than 10,000 years, or even a few thousand years, we'll become like the Lan clan, a malignant tumor growing in the heavenly realm. Gu Duxing fell silent. He looked at the chaos below and listened to the cries of countless people. He couldn't help but ask himself, if the one doing such a disgusting thing down there is my grandson, what would I do? How would my heart feel? Unavoidable? Gu Duxing's voice was a little dry. For example, the rules of the ancestors, absolutely impossible. Mo Tianji shook his head slowly. Any strict rules of the clan, any teachings of the ancestors. In such a situation, there's nothing we can do. We can only let it rot. Then, let other righteous people come and exterminate it. Then, that righteous person will establish the clan again and wait for it to rot after hundreds or thousands of years. Wait for it to be destroyed again. But it's still not enough that there's no such clan and country in this world. So, humans are only building and destroying it again and again, repeating everyone's fate. Mo Tianji said somewhat mockingly, after a few generations of heroes, there will definitely be a bear. And after a few generations of bears, there will definitely be a dandy. After that, there will be no conscience left, and then we can see the destruction. Today, we've exterminated the Lan clan, and we can see that thousands of years later, our clans will also be exterminated like this. Gu Duxing sighed and said heavily, fortunately, we still have a trace of conscience now, and we can still exterminate these shameless people. In the future, if my grandson is also like this, then I, Gu Duxing, will not hesitate to exterminate my own bloodline with my own hands. Mo Tianji shook his head gently. That's true. But by then, I don't know where you'll be. Gu Duxing was stunned. Where can I go? Mo Tianji's eyes were deep. He slowly raised his head, looked at the endless sky, and exhaled deeply. Below, at the end of the street, there was suddenly a tragic cry, and there was a flash of blood there. Gu Duxing and Mo Tianji looked over and saw that there was actually a brilliant light there, as if flowers were suddenly blooming there one after another. Viburnum flowers? Gu Duxing couldn't help but be shocked. Xianxia has made a move? What's going on? He's with Xianxia, no matter how you look at it, he should be mature and prudent. I originally thought that it was GMO and Luo Kitty who started it. How can it be the two of them? Xianxia's furious voice came from afar. Are you blind? Mo Tianji sighed. Cough, from this sentence, I'm afraid it's because Xianxia is too handsome. Too handsome? Gu Duxing was a little confused. I heard that some people from big clans are tired of playing with beauties. Mo Tianji actually grinned. Like to play with rabbits. Gu Duxing was speechless for a moment. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tianji, you really know how to joke, Mo Tianji sighed and said, I'm not joking. Du Xing, you have to remember that the four of them can make a ruckus and kill a few people to vent their anger. But the two of us can't make a move or show our faces. At most, we have to cover for them, understand? Gu Duxing nodded. We don't need too many people to enter the Lan clan in the first place. Mo Tianji pondered. Just let the four of them vent their anger. Gu Duxing sighed. Looking at the viburnum flowers below, which were becoming more and more dazzling, it was clear to see how angry Xianxia was. He couldn't help but mutter, they're really lucky to have taken a fancy to a rabbit like Xianxia. Xianxia was indeed about to go crazy from anger. He accompanied Xianxia to shop and gather information, but he didn't find any new valuable information. Just as he was feeling depressed, he saw a commotion in front of him. The two of them went over to take a look and saw a group of Lan clan members domineering, robbing, threatening, there was also a guy who held on to a young girl and refused to let go. This young girl was pretty and from the way she was dressed, she seemed to have some background. At least, she wasn't a girl from a small family. Let go. The young girl struggled hard. I'm from the Qing clan. Qing clan? That Lan clan steward had a lewd smile on his face. Qing clan is just nice. Isn't that a bed? As he spoke, he touched the young girl's face. The Qing clan seemed to be a subsidiary clan of the Lan clan, and it wasn't a very big one. A few of the young girl's guards went forward to stop them, but they were pushed aside by a few Lan clan warriors. Both sides started to argue. In an instant, the situation had escalated. As the young girl kicked the steward's lower body fiercely, the steward screamed and squatted down. He roared, "Beat her up. Today, this little girl is determined to play with me. If I don't play her to death, I won't be called the 10th master of the Lan clan." The young girl's expression changed. Only then did she know that this Lan clan member was actually the 10th master of the Lan clan. This time, it was really, the gleam of a blade flashed and the people from the Lan clan made the first move. Almost in an instant, the few guards of the young lady were either dead or injured. The young girl still wanted to resist, but she was quickly captured and slapped on the face. Immediately, her white and tender face became red and swollen. She seemed to have been spoiled at home. Tears immediately flowed down his cheeks. That Lan clan's 10th master curled up his body and stood up. With a hideous smile, he said, "Little b****, how dare you pretend to be so chaste in front of me? Master 10 won't let you pretend. Take off this little bitch's clothes for me." The Qing family. What af** king big family. So what if I let this little b** walk around Tianlan city alone? Let go. Xianxia couldn't bear it any longer. He angrily said, "It's broad daylight. Abducting a civilian girl? Is being so shameless the family teachings of the Lan clan for 10,000 years? That 10th master turned his head to take a look, and his eyes immediately widened. Xianxia had a tall stature. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and thin lips. His tall stature was wrapped in a black cloak. The contrast between black and white made him look even more elegant and handsome. She was a girl. She wasn't as handsome as Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, this 10th master's mouth was drooling. He looked at Xianxia as if a starving dog had seen a meat bone, or an old pervert who had been a bachelor for more than 20 years had seen a naked beauty. Instantly, he was somewhat dazzled. Unknowingly, he let go of the girl and walked towards Xianxia with a lewd smile. "Ah, I didn't expect there to be such high-quality goods here. TSK. Not bad, not bad." He walked one round around Xianxia, smacked his lips and said, "The rarest thing is that her but is also very perky." Then he said, "Since this little brother said that you can't abduct civilian girls, then forget it. Let that little b** go. I'm in a good mood today. But I say, little brother. You let her go. You have to compensate me." Xianxia shuddered. Ao Xianyun, who was at the side, had goosebumps all over his body. "What are you doing?" Xianxia asked angrily. Let her go. You accompany me." That 10th master looked at Xianxia with an impatient gaze. Truly a good rabbit. I accompany you? Rabbit? Xianxia had long known that some people in this world had strange and disgusting hobbies. But he never dreamed that he would actually become the target of these people one day. "I'll treat you very well, little darling." 10th master's lewd smile was almost touching Xianxia's face. And there was actually a bulge in his crotch. "Be good, go back with me. I'll also let you enjoy flying to the sky. Look at your soft and tender flesh. As the saying goes, 3 flat pieces are not as round as 1 round." Xianxia exploded in an instant. His handsome face contorted in an instant. "You're the rabbit. Your whole family are rabbits. I'll slaughter you bunch of rabbits." Xianxia grabbed this 10th master furiously. The next moment, the viburnum flowers bloomed. This 10th master's erect male characteristics didn't even have time to fade before they bloomed into a pile of flesh and blood. Then, Xianxia went completely crazy. The viburnum flowers bloomed and he rushed out. Along the way, all the people wearing the Lan clan's clothes were swept away by him. His body swept past like a gust of wind. Behind him was a sea of broken limbs and broken bodies, Behind him, Ao Xieyun was laughing so hard that he was almost twitching all over. Xiadanqiong went on a killing spree along the way. He was really mad today. He had been restraining himself, but now he couldn't anymore. Anyway, he had already started killing. Killing one was killing a group was still killing, blood was really flowing along the way. This was originally the busiest street in Tianlan City. This street was also the focus of the Lan clan's trip this time. Xiadanqiong killed quite a number of people along the way. Instantly, there were exclamations everywhere. Xiadanqiong was a solid second-grade peak-level supreme martial artist. This time, he went on a killing spree. Just the people from the Lan clan who were out for external affairs could really kill a bunch of them with just a finger. What more, the viburnum flowers, blood flowed like a river. Gu Duxing and Mo Tianji were watching from above. They were both a little shocked. They had never seen Xiadanqiong throw such a huge tantrum. Especially that sentence, "You're the rabbit. Your whole family are rabbits." This sentence really revealed the truth of the matter. Even Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing, these two people who didn't usually like to laugh, burst into laughter. As expected. On the other side, there was also a commotion. Obviously, GMO and Luo Kadi were two people who wanted to see the world in chaos. Once they heard this, they started fighting. When Xiadanqiong was shouting, the two of them directly attacked from the other side. Awoo! Kill all these rabbits. Dog ant. Damn it, these two famous curses were heard. How could Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing not know what was going on? Instantly, they held their foreheads with one hand, speechless. These two fellows were indeed unwilling to be left out. Sure enough, they started fighting. Get ready to provide support. This is the Lan clan's base camp. Mo Tianji sighed with a headache. These bastards, can't they save some strength for my plan? Gu Duxing laughed and turned to leave. The unlucky Lan clan was once again in chaos. After half a day, the people who were sent out were slaughtered in a disorderly manner. Lan Yingfeng was furious and immediately sent people to investigate thoroughly. These people naturally wouldn't say what they did when they returned. They would only say that a few foreigners were bullying the Lan clan and so on. A few supreme martial artist experts were sent out to search, but they didn't find anything. Seeing that it was already afternoon, two guests suddenly came to the main gate of the Lan clan. Two young men. One was gentle and refined while the other was sharp and cold. "May I know if Master Lan is here?" Mo Tianji bowed gently and elegantly. "Please inform him that an old friend of 3 days ago is here to visit. Master Lan, please take the time to meet him." During the previous battle at the Lake of Despair, the Lan clan only sent a young man and he was very low-key. But what kind of person was Mo Tianji? Naturally, he had already investigated all the information that he could use. He also found out the identity of this Master Lan. At that time, this Master Lan had once wanted to recruit Gu Duxing. And now, Mo Tianji was using this reason that had long been forgotten to come to visit. An old friend of 3 days ago? The guard at the main gate was much more amiable. Ever since the last time he cursed someone as ugly and almost had his entire clan wiped out. Now, the guards at the main gate of the Lan clan were all more amiable than the previous one. "Please wait for a moment. I will inform Master Lan," the guard said. "Sorry to trouble you, big brother." Mo Tianji handed over 2 purple crystals without saying anything. The guard's eyes lit up and he silently took them. Not long after, a person came out of the main gate of the Lan clan. It was Master Lan, Lan Yingyu, who had gone to the upper 3 days ago. He looked confused. "Looking for me? An old friend of 3 days ago?" Mo Tianji saw him from afar and immediately smiled. "Master Lan, do you still remember the battle at the Lake of Despair?" Lan Yingyu immediately remembered. "Oh, you are that Mo clan? Haha, isn't this the young sword sovereign? What a rare guest. Please. Please." Mo Tianji said gratefully, "I didn't expect Master Lan to still remember us." "Haha, both of us are really flattered." Lan Yingyu sighed. "Young talents. Of course I remember. It's just that the two of you have come to the upper 3 heavens this time because..." Mo Tianji smiled reservedly. Although the upper three heavens is big, it's still not enough compared to the splendor of the upper three heavens. Lan Ningyu's eyes lit up. Oh? What do you mean, Master Mo? Mo Tianji said, it depends on whether Master Lan can give us a job. Haha, both of us came from afar to seek shelter. We were originally nervous. After all, in the upper three heavens, if we were to fight alone, that feeling. Haha, Lan Ningyu was overjoyed. The Lan clan was currently in dire need of manpower. Both of them were martial artists. This trip was really a rare gain. However, he still maintained a reserved expression and said, but I wonder what your current cultivation level is, Gu Duxing said, Sword Saint. Grade. Mo Tianji said, I'm ashamed. My cultivation level has almost not increased, but Lan Ningyu could no longer hear Mo Tianji's words. He was completely shocked by Gu Duxing's words. Sword Saint, quality, recommended a new book, title, Hedonistic Immortal Doctor Book ID, 2510964 Author, Boujing Introduction, we are all mortals. But Ling Yun is not. Because he knows cultivation and has even reached the tribulation stage. Although Ling Yun is still a hedonistic, he specializes in slapping the faces of hedonistic people. Grade of Sword Saint, this was the highest level that Gu Duxing could reveal after concealing his cultivation. It was also the aura that could not be concealed the most. It was tailor-made for Mo Tianji, deliberately letting Gu Duxing reveal a kind of sharp edge. Lan Ningyu looked over and saw that Gu Duxing was full of brilliance. Sword intent was everywhere in his every move, as if every strand of hair also contained sharp sword aura. This was the charm of a grade 7 Sword Saint, Sword Aura Yangtze River, Sword Light Big Dipper. Lan Ningyu was extremely shocked. Back then, he recruited Gu Duxing in the upper three heavens only because he saw his potential. Although Gu Duxing was already a Sword Emperor at that time, in Lan Ningyu's view, it was only his potential that was terrifying. But he did not expect his advancement to be so amazing. In just 2 years, he actually rushed all the way from Sword Emperor to grade of Sword Saint. This kind of advancement was also unprecedented in the upper three heavens, let alone in the upper three heavens where spiritual energy was severely lacking. Lan Ningyu was so excited that his face turned red. Brother Gu, really? Gu Duxing nodded coldly and said, really? Lan Ningyu suddenly got up. Do you dare to fight? Gu Duxing's gaze swept over and sword intent was everywhere. He said indifferently, I'm afraid that the sword has no eyes. Mo Tianji cursed in his heart. Gu Duxing is such a fool, he doesn't know how to be humble when he comes to ask for help. He hurriedly said, Duxing has always practiced sword techniques that kill people. I'm afraid this is not suitable for sparring, I see. Lan Ningyu was relieved. He smiled and said, I don't think there will be any accidents. I'll tell Big Brother to make arrangements. After saying that, he hurried out. Mo Tianji said in a low voice, Second Brother Gu, can your expression be gentler? Gu Duxing sneered. You can control heaven and earth, but can you control my face? Mo Tianji was speechless. Gu Duxing said telepathically, Tianji, it's too risky this time. The heavens have just opened, won't they suspect that we are the tribulation that just came up? Mo Tianji smiled indifferently and said telepathically, I'm just afraid, they won't suspect. Lan Ningyu hurriedly went to look for Lan Ningfeng. Lan Ningfeng was in a terrible state. When he heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. There's such a thing? Absolutely. Lan Ningfeng pondered. He muttered, But why does the name Gu Duxing sound so familiar? Lan Ningyu said, Haha, elder brother's memory is indeed amazing. The last time I came back, I told elder brother about the several rising stars of the upper three heavens. The first one is Gu Duxing. Lan Ningfeng nodded. I see. He felt that his memory was a little fuzzy. In fact, Lan Ningfeng himself was not confused, but he had already heard the name Gu Duxing from 2 people. Naturally, it was Lan Ningyu. The second person was none other than the patriarch who was in seclusion. After the elder master returned from a trip, he mentioned Gu Duxing's name to Lan Ningfeng. Then, he went out again. Lan Ningfeng didn't care at all. He had indeed forgotten. Lan Ningfeng frowned and said, if that's the case, this is a good thing. However, now that the sky has opened, the tribulation is coming. Since this person is such a genius, could he be one of the tribulations? Lan Ningyu was stunned. He had never thought of this possibility. However, it doesn't matter if he is one of the tribulations. And he specially came to join us. This person has to stay and take a look. Lan Ningfeng pondered for a while and said, Sword Saint grade. Then, let's arrange for a first-grade supreme martial artist to go and try. Okay. 10 minutes later. Gu Duxing and Mo Tianji were invited to the small square outside the hall. On the square stood an amiable-looking old man. Around them, Lan Ningfeng and 7 or 8 other people of the Lan clan were watching the battle. Obviously, the Lan clan attached great importance to this battle. A mere sword saint came to join them. There was no need to take it so seriously. The key was Lan Ningfeng's guess. Could he be one of the tribulations? This conjecture made this test a very important one. At this moment, Lan Ningfeng's gaze was fixed on Gu Duxing. Gu Duxing stood at the side of the square, side by side with Mo Tianji. However, his aura was lonely, bleak and desolate. Although he was standing in the crowd, he used this inexplicable aura to inadvertently isolate himself. He didn't seem to belong to this world, nor to this space. He was completely alone. Lan Ningfeng frowned and thought to himself, sealing the heart and locking the mind, the supreme way of the sword. If this is a tribulation, isn't it too repulsive? Please. The first-grade supreme martial artist from the Lan clan issued an invitation. Gu Duxing's face was as cold as ice. He took a step forward, his hand on the sword hilt, his black robe fluttering in the wind, and he remained silent. Only his 2 sharp eyes shot out 2 rays of light. In an instant, sword aura shot into the sky. Although he didn't say anything, everyone understood what he wanted to say. To fight is to kill. The face of the supreme martial artist opposite him turned cold and he sneered. Ignorant kid, how dare you talk nonsense? Gu Duxing's gaze didn't move, his expression didn't change, and his body didn't move. But with a clang, the black dragon sword had already appeared in his hand like a flash of light. An inviolable and holy aura of a king spread out. The supreme martial artist opposite him had long been prepared for this. One of his hands had been on the sword hilt, but at this moment, the sound of the sword was clear and loud, as if it went straight into the clouds. For a moment, he couldn't control it. The long sword at his waist let out a cheerful sound and actually unsheathed itself by half a foot. Cold light flashed. The supreme martial artist drew his sword, his expression already changing. Everyone's expression changed at the same time. They didn't expect that the second-grade sword intent of a sword saint could actually affect a first-grade supreme martial artist. This was simply unthinkable. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and contemplation. It turned out that a sword saint was really so powerful. The 2 people on the field were already engaged in a fierce battle. At this moment, Lan Ningfeng didn't care about winning or losing. He was only paying attention to Gu Duxing's temperament and expression when he used the sword. The few people around him were the same. How is it? Lan Ningfeng transmitted his voice softly. The sword is lonely, the heart is lonely, a supreme martial artist beside him said. Abandoning everything, another person said. The way of the sword is supreme. This is a heartless person, another person said. The feelings of tribulation are earth-shattering. Such a heartless person can't be a tribulation. Someone concluded. The few people nodded slowly. Lan Ningfeng frowned. While everyone was discussing, a muffled groan came from the field. The result was already out. The shoulder of the Lan clan supreme martial artist was cut, and blood was dripping. Gu Duxing's chest was slashed twice, and his flesh was badly mutilated. But that muffled groan came from the mouth of the Lan clan supreme martial artist. As for Gu Duxing, his expression didn't even change. His gaze was indifferent, as if the bleeding wound on his chest wasn't his. This gave people the feeling that even if his head was chopped off, Gu Duxing wouldn't make a sound. He was such a person. The result of this battle was somewhat different from what everyone had predicted. Originally, everyone thought that it would be good enough if Gu Duxing could be defeated after a few moves. But they didn't expect that it would actually be a lose-lose situation. Next, Lan Ningfeng naturally pretended to be very happy. He sent people to arrange for Gu Duxing and Mo Tianji to be treated in the inner court and instructed them to serve them well. After some consolation, finally, they returned to the secret chamber. Immediately send capable people to the 3 days to find out news about Gu Duxing. I want all accurate news. Lan Ningfeng gave the order at once. Once you get the news, rush back immediately. Report to me as soon as possible. Yes. Act immediately. Lan Ningfeng looked at the people leaving, a strange expression on his face. Whether you are one of the tribulations or not, once you are in the Lan clan, you can forget about going out again. Just give me 3 days and all your details will be laid out in front of me. Lan Ningfeng sneered in his heart. Lan Ningfeng didn't expect that Mo Tianji would give him 3 days. Mo Tianji wouldn't even give him half an hour's time. Duxing, how is it? No problem. That's good. Let's start tonight. So fast? Gu Duxing was a little shocked. Tonight is definitely the time when they are watching us the most closely, Mo Tianji sneered. When they relax, we will be finished. Our safest time. Only this half a night, or even the second half of the night, is not safe. Tonight is the first chaos of the tribulations. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. A few supreme martial artists were in the dark, paying attention to the guest room where Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing were staying. For 2 people with the highest cultivation level of martial saint, it was already very generous of the Lan clan to send 4 supreme martial artists to watch over them. Darkness. A dark shadow suddenly appeared outside the guest room. In the darkness, a completely black sword light seemed to flash. Gu Duxing supported the supreme martial artist whose throat he had just slashed with his sword and gently placed him on the ground. It was as if he had lowered his footsteps and stepped on a blade of grass. On one side, a low voice said, Gu Duxing heaved a sigh of relief and lowered his voice. He said vaguely, something's not right, what's not right? With the sound of the wind, another supreme martial artist leaped over at lightning speed. A section of a completely black sword tip silently pierced his throat at the same moment he came over. The sword aura suddenly exploded and took control of his brain immediately. The sword aura exploded and then took control of his meridians, rushed into his dantian and exploded. This supreme martial artist also fell down without making a sound. With Gu Duxing's current cultivation level of a 2nd-grade sword sovereign, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with a few ordinary 1st-grade supreme martial artists with all his strength. He placed the 2 of them against the wall, completely absorbed the smell of blood with the black dragon sword, and let the 2 corpses sit opposite each other. If someone saw this, they would only think that the 2 of them were discussing or thinking about something with their heads lowered. The entire passageway on one side opened. Gu Duxing exhaled softly. This exhalation traveled far and silently, hitting Mo Tianji's window. Under the light, Mo Tianji's figure appeared in the window. He seemed to sway a little and then opened the window. The 2 supreme martial artists on the other side immediately tensed up. Mo Tianji sighed and murmured, the upper 3 heavens is really different. He actually took a deep breath and looked at the starlight in the sky with a face full of affection. The 2 supreme martial artists relaxed. Mo Tianji sighed for a while and then finally blew out the light. With only a rustling sound, he went to bed. But the window on the other side opened gently. Just when the 2 supreme martial artists thought that Mo Tianji had gone back to sleep, Mo Tianji himself floated out silently. The sound of Feng Qingrou's breathing was still there. It was a small device that Chu Yang had left for Mo Tianji. It could imitate the sound of sleeping people naturally with the help of the wind. This premise exists, but I forgot what it was called. Cough, ashamed. Cough, many people were dissatisfied with the setting, saying things that had never been said before, saying that in the beginning, the Supremes were invincible, but later on, the Supremes were everywhere. Let me say it again here. The first chapter of the Proud World mentioned the Heavenly Imperial Court. Tribulation of the Heavenly Imperial Court, 1 sword to destroy the world, thousands of years to reign supreme, the Heavenly Imperial Court. In the first 10 chapters, it said that mighty people could fold the Heavenly Imperial Court. Even the Heavenly Imperial Court could be folded. What was a supreme martial artist? As for why the Heavenly Imperial Court was divided into upper and lower planes, each plane had its own system. It was to avoid the phenomenon of king-level experts in the beginning, but supreme martial artists were inferior to dogs later on. Because different planes had different standards. If you want to measure the heavenly imperial court with the lower three heavens, you might as well measure Sun Wukong with modern society. Gu Duxing was waiting anxiously, but when he saw Mo Tianji floating over leisurely, he couldn't help but get angry. Did you clean it up? Mo Tianji asked through telepathy. My divine sense has covered it. Gu Duxing said with a cold face, everything is covered by my sword aura and divine sense. It can completely block the divine senses of other supreme martial artists. Mo Tianji snorted and said, don't be careless. Gu Duxing snorted and said, nonsense, if I was as slow as you, I would have been discovered long ago. Mo Tianji smiled and didn't say anything. Then, he estimated the distance between the guest room and the main building of the Lan clan and frowned slightly. It was close to 1,000 feet, and this distance was an insurmountable chasm. If the explosives were detonated in the guest room, although it could create a large-scale disturbance, it couldn't shake the foundation of the Lan clan. The direction of the main building was the best place. Mo Tianji frowned and observed for a while before saying, Duxing, look, the terrain of the Lan clan is basically like this. The main building is on the north side, and the north side is surrounded by the dragon veins. According to the general feng shui layout, that must be the ancestral hall of the clan. Gu Duxing was completely ignorant of all these. He said, ah. Mo Tianji said lightly, generally speaking, the ancestral hall of the clan is extremely important to every clan. However, because such a place is a little gloomy, not many people are willing to guard it. Therefore, the people guarding such an important place won't be of high status. Gu Duxing nodded. He knew about this. The ancestral hall of the clan was only supreme in name, but its actual value was equivalent to nothing. Some treasures could be stored in the warehouse, but only memorial tablets could be placed in the ancestral hall. Which thief would be so blind? Stealing from the ancestral hall, therefore, this place was very important to the internal affairs of a clan. But to outsiders, it was really worthless. It was only natural that there weren't any experts guarding the place. This place is the most inconspicuous. However, the overall position is the core of the Lan clan. Only by detonating it here can the greatest effect be achieved. Mo Tianji said lightly. Cough. This. Blowing up their ancestral hall together is a little sinister. Gu Duxing admitted that Mo Tianji's words were reasonable, but he still had some misgivings. If the ancestral hall was blown up, it was no different from digging up the ancestral graves. This was a taboo in the heavenly layer. Mo Tianji rolled his eyes and said, if you don't blow up their ancestors, we won't have the chance to become their ancestors. At a time like this, you're actually being virtuous and modest, Gu Duxing smiled bitterly. Mo Tianji raised his eyes and looked around. He used his heart to sense and said, there should be a warehouse several hundred feet away from the ancestral hall. There's a dense aura of treasures over there, but it's not obvious on the ground. It should be underground. It's usually a place like this. They were all very confidential, but the more confidential the place was, the more confidential it was. That's the most important thing. After that, it's the sleeping quarters of the Lan clan. Mo Tianji calculated and finally made up his mind. I want you to rush into the Lan family's ancestral hall within half a breath's time. I'll rush in with you. When you rushed in, I happened to be 500 feet away. Immediately pour out all the explosives. Then, without stopping, come to me immediately. The moment you move, it'll be the moment my phosphorus arrow shoots. The moment you come to my side, it'll be the moment the phosphorus arrow shoots the gunpowder. The first wave of explosion will begin. Then, we'll leave at the same time. Mo Tianji said methodically, that way, it'll be an earth-shattering chaos. Even if someone discovers us at that time, they won't be able to do anything, Gu Duxing gasped. You're crazy. This is 22,000 kilograms of explosives. Once it's detonated, you and I will only be 500 feet away. We won't be able to escape the range of the explosives at all. Mo Tianji said, I have my own plans for this. After all, we'll be able to keep our lives and escape. Gu Duxing shook his head repeatedly. Tianji, if that's the case, just rush out now and ignore me. Then, I'll rush in and detonate the explosives myself and find a chance to escape, Mo Tianji glared. Do you think I'll lie to you? It's settled then. Let's start immediately. Gu Duxing hesitated. It's only the second night watch, the security will be tight at the third night watch. Mo Tianji sighed. Who doesn't know that the third night watch is the most suitable time for night walkers? Why are you so awkward today? Gu Duxing smiled bitterly and finally said, all right. He thought to himself, why am I so awkward? Isn't it all because of you? If I'm alone, would I really care about anything? Besides, I'm a second-grade peak sword supremacy. If I really want to escape, I'm already prepared and completely confident. Isn't it because I'm afraid something will happen to you? Of course, Mo Tianji knew how Gu Duxing felt. He said in a more serious tone, Duxing, you should know my temper. Caution comes first in everything. If I wasn't confident, why would I accompany you to take this risk? Gu Duxing perked up. All right. Let's go. Mo Tianji's telepathic message vibrated. Gu Duxing's body shot out like an arrow. From the start, his speed had already reached the limit that Gu Duxing could reach. The speed of a second-grade sword supremacy was completely displayed without any scruples. The thin body in black cut through space with a hiss, bringing out a blurry white smoke and a soft sonic boom. In just a flash, he was already 700 to 800 feet away. Mo Tianji followed closely behind. Everything was within Mo Tianji's expectations. Once he started to take action, it was irreversible and unstoppable. Because there was only this little bit of time. Even if someone discovered the two of them now, they would definitely not be able to react in time to stop Gu Duxing. Just as Gu Duxing started to move, 3 people in the Lan clan compound opened their eyes at the same time. A supreme martial artist is running desperately? What's going on? The next moment, these 3 people soared up and flew out of their own rooms. They flew into the sky and looked down at the entire Lan clan compound. However, just as they thought of this person, Gu Duxing's body let out a sharp whistle in the darkness and had already rushed into the ancestral hall at lightning speed. Then, without caring if there was anyone inside, he opened the 2 rings completely. All the bundles and piles of explosives were poured onto the ground like a small mountain. Then, there was a splash. A few large barrels of oil were poured onto the pile of explosives. By the time these 3 people had just started to float out, Gu Duxing had already retreated back to the way he had come, when they soared into the sky. When he started to observe the Lan clan compound, Mo Tianji was already 500 feet away from the ancestral hall. He sat on his horse and raised his bow. The bowstring was like a full moon and a black ghost-like arrow flickered with a faint phosphorescence. He shot it out, he entered the ancestral hall, and at this time, Gu Duxing had already reached Mo Tianji's side. Go! Mo Tianji roared and his body suddenly leaped outwards. Gu Duxing rushed over like a hurricane and grabbed Mo Tianji's belt and rushed out at lightning speed. Then, Mo Tianji's expression relaxed. He touched his ring with his finger, and a strangely shaped big shield made of purple crystals appeared in his hand. It appeared in his hands. Then, he raised the shield behind him and Gu Duxing's backs. There's a spy. Where are you going? Stay. In 3 directions. 3 voices sounded in shock and anger at the same time. Then, 3 figures rushed over from 3 directions at the same time. Before they arrived, a mountain-like pressure was already coming down on them. A long whistle shook the night sky of the Lan clan. The Lan clan of the great clans, from today onwards, will become history. It was Gu Duxing's voice. Gu Duxing had already rushed over 200 feet away. On the opposite side, there were also a few Lan clan experts coming to intercept him. Gu Duxing was just about to draw his black dragon sword when he was stopped by Mo Tianji. Gu Duxing could not understand it at all. We are fleeing for our lives, but Mo Tianji has created such a grotesquely shaped shield. This has caused our speed to drop by more than 1 level, and now, Mo Tianji actually didn't allow him to draw his sword. Was he really courting death? At this time, there was already a big fire in the direction of the ancestral hall. There was no explosion yet. A few figures dashed toward the ancestral hall. A few figures pounced toward Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing. There were also a few figures who flew into the air in a flurry. In the distance, the experts of the Lan clan were gathering here from all directions. If this continued, even if Gu Duxing and Mo Tianji grew wings, they would definitely not be able to escape. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly lit up. Then, there was an earth-shattering explosion. With a boom, a huge mushroom cloud rose from the direction of the Lan clan's ancestral hall. All the surrounding buildings collapsed neatly. The experts who were rushing over to put out the fire were all caught off guard and turned into flying people with the smell of meat all over their bodies. At this moment, everyone felt as if they had lost their hearing. Many people were shaken and fell from the sky like dumplings. This was only a small portion of the explosives that had exploded. Most of the explosives were sent flying in all directions by the impact of this explosion. Then, there was another huge explosion that shook the mountains and rivers. This was the explosion of the main force. Then, there were explosions in all directions at the same time. Those were the explosions of the explosives that had been pushed out by the airwaves. The Lan clan's courtyard was turned upside down. On the ground, a huge crack suddenly appeared that stretched for hundreds of miles. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Following which, countless cracks spread out, and countless human houses fell into them. Words couldn't describe the misery of this moment. The sturdiest house of the Lan clan's main house actually flew a few thousand feet into the sky and then disintegrated at a height of 1,000 feet. If someone was interested to observe, they would be able to see that in the sky, from the disintegrated house, a few naked human bodies flew out. Gu Duxing and Mo Tianji only felt a sudden weight on their backs. The air waves from the explosion pressed down on them. The two of them used all their strength to hold on to that shield made of an unknown material. Almost in an instant, blood flowed out of their 7 apertures. The force of the explosion was like the collapse of heaven and earth. It pushed this shield and disappeared into the night sky with a whoosh. They didn't know how far they had gone. In short, the Lan clan experts who were bleeding from their 7 apertures only heard a whoosh and the 2 people in front of them suddenly disappeared. Starting from the center of the Lan clan compound, if one were to look at it from a high altitude, they would be able to clearly see that violent air current sweeping out in all directions with an unstoppable force. Everywhere it passed, the entire Lan clan compound turned into nothingness. Countless human bodies, upon coming into contact with this air current, suddenly disintegrated in such a bizarre manner without even having the time to scream. The impact of the explosion rushed out in all directions, leaving behind only a bottomless pit. At the bottom of the pit, there was a burst of dense smoke. Soil fell down, and then water gurgled out. Then, the water that came out was completely swallowed up by the cracks in the ground that suddenly appeared. The widest crack was several feet wide and bottomless. Many Lan clan brothers fell in. This crack actually extended all the way out, as if there was no end to it. The Lan clan occupied a very large area, almost taking up 1/5 of Tianlan City. One must know that Tianlan City was a big city with a population of several million, but this huge explosion instantly razed the entire Lan clan to the ground. The aftershocks even spread out, directly affecting the entire Tianlan City. More than half of the houses collapsed. The entire Tianlan City became a scene of doomsday. The explosion passed. But the surroundings were as quiet as a ghost town. Everyone collectively lost their voices under such tremors. Only that extremely huge mushroom cloud in the sky was still rising slowly, rolling and surging toward the horizon. Lan Buhui stood high up in the sky, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Under such a sudden tremor, he had also temporarily lost his hearing. In fact, his internal organs had even suffered very serious injuries from the tremor. But he didn't treat his injuries. He merely stood high up in the sky, his expression calm and blank, his gaze sorrowful and desolate as he looked down at the chaos below. The Lan clan was gone. Under such a concentrated and cruel blow, the Lan clan had very thoroughly turned into history. Only less than 30 supreme martial artists were able to escape from this huge explosion. Even the current clan leader, Lan Yingfeng, had also died in this chaos. Even these 30 supreme martial artists who were born were all injured and battered. All of them were dumbfounded like ducks that had been struck by lightning. They weren't mentally prepared at all for something like this to happen to their clan. Never would they have thought that a big clan with tens of thousands of people would be gone just like that. Crack. Plop, mud and stones continued to fall from the cracks in the ground, and the dust slowly began to dissipate, revealing the terrified and incredulous faces of the crowd. All one of the supreme martial artists suddenly knelt down on the ground and roared towards the sky, "Oh my God! What's going on? What's going on? My grandson! My son! My..." Another supreme martial artist was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He only managed to utter half a word before he fainted. For a moment, the messy Lan clan compound was filled with cries and shouts. As long as one was human, one had roots. With roots, there was a sense of belonging. The Lan clan was the root of these people and where they belonged. There were often people who questioned the idea of blind loyalty in ancient times. That was because they didn't understand that under special circumstances, a place that could shelter them from the wind and rain, a place where they could eat hot tea and have family, was the root. It was belonging. As long as a group of people moved in the same direction, you would naturally have a goal in life if you were in the group. This was the joy of life. Now that the Lan clan compound had been destroyed and tens of thousands of people had been annihilated, it was equivalent to taking away the backbone of these people, causing them to lose the direction and goal to move forward. This feeling was really hard to describe. In such a state of mind, even the hatred in their hearts couldn't suppress that feeling of utter despair. That was the feeling of being completely hollowed out from their thoughts to their hearts and souls. It was only after a long while that some of them finally regained their hearing. They kept looking in front of them, looking around in disbelief, as if they still couldn't believe that the home they had spent their whole lives in was gone just like that. Lan Buhui heaved a long sigh in the air, but he spat out a mouthful of blood that he had been suppressing. "Clean up the mess, and wait," Lan Buhui said somewhat despondently. Then, with a flash, he disappeared. The explosives were too powerful. Mo Tianji's estimation had always been to suppress his own strength and increase the enemy's strength. Therefore, even though he had already tried his best to overestimate the power of the explosives, he still didn't expect that 20,000 kilograms of explosives would actually be so powerful when they exploded together. According to his estimation, 500 kilograms of explosives could destroy a house, 10 kilograms would be able to blow up a small courtyard, 100 kilograms would be able to collapse a small hill, 1,000 kilograms would be able to destroy a large mountain. But there were some things that Mo Tianji couldn't calculate with his current conditions. For example, the power of the explosives. 500 kilograms of explosives was different from 100 kilograms. The power of 2,000 kilograms of explosives and 20,000 kilograms of explosives wasn't as simple as multiplying the power of 2,000 kilograms by 10. In other words, even if the power of 2,000 kilograms of explosives was multiplied by 100, it definitely wouldn't be as powerful as the power of 20,000 kilograms of explosives exploding together. And it was far inferior. Gu Duxing had just held on to Mo Tianji and held up that strange shield when he felt as if the whole sky was collapsing behind him. He held on with all his might. Both of them channeled all their cultivation into the shield to withstand the violent impact. The powerful impact slammed onto the shield. Then, both of them lost consciousness. They only knew how to hold on to the shield and flew out. They didn't know how far they had gone, but in Gu Duxing's blurry consciousness, they had flown over 2 to 3 mountains. With a loud bang, the two of them landed solidly in a forest. Branches. And branches flew everywhere at once. Both of them fell from the treetops. By the time they landed on the ground, they were already in a daze. Gu Duxing woke up immediately. The first thing he did was to check on Mo Tianji. He pinched him hard. After a long time, Mo Tianji woke up. He blinked and suddenly sighed. How could it be wrong? I've clearly calculated it a few hundred times. There's no problem at all. Gu Duxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was actually still thinking about such things at this juncture. He took the shield and saw that the back of the shield had already been burned and smashed into a mess. The shield that was originally thick and heavy was now almost like a cicada's wing. If the explosion had been a little more powerful, this shield would have been destroyed. If that was the case, Gu Duxing and Mo Tianji would inevitably be buried together with the Lan clan. Mo Tianji looked at the shield and gasped. This is a little unexpected. Gu Duxing was speechless. Tianji. You've really gone too far this time. I reckon that this time, the whole Tianlan city will be gone, Mo Tianji coughed. There was a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. How did you come up with this thing? Gu Duxing made an explosion gesture, indicating the explosives. Mo Tianji coughed and said, "That time when I went to the lower three heavens, I accidentally heard firecrackers. So it was to welcome guests. Out of curiosity, I looked it up and verified the formula. Then I realized that although this thing has long existed in the lower three heavens, it's usually used for etiquette, welcoming guests, festive fireworks, and so on. Its biggest use is to attack cities. But the effect of attacking cities is not very obvious. I felt that it was a bit of a waste. How can such a powerful thing not be of much use?" Mo Tianji coughed. "So when I came back that time, I started to study it. I changed the formula 7 or 8 times and realized that the power of the explosion could be increased completely." Gu Duxing was flabbergasted. "You came up with this thing just like that?" Mo Tianji sighed. "Yes. Later on, I realized that although this thing is powerful enough, it's not very useful to martial saints, emperors, and monarchs. After all, who would be so silly as to stand there and wait for you to blow them up? So I put it down. This time, it was to blow up the passageway. That's why I came up with this idea on the spur of the moment." Gu Duxing sighed, speechless. He destroyed one of the great clans with just this idea? "How much of this thing do you have left?" Gu Duxing took a breath and asked. "No more." Mo Tianji spread out his hands. "It's been a few years and I've only made this much. And this time, I was afraid that it wouldn't be enough, so I used all of it. I really didn't expect that even a shield made of meteoric iron and star mithril would almost fail to block it." Gu Duxing took a deep breath as if he had a toothache. A few years' worth of stockpiled explosives went off just like that. Seeing this kind of power, and thinking about how Mo Tianji had always been carrying this 20,000 kilograms of explosives with him and the others, even with Gu Duxing's current mental fortitude, he couldn't help but feel weak in the calves. Oh my god, if it exploded, then what kind of calamity would there be? Everyone would have to give up. Mo Tianji continued, "This shield is the heirloom of Xia Danqiong's clan. I took it to take a look and realized that it can make use of the wind, especially when running with the wind. As long as there's wind behind it, a person can even float with the help of the shield. And it's extremely sturdy. This time, as long as we hold the shield, we can ride the wind and roam the world. And then, we can also take a look at the scenery of the explosion." Gu Duxing's face became distorted. "Scenery, just a little bit more and the two of us would have gone to the palace of the King of Hell to take a look at the scenery. Although Big Brother's nickname is King of Hell Chu, he's not really the King of Hell." Regarding the current situation, Gu Duxing could only rejoice. But he also felt a little guilty in his heart. "Tianji, this time, we've really gone too far." Gu Duxing said, "Many innocent people have died." Mo Tianji was silent for a while. A hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. He said quietly, "Maybe it's too much. But, it's also worth it." Gu Duxing sighed. The power of the explosives was completely out of his expectations. He really couldn't blame Mo Tianji for anything. The Long clan is perverse and tyrannical. Now that they're dead, it can be considered as getting rid of evil for the people. Mo Tianji smiled coldly. "Under the oppression of the Long clan, there are also many people here. They're all good men. They'd rather fight to the death. But, the reality is that even if they fought to the death, it's useless. This bunch of people, now that they've died here, they should be happy too, right? Perishing together with these scum, can be considered to have died a worthy death." Mo Tianji said indifferently, "As for those who don't even dare to think of fighting back. Such cowards. What's the difference between being alive and dead? I've had a cold for a few days. I didn't dare to tell everyone because I was afraid that someone would say something about me." Lin Daiyu. Cough, "I've sweated a lot today. I feel much better. I'll report this to everyone." Gu Duxing disagreed with Mo Tianji's argument. "But they are innocent." Mo Tianji said, "Duxing, I don't want to kill the innocent. But, since it has happened, I don't regret it." He paused and said, "I miscalculated this time. But if I could do it again, I would still do it. There's a saying that goes, those who want to achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Also, the merciful can't command troops. Mo Tianji said indifferently, even if a general succeeds, there will be mountains of corpses. What about reorganizing the entire heaven-level world? You can't lack compassion, but you can't let it overflow. Mo Tianji supported himself and stood up from the ground. Now, I've already wasted time talking so much. It's useless to talk about principles. I'm too lazy to talk to you. If you can move, immediately carry me to a safe place and finish this operation. Gu Duxing snorted and threw the shield away. Mo Tianji's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He caught it and put it into his ring. Wastrel. This is the essence after burning. It can be of great use to the boss, and you just threw it away? Gu Duxing rolled his eyes. With a cold expression, he carried Mo Tianji on his back and gave him 2 hard jabs. Mo Tianji was already in pain all over to begin with. With this jolt, the water in his eyes directly came out. With a contorted face, he moaned, "Just you wait." Gu Duxing snorted and disappeared with Mo Tianji on his back. They used all means to hide their auras. After 2 rounds, they arrived at a small house in the mountains. It should have been built by a hunter at some point in time. It had been abandoned for a long time. Mo Tianji had cleaned it up a day earlier. This place was a smokescreen that Mo Tianji had arranged in advance. Even though Mo Tianji was certain that nothing would go wrong, he still arranged such a buffer zone out of habit. In case something unexpected happened, this place could be used as a temporary shelter. They would have a ready-made identity to avoid the enemy's pursuit. It had to be said that Mo Tianji's preparation had played a huge role in this moment. The two entered the house. When Gu Duxing came out again, he had changed into a hunter's attire. His eyes were completely hidden. He looked like an ordinary hunter in the mountains. Originally, there were 2 of them. However, Mo Tianji was obviously still unable to move. He could only lie on the bed and pretend to be a patient. Moreover, his face had been blackened by Gu Duxing. For a moment, he sighed with emotion. This kind of role, including the fake corpse lying in the coffin, was prepared for GMO and Luo Kudi. I didn't expect that after preparing for such a long time, it would all be used on me. Just some time after Gu Duxing and Mo Tianji had left that place, there was a burst of dense fog in the night sky. A blue-robed figure broke through the air and shot straight to the place where Gu Duxing and Mo Tianji had once been. It should be here. The newcomer's expression was wooden and bleak. It was Lan Buhui. The old ancestor of one of the great clans was indeed extraordinary. He actually found this place based on the fall of the human body. The most tragic thing about the Lan clan's incident this time was that no one knew what had happened. All those who knew had died. None of them survived, and this knowledge only referred to those who knew that Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing had come to seek shelter. As for the cause and effect of this explosion, there was no one who knew at all. The only thing that the survivors had some impression of was that 2 youths had rushed out from their home. But these 2 people were unfamiliar. Yes, that was all there was. Lan Buhui rose into the air in a hurry and only had time to see countless people being blasted out. He calmed down a little and began to search one by one. But he found quite a few people, all of whom had already become dead. By the time he found the direction where Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing were, it was already the turn of the 30th to 40th person. He fell here, broke tree branches and stayed here. There are bloodstains, but he didn't stay here and left. Looking at the traces here, Lan Buhui murmured, if it was someone from the clan who was still alive, he or she would have stayed here for a while. But this person left in a hurry. It shouldn't be him. If it isn't him, then it must be someone who caused the destruction. Murderous intent appeared in Lan Buhui's eyes. This was the first time in several thousand years that Lan Buhui wanted to kill someone. He had painstakingly built up the clan for 10,000 years. Yet, he actually watched helplessly as the clan at its peak was destroyed right in front of his eyes, turned into a charred land. Lan Buhui's emotions at this moment were completely indescribable. Or perhaps, it was hysterical. A lightning-like glow flashed in his eyes. He carefully looked at the traces around him, including the broken branches, the direction, the sap that flowed out after the tree broke and so on. Then, he got to his feet and took a step forward. The direction in which he took this step was exactly the first step that Gu Duxing had taken with Mo Tianji on his back. There was no mistake in the direction of the distance at all. In fact, even the weight was the same. Although Lan Buhui didn't know why there was a strange heavy feeling under the other party's feet, it was a perfect simulation. Then, he took the second step. By the time he took the third step, Lan Buhui was already completely certain that these two people were definitely the ones who had caused the huge explosion. Because in just 3 steps, they had already changed directions in 2 different directions. That's not all. These 3 steps even made use of a certain special rhythm, making use of the moment when they brushed past the trees and grass without harming the plants, allowing the plants to take away their scent. Lan Buhui's eyes flickered. What a thief! From then on, he became even more cautious with every step. Although his movements were several times slower than Gu Duxing's, he strictly ensured that every step was correct. Gu Duxing didn't leave any footprints or traces at all. But Lan Buhui simply chased after him closely based on a mysterious feeling. This was a good move. It was as if Gu Duxing had left deep footprints and was leading the way. By the time he took the 5th step, Lan Buhui had already retracted all the murderous aura all over him. By the 7th step, he had already concealed all his aura. By the 8th step, Lan Buhui's entire person had already melded into heaven and earth. At the moment of the explosion in the Lan clan, Chu Yang was sitting opposite Tan Tan in a very remote inn in the east of the city. Since he had met Tan Tan, everyone naturally had to share good things, and that was Chu Yang's resources, including Shui Leihan's wine. These were all things that martial artists dreamed of. Although Tan Tan's cultivation technique was very different, he was no exception in terms of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The moment he saw it, his eyes turned blue right away. Before Chu Yang could even tell him to kill more, this fellow had already pinned Chu Yang down on the bed like a bandit. Give me more. Chu Yang wasn't as strong as him, so he could only ask, how much do you want? Tan Tan asked murderously, what's the standard for this thing? Chu Yang replied, a cup of wine that hasn't been diluted again. About 300 years of cultivation. Tan Tan's eyes darted around as he calculated. A cup of wine with 300 years of cultivation, so a cup is only 3 taels. I want at least, want 1.5 caddies. He calculated that Chu Yang definitely wouldn't have too much of such good stuff. Besides, there were still other brothers waiting to get a share. It was already very impressive of him to ask for 1.5 caddies. He thought to himself, if Chu Yang haggles, I'll pretend to be unwilling and then back off step by step. If I can get half a caddy in the end, it'll be a great victory. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang agreed readily. 1.5 caddies? No problem. Let me get up first. Tan Tan rubbed his hands excitedly and let go of him. Chu Yang didn't go back on his words. He measured 1.5 caddies and gave it to Tan Tan. Tan Tan was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He held it as if it was a treasure. Even his eyebrows drooped down as he jumped up and down. I knew senior brother was the best. Ha ha ha. I now realize that you're also very handsome. You're not as handsome as me. Chu Yang rubbed his shoulders. He curled his lips and said, if you didn't insist, I would have given you 2.5 caddies. But since you're so impolite and only want 1.5 caddies, I'm happy to save it for myself. Ah? Tan Tan opened his mouth wide. His neck stretched out, and his eyes bulged out. Great master, you won't, right? Chu Yang remained calm and unruffled. Why wouldn't I? Anyway, it's settled. Tan Tan's complexion immediately turned bitter. Senior brother Ichi, he actually acted coquettishly. Chu Yang shuddered and said, get lost quickly. Xia Danfeng giggled on the side. Tan Tan rolled his eyes and said shamelessly, wife, do it. Chu Yang was stunned. Xia Danfeng had already come over. Big brother Chu. How about 2.5 caddies? Okay. She actually shook Chu Yang's arm. Tan Tan shook on the left, and Xia Danfeng shook on the right. The husband and wife acted coquettishly together. Chu Yang was completely dizzy. He hurriedly raised his hands. Okay. I surrender. Oh my god, I've really seen it today. There's actually such a husband and wife in this world. And they're actually my junior brother and sister-in-law. Oh my god. Only then was Tan Tan and his wife satisfied. They reached out and put their palms together under Chu Yang's nose. Give it to me. Chu Yang was completely defeated. Since they had something good, they naturally had to consume it immediately to raise their cultivation. That was why Chu Yang and Tan Tan had deliberately found such an extremely remote place. Naturally, they didn't know that Tianlan City had already become a pot of porridge during the day. At night, Chu Yang was fully focused on guarding. Beside him were Tan Tan and Xiadan Feng. Tan Tan had already finished his cultivation and was currently circulating his energy to help Xiadan Feng digest the medicinal effects. Speaking of which, Chu Yang was also very speechless. When others drank this wine, they hurriedly raised their cultivation. When Xiadan Feng drank this wine, her first reaction was to get drunk. Chu Yang was directly speechless to the extreme. Behind him, Tan Tan's long exhalation could be heard. He said, "It's finally done. This little girl has to drink more, to strengthen her foundation." Tan Tan only drank 2 cups, but he continuously fed Xiadan Feng 1.5 liters. This fellow doted on his wife, but he let Xiadan Feng get drunk. She actually spat out the last cup. If others saw that this peerless treasure, which martial artists might not even be able to smell for thousands of years, was wasted so much, they would probably cry on the spot. But Master Tan's expression didn't change. Master Chu was similarly unmoved. This was the composure of the 2 brothers. It could really be said to be unprecedented. Under the planning of the administrators and the deputy moderators, the spectacular World Pride Cup book review competition has begun. Talents from all walks of life, quickly come and show your skills. The prize for this book review competition is generous. It's fair to all, and the talented will win. Let's see who's the hero in the Kangming continent. Xiadan Feng finally stood up. She stretched her arms and kicked her legs. Then, she became excited. She hugged Tan Tan. She laughed and jumped. "Tan Tan, you're so good. My cultivation has jumped 7 or 8 levels, Tan Tan smiled crookedly. He patted his chest. "It's okay. Leave it to me. It's just a small matter if you want to improve," Xiadan Feng cheered. The husband and wife hugged each other. Chu Yang sat on one side with black lines on his face. He suddenly felt uncomfortable in his heart. These are all my resources, okay? How did it all become Tan Tan's contribution? Moreover, this guy shamelessly took all the responsibility. How can you have such a good thing? He couldn't help but say, "I say. Dan Feng, this matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with Tan Tan." Xiadan Feng turned her head, cough cough. "I say, senior brother Chu, you're my uncle. I'm your sister-in-law. If I hug you and kiss you, would you be able to take it?" Tan Tan nodded fiercely. He said disdainfully, "How can you be an elder? You even want to take advantage of your sister-in-law. Public morals are degenerating day by day." Chu Yang felt dizzy. He was tongue-tied, and couldn't say anything. "Who asked you to hug me, and kiss me? Moreover, when did I want to take advantage of my sister-in-law? Isn't this He Tian's injustice?" "I'm not." Chu Yang's face darkened as he looked at the husband and wife hugging each other. He thought, whose public morals are degenerating day by day? You should have a conscience when you speak. Chu Yang complained weakly. Isn't it your duty as the eldest brother-in-law to give some benefits to your brother's wife? How can you be so calculative? You even want a favor. Tan Tan curled his lips and said, "I've never seen someone like you." Chu Yang held his forehead, and remained silent. "Okay, I admit defeat." Then, he heard Xiadan Feng cheer, "Tan Tan, you look so handsome when you curl your lips." Really? Tan Tan was in high spirits. He was overflowing with interest. How handsome. In any case, you're handsome. Then, I have to curl my lips. But, I can't curl my lips in front of my wife. I can despise anyone, but I can't despise my wife. Tan Tan was very melancholy. But, he rolled his eyes and suddenly found a target. So, he started to talk non-stop. "I've never seen someone like you. Humph, you're really stingy and stingy." And you still want to be my senior brother? I don't even mind scolding you, humph. Xianxia couldn't bear it any longer. He flashed Meng Qiaoran's command medallion in his left hand. Then, he threw a punch with his right hand. I'll make you handsome. I'll show you how handsome you are. In the name of your master, I order you to withdraw your protective key. This beating was truly satisfying. Tan Tan was ordered not to resist, and not to use his vital energy to protect his body. In just a few punches, his face was swollen like a pig's head. Tears flowed down his cheeks. You're too cruel. At this moment, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled. The three of them were stunned at the same time. What was going on? Then, a strong vibration came from beneath his feet. The three of them were caught off guard. So, they sat down on the ground in a daze. Then, a loud explosion was heard. The three of them felt as if their eardrums were going to explode. The place they were standing on shook fiercely like an earthquake. The room of the inn fell to the east, and then fell back to the west. The three of them were thrown to the east, and then to the west. Only then did they regain their composure. They stabilized their bodies in the middle of the room. Tan Tan said in a daze, earthquake? His voice hadn't faded when the inn collapsed with a loud bang. At this moment, it was fully revealed that Xianxia and Tan Tan were from the same master. The two of them said the same thing at the same time. Tan Tan, you hold on. I'll cover you. Xianxia, you hold on. I'll cover you. It was chaos. Tan Tan pulled Xie Danfeng into his arms. Then, he leaned over and covered his wife. He activated his divine power with a hey sound. The roof of the inn that had collapsed was sent flying. Then, the two of them flew out. The ground under their feet was still shaking. Even the ground on the street was bouncing like beans being fried. The sky was filled with smoke and dust. Suddenly, a sky full of apples flew up. It was a street stall. The apples all bounced up. Tan Tan grabbed one in each hand. He took a bite. It tastes pretty good. He stuffed it into Xie Danfeng's hands. What happened? The two of them calmed down in an instant. Tan Tan carried Xie Danfeng. Xianxia followed closely behind. The three of them shot up into the sky. Looking around, they saw that Tianlan City was in chaos. More than half of the houses in the city had collapsed. The inn that the three of them were staying in was the most remote. It wasn't very affected. The surrounding houses stopped shaking after a few times, but this inn had collapsed. Regarding this, the three of them were speechless. Why didn't the other houses collapse, but the one we're staying in collapsed? Tan Tan was actually struggling with this question at this moment. Xie Danfeng rolled her eyes at him. She shrank into his arms and said, "Is this hard to guess? The other houses aren't inns. What happened to the inn?" Tan Tan was surprised. Then, realization dawned on him. I see. Xianxia asked humbly, what's the reason? Of course, he knew that this inn had been in disrepair for a long time. Besides, the structure of an inn was fundamentally different from a house. But he wanted to hear Tan Tan's opinion. There are many people in the inn. There are many people staying here. Tan Tan explained confidently. There are people doing that every day. The foundation has long been loose. It would be strange if it didn't collapse after a quake. Xianxia was dumbfounded. There was such a strange reason, Xie Danfeng moaned and shrank her face into Tan Tan's arms. She was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to raise her head. She twisted and twisted Tan Tan's body with one hand. Tan Tan shivered in the air. He sucked in cold air and grimaced. In this world, it's a crime to speak the truth. The quake below subsided slightly. Xianxia really didn't want to be alone with this guy. If this went on, he would definitely suffer internal injuries. He said, let's go over and take a look. He flew away first. Tan Tan and Xie Dan followed closely behind. They sped all the way to the site of the explosion. The two brothers were dumbfounded. This seems to be the Lan clan's place. Tan Tan's mouth was wide open. But now, where did the Lan clan go? Xianxia looked at the debris in front of him. There was a huge pit, a wide expanse of flat land, and that huge crack. He smacked his lips and said, they should have gone up. Tan Tan nodded solemnly. It looks like they went up. But who let them go up like this? This person is really generous. What a guy, to destroy half the city at once. Even I am somewhat impressed. Chu Yang frowned. He was also thinking about this problem, but he already had a vague idea. It should be the brothers who came up, right? He remembered that he once saw Mo Tianji secretly experimenting with fireworks or something. He said that he wanted to make a formula and a weapon. When he connected the dots, he immediately had a rough idea. This was most likely Mo Tianji's doing. It was just that, with such a big commotion, were the brothers okay? Instantly, Chu Yang started to worry. Right at this moment, a voice came from the smoke above his head. Clean up the mess and wait. Then, his divine consciousness sensed a person leaving in the sky. Chu Yang and Tan Tan exchanged a look. Tan Tan said telepathically, this person is the elder master of the Lan clan, Lan Buhui. At the very least, his cultivation is at least second-grade supreme martial artist. Chu Yang nodded solemnly, his eyes shining. Mo Tianji lay on the bed, dressed like a hunter. There was even a green cloth wrapped around his head. Gu Duxing was chopping firewood outside. From here, the two of them looked like two very pure hunter brothers. Mo Tianji calculated in his heart. He should be able to hide here. Ordinary people wouldn't track him here either. But if they came after him, Xia Danqiong and the others were currently hiding in the city. Without his orders, they probably wouldn't come out. Ao Xieyun was experienced and prudent, holding back the two clowns, GMO and Luo Kadi. Nothing would happen, so the other side could rest assured. At the moment, the biggest danger was him and Gu Duxing. Mo Tianji's mind spun rapidly. After a long time, he sighed. I finally understand what it means to make one wrong move and then all the steps will be wrong. It's just because I misjudged the power of the explosives. Because of that, I got injured. Because of that, I couldn't go far. I can only stay here temporarily. But staying here temporarily, although they had made preparations in advance, was much more dangerous. If they had followed the original plan, the two of them would have returned to the chaotic Tianlan city by now and disappeared without a trace in a single turn. But they had been sent flying too far. If they wanted to go back, they would only attract more attention. So they could only come here by mistake. Duxing, Mo Tianji called. Gu Duxing answered and entered. What's the matter? I'm afraid it's not safe here. Mo Tianji said, unless no one comes after us. And with your whereabouts, we have absolute confidence that we won't be tracked. But there's always a what if. Once someone comes after us, it must be a peerless expert using a method that you and I don't understand. If there really is such an enemy, you and I won't be able to fight against them. Gu Duxing grunted with a solemn face. So we can't stay here for long. Mo Tianji was deep in thought. It's better for us to leave as soon as possible. If we leave, we'll go back the way we came. Enter the ruins of the Lan clan and take advantage of the chaos to go back. This is the safest route for now. If we didn't have the route here this time, entering the Lan clan directly would of course be a huge risk. But after this, it's actually the safest place. Gu Duxing frowned slightly. Tianji, I think you're too prepared for a rainy day. You're not suitable to move in your current state. It's already very safe for us to stay here for the time being. Even if someone comes looking for us, we'll be able to disguise ourselves. I'm not blindly preparing for a rainy day. I'm afraid it's too late to leave now. Mo Tianji said worriedly, if they use a method that you and I don't understand to find us, I'm afraid the disguise will only be a joke. He paused for a moment and said, Duxing, don't underestimate the big clans. For the big clans to be able to establish themselves in troubled times and pass down their legacy for tens of thousands of years, they definitely have a lot of amazing talents. At the moment, they're just rotten. So they look very easy to deal with. Moreover, the existence of the big clans in itself is a kind of powerful constraint to them. But the moment they wake up from their glory of tens of thousands of years and return to their iron-blooded style, every one of these big clans will be a powerful enemy. Therefore, before they wake up, we must use thunderous means to completely destroy them in one go. Not giving them a chance to react is the way to go. Just as Mo Tianji was speaking, outside, a blue figure had already drifted closer without a sound. He stood outside the window of the wooden house. There was a strange expression on his face. It was Lan Buhui. I'll write this chapter first. I'll go for the infusion. Today is the last day of the cold infusion. If I come back early, I'll write another chapter. If I come back late, then I'll write this chapter. Gu Duxing was rather disapproving of Mo Tianji's excessive caution. He said, "You worry too much. In my opinion, although the big clans are powerful, they may not be much. The so-called 10,000 years of accumulation is nothing but a joke." He smiled coldly and said, "Of course there are many experts, but, based on the current situation, it's just that we lack some time. At least, they haven't seen through your scheme." Mo Tianji's face darkened, real worry in his eyes. He forced himself to get up and said seriously to Gu Duxing, "Second brother Gu, your way of thinking is very dangerous. You are an important person to us brothers. If you also underestimate the enemy like this, the consequences will be unimaginable." Gu Duxing said coldly, "Back then, in the lower three heavens, eldest brother and his sword alone were unparalleled. In the lower three heavens, we also started from nothing and gradually grew stronger. In the upper three heavens, we have already successfully taken the first step. 10,000 years of heritage has already been destroyed in a day." Mo Tianji interrupted, "Do you know why it was so easy?" Gu Duxing said indifferently, "The Tribulation Sword Master only appears once every 10,000 years. All the big clans know this. They shouldn't have been unprepared, but when it came to it, they still couldn't bear it. How do you expect me to think highly of him?" Mo Tianji sighed heavily, his eyes looking above him. After a long while, he said, "Duxing, let me tell you about the big clans. I will help you adjust your way of thinking first. Otherwise, if you continue like this, sooner or later, you will make a rash decision and send all our brothers to their deaths." Gu Duxing said coldly, "Go on." Outside, Lan Buhui was about to make a move, but when he heard Mo Tianji's words, he couldn't help but stop. From the conversation between these two, he could tell that one of them was probably Tribulation's think tank, while the other was the Sword's Edge, right? He was very sharp and domineering. Lan Buhui didn't care about anyone else's opinion, not even Tribulation Sword Masters. However, he had to listen and care about the opinions and comments of Tribulation's think tank about the big clans, the think tanks of all the Tribulation Sword generations. No matter which one it was, they were all figures who could destroy the world with their bare hands and turn the world around from nothing, these think tanks. No matter which one it was, if they were used to fight for hegemony and settle the world, it would be a waste of talent. He was truly a heaven-sent genius, right now. Although the Lan clan was annihilated, there were still people in the lower three heavens. There were still more than 30 supreme martial artists alive. There were also the clansmen who were sent to the northwest. There were still 70 supreme martial artists. With this kind of power, even if they lost their base, they could still make a comeback at any time. Mo Tianji's comments, especially at a time like this, were extremely important. Mo Tianji was silent for a moment. He asked, "How long have we been here?" Gu Duxing said, "It's already midnight. It's already dawn now. The sky outside the window is already starting to brighten." Mo Tianji was silent. Then, he suddenly smiled and said, "Since Senior has already come, I'll take a look at you. Why bother standing outside? Wind, frost, and dew were heavy, how could it not be hard? Would you like to come in for a chat? As for the grudges and enmity between us, there's no harm in making a decision after we've discussed it." Gu Duxing got up in fright and stood with his hand on his sword. Could it be that the enemy has really chased after us? That shouldn't be possible, right? With my cultivation base, I should be able to escape. Even Chu Yang may not be able to keep up with me. Outside, Lan Buhui was also taken aback. He discovered me? How did he discover me? With his insignificant cultivation and his current injuries, how could he have discovered me? Was he trying to trick me? Lan Buhui was certain at once. It was definitely a trick. Stay calm and don't move. I've become one with the universe now. Even if you come out right in front of me, you won't be able to see me. How could you sense me? Lan Buhui had absolute confidence in this. Hearing that, Mo Tianji shook his head and smiled rather speechlessly. Looks like Elder isn't going to give me face. Are you afraid that I'm trying to trick you? He said quietly. When Elder arrived, there was no sound at all. The wind didn't blow and the birds didn't startle. Indeed, no one noticed your arrival. I couldn't sense it either. However, Elder should know that there's a feeling called warning signs. Lan Buhui's heart skipped a beat. Yes, there was indeed such a feeling. Often, one's heart would suddenly palpitate when one wasn't aware of it. When that happened, it meant that something bad was about to happen or was happening, or that danger had already come or was coming. This was pretty good. There's also a secret technique called Heavenly Secrets. Mo Tianji said dispassionately, so I'm sure that you're outside right now. He said somewhat mockingly, if Elder insists on not coming out, then just take it that my trick has failed. Since you're already here, it doesn't matter whether you appear or not. Gu Duxing kept his eyes fixed on the door, fearing that he would miss something. However, he still didn't notice anything. However, Mo Tianji had said it with a card up his sleeve. There was even a hint of mockery in his expression. Just as Mo Tianji finished speaking, he saw a flash of blue robes in front of the door. A man in blue quietly appeared. Standing in the courtyard that was illuminated by the pine forest, his expression was bleak and desolate. Although he was here, he gave off the feeling that he didn't belong to this world. It was Lan Buhui. Lan Buhui sighed and said, as expected of the mastermind of tribulation. You're indeed a young hero. The moment he appeared, a jolt went through Gu Duxing. He finally understood that Mo Tianji wasn't shooting at random, neither was he overly cautious. A hint of darkness also flashed across Mo Tianji's eyes. Lan Buhui's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he stomped his feet and sighed. So I've been tricked after all. You didn't notice me at all. Mo Tianji smiled dispassionately. Elder's guess is right. I was indeed tricking you. Lan Buhui asked, what would you have done if I hadn't come out? Mo Tianji shook his head lightly. As long as you're here, you'll definitely come out. If you don't, it means that you're not here. In that case, I'll leave this place immediately with him and go far away. Lan Buhui looked up at the sky. After a moment of silence, he said, that's right. You first mentioned the fundamental weakness of the big clans, yet you stopped at the most critical moment. You aroused my strong interest and then suddenly started to trick me at such a time. If I were here, I would definitely come out. Even if I knew that you were tricking me, I would still come out. Therefore, I had no choice but to fall into your trap. Lan Buhui said dispassionately, because I already have a request in my heart. Exactly. Mo Tianji propped himself up. Removing his disguise, he sat up. He said softly, unfortunately, you were just one step too late. If we had left immediately when I told Duxing to leave this place, Elder, you would have missed me as well. Lan Buhui nodded and said, when I came, you were already talking about the big clans. Indeed, I didn't hear you say anything about leaving. If you had left at that time, even if I could have caught up to you, it would have taken a lot of effort. I'm afraid it'll take a lot of effort. Mo Tianji was silent for a moment. Then, he said dispassionately, if I wanted to leave again, you wouldn't have caught up to me. Lan Buhui was silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed. That's right. If you had turned back, I wouldn't have been able to catch up to you. At that time, I wouldn't have turned back at all. The sword at Gu Duxing's waist suddenly vibrated violently, although he was still standing upright like a javelin, unsheathed and unstoppable, there was a look of agony in his eyes. As it turned out, Tianji was right. He had arranged everything. All I had to do was follow his instructions completely. Even if there was danger, I would be able to avert it. But because of my arrogance and a little dissatisfaction with Tianji's prudence, I delayed taking that little bit of time. This expert in front of me only heard that the big clans were not to be underestimated. Before that, Mo Tianji had already said that he would leave. After thinking about it, he even retorted a few words. It was just that little bit of time, but it was enough to determine life and death. Gu Duxing sighed softly. No wonder. Although that period of time was short, he was carrying Mo Tianji. But it was enough to cover more than 10 miles. In fact, dozens of miles. How could the enemy catch up to him? But now, it was too late for regrets. Mo Tianji smiled, his expression calm and tranquil. He said, if I'm not wrong, Elder must be the founder of the Lan clan? Lan Buhui's eyes shone with a strange light. That's right. Good judgment. Mo Tianji smiled. After the shocking explosion, there are probably not many people in the Lan clan who can quickly calm down and chase after us here, right? Lan Buhui admitted, not many. Mo Tianji was silent for a moment. In a disappointed tone, he said, since you're the founder of the Lan clan, then you're one of the tribulations of the previous generation? Given Mo Tianji's age, it was indeed a little inappropriate for him to say this to the 10,000-year-old Lan Buhui. But now that Mo Tianji had said it, the three of them felt that it was only right and proper, because Lan Buhui's father was one of the tribulations of the previous generation, and the two people in front of him right now were two of the current tribulations. Lan Buhui's eyes shone with adoration. In a deep voice, he said respectfully, yes. My father is Lan Tingxue. At this moment, Lan Buhui showed absolute respect. It wasn't respect for these two young men, but for the word tribulation, because his father had once been a tribulation. Mo Tianji was silent for a moment. Then, he said softly, if I'm lucky enough to survive, then my son will also establish a new great clan, and become the founder of the ruling clan. Lan Buhui replied respectfully, yes. Mo Tianji shook his head and sighed with a smile. May I know your name? Lan Buhui replied, Lan Buhui. Buhui. Mo Tianji thought for a moment in a daze. Then, he praised, good name. Presumably, when your father named you, he wanted his son to not do anything he would regret in his life, to not have any regrets in his life. No. A strange light shone in Lan Buhui's eyes. He said slowly, my father gave me this name, but it's referring to his own life. My father's life was filled with bloodshed and countless battles in the martial world. There were countless hardships and near-death experiences, but he never regretted his actions in his life. For his tribulation, he never regretted it. For him and his brothers, he never regretted it. When my father left home for the last time, he specially came to talk to me. He said, I have no regrets in this life, and neither should you. Lan Buhui said softly. His father's mighty figure seemed to appear before his eyes again. His voice also became warm and gentle, filled with memories. Mo Tianji was silent for a moment. Then, he suddenly asked, in that case, have you managed to not have any regrets in your life? Lan Buhui shuddered violently and looked up abruptly. Mo Tianji smiled. In the 10,000 years of the Lan clan, do you have any regrets? Lan Buhui stared wide-eyed at this young man who was a good 10,000 years younger than him. For a moment, he was actually rather tongue-tied. He felt sweat dripping down his back. No regrets? Do you have any regrets in the 10,000 years of the Lan clan? Lan Buhui was stunned. 10,000 years of time passed by just like that. For a moment, he was actually stunned. After a long while, Lan Buhui sighed and said, who in this world can have no regrets? Mo Tianji said dispassionately, your father has no regrets. Lan Buhui was stunned again. He nodded slowly. Yes, he has no regrets. I'm not as good as him. Mo Tianji said dispassionately, I have no regrets too. Lan Buhui slowly pulled himself out of his memories. Looking at Mo Tianji, his gaze gradually became sharp and fierce. He said softly, you created an earth-shattering explosion single-handedly that killed 50,000 people. You have no regrets? Mo Tianji laughed mockingly. Don't tell me you don't think so? Don't tell me you think that your family members don't deserve to die? Lan Buhui's expression was steely. Mo Tianji took a breath and took out a thick booklet. Flipping it open, he read aloud, the Lan clan has done evil for 10,000 years, oppressing and harming the world, for their crimes. 8,000 years ago, the Lan clan wanted to expand. Second Grandmaster Lan Muxue gave the order to uproot another clan, the Chao clan. That night, all 30,000 members of the Chao clan were wiped out. The Lan clan then took over this place and built a lot of buildings. This became the outer courtyard and garden of the Lan clan. 7,100 years ago, the Lan clan tried to steal a bride and was injured by the Du clan. That night, all 5,000 members of the Du clan were killed and the daughter of the Du clan went missing. After that, the body of a lowly concubine was found in the Lan clan's public quarters. It was suspected to be the daughter of the Du clan, Du Mufeng. 3,330 years ago, there was a plague outside Tianlan City, hundreds died. The Lan clan sent experts to slaughter all the people and animals within a 3,000-mile radius of Tianlan City. Half of Tianlan City was also wiped out and over 1.3 million corpses were burned. The flame soared into the sky. At this point, Mo Tianji closed the booklet and said dispassionately, "A plague. It has existed since ancient times. But to kill more than 1.3 million people for the sake of a plague that infected just a few hundred people. Your Lan clan is unique. There is no other clan like you." Lan Buhui took a deep breath, pain in his eyes. 700 years ago. The Xin clan, a vassal clan of the Lan clan, did not pay taxes on time and delayed for 3 days. On the 4th day, 800 people of the Xin clan died an unnatural death. The guards of the Xin clan disappeared overnight. 15 years ago, 10,000 people died an unnatural death. 3 years ago, Mo Tianji's voice was very calm as he slowly recited. His voice was flat from beginning to end. However, each and every one of them was dripping with blood. All of them were too numerous to record. As Mo Tianji read out each word, Lan Buhui's countenance slowly changed. From calm and composed, it slowly turned a little red. Slowly, his face became expressionless like steel. Mo Tianji patted his hand lightly with the small booklet and said indifferently, "Lord Elder Ancestor of the Lan clan, perhaps you still think that none of this has happened? Right now, the Lan clan has more than 100,000 people, occupying 1/5 of Tianlan City. As for Tianlan City, it was a large city with a population of several million. The tyranny of the Lan clan is evident. The surroundings of the Lan clan were all congregated by the major clans. Naturally, they became the Lan clan's natural defense line. What's wrong with killing them all together?" Mo Tianji said coldly, "This is enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens." Lan Buhui's eyes shone with eagle-like light. "Where did you get all this information from?" Mo Tianji said, "There are some people in the heavens who have taken on important missions. That is the great records of the heavens. They have recorded all the history of the heavens since ancient times. And these are merely the parts of the Lan clan that were found from them." Lan Buhui nodded slowly. "Good." Mo Tianji's eyes were full of mockery. "Good?" Lan Buhui was silent. "These are your reasons for dealing with the Lan clan?" Mo Tianji straightened his back and said coldly, "Isn't that enough?" Lan Buhui took a deep breath but couldn't say anything. Mo Tianji said coldly, "Back then, when your father destroyed the major clans, he also used the same reason." Lan Buhui said hoarsely, "This reason is enough, but I still want to kill you." Mo Tianji sneered. "Even if you don't kill me, I will kill you. Do you think that this blood debt has nothing to do with you at all? If not for your connivance, would this have happened? A second-grade supreme martial artist's divine consciousness can cover the entire Tianlan City. As a second-grade supreme martial artist, what is going on in this city that you don't know? What have you done?" Lan Buhui's expression didn't change. He said dispassionately, "You don't understand. You really don't. Before you become a major clan, perhaps you won't understand." Mo Tianji sneered. The two of them looked at each other, neither giving in. Although Mo Tianji was at an absolute disadvantage, the look in his eyes right now was full of arrogance and loftiness. Like a judge looking at a criminal, no matter how powerful the criminal was, in front of a judge, he was just a prisoner waiting to be slaughtered. After a long while, Lan Buhui finally shifted his gaze dispassionately. He said, "You mentioned the major clan's weakness just now. Now, I'll give you a chance to linger on and finish what you want to say." Mo Tianji said dispassionately, "I'm very tired and injured. I don't have the energy to speak." Lan Buhui said, "You should understand that your life now is in my hands." Mo Tianji smiled. "Yes, but you should also understand that whether I say what I want to say or not is also in my hands." Lan Buhui smiled. "I can choose not to listen." Mo Tianji also smiled. He said word by word, I can also die. The two of them exchanged a look, discovering the smile in each other's eyes at the same time. Lan Buhui heaved a long sigh. Talent. What a pity. Let me explain to you. When I was in seclusion, I knew what they were doing, but I didn't stop them. Once a general succeeds, there will be mountains of corpses. Even the establishment of a country will cost millions of souls. What more, a great clan that rules the heavens? As for today, the Lan clan has been destroyed. Just as you said, you are enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. You have a clear conscience. I admit. According to the secular world, it's time to clean up a clan like this. But as their ancestor, I have to. Yet I have to avenge them. You killed them in the name of reason. My revenge is in the name of reason. Reason and reason can't be both in the past and the present. Lan Buhui took a deep breath. I hope you can understand. Mo Tianji was silent for a moment. His brows raised, as if he wanted to refute. But in the end, he still said dispassionately, I understand you. He really did. After all. In this world, those who could put righteousness before family were still as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Such people. They were either saints or fools. And Mo Tianji admitted that he was neither a saint nor a fool. Putting themselves in his shoes. If he were in Lan Buhui's current situation, even if he knew that his family was in the wrong, he would still seek revenge. Lan Buhui said, Thank you for your understanding. Mo Tianji turned to Gu Duxing. Do you have the medicine that boss gave you with you? Give me one, I need to recover my energy. Gu Duxing nodded. I only kept one. I gave the rest to GMO and Luokadi. Mo Tianji was stunned. I gave them mine too. The two brothers exchanged a look and smiled bitterly. In the hearts of the brothers, GMO and Luokadi seemed to be the ones who got injured more often, getting into bloody fights at every turn. Gu Duxing took out the elixir. Mo Tianji took it and swallowed it. Throughout the whole process, Lan Buhui didn't stop him. In his opinion, even if the two people in front of him fully recovered, they wouldn't be that strong. He could kill them with a casual flip of his hand. What did it matter if their injuries recovered or not, although Gu Duxing always carried the incomplete version of the heavy elixir with him, but unless it was an emergency, he definitely couldn't bear to use it. After all, an incomplete version of the heavy elixir was equivalent to a life. Who would bear to use it unless it was the last moment? Once it was used, the next time they really encountered a life-and-death situation, there wouldn't be a chance. After swallowing the incomplete version of the heavy elixir, Mo Tianji's complexion improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, he got down from the bed. Standing on the ground, he took 2 slow steps and said with a smile, Boss's medicine is indeed useful. Then, he said to Lan Buhui, Elder Lan, since you want to talk, please take a seat. Laughing, Lan Buhui sat down opposite him. Mo Tianji turned to Gu Duxing and said, Second brother Gu, after this talk, it will be a life-and-death battle. I have no confidence in being able to escape, and you also only have a tiny bit of hope. Therefore, if you have confidence in being able to escape, then leave quickly. Don't hesitate at all. Gu Duxing took a breath and said resolutely, This time, it's my carelessness that has harmed us. Let's die together. We are brothers in life and brothers in death. Do you think that I, Gu Duxing, have done something wrong and only let my brothers pay the price while I run for my life? Mo Tianji said dispassionately, Our identities have already been exposed. Boss and the brothers are equally in danger. If you can't escape, your mistake will never be able to be made up for. If you still remember that it was your carelessness and underestimation of the enemy that caused my death this time, then you have to be careful in the future. Don't let our brothers die for the same reason again. Mo Tianji spoke of his own life and death, but it was as if he was talking about an outsider. His tone was very calm. Gu Duxing gritted his teeth. Tears welled up in his eyes and he swallowed heavily. His tears were already on the verge of flowing out, but he forced them to evaporate in his eyes. He didn't want anyone to see his weakness, especially when there was an enemy in front of him. The lives of boss and the brothers will depend on whether you can escape or not. Mo Tianji reiterated once again, if you really want to die here just for the sake of our brotherhood, just for the sake of your guilt toward me, then I have nothing more to say. After saying that, he turned around and said to Lan Buhui with a smile, Elder, you must be joking. Lan Buhui said amiably, it's fine. If you can let me know the real drawbacks of the big clans, I will let you and your brothers die a little more painlessly. He smiled dispassionately. Although you have been stalling for time right from the start, I didn't stop you. If all tribulations were like the two of you, then even if all of you came here together today, this old man has absolute confidence that he would die together with you. Mo Tianji smiled. Since that's the case, let's have a life and death talk. Someone in the book review said that at the moment of explosion, all dangers would be averted. I laughed. Without Chu Yang by his side, do you think that Mo Tianji would waste a heavy pill when he has absolute confidence in escaping? With a slight smile, Lan Buhui said, since that's the case, I'll ask you for a favor first. If you go down there and see my father, please greet him. Say hello to him. A look of adoration appeared in his eyes. He said softly, he left home when I was just 20 years old and never came back. I miss him a lot, a lot. He said, as a robber, if you have a spirit after you die, you will definitely see him. Mo Tianji smiled lightly. I'm just afraid that after I tell him, he will be very disappointed in you. That wouldn't be pretty. Lan Buhui said dispassionately, if he can come to my dream to teach me a lesson, then what harm is there in killing everyone in the world? He looked at Mo Tianji and suddenly asked, do you have a father? Is your father still alive? Mo Tianji was taken aback. Nostalgia suddenly appeared in his eyes. His father, Mo Tianji's father, Mo Xianxia, was also a figure. But before this, Mo Tianji didn't think much of it. Besides, he was dissatisfied with many of his father's methods. Mo Xianxia was a little snobbish and a little Philistine. When it came to character and integrity, he didn't have much. Mo Tianji's feelings toward his father were neither reverence nor respect nor contempt. In short, it was very complicated. Especially after he grew up, as his wisdom and experience slowly increased, he also became even more, but now that he thought about it, he only thought about how his father took care of him and protected him when he was a child. Thinking about that middle-aged man who lifted him on his shoulder when he was a child only to have his neck covered in urine, he couldn't help but smile. I'm luckier than you. Lan Buhui chuckled. You have a father. How would you know the pain of a child who lost his own father at a young age? Mo Tianji pondered and said, if I really die today, I'll help you send away your longing. Thank you. Lan Buhui nodded and smiled. To express my gratitude, I'll treat you to tea. Today. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The spiritual energy in the air suddenly rolled and surged, forming a teapot out of thin air in an instant. 3 teacups. He took out a cup of tea, the most ordinary green tea, and put it into the teapot. Once again, the spiritual energy turned into water. After pouring it into the teapot, it started to boil. I know these things. I don't care whether the tea is good or not, or whether the wine is good or not. I've never cared, and have never been particular about it. As Lan Buhui busied himself, he said, so, I've neglected you. Mo Tianji smiled. It was indeed a little negligent. However, I'll forgive you this time. Lan Buhui shook his head and laughed. There is a difference of 10,000 years between our ages. But now, I'm treating you as an equal, or even half an elder. Mo Tianji pondered for a moment and said, I understand. Lan Buhui said, thank you for your understanding. That's why I'll make a move on you later. I'll be gentle. Mo Tianji smiled. Thank you. Lan Buhui chuckled. The tea was already boiling, and wisps of tea fragrance filled the air. He picked up the teapot and poured tea for the two of them. The steam and the aroma of the tea rose in spirals, forming a thin mist in front of the three. It seemed to cover their faces and eyes. Duxing, in order to avoid Senior Lan's misgivings, you should just play along. If we sit side by side, I'm afraid Senior Lan is really afraid that we'll run away. Mo Tianji said. Gu Duxing didn't say anything and just sat down at the side. This was exactly what Lan Buhui had in mind. If the two tribulations were to sit together, then there would indeed be countless ways or means for them to pass messages and discuss things. Even a mid-level supreme martial artist like himself might not be able to detect those little tricks. Now that the two of them were sitting separately, it was exactly what he wanted. However, he said, "You're worrying too much." Mo Tianji smiled slightly. The position of the three of them now was that Mo Tianji was in the main seat, facing south with his back to the north, facing the door. Lan Buhui sat directly opposite him, with his back to the door. Gu Duxing sat on the east, facing the west. He sat between the two of them. In front of the three of them was the table. Lan Buhui thought about it for a long time. This position was the most advantageous for him. Even if there were enemies behind him, he could totally react. If the two of them wanted to escape, they definitely couldn't pass through the door. But if they were to break through the wall, not to mention whether he would give them the chance to do so, even if they did, when they broke through the wall, there would still be some slight hindrance. But he would have enough time to react 3 times in such a short period of time, therefore, Lan Buhui was relieved. Big clans are very powerful. This time, Mo Tianji didn't wait for Lan Buhui to urge him. He took the initiative to speak. His voice was deep and slow, with a kind of intimidating power. Even at this moment, his attitude was still, as if he had the world in his hands and the world in his heart. As if he was talking about the world with his friends and family, discussing heroes with his brothers, and not in a moment of life and death. Big clans have a legacy of 10,000 years. In every generation, there are amazing and outstanding people born. Therefore, they become more and more powerful. A clan that can have a legacy of hundreds of millions of years, be it in terms of foundation, martial power, or wisdom, is no small matter. Otherwise, without the Tribulation Sword Master, they would have long been destroyed in the hands of others. Therefore, no matter how careful one is when dealing with a clan like this, it's never too much to be cautious. Even if it's a small steward or a small attendant in a big clan. As long as it's an official position, it cannot be underestimated. Without the corresponding ability, there's no way one can sit in that position. Mo Tianji went on tirelessly. Lan Buhui was taken aback. He turned and glanced at Gu Duxing, deep in thought. Then, he shook his head and smiled lightly, not stopping Mo Tianji from speaking. Gu Duxing felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Nevertheless, he sat up straight and listened attentively. He knew that Mo Tianji had already reached such a stage. These words were not meant for Lan Buhui but for himself. It had pinned all its hopes on the slim hope that it would be able to escape. If Mo Tianji were to die today, then this would be his final plan as tribulation. In big clans, the further one goes, the more peculiar a phenomenon appears. The younger the generation, the faster it seems, will advance in their cultivation compared to the older generation. Even with the same aptitude, the older generation may need 35 years to reach the martial emperor level, but the younger generation may only need 25 years. Therefore, it gives people the misconception that the so-called seniors aren't all that amazing, but the younger generation is stronger than their ancestors. However, this statement is completely wrong. Like elder Lan Buhui, it should be true that time has worn him down. But the younger generation is different. As the saying goes, the older generation plants the tree, while the younger generation enjoys the shade. When the first generation has a foundation, the second generation will be faster. When the second generation has accumulated more, the third generation will be even faster. And then, as each generation becomes faster and stronger than the previous, all the resources will increase. The seniors can only research and develop a path for their entire lives, but the younger generation can pass through it directly without any effort at all. Therefore, the younger generation's cultivation will also be faster. This is a cycle. Therefore, in big clans, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Who knows how many experts there are, and because of the environment of big clans, even some of the less capable ones in big clans will naturally adopt the most correct or most suitable method for the clan's interests after being influenced by what they see and hear over the years. It's the same as the choices of some knowledgeable people. This is an innate advantage. Just like how the emperor's son learns the ways of the emperor from a young age and prepares to become the emperor, but the children of other clans only want to become someone else's slave after passing the imperial examinations. Learn martial arts and sell them to the emperor's family. This is a condition, a rule, and even more so a legacy. Such a legacy slowly becomes a custom, slowly becomes a law, slowly becomes ingrained in people's hearts, imperceptibly influencing everyone. This is what is truly terrifying. Lan Buhui and Gu Duxing nodded at the same time. What Mo Tianji said made a lot of sense. Lan Buhui sighed. That's right. The emperor's son learns the ways of the emperor from a young age and prepares to become the emperor, but the children of other clans only want to become someone else's slave after passing the imperial examinations. This sentence is truly a classic. Mo Tianji said, yes, this is identity. Speaking of identity, even the education of an ordinary family and an official's younger brother is different. It may seem equal, but in reality, there has long been a bias. Therefore, this is identity, the way of the world, and even more so, the way of the world. Therefore, in this world, so-called fairness is actually just a word, nothing more. Ha ha ha. Fairness is just a word, nothing more. This is worthy of a toast. Lan Buhui burst into laughter. Since ancient times, when has there ever been true fairness in this world? Mo Tianji said mockingly, therefore, if we want to establish ourselves in the upper three heavens, we have to fight our way up through untold hardships. But the big clans can do whatever they want here from the moment they are born. Lan Buhui burst into laughter. Gu Duxing's countenance was grim. After that, Mo Tianji began to analyze the big clans one by one. As he analyzed, Gu Duxing's countenance also became more and more grim. Mo Tianji hadn't truly understood the big clans completely yet. Therefore, all of his analysis and deductions were based on the general direction. He didn't elaborate on the details one by one. But even with such a general direction, it still made Gu Duxing's heart tremble. In fact, he even developed a feeling, the terror of the big clans was definitely above Mo Tianji's analysis. Take the Lan clan for example. On the surface, we have already destroyed the Lan clan's main camp. But in reality, although we have dealt a heavy blow to the Lan clan this time, it's definitely not a setback that they can't recover from. Mo Tianji said in a condescending tone, there must be high-level members of the Lan clan who have survived. Moreover, one of the Lan clan members has gone to the lower three heavens, another to guard the heavenly passageway, another to the northwest, and another to disperse in the martial world. Therefore, the Lan clan has only lost its foundation this time and some of its direct bloodline. It can't affect its survival. It can make a comeback at any time. This is the reason why Elder Lan Buhui insisted on listening to my analysis. It is because he doesn't want to repeat the same mistakes. Similarly, this also gives me a reason to stall for time. Hearing Mo Tianji's reason for stalling for time, Lan Buhui smiled and didn't mind. With him here to keep watch, even if you stall for time, what can you do? Just as you said, I can't wait for you to stall for time so that the tribulation can gather and be annihilated in one fell swoop, Mo Tianji continued, therefore, there is a high possibility that the Lan clan will make a comeback. But after making a comeback, the Lan clan will abandon the old customs. This lesson is heavy enough, so the Lan clan will also be the most difficult to deal with in the future. Everyone says that tigers are scary, but tigers have nests. As long as one avoids them, nothing will happen. Instead, it is the wolves that have no fixed home that are the scariest. Because you will never know where the wolves are. What's more, this wolf pack even has a terrifying leader. Mo Tianji raised his head slightly and looked at Lan Buhui with a slight smile. He said dispassionately, an upper-grade supreme martial artist. Therefore, if you can get out alive, Duxing, if there is a chance, you must first completely annihilate the Lan clan that is about to make a comeback, even if it means giving up the heaven-sent opportunity to deal with the other clans. Because the Lan clan has already been awakened by us, while the other clans are still asleep. But the Lan clan won't remind them. If they do, the Lan clan will be finished. That's right. Lan Buhui smiled and nodded. If they really find out about my plans, they definitely won't mind swallowing up the Lan clan at the same time as they swallow up the Li clan. Mo Tianji smiled and said, but when it comes to a certain point and you have no other choice, you will still say it. Or when that time comes, the 8 super clans will be alarmed because of you. If that's the case, then the battle of the heavens will be far away and there will definitely be no way to settle it in the short term. We can only use pure martial strength to polish, conquer, and kill them bit by bit in the long term. Therefore, Mo Tianji smiled. If we survive, we will destroy the Lan clan first. Gu Duxing nodded slowly. I'll remember that. If there is a chance. The first will be to kill the Lan clan until nothing is left. Lan Buhui clapped his hands. Good insight. Good scheming. Good planning. Good thinking. 4 consecutive praises. Every word he said was from the bottom of his heart. The Li clan is no longer a threat. This time all the major clans have gathered in the northwest to deal with the Li clan. It is indeed suspicious. Logically speaking, the Li clan shouldn't be so rash, but they suddenly exposed such a flaw. But no matter what, the Li clan is doomed this time. Mo Tianji seemed to be deep in thought. He wondered if the current situation of the Li clan could have been planned and pushed forward by Chu Yang. Once the Li clan is destroyed, the other super clans will definitely divide and nibble at the Li clan's resources. This is a godsend opportunity. A tinge of regret appeared in Mo Tianji's eyes. If it were up to me to plan, I can guarantee that the 8 great clans would be in chaos. What a pity, it's the 7 super clans. Lan Buhui corrected, the Lan clan will not participate in the fight for benefits. Mo Tianji said indifferently, even if the Lan clan is already crippled, when the time comes to divide the benefits equally, it's not up to you, the old ancestor, to decide whether to participate or not. He laughed mockingly and said, I have 10,000 ways to make you, an old ancestor who keeps saying that you don't want to participate in this. Taken aback, Lan Buhui mused for a moment before he replied slowly, I do. You do indeed have the ability to do so. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance anymore. A strange smile appeared in Mo Tianji's eyes. Looking at Lan Buhui, he didn't speak for a long while. Lan Buhui asked, what are you looking at? Mo Tianji shook his head and smiled. The expression on his face suddenly relaxed somewhat and he became even more composed and at ease. Elder Lan, in the 100,000 years of history of the heavens, has there ever been a precedent where the Tribulation Sword Master and Tribulation died before unifying the heavens? Lan Buhui's expression turned solemn. Never. Mo Tianji chuckled, his expression indescribably composed and at ease. I haven't heard of it either. Lan Buhui suddenly had a strong urge to turn around and take a look. But he tried his best to suppress this urge of his. This might be Mo Tianji's psychological tactic, he must not fall for it, Mo Tianji smiled. Tribulation's fate is in the hands of the heavens. It is determined by the heavens. It cannot be changed, it cannot be defied. Therefore, tribulation will not die. If there is danger, it will definitely turn misfortune into luck and misfortune into prosperity. Elder Lan, tell me. Isn't that so? Lan Buhui nodded slowly. The white hair on his head seemed to shine even more silver. He said solemnly, before this, it was indeed so. But there was a prerequisite, and that was that before Tribulation's wings were fully developed, his identity would definitely not be exposed. But your identities have already been exposed. And exposed right in front of me. Secondly, the reason why tribulation is because everyone's strength basically advances at the same time. In other words, if you are a first-grade supreme martial artist, then the highest among you will not exceed third grade. Once this gap is widened, the gap in your hearts will also widen. Therefore, your overall strength now is only SOSO. And with this kind of strength, I can deal with all of you with just one hand. Thirdly, in the past, Tribulation has never faced an upper-grade supreme martial artist under such circumstances. Lan Buhui went on dispassionately, therefore, you should just continue with the original topic and finish what you want to say. Mo Tianji chuckled. I have absolute faith that Tribulation will not die. Therefore, even though there is no hope, I have been stalling for time. I will drag it on for as long as I can. It has already been 3 hours since you arrived here. Even the sun has risen. Mo Tianji looked at Lan Buhui somewhat mockingly. I can destroy the entire Lan clan in a breath's time. Now that it has been 3 hours. What can happen? Lan Buhui's countenance changed. What do you mean? Mo Tianji said elegantly, nothing much. I just want to tell you that tribulation really is immortal. Lan Buhui's body stiffened somewhat. He had already secretly gathered all of his cultivation. Although he didn't believe it, nor did he sense that there was someone behind him, Mo Tianji's words were too confident, so he had no choice but to take precautions. All was calm. Mo Tianji suddenly smiled at Lan Buhui. Lan Buhui could clearly sense the pity in Mo Tianji's smile. His heart couldn't help but shudder. Mo Tianji suddenly raised his chi and shouted, "Tut!" Instinctively, Lan Buhui flipped over and got up. With a spin, all of his chi protected his body. As if cutting through space, he instantly turned around. As if facing a formidable enemy. Mo Tianji laughed loudly. Haha. So it's a lower-grade supreme martial artist. He's also scared out of his wits. Ha ha ha. To be able to see such a scene before my death is truly satisfying. Lan Buhui's face turned purple at once. Where was the person outside the door? It was completely empty. Turning around, he saw that Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing were still standing where they were, the smiles on their faces full of mockery. Lan Buhui took a deep breath and said with a smile, as expected of Tribulation's brains. To think that even I was almost fooled. He warned inwardly, don't be fooled again. This little brat is too cunning. To think that he actually dared to use such childish means against a lower-grade supreme martial artist. The most important thing was that the expression on his face was completely lifelike. It was the kind of certainty that came from having reinforcements in his hands. Mo Tianji's countenance was calm, composed, and at ease. His complexion was rosy. With a smile, he said, Elder, you don't have to take it to heart. As long as one is human, they will react this way. After all, you and I are enemies and not friends. Lan Buhui smiled bitterly. But the next moment, he sensed that something wasn't quite right. Mo Tianji's countenance changed. From being composed, and at ease. All of a sudden, it changed. It became very strange. Then, his entire countenance and person relaxed, becoming like a puddle of mud. It was as though he had let go of all the pressure in his most desperate moment. He heaved a long sigh of relief. Looking at the door, he said, You're finally here. I almost couldn't hold on any longer. Lan Buhui's first reaction was to be scared out of his wits. He turned around like a whirlwind. He had already raised all his cultivation just now. When he realized that nothing was wrong, he slowly dissipated it. But the moment he dissipated it, Mo Tianji actually showed such an expression of relief, he immediately raised it again. He used so much force that even he himself felt a jolt. To be able to make Mo Tianji so relaxed even when facing an upper-grade supreme martial artist. What kind of person could it be? The moment he turned around, Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing suddenly attacked fiercely, the two of them struck with 4 palms at the same time. But they didn't attack Lan Buhui but each other. With a soundless tremor, the two of them flew out in opposite directions like lightning. Just now, they had become one with their swords. 2 rays of light, one to the east and one to the west. As fast as lightning, however, this happened in the shortest amount of time imaginable. Lan Buhui was still turning toward the south. This was the only opportunity that Mo Tianji had created to escape after he had said so much, and after he had repeatedly probed the other party's defenses. Although Lan Buhui had planned to turn around just now, he was already prepared. Therefore, that couldn't be considered an opportunity at all. In fact, it could even be considered a trap. But after Lan Buhui fell for it, Mo Tianji made him fall for it again in just a few sentences. This was what was truly meant by being caught off guard. It wasn't difficult to make someone fall for it once. But to make him fall for it again when he was at his most vigilant after falling for it was not easy at all. For someone like Lan Buhui, it was definitely not easy to make him fall for it even once, let alone being tricked consecutively, but in the blink of an eye, Mo Tianji had used the same method and the same trick to trick him twice. Mo Tianji had said so much to remind Gu Duxing to be prepared for any eventualities, but the real purpose was this last one, 2 consecutive deceptions. Both of them were done at the very moment when the preparations were laid out to the fullest. To make a low-grade supreme martial artist fall for it twice consecutively in an instant, the only way to survive was to be tricked a second time. Lan Buhui was extremely miserable. Right from the start, he had been carefully guarding himself against being tricked. In the end, he still fell for it. And he was tricked by the same method twice consecutively. Throughout the entire process, Mo Tianji only changed his expression, demeanor, and disposition a few times. I went out to buy rice paper. I promised a friend that I would write calligraphy for him. Cough, just to show off my versatility, cover my mouth, and laugh secretly. Whoosh flash. Lan Buhui turned back with all his focus, causing the space to tremble. But when he turned back, there was nothing behind him. He knew he had been tricked at once. The feeling in Lan Buhui's heart was indescribable. Even if he was a fool, he couldn't have used the same trick to trick him twice in the blink of an eye. In his fury, he turned back immediately, only to see Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing transforming into two streaks of lightning, flying out to the left and right. The walls of the wooden hut had already split open soundlessly. Half of his body had already broken through the wall. He shouted, "Stay here." His two hands grabbed out at the same time. The air shook violently. Then, two huge hands suddenly formed and grabbed out fiercely. The moment the huge hands formed, Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing also finally rushed out with a loud crash, as if they had expected Lan Buhui's actions. When Mo Tianji crashed through the wall, he shouted, "Lan Buhui! Your father is Jia. Now that you want to kill Jia, isn't that the same as killing your father?" Lan Buhui's body trembled violently. The two huge hands suddenly paused in midair. With a loud crash, Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing were already 100 feet away from the wooden hut. "My father is my father, but the current Jia is my enemy." Lan Buhui let out a low roar, as if trying to convince himself. His two huge hands attacked again. This time, it wasn't a grab but a smack. After the buffer time of this sentence, it was already impossible to grab him back. He could only severely injure him, and this attack. He might just be smacked to death. Lan Buhui felt rather regretful. He didn't let Mo Tianji finish his words. But he was also well aware that since Mo Tianji had chosen to escape at such a time, it meant that he had no intention of telling him the truth at all. He only gave a rough outline of his battle plan for Gu Duxing to remember. That was all. Therefore, it didn't matter anymore. The two palms struck out, producing a tearing sound in the air. White smoke rose and two gusts of wind shot out like cannonballs. Gu Duxing ran. He thought to himself. Everything that happened today was all because of my negligence that even Tianji ended up in danger. Now, I finally have a chance to escape. And we're splitting into two. As long as we can block one attack, one of us will definitely be able to escape. If I were to turn around and charge back now, entangle Lan Buhui, and self-detonate at the critical moment, Tianji would be able to survive. Moreover, when I return this time, Tianji will have already gone far away. He may not know that I died for him. His heart wouldn't feel burdened either. Thinking of this, his body that was about to rush into the dense forest suddenly stopped. He was originally charging forward like an arrow leaving the bow. But now, he paused in midair. Then, he stomped his feet on a big tree. His body spun around, and he rushed back like a hurricane. The sword light was resplendent. Gu Duxing pursed his lips. His gaze was calm and fervent. "Tianji, I won't let you die. I'll pay the price for my mistake." As Mo Tianji rushed out, he thought to himself, "I haven't finished speaking yet. Therefore, I still have a bargaining chip." But, Gu Duxing doesn't. Therefore, it was not easy to find an opportunity this time. He must let Gu Duxing go. If I go back now, I have complete confidence that I can restrain Lan Buhui. If worse comes to worst, I'll self-destruct. It could also stop Lan Buhui for a moment. That way, the chances of escaping alone would be greatly increased. The moment he thought of this, Mo Tianji rushed to the front of a big tree. The tip of his foot hooked on the tree. Taking advantage of the momentum, he spun around the tree and actually spun back like a top. Without slowing down, he turned around and rushed back the way he came. Second brother Gu definitely won't know that I'm going back. This way, even if there's a knot in his heart, with Chu Yang around, it will be untied sooner or later. Of course, the most important thing is that second brother Gu can go back alive. Just this point alone is enough. Mo Tianji rushed back like a gust of wind, because the two of them had turned around. Lan Buhui's palm wind had actually turned from a pursuit to a head-on attack. When Mo Tianji took the incomplete version of the heavy pill from Gu Duxing's hands, he had silently cut open half of it with his fingernail and left the other half in Gu Duxing's hands. Otherwise, with Mo Tianji's calculations, he would have long known that there was only one incomplete version of the heavy pill in Gu Duxing's hands. Why would he bother asking? That was completely for Lan Buhui to hear. It was to let him know that there was only one left and that he had already eaten it. And as expected, Lan Buhui didn't suspect anything. At that time, Mo Tianji had already formulated an escape plan. Under normal circumstances, even if an accident happened, the two of them wouldn't be able to escape from the supreme martial artist's grasp. The only variable was this half of the heavy pill. As long as Gu Duxing kept it in his mouth while escaping and took it head-on, he would immediately digest the medicinal effects. Gu Duxing would have more than a 10% chance of escaping, and if he couldn't take care of both sides, Lan Buhui's choice would definitely be to chase after Mo Tianji. If Mo Tianji came back on his own accord, then Gu Duxing's chances of escaping would become 10,000%. It would be foolproof. Mo Tianji had calculated all the details and everything was going according to his plan. But he never expected that Gu Duxing would actually turn back. Both of their choices were very foolish. So foolish that it made one really want to catch them and give them a good beating to vent one's anger. But, only this kind of foolishness was the most precious thing in the world. How many people in the world could do that? If it were you, or me, would we be able to rush back at that time? If you and I could have such a brother in this world who could rush back at such a time, would you cherish him? Bam, 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 Mo Tianji's sword and Gu Duxing's sword collided with Lan Buhui's palm wind at the same time. Both of them let out a muffled grunt, their bodies tumbling backward as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. A head-on collision would definitely inflict more damage. Both of them had completely lost the ability to move. But the next moment, both of them regained their strength from God knows where. Suddenly, they stood up in a daze. They looked in the opposite direction in disbelief. With a boom, the wooden house turned into debris that filled the air. Lan Buhui leaped into the air and rushed into the sky. Then, he noticed the two dumbfounded people on his left and right. For a moment, he was also very surprised. Why hadn't the two of them left? Mo Tianji suddenly jumped up furiously with strength from God knows where. He rushed toward Gu Duxing. You bastard! Why aren't you leaving? You. You're going to piss me off. Bastard! Second brother Gu. You're practically the worst bastard. Is this the time for you to King be loyal? Gu Duxing's eyes were red. He said furiously, then why aren't you leaving? You've already gone so far, why aren't you leaving? Why did you come back? Who allowed you to come back? Aren't you very resourceful? Are you that King resourceful? Why didn't you escape when you could? Mo Tianji looked at Gu Duxing speechlessly and helplessly. Gu Duxing looked at Mo Tianji helplessly and heartache. Both of them were trembling from head to toe, their eyes wide open. They glared fiercely at each other like fighting cocks. After a long while, their gazes softened. Suddenly, they fell to the ground at the same time and chuckled. I died today. My death was worth it. Gu Duxing coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Mo Tianji smiled. It was very worth it. He heaved a long sigh. But you should have left. If the news didn't get out, our brothers would be in danger. Gu Duxing coughed and chuckled. I remember boss once said, when I can't take care of everything else, I only care about what's right in front of me. Mo Tianji chuckled. Since that's the case, let us brothers go to hell hand in hand. Lan Buhui had been standing quietly at the side the whole time, watching them. There was envy, jealousy, and also gratitude in his eyes, with his experience. He could naturally tell at a glance why these two people were rushing back desperately after they had rushed out. They were using their own lives in exchange for a chance at survival for the other party. In his 10,000 years of life, he had seen a lot of deception and deception. He had seen a lot of people being intimate with each other and then taking out weapons the moment they turned around. He had seen a lot of people forgetting righteousness for the sake of profit. He had seen a lot of fickleness in the world. He had seen a lot of heartless and ungrateful people. However, this was the first time he had seen people like these two in front of him. I've never had a brother like them in my life. Compared to these two people on the brink of death, how poor am I? There are 9 of them. I don't have a single one. At a time like this, Lan Buhui suddenly thought of his own father. He thought of the words his father had said before he left, "I have no regrets in my life." Suddenly, he understood the true meaning of these words. No wonder there was a saying that the feelings of tribulation were world-shaking. I'm very touched, but I still have to kill the two of you. Lan Buhui sighed. He said somewhat respectfully. Mo Tianji laughed bitterly. Seeing that this fellow actually came back, I was also completely disheartened. I didn't want to live either. Gu Duxing grumbled. Didn't you come back all the same? When the two of them faced Lan Buhui earlier, although they were at an absolute disadvantage, their bodies were unharmed and their cultivation was still there. They still had the strength to fight, which meant that there was still a glimmer of hope. But now, they were truly like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. There was no hope at all, no matter how intelligent Mo Tianji was. Under such circumstances, he could only be at his wits' end. Mo Tianji, looks like you don't intend to tell me the rest of your words, asked Lan Buhui respectfully. Mo Tianji smiled freely. Now, I'm afraid you won't be willing to listen even if I tell you. A smile appeared in Lan Buhui's eyes. That's right. Even if you say it, the more I don't want to hear it. In the face of such brotherly love, if one of them suddenly turns into a spineless coward in an instant, even I myself will break down. Mo Tianji laughed. Since that's the case, let's make it quick. Don't worry, if I am fortunate enough to meet your father, I will pass on your words to him. Lan Buhui nodded solemnly and said seriously, "Thank you very much." As he spoke, he heaved a long sigh. There was actually some melancholy in his voice. Have a safe journey, both of you. Mo Tianji laughed and Gu Duxing chuckled. They actually didn't take it to heart at all. Lan Buhui let out a long howl and shouted, "Lan Buhui of the Lan clan, today, I will kill the second tribulation in the wilderness. Heaven and earth, remember this moment. Bright moon and cool breeze, pay tribute to your soul." After he finished speaking, he raised his palm like a knife and struck down fiercely. A strong gust of wind howled and rushed toward Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing's hearts. If this attack hit them, their hearts would definitely shatter. Mo Tianji smiled and exchanged a look with Gu Duxing. In the last moments of their lives, both of them saw regret in each other's eyes. Unfortunately, they still couldn't fulfill their promise to Boss after all. We originally wanted to accompany Boss to dance with the wind and clouds, rule the world, and conquer the heavens, but today, we can't help but feel regretful. But at the moment of certain death, although the two of them felt regretful, they didn't regret it. The two of them exchanged a look and smiled. Then, they closed their eyes in unison. Their expressions were calm. "Brothers, let's meet again in the next life. Let's laugh proudly together. Boss, take care. Brothers, take care." The moment Lan Buhui made his move, his emotions were extremely complicated. He couldn't tell if it was pity, respect, or something else. In any case, this attack was purely based on strength. It actually didn't carry any killing intent. His words had just left his mouth when a sword light suddenly flashed like a shooting star. Someone said, "You're not qualified to kill my brother." His voice had just sounded when a sword light, like a silver dragon, turned in the air and completely cut off Lan Buhui's palm wind. After that, a sharp and fierce sword energy suddenly filled the entire space and the entire sky. The black dragon sword at Gu Duxing's waist let out a clang and automatically unsheathed half a foot, giving off an excited sword intent, sword supremacy. Along with the sword light, a figure landed quietly in front of Lan Buhui. The sword in his hand was like the ripples of autumn water, sparkling and shining. The tall and suave figure was like a towering and indestructible mountain, shielding Gu Duxing and Mo Tianji behind him. Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing opened their eyes abruptly, surprised and surprised. In that instant, both of them suddenly felt at ease. "Boss is here, we don't have to die anymore." Chu Yang's cultivation was clearly much weaker than Lan Buhui's, but at this moment, the same thought came to both of their minds. It was as if as long as this figure in front of them was around, their brother would be indestructible. Even if the sky collapsed, he would be able to push it back. "You're not qualified to kill my brother," this was what boss said. Low-grade supreme martial artist. Not qualified. Both of their eyes shone at the same time. Yes, you're not qualified. Even if you're a low-grade supreme martial artist, Lan Buhui stopped. He took 3 steps back and said with a strong resentment, "It's you." "It's me." That person snorted and said. "So it's you. So you are the Tribulation Sword Master." Lan Buhui's murderous aura suddenly filled the air. In front of him stood a man with a hideous golden mask on his face. Lan Buhui's memory of this mask was still fresh in his mind. That extremely ugly middle-grade supreme martial artist had killed his way into the Lan clan because of this golden-masked man's words. He was called away, so this was the Calamity Sword Master. "I'm the Calamity Sword Master. Is it so strange?" The golden-masked Xianxia sneered. "It's just that it's too late for you to know now." "Too late?" Lan Buhui burst into laughter. "Just based on your 3rd-grade sword sovereign cultivation? Don't you think it's funny?" If Xianxia hadn't made a move, Lan Buhui wouldn't have been able to see through his cultivation. However, the moment Xianxia made a move just now, Lan Buhui had immediately gotten a feel for the entire team. It turned out that this bastard was only a 3rd-grade sword sovereign. "Lan Buhui, do you dare to fight to the death with me?" Another voice rang out from behind Lan Buhui. This voice was extremely unpleasant to the ears, as if a male duck had taken some mute medicine and was only half cured. Then, he spoke with a mouthful of sand in his mouth, as if a large dustpan was violently scraping the sand. Anyone who heard it would feel their hair stand on end. This voice was definitely not unfamiliar to Lan Buhui. He turned around like a whirlwind, only to see that there was someone behind him. This person had one eyebrow that shot up to the sky and the other that shot straight down to hell. One of his eyes was wide open, the other was narrowed into a slit, and one of his ears seemed to have split open. Yet the other ear was almost stuck to his scalp. Only his mouth was slightly more normal. Right now, it was grinning widely, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Looking at Lan Buhui, he was giggling. "So it's you." Lan Buhui was so angry that he was about to explode. "You're also one of the tribulations?" This person was, of course, Tan Tan. At his words, he flew into a rage. *T. I am the great Lord Tan. Lan Buhui was so angry that his nose was crooked. "Lord Tan? Which part of you is big? You're actually a lord?" Tan Tan said furiously, "Which part of me is big is for my wife to see. Who do you think you are to ask me which part of me is big? What are you up to? What are you up to?" Even though they were still digesting the incomplete version of the heavy pill that Xianxia had just given them after they were severely injured, Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing almost burst into laughter. Lan Buhui almost vomited blood. "Scoundrel. Tell me your name." This bastard actually slandered him for having homosexual tendencies. Compared to his rage, Tan Tan was even more furious. He pointed at Lan Buhui with one hand and pointed at himself with the other. "Scoundrel? Open your F***king eyes wide and take a look. Is there a scoundrel as handsome as me? Do you have eyes to pee?" Lan Buhui took a deep breath and suddenly quieted down. The moment he quieted down, it was as if even the air had stopped circulating. Clearly, he had already sunk into a state of frenzy that was about to erupt. In this moment, he was heaven and earth. He had already become one with heaven and earth. Once he made a move, it would be earth-shattering. Tan Tan stared at him with wide eyes. Suddenly, he jumped back and patted his chest. F***ck. You scared me to death. Look at your posture, you really look like an expert. What? You want to play a game with Lord Tan? What? You can kill someone just by posing? Oh yeah, you want to beat me up, don't you? You want to kill me, don't you? Lord Tan's current appearance was no different from that of a local ruffian. It was very realistic. Lan Buhui stared at him, but his voice was calm and collected. He took a step forward. So what if I want to beat you up? So what if I want to kill you? Tan Tan immediately clutched his chest and screamed. Oh my, you scared me to death. You really scared me. Don't you know that Lord Tan has been scared since he was a child? Come on, come on, come and beat me up. Come on, come on. Come and kill me. Suddenly, he put his hands on his hips and laughed. I'm not looking down on you. This is a battle, not a game of chess. Otherwise, I'll give you a handicap of one hand. Pfft, Chu Yang finally couldn't help but spit out. Give you a handicap of one hand in chess? Don't tell me you need two hands to play chess. Lan Buhui's voice remained impassive. You said you want to have a battle to the death with me? Tan Tan picked at his nose. With a dashing flick of his fingers, a lump of booger flew out with a whoosh. There was a loud smack. A hole was actually pierced through the trunk of a large tree. Then, he raised his head. See that? If Lord Tan wants to deal with you, I'm just like this tree. The muscles on Lan Buhui's face spasmed. The next moment, there was a sudden whoosh and the world turned dark. The entire sky was already completely filled with Lan Buhui's blue robes. He didn't say anything else and just attacked right away, because he no longer wanted to speak to this fellow in front of him, not even a single word, because this bastard. No matter what you say, he'll be able to drive you half to death. Oh yeah, you've flown into a rage out of humiliation. Tan Tan retreated in a flurry. Lan Buhui chased after him relentlessly. With a whoosh, Tan Tan went up into the sky. Lan Buhui also followed closely behind. The next moment, thousands upon thousands of Lan Buhui and thousands upon thousands of Tan Tans suddenly appeared in the sky, with a loud boom. When Chu Yang and the others clearly saw all the afterimages of the duo dissipating, their four palms came into contact with each other just like that. With a loud thud, the boundless forest below. At the place where their palms met, a crack suddenly opened up and slowly separated into two sides. Unfathomable. Then, two gusts of strong wind blew violently. With a whoosh, they swept wildly to both sides. All the trees fell down neatly at this moment. High up in the sky, Lan Buhui and Tan Tan stood opposite each other with a distance of several hundred feet between them. Above their heads, the wind blew and the clouds moved. The whistling of the wind was rapid. Such a scene was like a sea suddenly changing into mulberry fields all of a sudden in this instant. Mo Tianji got to his feet. He walked over to Chu Yang and asked in a low voice, "Will Tan Tan be all right?" Chu Yang raised his head and stared at the sky. He replied in a low voice, "He just advanced today. He should be fine." Gu Duxing also got to his feet. In this short period of time, the duo's injuries had already healed. Just as Chu Yang had said, Tan Tan's original cultivation might have been slightly weaker than Lan Buhui's, but after the advancement of Chu Yang's medicinal wine, he was already neck and neck with Lan Buhui now. Moreover, he even had the most high-end abilities of the 3 stars divine clan that had never been revealed before. Therefore, Chu Yang was filled with confidence in Tan Tan at this moment. You're indeed extraordinary for spouting such arrogant words. Lan Buhui's right hand moved. With a clang, a sword appeared in his hand. His long hair and blue robes fluttered in the air, but his eyes were fixed on Tan Tan without blinking. Tan Tan snorted. You're not bad either. But you're dead for sure today. In the battle, he had finally put away his usual glib tongue. Dead for sure? Lan Buhui repeated. A slight smile appeared on his face. It's still unknown who exactly will die. When they exchanged blows earlier, he could already sense that although the other party's cultivation level was similar to his and they were both second-grade supreme martial artists, there was clearly a feeling of instability in his cultivation level. In other words, he was still a little weaker than himself. Tan Tan smiled lightly and murmured, "How many years has it been?" Suddenly, he leaped into the air again and let out a fierce cry. Rise of the Golden Sun. Lan Buhui was taken aback. Rise of the Golden Sun? What did that mean? He seemed to have seen these 3 words somewhere before. A ball of thick black aura suddenly emerged from Tan Tan's body. The black aura spread out abruptly, filling up the space of several hundred feet in an instant and still spreading rapidly. In the blazing sun in the sky, a ray of light suddenly shot out, crossing the sky and landing on Tan Tan's body like a rainbow. It was as if this blazing ray of sunlight had been absorbed by Tan Tan's body as it poured into him continuously. Tan Tan let out another loud cry. Silver moon illumination. From another direction in the sky, a clear and cold ray of light suddenly appeared. Similarly, it crossed the sky and landed on Tan Tan's body. At the same time, Tan Tan let out another cry, thick black aura spewing out of his mouth. Flickering star soul. On the other hand, Xianxia had sped all the way that day. When he exited the passageway and saw the sunlight, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he felt very strange. Why did I suddenly heave a sigh of relief? It seems like I've been holding this breath all this time. Why? Then, he suddenly remembered that strange-looking young man he met at the passageway. Xianxia clearly remembered that although he was on guard at that time, he didn't take that guy seriously. He was nothing more than a lunatic. However, once he relaxed his mind at this moment, he couldn't help but think of that person. That person's appearance suddenly became clearer in his heart. Could it be that I've been holding my breath all this time because I've been guarding against him? Could it be that this person actually gives me such a dangerous feeling? Xianxia couldn't help but ponder under the sunlight. He raised his head. The blazing sun in the sky shone on his face, and he felt a trace of warmth. However, this trace of warmth made Xianxia's heart tremble violently, as if he had remembered something. However, when Xianxia hurriedly and carefully thought about it, he realized that he couldn't remember anything. He shook his head and murmured, "This person is definitely extraordinary. When I return to the upper three heavens again, I must investigate carefully. For now, I'd better hurry to the lower three heavens. Lest that little guy gets anxious." He started to walk, as if he was flying. After arriving at the lower three heavens, he arrived at Iron Cloud Citadel in less than a morning. At present, to the lower three heavens, Xianxia's arrival, to put it bluntly, was like an immortal. Moreover, it was the kind of immortal king. After walking around, he didn't discover anything other than two relatively powerful auras in the palace. Xianxia was slightly relieved, and he casually found an inn to stay in. His divine sense was enough to cover the entire lower three heavens. Of course, he wouldn't worry about missing anything. It was the same whether he went to the palace or not. Even if he was far away, it was as if he could see it with his own eyes. However, on this day, Xianxia was drinking tea when he suddenly felt a vague fluctuation coming from the direction of the palace. This kind of fluctuation was very strange. Even with Xianxia's knowledge, he had never seen it before. He couldn't help but wonder, could there be an unparalleled genius in the palace? There's actually a fluctuation of a technique in this world that I don't understand? Moreover, this wave of energy could even trigger the purest yuan qi in the world. His curiosity was piqued, and he silently drifted over. The next moment, with a single shift, he was already right above the royal palace. After a thorough search, he finally found something. It was from the direction of the imperial flower garden. It floated over and attached itself to a flowering tree. He looked down. In the imperial flower garden, there was a small, clear pond. Inside the pond, there was a strange little tree. It had layers of branches, like layers of pagoda. That's right, this small tree was in the shape of a pagoda. The branches were densely packed, but the layers were distinct. At the edge of the pool, there was a young child wearing open-crotch pants. He was having a lot of fun as he hobbled around. What made Xianxia feel strange was that even though this was the imperial palace, judging from the child's attire, he should be the emperor or the son that Chu Yang was talking about, right? But why weren't there any palace maids around? Was there only this little one playing by himself? Wasn't he afraid of an accident? Xianxia scanned with his divine senses. The nearest palace maid seemed to be more than 100 feet away. This little distance was enough for an adult, but for a child, it was obviously not enough. The next moment, Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. That was because the 1-year-old boy had made a move. The little guy sneakily looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, he sat down on the ground. Then, he spread his two little pink legs apart and lowered his head to look at the crotch of his open-crotch pants. He even reached out to fiddle with the little snail in his pants. Then, he raised his head and sighed with a worried expression. Xianxia was instantly confused. What was he doing? At such a young age, he actually looked like an adult and even sighed, looking at the little girl and sighing. What was he sighing about? He only heard the little guy muttering to himself, "Now, I'm also the emperor, but this this little, my harem of 3,000 beauties. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Xianxia's head. Supreme martial artist Xianxia almost fell down from the tree. His breathing was interrupted at once. Just a little bit more and he would have gone mad. What did I just hear? 3,000 beauties in the harem? Oh my god. Are the children nowadays all so precocious? He's still wearing open-crotch pants and he's already fantasizing about 3,000 beauties in the harem. He really deserves to be Chu Yang's son. Xianxia's mouth and eyes were crooked. The next moment, the little guy fiddled with the snail for a while and then stood up. He walked forward unsteadily. From the looks of it, he was actually going to walk into the pool. Xianxia scratched his head. Is this little guy going to jump into the water? Just as he was thinking, there was a splash. The little guy had indeed jumped in. The water splashed everywhere. Xianxia hurriedly held his breath and hid himself even more inconspicuously. He thought that the palace maids would definitely come immediately now that the little guy had fallen in. But after waiting for a while, no one came. Only a eunuch looked over from afar and then turned his head away again. Xianxia felt that his brain wasn't enough. Was this still the imperial palace? Was this still too much? How could there be such a strange imperial palace? They didn't even care when the great master fell into the water. He opened his eyes and looked over. The little guy in the water was fiddling with something. It seemed that nothing was wrong. It seemed that this kind of thing was commonplace. However, what happened next caused Xianxia to be inexplicably shocked at once. Moreover, he also fell into a wonderful state. He saw the little guy take a strange thing from the shore and sprinkle something on it. Then, he placed this thing on the trunk of this small tree. The water in the pool suddenly started to roll. The next moment, there was a change that made Xianxia dumbfounded. Xianxia dared to guarantee that what he saw today was definitely something that no one had ever seen before. Even the supreme ruler of the heavenly imperial court might not necessarily have seen such a situation before. And at this moment in the upper three heavens, the war was in full swing. In the oldest records of the heavenly imperial court, there was a record of such an incident. The three lights of the sun, the moon and the stars merged and became invincible. Legend had it that 100,000 years ago, at a certain stage in the whole continent, it wasn't the human race that ruled, but the Three Stars Divine Clan. At that time, the demon king of the Three Stars Divine Clan had mastered the Three Stars Great Art. He could actually resist the heavenly punishment and refuse to enter the heavenly imperial court, and this demon king defeated all the low-grade supreme martial artists in the heavenly imperial court. As long as he attacked, the low-grade supreme martial artists didn't have the ability to fight back at all. If he used the Three Stars Great Art, he could even kill the low-grade supreme martial artists instantly. The Three Stars Demon King was publicly acknowledged as invincible in the heavenly imperial court. It was only after the world was turned upside down that the Three Stars Demon King suddenly disappeared. For the next 10,000 years until now, no one dared to claim to be invincible in the world. Even Xianxia could only claim to be the #1 expert. But he didn't dare to claim to be invincible. Now, after the three lights of the sun, the moon and the stars shone at the same time, the golden sun soared, the silver moon shone and the stars shone. It was only then that Lan Buhui's mind suddenly lit up and this answer popped up. In an instant, his soul scattered. How is that possible? How can the Three Stars Demon King possibly reappear in the world? Lan Buhui broke down and shouted, "It's already been 100,000 years. It's already been 100,000 years." Enveloped by a black fog, the star symbol on Tantan's forehead flashed. One moment, it was the sun shining, the next, it was the cold crescent moon, and the next, it was the brilliant starlight, getting brighter and brighter. His gaze gradually changed from its original cynicism to a dark and deep abyss, so deep that one couldn't see the bottom of it. Waves of murderous aura filled the black fog, gradually filling the entire sky. An icy laughter that seemed to have come from hell suddenly rang out strangely. The voice was still the same voice, but the sinister aura in it now was as if the gates of hell had opened and thousands of ghosts had come out. How is that not possible? I haven't been out for 100,000 years, and now, clowns are actually running rampant in the continent. People like you actually dare to claim to be invincible and challenge me. Tantan's voice was very indifferent, and the black fog stirred. As expected, the reincarnation of the Demon King. Lan Buhui's face was drained of all color. He suddenly withdrew and retreated fiercely, fleeing backward at lightning speed. The combination of the three lights was invincible, the reincarnation of the Demon King from 100,000 years ago. No matter how competent Lan Buhui was, he definitely wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that he was a match for him. Under such circumstances, the only thing he could do was to retreat. He already knew the secret of the tribulation. If he left now, as long as he could escape, he would be able to attack or retreat. Trying to escape? Ha ha ha. Tan Tan burst into laughter. Then, he suddenly let out a long howl. The combination of the three lights, the sun, the moon, and the stars, when murderous aura is released, 10,000 cities will be slaughtered. Low-grade supreme martial artists are like ants. When the world is slaughtered, I will be the hero. Amidst the black fog, Tan Tan suddenly took a big stride in the air and pounced down with mountain-like black clouds. He hollered, "Die!" He struck with his palm. A beam of tricolored light suddenly shot out from his palm toward Lan Buhui's back. The moment this beam of tricolored light shot out, even the sunlight in the sky seemed to dim for a moment. Lan Buhui let out a fierce roar, fleeing and turning around to block it. With a loud smack, the tricolored light struck his palm. Lan Buhui let out a wild cry. His body also suddenly emitted a strange light. Since that's the case, then let's perish together. Lan Buhui let out a long howl, his voice shrill. With a flip, he charged toward Tan Tan. Tan Tan sneered. He said sinisterly, "Perish together? Just you? You're not worthy. 3 lights as one." Tan Tan put his palms together and separated them. 3 beams of light shot out from his palms at the same time. At this moment, the area within a radius of 50 miles suddenly turned bleak. All the plants actually withered the moment Tan Tan's 3 lights came as one. The 3 beams of light shot toward Lan Buhui like a hurricane. Ignoring his desperate palm strike, they actually charged straight into his chest just like that. Today was a very tragic day. I went out to buy something for my dad in the morning. The moment I stepped out of the building, I fell and became dizzy. I don't know which immoral person splashed a basin of water at the entrance of the building, causing me to freeze. I had just taken a step out when my foot slipped and I immediately did a standard split. Right now, I'm F***king typing with my legs spread wide apart. Even the muscles in my thighs are strained. The moment I fell, I really wanted to kill someone. Damn it. Luckily, I'm still young. If I were an old man and fell like this, wouldn't I? I tried to use a shovel to support myself, but it still wouldn't budge. I had no choice but to burn some old newspapers. Lan Buhui's hands were like blooming orchids. This was the ultimate move of the Lan clan. Orchids fly through autumn. The palm shadows turned into colorful orchids, wilting helplessly like orchids in an empty valley. Gusts of strong wind, mixed with murderous intent, rushed toward Tan Tan. The pure energy even caused the entire space to turn into a black hole. Wherever the energy went, the space shattered into pieces. The black holes were like pieces of paper that were burned to ashes and then shattered with a light touch. It was so clear that it could be seen with the naked eye. The power of a mid-grade supreme martial artist's desperate attack could be said to be earth-shattering, but Tan Tan's 3 beams of light ignored all the palm shadows and all the energy. Like strong winds blowing through a sparse forest, they passed through Lan Buhui's dense palm shadows and palm winds. 3 beams of light as one. Invincible, the power of light was not something that formless energy like this could block at all. Just like how the sun could still shine directly on the ground even though there was boundless energy between the heavens and the earth, but since Lan Buhui was clearly aware of who he was facing yet still used such a desperate move, it was naturally not to block the other party's 3 stars dharma. It was to destroy the other party's dharma. Your energy can be transmitted over as something like light, but your dharma couldn't possibly be a real diamond either, right? It couldn't possibly be a void either, right? This was the true intention behind Lan Buhui's words of mutual destruction. In the instant the other party's 3 beams of light merged into one, Lan Buhui knew that he was already doomed. This demon king in front of him clearly hadn't fully awakened yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have divided the 3 stars dharma into 3 steps at all. It could be formed directly in a breath's time. If he had immediately attacked with all his might the moment he said the words "Golden Sun soars," the situation definitely wouldn't have deteriorated to such a state, but when the 3 stars merged into one, Even if it was Xianxia, he would only be able to die on the spot, because using one's own power to trigger the power of the sun, moon, and stars to erupt through the Dharma was not a power that this world could contend with. Therefore, Lan Buhui's last hope was, kill me first, then I'll kill you. Mutual destruction. Tan Tan's 3 stars Dharma passed through the roaring energy flow and entered Lan Buhui's body, but at the same time, Lan Buhui's energy flowed wildly. It also reached Tan Tan. Tan Tan shouted loudly. His body suddenly spun, and all the black fog in the air gathered around him. As he spun like a top, it instantly formed a tornado that connected the heavens and the earth, using round after round of spinning to wear down Lan Buhui's desperate strength. Just as Lan Buhui had guessed, although Tan Tan could now use the secret technique to stimulate his bloodline, accelerate the awakening of his soul, and activate the 3 stars secret technique, he was still unable to do so. However, his physical body was still at the pinnacle of low-grade supreme being. Faced with Lan Buhui, who was of the same cultivation level as him, there was no way he could resolve it so easily. In the next moment, there was a loud bang. Then, Tan Tan fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Chu Yang leaped up at this moment, and flew high into the sky. He then hugged Tan Tan's body. The moment Tan Tan hugged Chu Yang, a violent force passed through Tan Tan's body and hit Chu Yang. Chu Yang was already prepared. He knew that even after Tan Tan had neutralized the near-death blow of a middle-grade supreme martial artist, it wasn't something that he could take on. An incomplete version of the heavy pill was already in his mouth. The violent force rushed over. Chu Yang's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before the force of the heavy pill could dissipate, another force rushed over from Tan Tan. The 2 brothers tumbled and fell to the ground. Gu Duxing and Mo Tianji leaped up at the same time. Then, their arms shook as if they had been electrocuted, and the 4 of them fell to the ground together. Tan Tan was in a daze from the fall. The moment he opened his mouth, he cursed loudly. Chu Yang was relieved. He felt as if another bomb had exploded in his chest. That kind of discomfort made him spit out another 2 mouthfuls of blood. Only then did he feel a little better. The force of the heavy pill began to dissipate. High up in the sky, Lan Buhui stood there motionlessly. His eyes were fixed on Tan Tan the whole time, watching as Tan Tan turned into a whirlwind, fell from the sky, and was caught. There was a look of deep disappointment in his eyes. A hint of a bitter smile floated at the corners of his lips. In front of him, a crazy hurricane swept out. Along the way, it actually plowed a straight path through the 300 miles of mountain range. A few mountains were even forcefully uprooted by the force that struck the air, tumbling backward in the sky. It was a huge commotion, as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. The 4 brothers lay on the ground, looking at Lan Buhui high up in the sky. Chu Yang raised all his energy. If Lan Buhui still had the strength to chase after him, then the sword spirit would immediately take over his body. Tan Tan coughed and said, "It's fine. He's as good as dead now." High up in the sky, Lan Buhui's blue robes fluttered in the wind. He smiled and shook his head slightly. Chuckling softly, he said, "After 10,000 years, he still can't escape death today." He turned and looked at Mo Tianji on the ground. Sighing, he said, "You say that the Lan clan is perverse and devoid of conscience. But do you know that among the big clans, although the Shur clan is the weakest in name, in reality, it's the Lan clan? I don't have any achievements, but I strictly forbid things like destroying other people's bodies and seizing their souls for cultivation in the Lan clan. When you go to other clans, you'll realize that Tianlan City is actually heaven. You once asked me if I have any regrets in this life? I'm telling you now. I do. But, if I were to start over again, I would still do everything that I've done all over again. Perhaps I might even regret it, but there are some things that I have no choice but to do. Although I've let down the common people by doing that. But, Mo Tianji, you have to know that people like us, when we climb to the top step by step, there's basically no longer a time when we can consider the common people. This is heartless and also helpless. If that day ever comes, you'll know how I feel and how I feel. Just as you said, there's no such thing as fairness in this world. Just like today, who has ever talked to me about fairness? Her. My own father. I went to look for him myself. Lan Buhui looked up at the sky. 2 drops of sparkling tears suddenly fell from his eyes. He murmured, "Father. Before you left, you stroked my head. How I wish I could feel your hand again. The warmth of that day is etched in my mind even now. I miss you so much." Lan Buhui suddenly roared madly at the sky. "Even if I can live 1,000,000 years or 10,000,000 years, I'm not willing to be a fatherless and motherless child. Do you know that I'd rather exchange these 10,000 years for just one day of being together with you? You're a tribulation, and your glory will last forever. But I'm your son. Why can I only wait for someone to destroy me 10,000 years later? Why?" His shrill voice shook the clear sky. Amidst the cries, thousands of rays of sunlight, moonlight and starlight suddenly shot out from Lan Buhui's body. His stalwart body dissipated without a trace amidst this sudden eruption of 3 stars. As if it had never appeared before, the tremors in the distance had already subsided. Silence filled the surroundings. For a long, long time, the 4 of them didn't speak. "You're a tribulation. Your glory will last forever. But I'm your son, so why can I only wait for someone to destroy me 10,000 years later? Why?" Lan Buhui's voice still seemed to be reverberating in everyone's ears. "Why?" Mo Tianji sighed deeply. He said, "Lan Buhui isn't guilty of the most heinous crimes. His crime of indulgence is indeed unforgivable. However, as for himself, he can still be considered a good man." Gu Duxing took a breath and nodded. "This person, what a pity." Somewhat melancholy, Mo Tianji said, "But today, he's bound to die. He has to die." Gu Duxing nodded. Chu Yang looked rather weary. His injuries hadn't fully recovered yet. He said, "There are also good men among the enemy. Duxing, just like Tu Qianhao and Li Xiongtu whom we met 3 days ago. Which one of them isn't unyielding? However, each of them has their own standpoints. A battle is inevitable. Life and death, victory and defeat are normal things. There's no need to take them to heart. If we can't kill enemies who appreciate each other, then this world would be a lot purer." Gu Duxing and Mo Tianji couldn't help but laugh. Tan Tan waved his hands. "You guys talk. I used a little too much force just now. I seem to have strained my muscles. I'll be fine after some rest." Xie Danfeng had already run over from her hiding spot. She leaned close to Tan Tan and asked about his well-being. Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the other 2 tactfully didn't want to be third wheels. They walked to one side. "Boss, when did you come?" Mo Tianji narrowed his eyes and asked, "What a coincidence. How can it not be?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes. "When Lan Buhui just arrived below your window, Tan Tan and I had also arrived. We've been waiting outside the whole time. I've been listening to you guys rambling on and on for almost the entire morning." Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing looked at each other speechlessly. "You came at that time." "Why?" Chu Yang snorted and said, "If I don't let you feel the pain, how can I make you remember the lesson?" Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing both looked rather awkward. Gu Duxing stammered and said, "It's all my fault. The Tianji plan was going well, but I just couldn't accept it for a moment. Then, I became somewhat dissatisfied and it almost caused us to be doomed eternally. It's my fault." Chu Yang nodded. "It's good that you know it. If brothers are dissatisfied with each other and can't accept it, that will be the source of destruction. It will eventually become a huge accident one day. This time, Tan Tan and I made it in time. But, can you guarantee that you'll have such luck every time?" The 2 of them lowered their heads in shame. "Also," Chu Yang's tone became heavier, "it's best that you forget the words don't die in your hearts. If you keep these words in mind, even if you don't believe it, it will subtly influence your thoughts and make you careless. That way, you'll be done for. I was admitted to the hospital last night and stayed there. The doctor on duty was an old lady. Cough, she checked me and asked for the reason. She actually said thankfully, 'Thank goodness I'm not pregnant. Otherwise, I'd definitely have miscarried from the fall.' I exploded right then and there. I said, 'Big sister, take a closer look. Just by looking at this lump, Do you think I'll have a chance of getting pregnant in this lifetime? What did she mean by thank goodness I'm not pregnant? I'm a man. I was so angry right then and there that my liver hurt. F***ck, those idiots in the doctor's office were actually laughing so hard. Did I come here in the middle of the night to be your source of amusement? Gee, what was even more tragic was that at around 11 o'clock in the morning, the Phoenix Dance Alliance master came. She first called me and asked about my ward. Then, she came in and shouted loudly the moment she entered, "Feng Ling, I heard that you pulled your testicles. I specially bought some eggs for you." I wanted to kneel down right then and there. The few people in the same ward didn't know. I tried my best to cover it up. This matter wasn't pleasant to hear, was it? If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't want to take leave for this matter, would I still be writing a chapter yesterday? Couldn't I have just come to the hospital directly? In the end, I really couldn't stand the pain anymore, right? I wanted to directly say, "I'm taking leave tomorrow, I can't write it." But after thinking about it, I'll just let you guys have fun. Anyway, you can't find me on the internet, right, now. This idiot had brought me to the ward. What was even more tragic was that there was another guy in the same ward who was 22 or 23 years old. He had broken his arm and was lying there with a cast on his arm, playing with his computer. After hearing Feng Wu's words, he immediately became excited. F***ck, are you really conquering the world? So you really pulled your testicles? King thought you were looking for an excuse to take leave. This guy's catchphrase, F***ck, was very familiar with these two words. There was no need to mention the tragedy of my brother. I really wanted to cry. I pulled my muscle, not my testicles. F***ck. Who did I offend? The guy said, "Bro, don't mind it. When I have money, I'll go and read the original version." I silently cried for a while. I met a book friend who reads pirated versions. I don't want to live anymore. This chapter had been written on that guy's computer since the afternoon, and he had also used his laptop to upload it. Cough, until now. That guy eagerly said, "Bro, you said you only needed 3 hours. Now it's been 7 hours, I roared. You can read the original version without spending money. Aren't you satisfied? He immediately stopped talking and repeatedly apologized. Seeing the two of them drooping their heads, Xianxia felt both angry and amused, but he also felt a sense of familiarity. All along, Mo Tianji had given Xianxia the impression that he was a meticulous schemer, and that he had the world in his heart. He had never seen him in such a sorry state. Today, Mo Tianji could be said to be in an extremely sorry state. As for Gudu Xing, he had always given Xianxia the impression that he was calm, sharp, emotionless, lonely, decisive, and courageous. Although Gudu Xing was not an intelligent person, Xianxia also rarely saw Gudu Xing make mistakes. But today, Gudu Xing was in the same sorry state, and he made the same mistake. And it was a fatal mistake. Seeing Gudu Xing's somewhat fearful, guilty, and uneasy expression, Xianxia suddenly realized something. It was somewhat warm. This was the real brother of his. Mo Tianji could make mistakes, and so could Gudu Xing. Mo Tianji could think of things, and Gudu Xing could also be impulsive. This was a real person, and not a legend from his previous life. The response just now, what happened, and the final result. Xianxia pondered and said, "What do the two of you think?" Mo Tianji's mouth twitched, and he said with a smile, "I just feel that second brother Gu is quite silly." Gudu Xing snorted and retorted, "Me too. I suddenly feel that this master of calculation and manipulation is as silly as me." Xianxia laughed. Sometimes, the word silly only applies to us. Only our own brothers can see their own foolishness. But what outsiders see, or what we see as outsiders, are all extremely shrewd. So, this kind of foolishness in the world is the most precious. Mo Tianji and Gudu Xing looked at each other thoughtfully. Then, they nodded. Tianji. In this incident, your biggest weakness was exposed. Do you know that? Xianxia said. I more or less figured it out. Mo Tianji frowned slightly. I was a little self-righteous. Also, I relied too much on my calculation ability. Being in such a predicament has nothing to do with doing wrong. Yang said, your calculation ability is your advantage. There's no need to say anything about this. But your calculation ability needs to be reduced. My ability to strategize needs to be reduced? Mo Tianji didn't understand what he meant. Yes. Yang said, there's actually a reason for Du Xing's dissatisfaction this time. If you continue to plan like this and care about everything, then such dissatisfaction will appear again in other people. Mo Tianji pondered. Yang said, the good thing about you is that you think in all aspects. But the bad thing is that you think in all aspects. This matter was originally done by someone else. It was the same thing. If Gu Duxing and Luo Kadi were to do it, the results might be the same, but the process would definitely be very different. In other words, everyone's thoughts and methods are different. They're all different. As for you, you can think of any aspect and control everything. But in the end, it's equivalent to everyone losing their personality, and they can only do things according to your wishes. They are like puppets, but also like chess pieces. When he said this, Mo Tianji had already completely understood. His eyes suddenly widened, and cold sweat dripped down his head. However, it seemed as if Yang didn't see this. He continued to speak, and insisted on explaining this principle clearly. Don't even mention that Du Xing and GMO are young and famous geniuses. Even a real fool would become impatient after being continuously assigned by you like this, Yang said heavily. To Mo Tianji, these few words were like a clear path, but it was also a heavy blow. Yang knew that Mo Tianji had already understood, but he still had to say it, and he still had to implement this blow to the extreme. Only when Mo Tianji was deeply hurt and made a change would the true path of the master of calculation and manipulation begin to mature. Yang even thought that if the current Mo Tianji were to fight with Diwu Qingro, Mo Tianji would definitely lose. He would definitely be beaten black and blue by Diwu Qingro, and even, his confidence would completely collapse and be destroyed. Mo Tianji was still too young compared to Diwu Qingro. Therefore, Yang had to use strong medicine to let Mo Tianji grow up at the fastest speed. Only when the drum is loud can it be beaten with a heavy hammer. Cold sweat dripped down Mo Tianji's forehead. He lowered his head and said somewhat perplexedly, if that's the case, wouldn't planning be useless? Only arranging for them to do something? Only looking at the results? But how can that be? You've walked into another misunderstanding. Yang said, Tianji, you're good at painting, so you should know about painting, right? Mo Tianji nodded, yes. Then do you know what's the most important thing about painting? Yang asked. The power of the brush, the layout. Mo Tianji said. Yes, your plan is so dense. If we were to draw a picture of your plan, it would be like a piece of paper that is completely filled with your drawings. But that kind of painting has no value. Mo Tianji nodded. The layout of the painting, the balance between dense and light, is appropriate. Yang said slowly, in painting, there's a saying called white space, there's another saying called white space. Mo Tianji's eyes lit up. He already understood Yang's meaning. That way, whether it's heavy or light makeup, would be the best arrangement. Yang knew that Mo Tianji already understood. To Mo Tianji, he only needed to say one sentence. So, he didn't give a long explanation. He only added one last sentence, when it's used to march and set up formations, it's also the best planning. I understand. Mo Tianji took a deep breath and said solemnly, when I go back, I'll apologize to my brothers. Then, I'll try to figure out my path as soon as possible. This is your real path. Yang laughed. Mo Tianji nodded heavily and said to Du Xing, thank you. Thank you for your dissatisfaction. Du Xing suddenly felt a little awkward. He was tongue-tied and shook his hands repeatedly. He was even a little confused. I'm deeply reflecting on my mistake. How did I get thanked for this mistake in the blink of an eye? And it's from Mo Tianji, this is a little confusing. Looking at Du Xing's confused look, Mo Tianji and Yang couldn't help but have the urge to hold their bellies and laugh. To see such an expression on Du Xing's face was really extreme. If it weren't for the fact that he was a little distracted due to guilt today, the two of them definitely wouldn't have seen it. At most, they would only see a stone-faced coffin-like face and hear a cold reply, "You're welcome." Right at this moment, Xie Danfeng walked over from afar. There was a wisp of black smoke over there, heading into the distance. "What's going on?" Qi Yang asked. "Why did Tan Tan leave?" Xie Danfeng sighed. "He triggered the 3 stars great technique and caused the demonic nature to return. His killing intent was triggered and he couldn't control it. Now, he's heading to the Lan clan compound. He said that he wants to kill all the remaining supreme martial artists of the Lan clan." Chu Yang, Gudu Xing and Mo Tianji were all dumbfounded. Xie Danfeng said, "Actually, it's because his demonic power has returned on a large scale this time that his demonic nature has returned to an uncontrollable state. Therefore, under such circumstances, he must immediately return to the 3 stars divine clan to recover fully. But he's also worried that all of you will be in danger here, so, he can only do what he can now." Chu Yang took a light breath and muttered, "Tan Tan, he's really given a lot of thought. There's no time to lose. Let's go and take a look immediately." The 4 of them hurriedly got up and hurried over. In the Lan clan compound. Well, actually, it couldn't be said to be the Lan clan compound anymore. It should be said to be a ruin. The 30-odd supreme martial artists had just recovered from their shock and were waiting. An aura of depression and anger was spreading. The enmity of destroying the Lan clan was absolutely irreconcilable. This enmity must be avenged. It was just that the Elder Master had told them to wait here for the time being. They could only be patient for the time being and wait for the Elder Master's reply. They had heard an earth-shattering commotion over there just now. Could it be that the Elder Master had fought with the enemy? Just as they were feeling bewildered, the sky in the distance suddenly turned dark. A black cloud flew over at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it was already in the sky above their heads. Everyone was very puzzled. Why was this black cloud flying so fast? Then, they heard a burst of bone-chilling laughter. "You guys tell me. Am I King handsome?" Everyone's brains short-circuited instantly. "That bastard is here again." Before they could think of how to answer, a violent gust of wind flew out from the black fog. A figure shrouded in black smoke rushed down like a tiger into a flock of sheep and started a massacre. This situation was really as if a demon had suddenly come on a demon cloud and wreaked havoc. For a moment, screams, collisions, curses, and strange laughter rang out continuously. With the ability of a mid-level supreme martial artist, it was as easy as blowing off dust to slaughter a group of injured low-level supreme martial artists who had just recovered from their shock. Outside the pavilion, by the side of the ancient path. "I'm leaving." Tan Tan seemed to be trying his best to suppress something, but there was still some kind of unsuppressible aura between his brows. "I originally wanted to go and become a monk to see Master first. But with my current situation, I can't hold on for long. I have to return to the Divine Clan immediately and do my best to merge all my memories and souls. It's really a pity that I can't fight with you guys. When you see Master, kowtow to him for me. I miss him very much. All of you must take care. Once my situation stabilizes, I will definitely send out a large number of troops to help you conquer the heavens." Tan Tan spoke in an unprecedentedly solemn tone. This kind of tone rarely appeared in Tan Tan before. Now that he heard it, Chu Yang only felt very upset. Tan Tan bade farewell to Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing with a solemn expression. Then, he walked over to Chu Yang with heavy steps and reached out to hug him. Chu Yang only felt his heart heavy. He heard Tan Tan say to himself in a low voice, "Itchy itchy. Hurry up and get me a few more liters of that wine of yours. I'll drink it on the way. Also, give me a few more pieces of that souls of the purple crystal of yours. I haven't been back for a long time. This time, I have to bring something back. It's so embarrassing." In an instant, Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Then, black lines appeared all over his face as he let out an angry curse that shook the heavens. "Cough, I'm home. I was even pestered by that fellow in the morning. He actually told me very honorably that many people are impersonating me. I'm famous now, and I'm respectfully called Plaster Brother." I felt a strong twitch on my face right then. "Cough, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about serious matters." I pulled a muscle. "Do you understand?" If anyone F***king says that I pulled a muscle again, don't blame me for not holding back. When Fengling rages, the world turns upside down, humph. I'm going to write the second chapter. Yang finally felt relieved as he looked at Tan Tan and Xiadan Feng leaving behind a trail of dust. Tan Tan's recovery was developing in a good direction. This was something he was happy to see. As for the current Tianlan city, the Lan clan had already disappeared without a trace. It had completely become an ownerless place. Yang was thinking about whether this place could be occupied. He looked at Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji was also deep in thought. Obviously, both of them were thinking about the same thing. This matter. Tianji, what do you think if we establish our own forces here? Yang asked tentatively. It's indeed a big piece of cake. Mo Tianji pondered and said, it's a pity that with our current strength, we can't swallow it. Although it's a pity to give it up, we have no other choice. Yang also sighed. He had also thought of this. But when faced with such a huge temptation as a base, Yang still felt a little greedy. A base must be established, but it must not be the Chu clan. The Chu clan was his home. Yang only hoped that it was a simple home and did not want it to become a battlefield. But if we establish a secret force here, it's also possible. Mo Tianji said, after 10,000 years of oppression by the Lan clan, there are many dissatisfied people in this vast area. This force can be guided. But, what kind of name should we use to guide this force, is a problem. Yang nodded. I don't care about this. You go and settle it. The corner of Mo Tianji's mouth twitched. He knew that this would be the result. Once they discussed something, as long as he participated in the discussion, Yang would definitely say, you go and settle it. The three of them strolled out. As they walked, they were thinking about things. When they walked out of the ruins of the Lan clan and onto the main street, they were suddenly shocked. Most of the houses on both sides of the street were already out of shape. Every house had a huge crack starting from the foundation. They were already dangerous houses. There were also many that had already collapsed. This was the main street of Tianlan City. The buildings here were also the most sturdy. However, under this violent impact, Yi Zichen was stunned. Even the sturdiest houses and the most well-preserved houses were obviously uninhabitable. The main street was filled with terrified and uneasy people. In the face of such a natural disaster, people seemed to have returned to their unevolved state millions of years ago. Only in places with the most people. Only then would he feel safe. However, the place with the most people was also the place where fear and uneasiness spread the fastest. Furthermore, it was also the place where people were most likely to become agitated and the most dangerous. Seeing Yang and the other two walk out, everyone's eyes were full of flattery and uneasiness. Many people were so scared that their bodies started to tremble. It was as if the three people in front of him were murderous demons who could eat people as they wished. The three of them remained silent. Walking along the main street, they saw more and more dilapidated houses. Mo Tianji's expression became scarily calm. It was as if it was about to condense. Yang knew that Mo Tianji had this kind of expression every time. This meant that his heart was truly not calm. The desolation of the 10,000 households in front of Mo Tianji gave him a lot of pressure. On the surface, Mo Tianji often said that he would do anything by hook or by crook. Sometimes, he was indeed unscrupulous. But Mo Tianji's heart would never be as unyielding as he claimed to be when he saw the destructive consequences that he had caused. Mournful cries and pleas could be heard from the front. The three of them quickened their pace. They saw a woman lying on the ground in front of a steamed bun stall. She was constantly pleading. Beside her, there was a fat man who was desperately trying to snatch something from her hands. Yang looked over and saw that it was a white steamed bun. At this moment, it was already covered in dust. Please, give me the steamed bun. The woman's mouth was bleeding profusely. Her entire body was covered in blood. She screamed as if she was about to break down. Please, give it to me. My baby hasn't eaten for more than a day. The house suddenly collapsed. Her father and her brother were all killed. I only have this one child left. My child hasn't eaten for a day and a night, please." Yang stopped and saw that the woman's head was covered in blood. Her right arm was unnaturally twisted, but her left hand was tightly holding the steamed bun. In her arms, there was a little girl. She was hugging her broken right arm tightly. The little girl was only 3 or 4 years old. Her forehead was bruised and swollen. Her head drooped weakly as if she was dizzy. The fat man desperately tried to snatch the steamed bun, but, "My family is also waiting to eat. We are also waiting to eat. In this kind of disaster, we only steamed a pot of steamed buns and it was all snatched away. How can we live, I beg you? Just let my Nan have a bite. Just one bite. I don't want to eat." The woman begged, managerly. "Nanan's father was once your brother. Our families have always been on good terms. When your father passed away last year, it was Nanan's father who helped to take care of him. I beg you. Managerly, just give me this steamed bun. Our family of 4 is so pitiful. Disaster fell from the sky overnight. Only Nan is left." The fat managerly didn't allow it. He desperately tried to snatch the steamed bun. "What you said is all in the past. Now, there is only this steamed bun left. The others have all been snatched away. Quickly give it back to me." Suddenly, he grabbed the woman's wrist and used his strength to break her fingers. The woman screamed and begged. Blood constantly spurted out from her mouth. The steamed bun was fragile. The two didn't dare to use force on it. If it was broken, there was a large group of hungry people nearby who were eyeing it covetously. The so-called etiquette, justice, integrity, loyalty, filial piety, and integrity seemed so insignificant in the face of life and death. The woman screamed. Her fingers were broken by Manager-Lee. The steamed bun was also in Manager-Lee's hand. The woman's face was full of despair. Suddenly, she threw herself on the ground and kowtowed. Manager-Lee, I beg you, just give my baby a bite, just a little bit will do." Manager-Lee's face was full of cruelty. He also felt a little guilty. He walked backwards. No. Suddenly, a hand fell on Manager-Lee's shoulder. Mo Tianji stepped forward and snatched the steamed bun from his hand. "Get lost." Manager-Lee still wanted to shout, but Mo Tianji slapped him on the face. He was sent flying in the air, and his teeth came out of his mouth while he was in the air. Mo Tianji held the steamed bun that was covered with blood and dust. His expression was extremely complicated. He stepped forward and gently bent down to deliver the steamed bun to the woman. The woman was still madly kowtowing. There was a banging sound. She kept on begging. Suddenly, she found a steamed bun in front of her and was stunned. Then, she happily took the steamed bun and brought it to her unconscious daughter's mouth. Perhaps it was the fragrance of the steamed bun that woke her up. The little girl slowly opened her eyes and cried, "Mommy. I'm hungry. Hungry. Mother, there are steamed buns here. Quickly eat a bite, eat a bite." The woman used all her strength to deliver the steamed bun to her daughter. However, the steamed bun was getting farther and farther away from her daughter's mouth. Blood flowed out of the woman's mouth like a fountain. Her eyes were already unfocused. She was still anxiously saying, eat the steamed bun. "I won't be hungry after eating." Chu Yang's heart ached. He suddenly felt that his eyes were a little wet. With his medical skills, naturally, he could see that this woman had already suffered a fatal injury. Her shoulder was almost broken. Several of her ribs were also broken. Some of the broken pieces had already pierced into her lungs. Her heart, most likely, when the house collapsed, he should have died then. However, she held on and escaped with her daughter. She should have died a long time ago. However, she held on and hugged her daughter until now. In order to fight for her daughter's life, she used such a weak body to fight for a steamed bun with a fat man for so long. It was no wonder that the blood flowing out of her mouth was foaming. Chu Yang really did not know what kind of strength was supporting her. Her soul should have dissipated for a day, but she held on until now. Perhaps, if Mo Tianji did not help her take back the steamed bun, she would still hold on and beg until the blood of her broken heart was all gone. However, Mo Tianji took back the steamed bun. This allowed her to fulfill her wish. The little girl was crying heartbreakingly. The madam's hand slowly fell from the sky. Her unfocused eyes slowly turned. She looked at Mo Tianji. Her eyes revealed a heartbroken and desperate pleading expression. Mo Tianji only felt that his heart was fiercely hit. He could not help but feel his heart tremble violently. Facing this pitiful mother, Mo Tianji suddenly bent his legs slowly. Then, he knelt down, a supreme martial artist, the master of calculation and manipulation, a person who could control heaven's secrets. No one, including Chu Yang, could change his way of doing things. No one could shake his heart. He only had a goal in his eyes. There was no pity. Even if there was, it would be immediately erased. He had always believed that a person who wanted to achieve great things could not be soft-hearted. As long as he succeeded, even if he had to step on thousands of bones. However, he was now shaken. He knelt humbly in front of this ordinary, dying woman. In everyone's eyes, a noble young man in a snow-white robe knelt in front of this ordinary mother in the midst of the ruins. In an instant, everyone became silent. Mo Tianji knelt upright. Then, he stretched out his hands and made an embracing gesture. The woman's unfocused eyes brightened. She suddenly desperately pushed the steamed bun and her daughter into Mo Tianji's hands. Her body was already a bit stiff, but her face was filled with gratitude and pleading. Mo Tianji's hands caught the little girl's small body. He was firm but gentle. The woman's eyes fixed on her daughter. She looked at Mo Tianji. Her fingers moved slightly. It was as if she was feeling that her daughter was no longer in her hands. She was already safe. Then, she became ecstatic. She let out a ho-ho sound from her throat. She looked at Mo Tianji gratefully. Suddenly, she threw her head on the ground and heavily kowtowed. Then, her body suddenly stiffened in this posture. She was relieved. This young man's hands were so gentle when he held her daughter. He would definitely take good care of her. Therefore, she could not hold on any longer. Mo Tianji's face was calm and emotionless, but his heart was like a pot of boiling water. I am the murderer, so many people died because of me. But now, this mother thinks that I saved her daughter. Before she died, she knelt down to thank me. Her body turned into a statue as she knelt down. She was already at the end of her life. It could even be said that this was a body that had died long ago. It was supported by faith and motherly love. So once she was relieved, her body immediately stiffened. Did I do the right thing? Did I do wrong? He knelt straight and did not say a word. He only asked himself over and over again in his heart. If things were to happen again, what would I do? Chu Yang and Gu Duxing stood aside solemnly and watched. They did not make any sound. Mo Tianji's action was within their expectations. But they did not expect that Mo Tianji would use such a method. Both of them were a little shocked. Mo Tianji knelt quietly for a while. Then, he slowly stood up with the little girl in his arms. He took out food from his ring and gave it to the little girl. The little girl was obviously starving. She was only 3 or 4 years old and was not very sensible. Seeing her mother lying on the ground in exhaustion, although she was sad and tears flowed down her face, she still wolfed down the dry rations in big mouthfuls. Looking at the little girl in his arms who was a little confused and naive, Mo Tianji's heart twitched. This child probably didn't know that his mother was gone forever, right? Holding the little girl, Mo Tianji turned around and said to Chu Yang, "It seems that we have to establish a force here." Chu Yang nodded in understanding. "You do it." Mo Tianji nodded. Gu Duxing suddenly said coldly, "Your plan killed so many people. Can you atone for your sins by kneeling?" Mo Tianji and Chu Yang turned their heads at the same time. Gu Duxing said, "The homes of hundreds of thousands of people were destroyed because of you. Can you atone for your sins by kneeling?" Mo Tianji took a deep breath. He said, "At least. It gave me a wake-up call. And, if things were to happen again, I would still do the same. Even now, I still regret it. I knelt because of my mother. It was not because of my guilt. I have a lot of guilt." No matter what he did, he was filled with guilt. Emperors fought for hegemony over the world. Who would have thought that there would be so many orphans and widows after the war? Since he was living in this world, this kind of thing is unavoidable. Just like a normal job, there are still several people competing for a job. Perhaps after someone loses the competition, the family will collapse because there is no source of income, or the family will be ruined. But if the person who succeeded in the competition knew about it, would he feel guilty? But if he could do it all over again, would he give up the opportunity to compete and help that person? Has anyone thought about what would happen if he gave up on his family? Mo Tianji said calmly, I know what I'm doing. I'm the brain of tribulation. I don't know how much more blood will be spilled under my plan. I didn't know that millions of orphans and widows would be born just because of my order. But, are we just going to do nothing? Mo Tianji took a deep breath and said, today's matter only reminded me of one thing. When I make a decision later. He had to think more about it. Think about it more. Can we avoid the tragedy of some poor and pitiful people? Although I feel guilty, I don't regret it. I don't dare to regret it. Mo Tianji closed his eyes and sighed. Yang also sighed. Yang also sighed. He understood Mo Tianji's words the best. He had used the name of King of Hell Chu to stir up chaos in the lower three heavens. Millions of soldiers of Great Zhao and Iron Cloud had died a violent death. Who thought about the families of those soldiers who died, shouldn't they? No, they didn't dare to think about it, just like what Mo Tianji said, I don't dare. I don't dare to regret, even if Taibu Tian compensated them, who could make up for the regrets of a parent who lost their son, a son who lost his father, and a woman who lost her husband. That was something that no one could do, Mo Tianji sighed, tragedies happen every day. What we're doing now is undoubtedly creating more tragedies. But, after we overthrow the old big clans, we can bring peace to the world for at least 2,000 years. Perhaps, this is the only thing that we can comfort ourselves with. As he spoke, Mo Tianji used his martial arts to treat the bun that was almost covered in blood. Then, he put it in his ring. His expression was somewhat desolate as he said, this steamed bun, wait for this, when Nan Nan grows up, I will personally give it to her. This is what her mother fought for with her life and soul. The blood on this steamed bun all flowed from her mother's heart. It is all her heart's blood. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing were dealing with the woman's corpse and looking for a place to bury it. Mo Tianji covered Darling's eyes. He sat at the side. Duxing, what you said just now? Chu Yang whispered. It's nothing. Gu Duxing smiled, which was rare. Mo Tianji needs a scolding. It's most appropriate for me to scold him. If I don't scold him, he will think too much. This guy looks like a cold-blooded butcher, but if he's tempted, he'll get hurt easily. If I scold him, I'll give him the feeling that he's already been punished. Gu Duxing said, if you scold him too harshly, I'll do it. It's just right. Chu Yang said, that's good. Actually, there are many things in this world that are hard to say. Gu Duxing sighed. Although Mo Tianji defended himself, there's still a knot in his heart. If he doesn't defend himself, he'll be fine. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, this may be a good thing for Tianji. His decisions in the past were correct and effective, but to human nature, they were undoubtedly too cold and too hard. Hopefully, this time, he'll be softer. Gu Duxing nodded. Tianji has done many things in the past and killed many people, but he's never been like this. Chu Yang sighed softly but didn't say anything. Looking at Mo Tianji and little Nan Nan paying their respects in front of a new grave, Chu Yang and Gu Duxing were speechless. They also followed suit and paid their respects. This woman. She was very ordinary and ordinary. But what she did for her daughter. She was worthy of the worship of any so-called great person in the world. I want to recruit people to do some things for this city. Mo Tianji looked at the desolation. He said softly, if this city can be rebuilt. I hope it'll be called Mother City. Mo Tianji immediately got to work. It was really too easy to recruit people in such a ruined city. Moreover, it was so easy that it was unbelievable. As long as there was food to eat and clothes to wear, just by setting up a flag and separating 4 big countries, the crowd would swarm over. There were also many martial artists. Mo Tianji's actions were swift and decisive. He immediately assigned people and then sorted out the people who came. The old, weak, sick, women and women were in one group, the strong men in another group, and the martial artists in another group. Then, he began to save the dying and heal the injured in Tianlan City. I want to make this city no tragedy. Let all the orphans have food to eat. Mo Tianji's voice was sonorous and powerful. Although Tianlan City was in ruins, the Lan clan's wealth was still there, excluding some heavenly treasures and some rare resources. The rest was used by Mo Tianji to rebuild Tianlan City. The speed was extremely fast. Slowly, a few small clans that were originally affiliated to the Lan clan also joined in. This made this work completely on the right track within 3 days. Mo Tianji had been in charge of the overall situation and delegating commands. Everything was orderly. Although this kind of thing was trivial, to Mo Tianji, it was really a waste of talent. Chu Yang kept watching Mo Tianji busy but didn't say anything. He knew that blowing up the Lan clan this time wasn't a big deal to Mo Tianji at all. However, that mother's struggle for her life was a heavy blow to Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji needed to recover, and after this incident, what kind of changes would Mo Tianji have? That would also be the beginning of Mo Tianji's true path as a wise man, right? Little Nan Nan's surname was Yun. Mo Tianji named her Yun Niancy to remind her not to forget the kindness of her loving mother and to properly settle her down. Mo Tianji decided that when he settled down, he would bring little Niancy by his side and raise her. That broken arm bone, that desperate and pleading gaze, that bloody foam gushing out of her mouth would definitely become a mark that Mo Tianji would never be able to erase in his life. In the middle of the night, Chu Yang once heard Mo Tianji muttering to himself. In the world, the most moving thing is love. In the world of love, the most moving thing is love. In the lower 3 heavens, Ning Tianya was watching with his eyes wide open. The little guy in front of him had erected a bridge-like thing from the water and placed it on that tree. Then, he took something out of nowhere and placed it in the water. After a faintly discernible mist, Ning Tianya felt that some changes had happened to this pool. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what the changes were. In the next moment, every piece of this strange little tree unfolded. Every piece of tree was the size of a finger and was oval in shape. One layer after another, countless layers all the way to the top. Then, a gush of water surged and suddenly rushed up the bridge. Something seemed to be condensing in the water. The moment it rushed up the bridge, it was still gathering. Finally, a small, sparkling and translucent pearl suddenly formed. Then, the water rushed forward toward this pearl. As it rushed forward, more and more pearls appeared along the way. Slowly, they became densely packed together. They rushed all the way to the bottom of the tree. Then, they actually started to climb up the tree. The water kept urging them from behind. Countless pearls rushed up the tree uncontrollably. Some rushed up to the first layer of the tree and stopped. Some rushed up to the second layer, the third layer, some rushed all the way up to the 40th or 50th layer. Those who stayed on the tree stayed there. And those who didn't stay still followed the water and rushed up. It was very difficult to write. I overturned the manuscript many times. This chapter was exhausting. I let Mo Tianji explain and let him understand. But I can't explain it clearly. I don't understand how complicated my feelings are. I thought of many things. Right and wrong, meritorious and sinful people often belong to the same body. I wanted to say a lot. I just typed a long paragraph and silently deleted it. Sigh, I'll leave it at that for this chapter. Let me explain. Nan Nan is a general name for little girls in many parts of our country. It is mostly used for girls in the infant stage. It doesn't refer to a girl's name. It's just like how some little boys are called little shotas now. I saw that many people in the book review section were conflicted. They said that many books used this name. I'll explain it here. Today, I'll update. Ning Tianya didn't understand and kept watching. He seemed to have sensed some kind of artistic conception, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Moreover, with Ning Tianya's knowledge, he actually didn't know what the little tree in the pond was called. He didn't even know what those little pearls were. To be able to stand out from the water just like that and turn into pearls. Moreover, it seemed to be mixed with something else. Ning Tianya had never seen any of these things before. Where did this little brat get such strange things from? He saw that this fair and delicate child actually had a solemn look on his face at this moment. Sitting in the water with his butt bare, his expression was solemn and serene. His chubby little hands, which still had pits in them, made a series of strange gestures, and then he dazzlingly retracted them at his navel. An inexplicable energy surged out from his little body and entered the water. Then, the water rippled and waves of snow-white waves hit the bridge. Little round pearls appeared again and were driven by the waves to climb up the tree. The first layer, the second layer, the third layer, Xianxia finally counted clearly. There were a total of 10 layers on this tree. The higher it went, the fewer trees there were. At the very top, there was only a stretch of trees. Now, many pearls were climbing up, but most of them stopped at the first or second layer, piling up thickly. Xianxia discovered that it wasn't according to the rule of first come, first served. Instead, some of the pearls that surged up to the first layer would also gradually rise to the second and third layers, and many of the pearls that appeared later also entered the first layer. Slowly, the pearls jumped, and the first pearl appeared on the 10th layer. The path of this pearl was so difficult. It tumbled and crashed all the way, trekking over mountains and rivers. Xianxia was actually stunned. A thought suddenly welled up in his heart. Among these pearls, are there any that can go up to the 10th layer? At this moment, the pearls on the first and second layers. They had already started to fall, dripping from the tree and entering the water. The moment they entered the water, the pearls immediately dissolved and turned into clear water. Then, the water flowed back to the path and was washed up by the rolling waves. They formed pearls again. And rolled forward again and again. That little person was in the process of those pearls appearing and disappearing in the rolling waves. He sat there seriously, as if he was practicing martial arts. As for Xianxia, he suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. Or a clear understanding. This realization made him shudder. Then, he fell into a strange state. He finally realized that wasn't this tree equivalent to a world? Wouldn't these 10 layers of the tree be equivalent to the various levels of a human? And those little pearls that came from nothing, disappeared, and then reappeared again and again, weren't they the same as people? Could the pool below be the great river of samsara, and that bridge, was it the bridge of rebirth? A single person had transformed from the river of samsara into chaos. Then, he would transform into the purest soul and enter the bridge of rebirth to begin a new life and a new cycle of reincarnation. When they entered this world, everyone was on the first level. Then, as they struggled, some people reached the second level. Then, he reached the third floor. Everyone was struggling. Some people struggled their entire lives to be at the bottom, so they eventually fell from the bottom. It turned into nothingness. As for some experts, they reached the third level, the fifth level, and even the 10th level. But their lives will come to an end. And once they reached a certain limit, if they couldn't climb to the next level, they would also fall into the great river of samsara. There was no difference. Only a few people who were especially persistent would continue to climb and surpass them, one level after another. But where was the end? Was it on these 10 layers? Xianxia held his breath and watched. Now, as the water continued to flow, more and more pearls appeared. Gradually, it reached a certain number and didn't increase anymore. At every moment, countless pearls fell from the tree and shattered, but there were also countless pearls that surged into the tree, jumping and rolling forward. Entering and exiting were basically equal. It maintained a rather stable state. The number of pearls on the upper layer was gradually increasing. Although it was so difficult to add one more pearl, it was still increasing slowly. Slowly, there were 5 out of the 10 layers. Then, one of them suddenly jumped and went up to the 11th layer. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. It was as if he had jumped from 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist to 2nd grade Supreme Martial Artist. There was another pearl that was also jumping forward with the flow of the water, but it missed and fell from the 10th layer into the pool, turning into powder. Xianxia suddenly felt a sense of sadness. Xianxia had seen this pearl that had jumped from the lowest layer to the 10th layer with difficulty. It was a disaster at every step, but it fell down here. The water continued to flow and the pearls continued to roll. At every layer, there were conflicts and accumulations, just like all kinds of battles in the world. Some were borrowing force to exert force, some were moving flowers to replace trees, some were colliding left and right, some were going up and down, and some were stepping on others to jump up. In short, they were all trying their best to fight for opportunities for themselves, trying their best to fight for a future for themselves, and trying their best to fight for more time for themselves. Finally, there were pearls that jumped up to the 13th layer, the 15th layer, the 70th layer. Wherever the pearls went, the water would also follow. As long as the first one went up to a new layer, then the others behind would jump up one after another. The higher they went, the fewer pearls there were. Finally, they reached the 10th layer. The pearls on this layer seemed to have reached a bottleneck. More and more pearls came up, but none of them could go up to the 11th layer. Therefore, on this lofty 10th layer, these pearls began to fight, and collide with each other again. Then, countless pearls fell from the high 10th layer. After a long time, these 10th layer actually became like the first layer, and then, new jumps began, 11th, 12th, all the way to the 18th layer. They began to gather, fight, work hard, and struggle again. Then, finally, a pearl suddenly jumped up to the 10th layer. The 10th layer. There was only one tree that could accommodate one pearl. New pearls jumped up, but were knocked down by the original pearl. New pearls were knocked down again, but this one that was always on top, although it was only by itself, was also jumping toward the endless void. It seemed to be still exploring. Was there a new layer above it? Finally, at that moment, the pearl leaped high into the air. But it did not land back on the tree. Instead, it deviated from its direction and fell from the 10th layer. It fell into the pool. At this moment, Xianxia's heart was simply heavily shocked. It turned out that one would also fall after reaching the 10th layer. Then, the process continued. Finally, the little guy seemed to have stopped. He put down his hand with a tired look on his face. Then, he took a deep breath. All the pearls suddenly fell into the pool and disappeared. The waves calmed down. That strange bridge also disappeared. This small tree in the pool. It also returned to its original inconspicuous appearance. The little fellow heaved a sigh of relief and walked onto the shore with his butt bare. His little butt swayed and nodded continuously. He looked at it for a while with some self-pity and said, "Sigh, it's finally another cycle." It's so hard. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He was indeed practicing martial arts. What kind of martial arts was this? This kind of divine martial arts was actually practiced with a world as the prototype. Letting the person practicing martial arts drift away from the world? Or the whole world? Was it all under the control of the person practicing martial arts? At the thought of this, Xianxia suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He was just coldly watching the rise and fall of all living things while practicing martial arts himself. Then, the little brat put on his open-crotch pants and swaggered away. That tree was actually left in the pool. Xianxia was a little moved at once. With his own knowledge. What kind of flowers and trees on this continent didn't he know? But he had never seen such a tree. It must be extraordinary, of course. Xianxia wasn't so greedy as to covet a little kid's things. He just wanted to study it. Seeing that there was no one around, Xianxia floated down from the tree like a wisp of smoke. The next moment, he was already at the side of the pool. Tilting his head, he looked at this strange little tree. It was now standing quietly at the pool, motionless. Every piece of it was needle-shaped, like a pine tree. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes just now, he really wouldn't have believed that this tree could actually have such a change. Xianxia waved his hand and that tree automatically came to the side of the pool. Xianxia reached out and gently stroked the tree. He didn't find anything unusual. Therefore, he wanted to pull down a piece of the tree to take a look. But when he used his strength, he felt a piercing pain on his fingertips. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. With his current cultivation, not to mention a tree, even a divine weapon that could cut iron like mud, and a supreme martial artist might not be able to cut through his skin with all his strength. But now, it was actually pierced by a small piece of tree, and it was when he was activating his divine technique. This was practically inconceivable. Xianxia was still in shock when something even more inconceivable happened. Xianxia found that he couldn't move at all. This matter was laughable. A second-grade supreme martial artist, who was already qualified enough to go up to the heavenly imperial court, was pierced by a tree in the lower three heavens. Then, his whole body was paralyzed and he couldn't even blink his eyes. Supreme martial artist Ning sat down on the ground miserably. With his eyes wide open, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry and assumed a rather comical posture. He didn't move at all. "There's a thief!" a childish voice shouted. "He's stealing my tree." It was the voice of that little boy just now. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, a figure flew over at once, extremely fast. A strange voice said respectfully, "Greetings, great master." "I'll deal with this audacious fellow right away." Xianxia felt a wave of sadness in his heart. Then, another person came. He heard someone coming from afar. Everyone knelt down together. "Your Majesty." Then, that strange eunuch voice began to report this matter. A bright yellow silhouette took 2 steps forward. It seemed as if he was observing Xianxia. Then, a dignified voice faintly resounded, "Puny little thief. Push him out and behead him." In that instant, Xianxia felt as if he was struck by lightning. He was very clear about his body's current condition. Right now, he couldn't use any strength at all. It could be said that his head would be chopped off by an ordinary knife. In that case, he would become the first low-grade supreme martial artist to be beheaded in this world, being tied up and beheaded. At the thought of this, Xianxia almost fainted. Even if he had long seen through life and death, but he couldn't die like this. It was too embarrassing and too aggrieving. Xianxia's eyes darted around desperately, but he didn't have any strength at all, let alone the ability to speak. 2 guards rushed up like wolves and tigers. They took out a hemp rope and tied great supreme martial artist Ming up, hanging him upside down. With a puff, a piece of rag was stuffed into his mouth. At this moment, Xianxia's mood was really very strange. Could it be that this old man came down in such a hurry just to be beheaded at this moment? Tai Budian waved her hand, indicating for him to be escorted out. Feng Qiliang's eyes darted around. He took a step forward and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, for this old man to be able to sneak into the palace without anyone noticing, he's obviously not someone to be trifled with. I'm worried that, could he be, from the higher-ups?" Tai Butian's gaze hardened. Feng Qiliang said carefully, "If your Majesty doesn't mind, you can hand this old man over to me. I'll definitely make him say whatever he wants to say, and serve him until he's comfortable." Tai Budian frowned and said, "All right. Bring him back for interrogation. If it's really him, then I'll hand him over to you." Feng Qiliang happily bowed. "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I'll definitely do my best." After he finished speaking, he fiercely kicked Xianxia's buttocks, and said, "Everyone, send this old fart to my room. I want to properly deal with this old fart. What kind of confidence does he have? He actually dares to behave atrociously in the palace? Black smoke is really rising from his ancestral graves. How would the guards know who this chief manager Feng was?" Seeing this wretched look, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. They couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. "Falling into your hands is the real shame of this old thing's ancestral grave." Tai Budian frowned and said, "Qiliang, don't make it too disgusting." Feng Qiliang nodded and bowed. "This servant obeys the imperial edict." As he spoke, he followed the instructions and carried Xianxia away. Along the way, he rubbed his fists and grinned evilly. Of course. Qiliang definitely didn't know what kind of trash she was carrying back. If she really knew that this old bastard was actually the #1 expert of the heavenly layer, Xianxia, Feng Qiliang would probably be so scared that he wet himself on the spot. Unfortunately, he didn't know. Of course, Xianxia also heaved a sigh of relief. Now, he could already feel that the internal energy in his dantian was starting to move slowly. After all, there was no one in the world who could really paralyze a peak-grade supreme martial artist and make him unable to move for a long time. Being able to numb him for such a short period of time was already unexpected. Since he wasn't going to be beheaded on the spot, Xianxia wasn't afraid. However, he secretly gritted his teeth. This damn eunuch is so wretched and disgusting. He even kicked my butt. How could this be tolerated? The butt of the #1 expert in the world, who was at the peak of middle-grade supreme martial artist. Is it something a eunuch like you can kick? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. I'd like to see how you're going to deal with me. Feng Qiliang didn't think so. Although he said it casually, he was certain that this old bastard must be the experts of the Lan clan, otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for there to be such a person in the lower 3 heavens. To be able to sneak into the palace without his surveillance, this matter was of great importance. He had to pry open this old bastard's mouth at the first instant to see how many people the Lan clan had sent and who was leading the team. What were their plans? Was it to kill or plunder? If so, how should he deal with it? What about the emperor? What about the emperor? How could he get out of this disaster? In the eyes of Feng Qiliang, these were all urgent problems. Therefore, he carried Ning Tianya into his room and threw him on the ground. He waved his hand to order the guards to leave and prepared to start the interrogation. Old bastard, I know your background. Feng Qiliang said coldly, don't think that just because you don't talk, I can't find out where you're from. Hurry up and tell me the truth so that we can have fun together. As he spoke, he pulled down the rag on Ning Tianya's mouth, bent down and asked very oppressively. Ning Tianya widened his eyes but still couldn't speak. Feng Qiliang snorted and thought to himself, that tree of the little ancestor is an obvious trap. I've fallen into it once and was paralyzed for a whole day. This time, it seems that this old bastard also needs a whole day, right? However, he didn't have that much time. Rolling his eyes, he grabbed a jar of wine and opened the mud seal with a bang. He put on a fake smile and said, old bastard, you've *king reached the point where I'll feed you wine personally. Alcohol would flow through the blood vessels. With the blood boiling, one would gradually be able to move. At the very least, it could dilute the anesthetic. This was common knowledge. He grabbed Supremacy Ning's chin roughly with one hand and forced his mouth open. Then, a jar of wine was poured into his mouth. The effect was very obvious. Ning Tianya originally lacked a little external force. Once the wine entered his stomach, the power of the wine immediately flowed through his meridians. In an instant, the primordial qi that was sealed in his dantian burst out like a flood and flowed through his whole body, recovering instantly. Feng Qiliang rubbed his chin and smiled sinisterly. Old bastard, I see that your eyes have become more agile and your tongue can move. Don't lie to me that you still can't speak, hee hee. You'd better be sensible and behave yourself. Otherwise. Haha, there are many guards in this palace who like you. Ning Tianya looked at him strangely and said hoarsely, what do you want me to say? Feng Qiliang laughed and snapped his fingers. You can indeed speak. Come, tell me the purpose of your visit. If you're straightforward, I can still give you. Ning Tianya looked at him strangely. Feng Qiliang went up to him proudly. Be sensible. You're now a little white rabbit in the hands of a big bad wolf. Before he finished his words, he was suddenly dumbfounded. He saw that the little white rabbit in the hands of a big bad wolf suddenly had a strange look in his eyes. Then, he gently pulled his hands outwards and the thick hemp rope on his body suddenly broke into pieces. *CK. He's an expert. Feng Qiliang was shocked and grabbed over with his hands like an eagle's claws. He who strikes first gains the upper hand. He didn't know what was going on. Feng Qiliang realized that his hands were grabbed by the other party and then half of his body couldn't move. Then, there was a loud slap. A loud sound, but his face was fiercely slapped. Damn eunuch. Supremacy Ning scolded in a low voice angrily. You've got guts. You even know that you're a little white rabbit. Feng Qiliang was already stunned. At this moment, it was too late for regrets. He had thought that he was a big bad wolf who had caught a little white rabbit in its nest. Who would have thought that he was a little white rabbit who had caught a big bad wolf who was full of vigor? After a series of slaps, Supremacy Ning then started to ask about the matter. However, although General Manager Feng's martial arts were not as good as Supremacy Ning's, his bones were extremely tough and he actually resisted to death. This made Ning Tianya very angry. This guy was also on Chu Yang's side. He couldn't really beat him to death, right? I'm here to help you. Ning Tianya roared angrily, only feeling extremely conflicted. And it was Chu Yang who begged me that I came. You bunch of bastards. Supremacy Ning felt extremely wronged. You actually used a child to set up such a sinister trap. You tricked me. These few words exploded on Feng Qiliang's head like thunder in spring. He felt a wave of dizziness. Just from this sentence alone, it could be proved, because Ning Tianya had pointed out Chu Yang right from the start, and Lan's family. They didn't know Chu Yang. Feng Qiliang was like a duck that had been shocked silly by lightning. He stammered, this. Do you know, Ning Tianya snorted angrily and gritted his teeth. That little bastard. You're Chu Yang's son, right? That emperor who wants to behead me is the woman that bastard Chu Yang hooked up with, right? What else do you have to say? Feng Qiliang became well-behaved at once. If even this point was pointed out, then it definitely couldn't be wrong. He groaned and asked, may I know Elder's name? Ning Tianya glared. I'm Ning. At this point, he suddenly shut up and roared angrily out of humiliation. Don't tell me you still want to know my name and then use this matter to make fun of me? Feng Qiliang was also conflicted. If you don't say your name, how can I introduce you to Her Majesty? Ning Tianya was stunned and said in a voice that he couldn't bear to recall, I'm Ning Tianya. As he spoke, he almost wanted to bang his head against the wall. Bam! Feng Qiliang sat down on the ground, already dizzy and disoriented. His eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets. His lips trembled and his whole body trembled. He said agitatedly as if he had seen a deity, you. You're Ning Tianya? Supremacy Ning? Elder Ning? Ning Tianya nodded speechlessly and heaved a long sigh. Today, my illustrious reputation is destroyed in a day. With a poof, Feng Qiliang fell to the ground, twitching all over. He was so agitated that he wanted to die. My God. It's Ning Tianya. My God, I kicked Ning Tianya's butt. My God, with a bam, Ning Tianya kicked his butt hard. You'd better forget about this, or else. Humph, Feng Qiliang nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. What's your name? Ning Tianya asked, conflicted. I'm Feng Qiliang. Feng Qiliang trembled with fear. Elder Ning can call me. Qingyang, are you really a eunuch? Ning Tianya asked, holding on to a glimmer of hope. After all, being kicked in the butt by a eunuch was definitely different from being kicked in the butt by a normal person. Feng Qiliang nodded miserably. For now. I should be. This matter is really hard to explain. Ning Tianya's face contorted. A moment later, Chief Steward Feng, whose face was bruised and swollen, appeared in front of Tai Budian with Ning Tianya in high spirits. And second update. I'll continue to write and catch up on the chapters. Today, I went out and entrusted the New Year shopping and other matters to my cousin. It's a custom in the countryside here. Every big clan collectively slaughters pigs and goats, and then each family lines up to collect them. Then, the family dinner lasts for a few days. But this year, my father's health is not good, so he can't go. As for me, I obviously have to dedicate my time to everyone. If my wife goes, it's naturally even more inappropriate. So, cough. I specially invited my cousin to a table today to handle this matter. Then, I'll seize the time to catch up on the chapters and explode a few more times. Then, I'll prepare for the new year with everyone. Just thinking about the new year makes me excited. I can set off firecrackers again. Haha. Tai Budian was shocked to find out that the old man in front of her was actually the #1 expert in the world, Ning Tianya. Although Ning Tianya looked calm and composed on the surface, he was also extremely embarrassed in his heart. After all, this was a little too comical. He was here to help someone, but he was knocked out by a 1-year-old child instead, not to mention Ning Tianya. Even if the Saint Tian Ke was here, he would probably be too ashamed to show his face, but Tai Budian only used one sentence to resolve Ning Tianya's embarrassment. If there really is happiness in this world, then I have it now. Thank you, Senior Ning. Ning Tianya was the most embarrassed, but he was also moved by this sentence. Because Ning Tianya was invited by Chu Yang. As a woman who had been separated from her beloved for a long time, receiving help from her beloved at the most difficult time was a great blessing to Tai Budian. Ning Tianya's arrival meant that there was nothing wrong. Then, it also guaranteed Tai Butian's happiness in the future, like a stabilizing needle. Ning Tianya's arrival was absolutely uplifting. Tai Budian used such a tactful method to express her joy and satisfaction. Ning Tianya needed to think before he could understand. And it was in this time of thinking that all his embarrassment was blown away by the wind just like that, and, to a certain extent, it also resolved some of the hostility in Ning Tianya's heart. After all, the empress in front of him was his disciple's love rival, but now, there was no empress in front of Xianxia, only an ordinary woman who felt extremely happy because of a little concern from her beloved. Since I am here today, I will naturally not let Chuyang down. Xianxia smiled and said, I will do my best to ensure the safety of your majesty's mother. Although Xianxia was very confident, he still didn't say everything. Tai Budian said seriously, if Senior Ning is confident, please, protect the safety of the people of the lower three heavens. This storm arose because of Chuyang, because of me. But I don't want anyone in this world to suffer because of this. Suffer? Since I ascended the throne, the world is at peace and there is no trouble in the world. The people are recuperating and the suffering of the war a few years ago has already recovered slightly in these few years. Currently, the people were living in peace. However, this kind of happiness was not easy to come by and was very fragile. If there was a huge battle at this time, or if there was an earth-shattering battle between experts, it would definitely cast a shadow over the hearts of the people, and they might even be hurt. So, I'll have to trouble Senior Ning. Xianxia sighed and said, of course. At this moment, Xianxia actually felt some admiration for this female emperor. It was rare for him to experience such moments. But this time it was because of Tai Butian's magnanimity. In the eyes of ordinary people, if someone knew the inside story, they would definitely think, your husband is the master of Calamity Sword, who soars above the sky. As long as you follow me, you will have endless glory, splendor, wealth, and power, compared to the power of life and death held by the gods in the sky. The imperial power of the secular world was incomparable. They simply couldn't be compared. After all, in the eyes of the strong, the common people of the world were just ants. However, Tai Butian was a woman. She scrupulously abided by her duty and relied on her own strength. To seek happiness for the people of the world, this responsibility was not something that could be easily thrown away. Xianxia had already been in the lower three heavens for a few days. But everywhere he went, everyone was full of praise for this emperor. Wise words could be heard incessantly. This was the most honest evaluation from the people at the bottom of the world. Such an emperor was rare since ancient times. What's more, this emperor was even a woman. Xianxia said softly, when this matter is over, your majesty can accompany little brother Chuyang to roam the world and laugh proudly at the heavens. Wouldn't that be great? Tai Butian's gaze was somewhat misty and yearning. But then, she took a deep breath and said softly, responsibility lies in the heart and shoulders. Everyone has their own responsibilities. She smiled lightly. In the eyes of the supreme martial artists, or the so-called immortals and saints in the secular world, the common people of the world are just ants. They don't take them seriously at all. But which saint or deity in the world didn't evolve from the body of an ant? No matter where you are, if you forget your ant origins, even if you are the ruler of the heavens, I can also say that you have forgotten your roots. And what right do people who have forgotten their roots have to talk about the great Tao? If one can ignore the suffering of the world after becoming immortals and saints, then what's the use of becoming immortals and saints? Chuyang has Chuyang's mission, and I also have my responsibilities. Tai Budian looked at the mountains and rivers outside the great hall and said slowly, my responsibilities are these mountains and rivers, and the people of this world. Even an ant has an ant's happiness. They also have the right to be happy. If others can't bring them happiness, then my responsibilities will always be on my shoulders. Emperors don't discriminate between men and women. They only care about political affairs. I am the emperor. Being the emperor is a job, not an honor. As a woman, I can't be the best. But as an emperor, it's not something that can be given up easily. Just closing one's eyes can cause millions of people to suffer unspeakably. Just slacking off can cause millions of people to be in poverty. Tai Butian's eyes dimmed for a moment. She said, others may be a woman first and then have other identities, but I have to be an emperor first before I can talk about being a woman. Xianxia stopped talking. Tai Butian's words were from the bottom of her heart. In front of people like Xianxia, there was no way to fake it. Xianxia could feel every single word that wasn't said from the bottom of her heart, but all the way until Tai Budian finished speaking, Xianxia only felt absolute sincerity. Supremacy. Ning couldn't help but let out a long sigh in his heart. He really didn't know what kind of luck Chu Yang had to have such an extraordinary woman fall in love with him. Such a woman made Ning Tianya speechless. Ning Tianya only rejoiced in his heart. If his disciple competed fairly with her, he might really lose. After a moment of silence, even Ning Tianya didn't know why he suddenly said, Chu Yang's woman is my disciple, my only brother. Tai Budian didn't seem surprised. She just smiled. Elder, what do you mean? Actually, Ning Tianya already wanted to slap himself when he said that. He was even more speechless now. Chu Yang already has someone he loves. I've long known about it, so I've always kept my feelings a secret. Tai Budian seemed to be explaining something. She laughed bitterly and said, I don't like to fight with others, nor do I like others to fight with me. If he hadn't been poisoned back then, he would never have known about my identity. After that, I found out that I was pregnant. Tai Budian pursed her lips and said, at that time, I even wanted to use the palace's secret prescription to abort the child. I didn't want to be a burden to him, nor did I want to give him a reason to accept me, but I'm still a woman after all. I'm still selfish. Tai Budian said self-deprecatingly, firstly, I can't bear to have a child with a man I approve of. Secondly, as a mother, I can't bear to. Thirdly, Iron Cloud also needs an heir. Among the direct descendants of the Iron Cloud royal family, I'm the only one left. If I don't have an heir, it will definitely end here. Elder can't possibly think that I, Tai Budian, am the kind of woman who can have a child with any random man. Tai Budian smiled mockingly and then said seriously, so, even if I'm scolded for being shameless because of this, I have no regrets. No woman would kill her own flesh and blood just because someone else scolded her for being shameless. Her. Even if I've caused harm to your disciple, I can only say sorry. Tai Budian laughed softly. Actually, your disciple is also one of the reasons why I didn't want to go to the upper three heavens to accompany Chu Yang. As women, we all understand each other. It's very difficult for me to face my guilt towards her. Especially when we're face to face. I can still deceive myself and comfort myself here, but if... Tai Budian said heavily, somewhat dejectedly. Ning Tianya finally had nothing to say. Towards such a woman, even though he was still dissatisfied and even hostile when he came down, his heart was full of admiration at this moment. As a woman, she was flawless. As an emperor, she was invincible and also the most qualified. As a human, she was still a success. Ning Tianya heaved a long sigh and said sincerely, the emperor's name is Budian. No wonder he can really nourish the heavens. Tai Budian was silent for a moment. Then, she said, thank you for your compliment, elder. Ning Tianya stood up and said, I want to go and see little madam. Your Majesty, please allow me. Tai Budian nodded and smiled. Elder Ning, please go ahead. In my Iron Cloud, Elder Ning can go anywhere you want. Ning Tianya left with a smile, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These few words kept echoing in Ning Tianya's heart. Which saint or deity didn't evolve from this insignificant body? No matter what stage you've reached, if you forget your insignificant origin, even if you're the ruler of the heavens, I can also say that you've forgotten your roots. And what right do people who have forgotten their roots have to talk about the great Tao? If becoming a deity or a saint means that one can ignore the suffering of the world, then what's the use of becoming a deity or a saint? In Ning Tianya's heart, these words were like the rolling thunder of the evening drum and morning bell, reverberating unceasingly. Every time, he seemed to have a new kind of understanding. When he thought of that little child, that tree, that strange world, Ning Tianya's heart had another layer of understanding. I, Ning Tianya, have been stuck at this bottleneck for more than 10,000 years. Now that I've accepted someone else's commission to come to the lower three heavens, I've instead obtained something that I've never even dreamed of before in this lower three heavens that I've never taken a proper look at before. In the past, I was only worried that there was no path in front of me. But now, in this lower three heavens, everyone has actually pointed out a path for me. From having no path at all, it suddenly became two paths and became a fork in the road. Ning Tianya shook his head and laughed. This is really unexpected. However, the secret on that little fellow is even bigger. My gains from coming to the lower three heavens this time are too great. When Ning Tianya saw the little fellow was busy. He was looking at a black and white ball hanging in front of him, deep in thought like an adult. He was wearing open-crotch pants and had a bold and unrestrained posture. He was sitting on the horse with his back bent and his eyes looking straight ahead. In front of him, that black and white ball was hanging and swinging. Below his crotch, there was also a small lump hanging and swinging. Although the little fellow's face was very colorful, this kind of situation really made it hard for anyone to be serious. Although Xianxia was a little conflicted, he couldn't help but want to laugh. He held it in and walked over in front of the little fellow. Cough, little bastard. Xianxia was furious. He walked back and forth in front of him several times, but this fellow actually ignored him. Should the little fellow raised a finger, he signaled him not to speak. Xianxia froze at once. The little fellow reached out and pointed to the side unquestionably. He shouted, "Stand aside and don't make a sound." Xianxia's eyes widened. He only felt that his eyes were about to pop out. Suddenly, there was a puff. Xianxia held his breath at once, his expression strange. The little fellow sighed. "Why do I have to fart every day when I'm young? Although this kind of smell isn't very unpleasant to me, it's still very embarrassing when there are outsiders around." Xianxia's expression became even stranger at once, as if he had swallowed a fart alive. To be honest, although the fart just now was a little smelly, Xianxia could still bear it. However, this sentence was really somewhat unbearable for Xianxia. "What are you doing?" Xianxia had no choice but to ask seriously. The little fellow had a deep look on his face. "Look." Xianxia followed his gaze and shook his head blankly. Look. The little fellow said mysteriously, "Isn't this very vivid?" Xianxia frowned. He tried his best to think from the perspective of Tao, but he realized, where did this image come from, so he shook his head in puzzlement. The little fellow looked at him very discontentedly. "Look. Isn't this very much like a ball?" Xianxia suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then, white smoke violently billowed. "Like a ball? What I want to do the most right now is to kick you out like a ball. That's king ball to begin with." "It's a ball." The little guy's face was so soft it could be broken by the wind. Pinching a bag of water with each pinch, he put on a profound posture and said, "But, this is a world." "World?" Xianxia's eyes widened. "There's black and white on it," the little fellow said indifferently. "Just like life. There is day, there is night, there is life. There is also death. Just like this universe, there is heaven and earth, yin and yang." "Oh?" Xianxia couldn't help but look at the black and white ball hanging in front of him, and carefully observed it. It was indeed black and white on the surface. Only black and white were two colors, like two strangely shaped fish. It even had one eye. But in the end, life and death, yin and yang. Heaven and earth. Black and white, heaven and earth. They're all on the same ball. The little fellow's childish voice said softly. Xianxia suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. To most people, this sentence might sound like, "It's not a big deal, it's just how it is." This sentence was very common, but Xianxia was different. Because he was already half detached from life and death, when he heard such a sentence at this moment, his mind was completely captivated by this sentence. Life and death, yin and yang, heaven and earth, they were all here, or, if they were here, they would still be here even if they were dead. No matter whether they were alive or dead, they wouldn't escape from this category. What did this mean? Xianxia suddenly felt a little dazed. The dazed state of ordinary people or the state of mind, but Xianxia's dazed state, when one reached this level, would generally be the precursor to an epiphany. The next moment, Xianxia felt that he had entered a wonderful state. Taiyang watched Xianxia enter that chaotic state with rapt attention, a strange glow in his eyes. After a long while, he murmured, "The people in this world, it's not just because they're too poor, but also because their aptitude is too good? And the other world? The streets are full of supreme theories, but they can only be used as elementary textbooks. Other than learning to read, they can't think of anything else." He sighed heavily and murmured, "How could the senior's thousands of years of hard work and inheritance be just for you to learn how to read? Heaven and earth, rain and wind, land and sky. Could it be that they are only pairs? Heaven and earth are black and yellow, the universe is vast and desolate. Could it be that only elementary school students can read them, and that adults avoid them as much as possible? Once treasures are exposed to the outside world like bricks and stones, they don't seem precious anymore. Sigh. Xianxia seemed to have had a dream. He dreamed that he had gone through a reincarnation cycle from birth to death. He was born here, grew up here, and died here. He was in a strange circle from beginning to end. He remembered everything that happened when he was alive, and he also had clear memories of what happened after he died. For a moment, he couldn't help but compare life and death, but he felt bored to death and sighed deeply. Following this sigh, his whole person became clear-headed. In front of him, a little brat wearing open-crotch pants was looking at him with clear eyes. When Xianxia's eyes came into contact with this pair of eyes that didn't contain any impurities, he suddenly felt ashamed. He had experienced too much filth in his life, and now he saw such a pair of pure eyes again. Your aptitude is not bad. The little fellow sighed, stared at Xianxia's eyes and said, "You've just advanced, right?" "No." Xianxia blushed a little. To be called aptitude is not bad by a 1-year-old little fellow. Cough, for Xianxia, who was tens of thousands of years old, it really felt a little strange. If he had really advanced, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the problem was, he hadn't advanced. This was a little inexcusable. "You haven't advanced?" The little fellow's eyes bulged, as if he was greatly surprised. "You have obviously gained something, but you haven't advanced?" Even that eunuch Feng Qiliang advanced a level when he heard it just now. Xianxia was so miserable that he almost wanted to hit the wall. "I'm the F***King #1 expert, but in this little fellow's eyes, I'm not even as good as a eunuch." He vomited blood and said, "What's Feng Qiliang's cultivation?" "What's my cultivation?" "For example, Feng Qiliang only needs 1 grain of rice to advance." "I'll advance. But I need a field." "You." At this point, he suddenly shut his mouth. Damn it, why am I telling this to a 1-year-old child? That's true. The little child nodded deeply. The little thing in his crotch also swayed as he nodded. He said deeply, "Your cultivation is also almost at the entry level." Xianxia suddenly shut his mouth. His temples bulged, as if all the blood in his body was about to rush to the top of his head. "I'm almost at the entry level. Do you F***King know that this almost at the entry level person in front of you is the current #1 expert in the heavenly layer world? Is your father really Chu Yang?" Xianxia vomited blood and asked. The little fellow rolled his eyes in disdain. "Do you think others are qualified?" Xianxia felt like fainting again. "I have martial virtues, benevolent, righteous and wise. In the future, I'll rule the world and benefit the common people. I'll unify the martial world." The great elder said solemnly, "Other than my father, who else is worthy of a son like me?" Xianxia coughed twice, resisting the urge to vomit blood. He asked, "Is the window open?" The little fellow said mysteriously, "I never open the window. I've always been open and aboveboard. I only go through the front door." After a long time, Xianxia suddenly had a thought. "Are you the reincarnation of some mighty person?" The little fellow looked at him in disdain. He asked, "Did you see one?" "One?" Xianxia was stunned. "It's that tree." The little fellow said indifferently, "That tree is the world. That pool is the netherworld. That area is the netherworld. That bridge is the passageway between humans and ghosts. Humans are originally nothing but a speck of dust. Along with the surging waters of the netherworld, they enter the passageway between humans and ghosts and are reborn as humans. It is only when they step onto the first level of the world that they gain consciousness and begin to struggle. No matter which level they climb to, they will never be able to break free from the heavens with their own strength alone. Therefore, no matter what level they are at, they can only perish in the end. After perishing, they enter the netherworld again. No matter how high they were when they were alive, they will only be returned to their original state by the water wheel of reincarnation. In other words, only a speck of dust with no consciousness can repeat itself. Therefore, the so-called reincarnation of a mighty person is no different from an ordinary baby under such strict laws of heaven and earth. How could they have a genius like me? Xianxia frowned deeply. But this is definitely not the only case. That's because external forces are used to preserve a bit of the true spirit. The little fellow said disdainfully. However, using external forces to preserve the true spirit is ultimately not one's own instinct. Therefore, one's future achievements are also limited. Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, the little fellow smiled strangely. This world has also been around for 1,000,000 years. Among the generations of experts, which one of them was a reincarnation of a mighty person and climbed to the highest peak? Xianxia was stunned. When Xianxia went to the Heaven Imperial Court, he had heard about the reincarnation of a mighty person and was sure that it really existed. However, from what he knew, among the few sovereigns who stood at the peak of the Heaven Imperial Court, there really wasn't such a person. One's own nature and heart is the strongest weapon. One's own body is the sturdiest treasure raft to transcend the world. The little fellow was disdainful. Using external forces, or weapons, or medicinal power, is impossible. Where do spirit weapons come from? Made by humans. Where do spirit medicines come from? Human synthesis. Where does heaven and earth come from? Human development. Using external forces and abandoning one's own body. How can one reach the peak? Xianxia was horrified and moved. He asked modestly, "May I ask, what kind of martial arts did you use that tree to cultivate?" The little fellow smiled. That is the origin technique. Using all the origin between heaven and earth, extracting its essence and removing its impurities to form the great Tao and establish the origin. Xianxia seemed to have understood something. If that tree is the world, then the tree is still very small. The little fellow said enigmatically, "When one is in the water and looks at this tree, it is the world. However, at your position at that time, outside the world, there is still a vast sky." Xianxia suddenly remembered that the tree in the pond in the imperial garden was only that small. Outside, there was the entire palace, the vast mountains and rivers of the lower three heavens, the upper three heavens and the Heaven Imperial Court. Then, was the Heaven Imperial Court also as small as this tree in this universe? In the next 2 days, Xianxia naturally became the little fellow's protector. He would follow him wherever he went. The relationship between the old and the young actually warmed up rapidly. They stuck together every day, no one knew what they were doing. Tai Budian was greatly comforted by this situation. With Xianxia by her side, nothing could go wrong. Of course, Tai Budian didn't know the details of this old and young together. If he knew, the wise emperor would probably pass out. Cough, Tai Yang, you should start talking today, right? How's that monkey? Has he come out from the bottom of the mountain? Supremacy Ming asked. What's the hurry? The little fellow rolled his eyes. I still have to practice today. Supremacy Ming sighed. Suddenly, there was a feeling of rejuvenation. When he was teaching his disciple, he racked his brains to tell stories to his disciple. Now that he was protecting this little fellow, he actually had to rack his brains to beg this little fellow to tell him stories. Finally, one day, Xianxia asked somewhat puzzled, "These things are very profound, but you told me about them the first time we met. Could it be that a child really can't keep things to himself?" "This is fate," the little fellow said mysteriously. Fate? Supremacy Ning was somewhat smug. It seemed that he was still very popular. This little fellow felt that he was fated and reliable the moment he saw him. Actually, I guessed wrongly. The little fellow suddenly said somewhat dejectedly, "You're here to protect us. But I've always felt that your cultivation isn't high, that you've just started." "So I thought." Xianxia was stunned. Then, the muscles on his face twitched, then twitched again, then twitched once more. At this moment, there was even some resentment. How good would it be if you only said the first explanation? It's fate, but the one that was added later, it was really better not to add it. But in these few days, if one were to talk about benefits, Xianxia really benefited the most. He was like a traveler who originally had nowhere to go, but suddenly several paths appeared in front of him. What kind of feeling was it when several paths suddenly appeared in front of a person who had nowhere to go in the desert, and each path led to an oasis? That was how Xianxia felt. Back then, when he first came to the Double Heaven Imperial Court, Xianxia already knew that his cultivation was far from enough. Otherwise, Shui Leihan wouldn't have specially asked him to watch over the heavens. He was suitable for this task. There were definitely many heavenly layers. Why did it choose him? Firstly, I came up from here. Secondly, I'm afraid it's because of my aptitude. Or maybe my future isn't that great? It would be a waste to stay up there. It would be better to return to the heavenly layer to do something. Xianxia had long been aware of this. Although he felt a sense of loss, he was well aware. This kind of thing could not be forced. But now, the combination of Tai Yang's words and Tai Butian's words had given Xianxia a huge opportunity. His aptitude might still be the same as before, there was absolutely no change. However, he had already seen a path that led to the heavens, and he knew where to go. To Xianxia, this was no less than an enormous fortune. One day, an old man and a young man were sitting under the world tree. Suddenly, Xianxia's expression changed. He felt something in his heart. There seemed to be something unusual. Did the Lan clan come down? In fact, for the past few days, Xianxia had been wondering why the Lan clan hadn't come down yet. Their speed was so slow, their reaction was so slow. Of course, Supremacy Ning didn't know that the first batch had actually come down a long time ago. They were only one step behind him. However, that batch of people didn't stop and directly went down again. Feng Qiliang also sensed something and came over as fast as lightning. You look after the palace. Xianxia frowned. I'll go and intercept them directly. Feng Qiliang felt relieved and nodded repeatedly. The Lan clan great elder and the rest came down. They didn't encounter any obstacles. Even when they reached Iron Cloud Citadel, it was still peaceful. For a moment, everyone was somewhat bewildered. Logically speaking, they should have been ambushed or met with some difficulties along the way. But now, everything was calm and tranquil when they reached Iron Cloud Citadel. This feeling became stronger. Even calmer. Moreover, the strange thing was that after searching the entire city, they actually couldn't sense any aura of the Lan clan. Then, what about Grand Duke Lan Rua? What about the other supreme martial artist experts? Where did they go? Could it be that they had melted in the lower three heavens? After checking from many sides, they finally confirmed that there was absolutely no trace of them here. Great Elder, what do we do now? A high priest asked with a murderous look. Since we can't find them, then the only possibility is that it has something to do with the palace. The Great Elder's face was gloomy. Let's go to the palace and directly capture that emperor for interrogation. We'll definitely be able to get some information. Yes. It's just that there's no news of the Grand Duke and the rest. It's very likely that they've already been killed. Someone said. Everyone didn't say anything. Their expressions were equally cold. This wasn't just very likely, it was definitely. They've already been killed. From this point of view, there was already absolutely no possibility of cooperation between the two sides. Go to the palace. The Great Elder waved and led the group in the direction of the palace. Hundreds of people stepped forward at the same time. At this moment, it was as if tens of millions of troops were charging at the same time. Such a team of experts was definitely enough to topple the lower three heavens. Along the way, the crowd automatically turned and separated. A straight path appeared, leading straight to the palace. The wind howled and murderous aura filled the sky. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us for being ruthless. That was what everyone thought in their hearts. They had just walked 1,000 feet when the crowd in front of them suddenly separated. A figure in light robes appeared lightly on the path that everyone had to pass. It was an extremely ordinary-looking old man. He looked at everyone with a smile on his face. It seemed that he was overjoyed to have friends from afar. Everyone, where are you going? The old man asked with a smile. You are? The Great Elder's eyes revealed a guarded look. Could this old man be from the palace? The Great Elder found this old man somewhat familiar. However, even if he wanted to cripple his heart, he definitely wouldn't have thought that the #1 expert in the world, Xianxia, would actually appear here. Besides, after Xianxia had advanced twice, the aura on his body was already very different from before. He originally existed in the land of legends. The Great Elder and the rest actually couldn't recognize him because their memories were fuzzy. I'm someone who's here to discuss something with all of you. Ning Tianya smiled extremely amiably. How about we find a place to talk? The great elder snorted. You're someone from the palace? Yes, sort of. Ning Tianya nodded. It just so happens that I also have something to ask you. The great elder waved his hand in a very stylish manner. Lead the way. Follow me. Ning Tianya didn't take offense at all. He led the way. The direction that they were heading towards was actually surprisingly the same as when Xu Yang was here, the former site of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, after a moment. How about here? Supremacy Ning said with a smile, this place is surrounded by water and quiet. It's just right for a conversation. The great elder's sharp eyes swept over and he said with a slight smile, it's also suitable for other things. Ning Tianya narrowed his eyes. Yes, yes. It's also very suitable for other things. Supremacy Ning also felt a little suffocated. Although I only revealed an ordinary level of cultivation for fear of scaring all of you, it's still quite a few grades of supreme martial artist. Why were these few people so impolite? This old thing is quite stubborn. The third high priest gave him a sidelong glance. What? What else do you want to do to us here? Come over and kneel down. Listen to my questions. He was already full of anger to begin with, but when he came down, he actually discovered that he didn't know whether everyone here was dead or alive. Just as he was feeling depressed, he encountered such a top-notch old man. Damn it, your level of cultivation is enough in the lower three heavens. But what kind of person was this man? How is that bit of cultivation of yours enough? The second high priest hurriedly tried to persuade him. Third brother, don't be impatient. Let's get to the bottom of this first. As long as the truth is out, this old man, won't third brother be able to deal with him however you want? In the blink of an eye, you'll be able to deal with him in 315 different ways. Pooh. The third high priest spat. Old bastard, you really don't have any discernment at all. If I don't serve him well later, I've really lived all these years in vain. In this world, this is just a half-assed person. It's this kind of half-baked person who thinks he's the best in the world. Mother ****, do you think you're Ning Tianya? Instantly, there was a roar of laughter. Ning Tianya's face darkened. What the ****ck are you talking about? Cough, all of you have also cultivated for thousands of years. Ning Tianya said with a solemn face, as supreme martial artists, you must have some demeanor of a supreme martial artist. If you also curse like a shrew in the streets, then, aren't you afraid of losing your status? Losing your manners? ****CKU. Manners? ****CK your third-grade uncle's manners. The third high priest was met with a mouthful of spit and scolded loudly. If I still have to talk about manners with an ant like you. Who do you think you are? You're actually teaching me a lesson with all five of you? Come, son, Grandpa will let you see what manners are. Ning Tianya's expression turned extremely ugly at once. The great elder had already found a high place and sat down. He shouted, third brother, don't be rash. Bring this old bastard over first. Let me interrogate him later. Ning Tianya turned his head somewhat incredulously and looked at the great elder of the Lan clan in astonishment. He had met this first elder once many years ago. At that time, the first elder's etiquette could be said to have reached a natural level, and he was respectful to the point of being meticulous. He had even praised him for a long time. He didn't expect that after so many years, when he had forgotten about him and only treated him as an ordinary person, he would actually be so vile and despicable, or perhaps, these people were like this when facing people who were weaker than them, and manners were only used by people who were stronger than them? What are you looking at? The great elder rolled his eyes in displeasure. Come here and listen to my questions. Ning Tianya pointed at his own nose with a strange expression. You are calling me? The great elder frowned and said indifferently, if I'm not calling you, am I calling a dog? Calling a dog. Ning Tianya was directly petrified. Do you have to insult me like this, even when I was facing the Emperor Shui Leihan? I've never been scolded like this. The sudden atmosphere made Ning Tianya almost unable to catch his breath. He had originally thought that if he could persuade them to go back, he would do so. After all, it was not suitable for him to participate in the battle between Tribulation and the big clans, but who would have thought that before he could speak, he would be scolded from head to toe? Someone pushed him from behind and scolded, "What's the matter? Weren't you quite capable just now? Are you dumb now? Hurry up and get over there." Xianxia actually staggered from the push and came to the front of the Great Elder. The Great Elder snorted with some dissatisfaction and said, "Let me ask you, where are the people from the Lan clan who came down the last time now?" Xianxia took a deep breath. "What? Why are you pretending to be muddle-headed?" The third high priest flew into a rage and stepped forward. "Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question." As he spoke, he raised his hand and was about to give him a big slap. "Beat this old bastard to death." There was a commotion. Xianxia's body trembled a little in anger. It had really reached an unbearable level. Even this old man, the #1 expert in the world, has never bullied an ordinary person like this when faced with such a powerless person. It was too much of a bully. The next moment, Supremacy Ning erupted completely. Reaching out, he caught the third high priest's palm in a flash. The next moment, the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Then, it was a heavy slap. It landed on the third high priest's face. With a loud smack, the third high priest's face suddenly tilted to one side, his hand trembled. The 7th grade supreme martial artist third high priest went limp like mud and knelt in front of Xianxia with a thud. The cruelty and pleasure on the third high priest's face had yet to be removed. He was struck down into the abyss. His face had yet to even turn into surprise. Everyone was stunned, watching Xianxia take care of the third high priest so neatly. Everyone's minds were filled with shock. No matter how careless the third high priest was and how he was caught off guard, he shouldn't be so weak, right? Just by reaching out his hand, he collapsed. This was a 7th grade supreme martial artist expert, transcending the boundary between immortal and mortal. A blood-curdling scream came from the mouth of the third high priest. Only now did he feel the pain. Xianxia merely grabbed lightly just now, and the bones in his right hand were already completely shattered, just as the screams came out. He came to his senses and immediately shut his mouth tightly, enduring the pain. "Kneel properly. Don't move. Don't randomly shout." Xianxia loosened his grip. He said indifferently. Following his indifferent voice, Xianxia felt a killing intent that had not risen in his heart for a long time. All of a sudden, a raging fire began to burn like boiling oil. These people had already touched Xianxia's bottom line. "So you're an expert." Cold sweat broke out on the third high priest's face from the pain, but he raised his head with a hideous smile and tried to slowly stand up. "But, even if you're an expert, in front of so many people, what can you do?" Xianxia sneered. "I told you to kneel. Didn't you hear?" All of a sudden, the aura all over his body gushed out like a torrent. At the moment when Xianxia released his aura without reservation, above the sky, the wind and clouds changed color. The entire lower 3 heavens felt this powerful pressure at the same time. And, this pressure spread far and wide. Everyone was trembling with fear at the same time. These people from the Lan clan who were facing him directly were the first to bear the brunt and felt the terror of this power even more. The third high priest, who had just lifted his knees from the ground, suddenly knelt back down fiercely with a thud. The force was so great that everyone even heard a crisp crack sound. Immediately, a circle of blood stains spread out on the ground. With this kneel, both of his knees were crushed, but he forgot about the pain. There was only endless fear in his heart. The Great Elder had long been scared out of his wits. He never imagined that this old man who looked like he could be trampled on at will was actually such a terrifying expert. At this moment, Xianxia's aura, together with his face, finally reminded the Great Elder of a distant memory. A legendary figure who had already become a legend. Suddenly, his face turned ghastly pale. That was when he was young and unintentionally saw that dragon-like figure. At that time, he was in a state of worship, and under the introduction of his elders, he paid his respects to that person. Since then, he hadn't seen him for thousands of years, but at this moment, he suddenly recalled, why does that person's face in that already blurry memory look so similar to this old man in front of him? You. Who are you? The second high priest tried his best to circulate his energy to resist this terrifying aura. Many of the others had already collapsed on the ground. Some of them couldn't even move at all. Under the awe of such a terrifying aura, moving one's little finger was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. My surname is Ning. Ning Tianya said indifferently, my name is Ning Tianya. Boom, at this moment, everyone from the Lan clan felt as if the sky had collapsed. Ning Tianya, the #1 expert of the heavenly layer, the person whom they were pointing at and cursing at in every possible way just now was actually the Ning Tianya whom they worshipped like a god? Elder. Elder Ning. The great elder knelt down with a thud. The muscles on his face were contorted and he couldn't speak properly. It's us juniors who failed to recognize Mount Tai. Ning Tianya let out a long sigh and said bleakly, I came here with the intention of protecting 2 people and then persuading all of you to go back. That's all, but I'd never thought that the first time in my life that I would be called a bastard would actually be today. Ning Tianya shook his head. In all my life, I've always done things with a clear conscience. But today, I've been scolded as a dog. Similarly, this is also the first time in my life. For the first time in my life, I've been pointed at by someone and need to kneel down before I can reply. This world. It's really changed so much that I can't understand it anymore. Ning Tianya sighed. It's really the new generation replacing the old. The new generation replaces the old, the great elder's body trembled. Elder. Elder, please spare my life. On account of, today is still the first time in my life. For me to have such a strong murderous intent. I won't talk about how many sins you usually commit with such actions. It's just because you've offended me today. Ning Tianya said calmly, get up and fight with me. Kill me. You can do whatever you want in the lower 3 heavens. Kill you? The great elder almost cried out loud. If all of us could kill you, then would you, Ning Tianya, still be alive? What a joke, fight with you. The only one in the lower heavens who was qualified to fight with you was Buluqing. Perhaps the Dharma Supreme, Lord Wu, or the Moon Breeze couple had such strength. But it definitely wasn't us. Today, I have the intention to kill. I must kill you. Ning Tianya's eyes gradually revealed a sharp murderous intent. So, stand up and fight with me. Don't make me look down on the Lan clan. Elder Ning, please spare my life, I really don't know, there were pleas for mercy. Fight? What a joke. Facing Ning Tianya. Who dared to fight with him, even if the elder master of the Lan clan, Lan Buhui, was here? They definitely wouldn't dare to say that they would fight with Ning Tianya. The disgust between Ning Tianya's brows became more and more intense. If they could stand up and fight with Ning Tianya might even sigh at how they dared to take responsibility for their actions. Maybe there would be a turn for the better. But now, Ning Tianya only felt disgust. Could it be that you can only bully some very weak people? When you meet a strong person, you become soft shrimps? Since when did the once all-powerful clan become like this? Since that's the case, go to hell. Ning Tianya heaved a long sigh. His fingers fell and slapped the 3rd high priest's forehead. With a soft sound, the 3rd high priest's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. His body slowly went limp and fell to the ground. Ning Tianya's murderous intent had been triggered. He didn't care whether others resisted or not. Murderous intent was never triggered easily, but once it was triggered, it couldn't be stopped. In this world, there really wasn't anyone who could escape from Ning Tianya's pursuit. Thud, thud, thud. Another 3 people fell to the ground. Fight. Even if he's Ning Tianya, so what? Everyone, attack together. The great elder flew up, the fear in his eyes turning into madness. But the moment he rushed forward, he kicked an unlucky person up with the tip of his foot to face Ning Tianya while he himself retreated like a ghost. Ning Tianya let out a long sigh and slapped out a hand. The great elder who was retreating suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. He felt a wave of numbness and then fell from the sky. The Lan clan people rushed up from all directions. A trace of pity flashed across Ning Tianya's eyes. He suddenly attacked with all his might, showing no mercy, in just half a cup of tea's time. Ning Tianya walked out of the old site of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. His green clothes were spotless. He stood in front of the old site of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion and paused for a moment. He murmured, the Lan clan, should be finished, then he turned around and walked toward the palace without looking back. Inside the old site of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, it was peaceful. Not even a trace of blood could be seen. Those who had participated in the battle just now had already disappeared. Perhaps, they could only be found by digging up the soil under their feet. What Xianxia didn't know was that the last batch of Lan clan people who came to Iron Cloud had been killed by Chu Yang and buried here. Now, the corpses of the Lan clan people were once again buried on this piece of land. Both batches were the elites of the Lan clan. They gathered here. For some reason, ever since Chu Yang left this place seemed to have become a good graveyard. Chu Yang chose to kill here. Similarly, Xianxia also chose this place. While Xianxia was killing, Chu Yang and his brothers were also carrying out the same task. Tianlan City entered a dark and gloomy period of reconstruction work. Mo Tianji was really bold. He directly recruited all the manpower that could be mobilized. Hundreds of thousands of people were working here. Orders came out of Mo Tianji's mouth like flowing water. There was no chaos at all. A group of people was in charge of demolishing and flattening the half-ruined houses. Following closely was a group of people in charge of cleaning. They picked out useful materials and piled them at one side. Following closely behind, people started to set up tents. The other four groups of people mobilized people from all directions to live in tents first. At the same time, several groups of people started to cook. At the same time, construction started in the areas that were rumbling past. All the doctors in the city were united and divided into 8 groups. They went to 8 directions to treat the injured first. Some doctors were unwilling to work for nothing. They had just raised their conditions when Mo Tianji ordered them to be beheaded. Those who did not listen to orders could do so. Those whose heads were useful could be used as a public display. Those who wanted to take advantage of the situation could do so. Their heads were useful too. No matter who they were or how high their status was, those who did not listen to orders now would be killed. Mo Tianji used an iron-blooded and ruthless method to carry out this task in a cold, calm and efficient manner. A few nearby vassal clans of the Lan clan were completely taken in by Mo Tianji. 2 clans wanted to resist. At Mo Tianji's command, the Tribulation Brothers immediately took action. In the middle of the night, tens of thousands of heads were piled up like a mountain. Severe punishment is needed in troubled times. Mo Tianji said. Killing is a crime. But killing one person to save 2 is a merit. Mo Tianji said. Those who take advantage of the chaos to amass wealth, die. Those who take advantage of the chaos to rob, die. Those who do not listen to orders, die. Those who are slow to obey orders, die. Those who do not help others in need, die. Under Mo Tianji's strict orders, after the chaos in Tianlan City, the order actually reached the standards of the world. There were treasures in any of the ruined places. They were either gold and silver, or purple and white crystals, sparkling brightly. But absolutely no one dared to pick them up and put them in their arms. They were all quietly piled up in a certain place and were used in a unified manner. Some people cried, "This is my family's. You must give it to me." Then, in the next moment, a steel knife chopped down and a head fell to the ground. Lord Mo said, "Your life is not yours. In this world, there is nothing that belongs to you. I only value the rebuilt mother city." Mo Tianji said, "In the rebuilding process, I only have one rule: kill. Or not the closest to human nature. But at a time like this, it is the most effective method. In a certain area, if someone froze to death, the person in charge of distributing the resources was dead. If someone starved to death, the person in charge of cooking would also die. In just a few days, the face of Tianlan City had changed drastically. I can let you live in heaven, as long as you are obedient. I can also send you to hell immediately, as long as you don't listen to me." Mo Tianji's almost monstrous planning ability, his almost cold-blooded methods of control, and his almost mythical calculations were all in this accident. The performance was incisive and vivid. All of the remaining treasures were piled up in the square. They were not covered by anything and were just stored in the open. Amethyst, white crystal, gold, silver. Everything was piled up like a mountain. Every night, there would be people stealing. Every night, countless people would be killed. That's exactly what I want to do. I want to lure out all the greedy people in this city and kill them. Mo Tianji said indifferently, since this is the city. 4 to 500,000 people have already died because of me. Then, I don't mind doubling this number. I only want to create a paradise. Anyone who destroys it is unforgivable. Following his indifferent orders, rules were quickly implemented one by one. Everyone, who had yet to recover from the previous shock, naturally accepted the reality that Tianlan City had changed hands. Countless armored horses galloped out like a gust of wind. They carried Mo Tianji's letter to recruit all the affiliated clans in the Lan clan. Mo Tianji's time limit, 5 days. If any messenger did not return in 5 days, the clan he was in charge of delivering the letter to would be annihilated. Before leaving, they had to pay for the medicine. If they did not return in time, the messenger would die from the poison. The entire clan would be slaughtered. 5 days later, Ao Xieyun, Xia Danxiong, Gu Duxing, GMO and Luo Kadi attacked repeatedly. One by one, the affiliated clans of the Lan clan were slaughtered and blood flowed for thousands of miles. Faced with such a phenomenon, Ao Xieyun had once tactfully mentioned to Mo Tianji, killing too much is against the harmony of the heavens. Mo Tianji's reply was, if we don't kill when we should, it won't just be against the harmony of the heavens. Even if they are obedient now, I still have to observe for a period of time, let alone reject them directly. If they don't obey my orders now, even if they obey against their will, something will definitely happen in the future. They might as well turn into corpses now in this chaotic world. Mo Tianji said something when he was patrolling the city. This sentence was regarded as a treasure by countless lords for countless years to come. Even if I kill until only one person is left in this city, I want the city to operate according to my wishes. Otherwise, even if there are tens of millions of people in this city, if they don't obey my orders, it's equivalent to having none. If that's the case, there's no harm in slaughtering them. In such a chaotic place, only such a cruel and high-pressure method was the most effective. I like people who are obedient. If you are not an obedient person to begin with, I also hope that you will pretend to be obedient in my territory. Otherwise, you will die. Those who are obedient will not be rewarded. However, if anyone is disobedient and acts secretly, after being reported, this person's entire family will be slaughtered. The informant can have all of this person's property as his personal property. As the strict rules were passed down, Tianlan City, from now on, it was called Mother City. Mother City was killing people every day. In the last few days, the number of killings decreased and the order in the city became better and better. This city is a fair world. Mo Tianji said, after it is built, everyone's house is the same. They were all the same. Everyone's wealth was the same. There are no poor, no rich, no merchants, nothing at all. Whatever you want to do in the future, think of your own ways to earn more money. Think of your own ways. I don't care what methods you use. But don't give me a reason to kill. You make your own rules, I don't care. But, if I think that you are wrong, then you will die. An unreasonable way of management. A cruel way of governing. Here, it was the most efficient way. Chu Yang was a little surprised. From his point of view, Mo Tianji wanted to rule this city completely. It would take at least a year to completely change the appearance of the old buildings in such ruins. It might not even be enough. But now, under Mo Tianji's enforcement, it only took a month. Regardless of whether it was martial artists or civilians, they were all obedient. After killing so many people, no one complained or mentioned Lord Mo. There were actually such comments, although Lord Mo likes to kill a little too much, he is still quite a good person. Quite a good person, not to mention Chu Yang. When the other brothers heard such comments, they were all shocked. Aren't you afraid that this will drive everyone away? Chu Yang once asked. It's hard to leave one's homeland. Faced with Chu Yang's inquiry, Mo Tianji only answered in a low voice, for people, the land that gave birth to them and raised them. It is their roots. Most people, no matter if they are loyal or cunning, would rather die than leave this piece of land that is better than their own. Of course, there are prerequisites, as long as they don't break out of this place after they are in their 20s. That will be the case. And this place is very fair. As long as they don't break the law. As long as they are not bullied, nothing will happen. There are still people who stand up for them. Such a world, in the heavenly layer, is also unique. Mo Tianji said lightly, also, these days, I only killed people and did not make any specific living laws. But there are already people who are making laws based on every person I kill. Also, I inadvertently took a look and it is almost perfect. There are a total of 180 death sentences. Mo Tianji smiled slightly, I am very satisfied. Chu Yang was dumbfounded, this works, but he had to admit that this was really feasible. Moreover, the people spontaneously made laws were far better than the rulers making them. Although in fact, they found the laws from every person Mo Tianji killed, in the hearts of the people, such laws were indeed made by themselves, everyone had a common understanding, how can I not abide by the laws I made myself? Now, less than half of the people had already moved into their new homes. There were tens of thousands of people who could move into their own homes tomorrow afternoon. Then, half of the people were still living in tents. But there was not much time left. With the completion of one house after another, everyone would be able to move into their new homes in half a month at most. Moreover, they would receive an equal amount of property from Lord Mo, as well as food that could last them for a few months. In a few months, all kinds of shops would be opened, all kinds of businesses would be done, and all kinds of transactions would be circulated. Such a city was a huge opportunity for everyone. Everyone was at the same starting line. If you want to live better than others, you can, as long as you use your brain and work hard. In the future, once it is stable, I will set up a school here and set up all kinds of formal city management organizations in the open space left behind. Mo Tianji's eyes shone, the cruelty now will let people who come to this city feel the warmth and safety of a mother's embrace in the future. Chu Yang was deep in thought. Mo Tianji turned his head and looked at the night sky outside the window. He said softly, Chu Yang, thank you for letting me be so willful here for once. Chu Yang shook his head and laughed, sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood. We have plenty of time. Mo Tianji looked out of the window quietly and said, no, our time is very short, and our opportunities are also very few. This place is almost done. So, the next step of the operation must be carried out immediately. We need to leave this place immediately. Only when we leave and let go, will this city be preserved. If we wait for the other parties to react, then, this place will be attacked by a group. Chu Yang nodded and leaned against the chair lazily. However, I need to remind you. It's been almost a month since the Long clan was destroyed. Even if the clans didn't receive the news in the first few days, they must have known by now. Mo Tianji nodded. I've already thought of this. From the third day onwards, I've been preparing to guard against the nearest Zhuge clan. From the 10th day onwards, I've been preparing to guard against the other clans. However, they may have already taken action, but they didn't have any particularly obvious reaction. Mo Tianji smiled and said, since they didn't have any obvious reaction, I'll just make a bigger fuss here. Chu Yang pondered and said, Tianji, you've been rebuilding Mother City until now. It can be said that it's starting to take shape. However, have you ever thought that if we leave and the other clans come knocking on our door, it'll be a catastrophe? Perhaps, the city that you've just built and spent so much effort on might turn into ruins in an instant. That's why we have to leave. Mo Tianji smiled confidently. Because the timing is really too good. Too good? Chu Yang frowned and didn't quite understand. Mo Tianji laughed. Come with me. As he said, he pulled Chu Yang into a tent. Chu Yang went in and saw that the ground in the tent was actually a simulation map. This is the information that I've been collecting during this period of time. I bought the map from the law enforcement officers and created the distribution map of the forces in the upper three heavens. Mo Tianji pasted a large piece of white paper on the wall. Then, he grabbed a brush. According to the topography of the ground, he quickly drew a few dots on the paper. Putting the law enforcement officers aside, this is the distribution of the clans. We're here for now. Mo Tianji picked up the brush and drew a circle at the bottom. Next to us is the Zhuge clan. For now. All the clans are gathering towards the northwest. He drew a few arrows with the brush. The heavenly passage will open at this moment. And after the passage opens, the Lan clan will be destroyed. Mo Tianji drew a few vague figures with the brush. He made the arrows clearer and then looked at Chu Yang with a smile. What have you thought of? Chu Yang admitted that he was extremely smart. But at this moment, however, he was somewhat unsure. The major clans are all working hard to exterminate the Li clan. And at this time, we wiped out the Lan clan in one fell swoop. Mo Tianji said, the opening of the heavens was also the work of the Tribulation Sword Master. The Lan clan was destroyed. They didn't know that Tan Tan had already left. They could only think that it was our own power. That would give people the illusion that the Tribulation Sword Master and Tribulation are already very powerful. This is one of them. Secondly, Tribulation must be behind the destruction of the Lan family. Thirdly, why did Tribulation do that? Moreover, they were in such a hurry to wipe out the Lan clan? After all, the Lan clan had met with misfortune within a few days after the passageway was opened. Why is that? It's impossible for the Lan clan to offend Tribulation so badly, therefore, there must be people here who doubt the reason why Tribulation is so impatient. Was it related to the Li family's predicament? Attack the enemy's only way out of the predicament of the Li clan? At this point, Mo Tianji drew a question mark on the white paper. Chu Yang suddenly understood. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. So, he quietly listened to Mo Tianji. There must be people who have thought of this. We don't need too many of them. As long as there's one of them, it'll be enough to make waves in the allied forces of the 8 super clans. Then, by extension, how important is the Li clan to Tribulation? Mo Tianji smiled and said, once this idea is born, and Tribulation's strength is actually enough to wipe out the entire Lan clan. Then, if you're a member of the 8 super clans, would you choose to wipe out the Li clan first or go head-on against Tribulation? Chu Yang said without hesitation, of course, I'd take advantage of the fact that Tribulation hasn't gathered to wipe out the Li clan first. It's better to break one than to injure all 10 fingers. That's right. Mo Tianji clapped and smiled. Therefore, the Northwest must be very lively now. As for me, after taking down the Lan clan, I immediately rebuilt the city. Although this wasn't my original intention, it gave people the illusion that Tribulation wanted to build a base in the Lan clan's territory to fight against the 8 super clans. Therefore, for now, they won't touch us. Chu Yang nodded. When we think that the base is already very strong. That's the moment when they tie us up here? That's right. Mo Tianji nodded. At that time, they'll gather and attack us as a group. They'll destroy the base together with us. But, at that time, it must be after they've wiped out the Li clan. For 100,000 years, the rumor hasn't changed. That's, Tribulation as one is invincible in the world. Therefore, before they get rid of Li Xianxia, they don't have the confidence to wipe us out. If Li Xianxia joins us, they won't be able to eat or sleep well. Mo Tianji's face revealed a cynical smile. Chu Yang also laughed heartily. Because Li Xianxia, whom the law enforcement officers and the super clans had identified as one of the tribulations, wasn't a tribulation at all, Chu Yang suddenly felt a little apprehensive. It was only now that he realized how terrifying Mo Tianji's arrangement of Li Xianxia as a backup plan was. As it progressed step by step, the importance and terror of this backup plan became more and more obvious. As if he could tell what Chu Yang was thinking, Mo Tianji said, as for whether Li Xianxia's identity would be exposed or not, I've never worried. Once such a thing is suspected, it'll only make things worse. Even if Li Xianxia knew the truth from the start and denied it from the start, no one would believe him. The most reassuring way would be to kill him. And as long as the Li clan has such a suspicion, they won't let anyone kill Li Xianxia so easily. As this situation becomes more and more intense, even if the Li clan only had a bit of suspicion at the start, they've become 100% convinced now. Similarly, the other clans are the same. At the start, they weren't sure, but now they're 100% sure that it's Li Xianxia. Therefore, their fight to the death was already destined when you gave Li Xianxia the medicine while he was unconscious. This isn't a ploy. This is human nature. Since they haven't immediately dealt with this newly rebuilt mother city, they won't be attacked with great fanfare in the short term. Therefore, they'll pay close attention to the movements here but won't make any big moves. Mo Tianji smiled as if he had a card up his sleeve. Then, he spoke with certainty. And if we're to leave now, they won't dare to do anything to us. On the contrary, they don't dare to do anything to our foundation. First of all, if our foundation is destroyed, we will never come back. Then, who has the confidence to catch and kill tribulation who is elusive? Secondly, if we leave and they attack this city, they'll incur our endless revenge. Although all the clans want to use this method to lure us out, none of them want to be our first target. The Long clan is a good example. Mo Tianji said, therefore, we're leaving now. It's the safest. It's also the most secretive. It's more convenient for the next step. Chu Yang nodded slowly. However, if we want to leave, we'll need a follow-up plan. Once we're used by others, the consequences won't be good, said Chu Yang. The medicine I asked you for the other day has already been used. Mo Tianji smiled faintly. The strong men of the Lan clan's affiliated clans have taken one. They've all taken one. I told them that they must take the antidote once a year. Otherwise. Haha, if the city isn't well managed. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But that medicine isn't that serious, Mo Tianji mischievously smiled, but that poison cannot be expelled within a year. Once checked, they'll be poisoned. Who dares to disobey? Human nature. In this aspect, it's better to believe it than not. Mo Tianji smiled and said, I remember once I caught a pervert. I fed him a mud pill and told him that this medicine is called the life and death pill. He'll definitely die within a day. Then, that guy wailed and begged for mercy for a day and a night. When the day was about to end, he died. Moreover, he died as if he was poisoned. But only I knew that he wasn't poisoned at all. There wasn't even a trace of poison. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. It seemed that only Mo Tianji could do such a cruel experiment. Although the subject of the experiment was a pervert who committed all kinds of crimes, thinking about such a thing still sent chills down one's spine. So, they won't dare to disobey. Mo Tianji smiled calmly. I'm absolutely sure about this. Chu Yang was speechless. Mo Tianji made use of human nature to deal with these matters. He was simply superb at making use of it. But this time, his starting point had finally changed. It had become to protect the people living here, and not purely to make use of them. Chu Yang's heart was also rather comforted. Next, we have to leave this place. We have to leave openly. We have to wear our daily masks and leave through the main gate. This is equivalent to sending a message to the 8 great clans, we've left this place. Mo Tianji said, once we leave, we'll immediately find a hidden place to change our appearance. Then, we'll gather at the headquarters of the Zhuge clan, Tianji City. Speaking of the 3 words Tianji City, Mo Tianji's expression was a little strange. Don't tell me you want to mess with the Zhuge clan again while you're at it? Chu Yang was shocked. Mo Tianji smiled. How do we have the ability to mess with the Zhuge clan again? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. To the Zhuge clan, it's just a large-scale harassment. But we have to make them feel pressured. Let the other great clans feel the determination of tribulation. In this way, their deployment can be adjusted based on such a foundation. And what I want is their deployment after the adjustment. Because that will definitely be a mistake. As long as they make a mistake, it will definitely be beneficial to us. Mo Tianji grinned and looked at Chu Yang meaningfully. You can rest assured about this. As long as you treat my sister well, I don't mind even if you order me around like an ox or a horse. Chu Yang was furious but also a little guilty. Bullsh*T. Am I that kind of person? Mo Tianji snorted and rolled his eyes. Don't forget that empress of yours from the lower 3 heavens. Humph. Chu Yang said angrily, I've told you about that. Mo Tianji snorted and said, anyway, you can't make my sister sad. Chu Yang bared his teeth. Shut up. Mo Tianji laughed and turned to leave. When he reached the entrance of the tent, he suddenly turned back and tore down the messy map that had just been drawn on the wall and crushed it into powder. Only then did he go out. Chu Yang was impressed. This guy's meticulousness was obvious. He was actually afraid of leaking the secret by staying here and watching. Looking up, he thought, if Diwu Qingru knew about this, what would he do? What would he think? Everything that Mo Tianji had imagined was indeed wonderful. However, would Diwu Qingru let things go smoothly for Mo Tianji? The next day. Early morning. The brothers wore their signature masks and swaggered out of Mother City. For some reason, the news that they were leaving was leaked. Along the way, people actually lined the streets to send them off. There were even some people who were reluctant to part and shed tears. This situation made GMO and Luokidi's jaws drop. This guy kills people like flies. He doesn't know right from wrong. Why do so many people still love him? GMO couldn't understand. That's right. This guy is the main culprit who destroyed their homes. Luokidi was also very confused. What do you know? Ao Xieyun scolded disdainfully. If we don't know, then why don't you tell us? GMO and Luokidi shouted in dissatisfaction. Did we say something wrong? You are right. Ao Xieyun snorted and said, but you don't understand this world at all. In the past, after tens of thousands of years of development, the gap between the rich and the poor in this city is already outrageous. Even people who don't have to worry about food and clothing are also lamenting the inequality. Such ordinary people. There were more than 1 million people who would think this way. If the world went back to where everyone had the same starting point, I might not be worse than others. I can be a millionaire too. Becoming a millionaire. But in the past, they had only thought about it. Now, Mo Tianji had helped them realize it. Everyone has to start from scratch. You only saw the cruelty of his methods, but you didn't see the fairness he created. To the people, fairness was the most respectful and convincing thing. Moreover, he had also planned the future of the city. The people who would live here in the future would be much happier than before. He had killed many people, and many of them were definitely wronged. But so what? Their lives were at stake. Compared to the happiness of the millions of people in the city, which was more important? This is something that anyone can calculate. The slaughter now. However, it could ensure that people would not easily break the law for a long time. How great would the benefits to the people be? This was a good thing that would benefit the future generations. How can we not support him? Ao Xieyun said solemnly. Maybe that is the case, but why would those rich people support him when they were deprived of their assets? GMO asked unhappily. That's why I said you were stupid. This time even Xianxia couldn't help but say, poverty is a kind of power. When this power goes out of control, the rich people will always be the ones to suffer. If the money is still in the hands of the rich, then the riots of the poor people are inevitable. There have been many cases before. The rich people who were involved in the riots not only lost their money, but also the lives of their families. Mo Tianji took it away, which is equivalent to protecting their lives. Moreover, they were also very satisfied when they were given the same amount of money as the others. This is because they have more experience, more channels, and more connections than the average person. Therefore, they must be full of confidence in themselves. Don't you understand? Moreover, it can give them the feeling of starting over, as if they are living again. Do you understand this feeling? Xianxiang looked at the two of them with disdain. I don't understand. GMO and Luokidi shook their heads at the same time. I can't explain it to you. Xianxiang stared for a while. Then, he sighed and turned his head. He muttered, rotten wood can't be carved. Luokidi suddenly chuckled, GMO, I just realized that Xianxiang is indeed very beautiful. Especially when he stares, his eyes are so clear and bright. No wonder he was mistaken for a rabbit. GMO nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. I was almost tempted just now. The two of them suddenly forgot what they were arguing about a moment ago. Instead, they started to comment on Xianxiang. Xianxiang was so angry that his face turned black. He shouted and started to chase after them. Yang smiled on the side. GMO and Luokidi didn't understand, but he completely understood. This was like a person who was doing something that he had longed to do all his life. When he succeeded in doing this, he would have a feeling of the ship has arrived at the dock, and the train has arrived at the station. At this time, people would often have a feeling of having no goal in life. However, if his achievements were erased, and he was made to start all over again. Of course, there would be a psychological gap in a short period of time. However, as long as he adjusted, he would have a greater joy in life. There would be a kind of joy similar to cheating. Especially when what erased their achievements was an irresistible factor. Humans were able to adapt faster than any other species. The feeling of regaining something you had lost and then losing it made people feel grateful instead of resentment. Chu Yang sighed in his heart, this is also a kind of human nature. Little Nananya Nianzi hugged Mo Tianji's neck and refused to let him go. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Mo Tianji displayed a rare display of self-restraint as he coaxed this 3 to 4-year-old little girl for a long time. Only when the little girl's tears turned into smiles did he hand her hand over to someone he had designated. He instructed, take good care of her. If Nan Nan is a little thinner or lighter when I come back, I will break your legs. That person's face was sullen as he agreed repeatedly. He thought to himself, how can I not be attentive? You even planted poison in my body. The figures of the few people disappeared on the long road. Only then did little Nan Nan start to cry, weak cries came from the wind. Mo Tianji's eyes were actually a little red. Chu Yang looked over and pretended to be shocked. F***ck. Tianji is crying. Immediately, GMO and Luo Kudi came over with great interest. Crying? Is he really crying? I thought this guy wouldn't cry, but he actually cried today. Mo Tianji's face was red. He roared, you are the ones crying. You are all crying. He whipped his horse and galloped away. The brothers laughed and chased after him with strange voices. They whistled and spun into the air. This was Jimo's masterpiece. This guy was slow to learn, but he was a self-taught weirdo. For example, whistling. He had learned from Luo Kudi twice. Now, it was much clearer and louder than Luo Kudi's. Immediately, after turning around a mountain, the experts of the various clans who were chasing after them realized that they had lost them. These people seemed to have evaporated into thin air and disappeared without a trace. They couldn't help but sigh, tribulation is awesome, after being here for so many days, I actually didn't find out what they looked like. I only know that one of them is surnamed Mo. As for the others, I don't even know their surnames. Just as they were about to return to their respective clans to pass on the message, a voice came from behind them. Suddenly, sword light flashed in front of them. Flowers bloomed and hidden weapons danced. It was Chu Yang and the others who had made a beautiful counterattack. The brothers were responsible for 2 to 3 people each. It was a clean battle of annihilation. After killing their opponents, they didn't stop at all. They didn't care about the other brothers. Each of them chose a direction and flew away without a trace. One day later, the territory of the Zhuge clan was like a calm pot of oil that had been ignited from the bottom. It began to boil and then there were flames everywhere. It was said that dozens of bandits acted at the same time and attacked 30 to 40 strongholds of the Zhuge clan. Thick smoke and fire rolled into the sky. Every place that was attacked had a wall with these shocking words written in bright red blood, "Withdraw your men." There was no beginning or end, just these few words. Moreover, the attackers came and went without a trace. Often, when you thought that the next place to be attacked would be here, it would be there. In short, every attack was unexpected, and every time you were harassed, it would be an absolute empty spot. A clan like the Zhuge clan, which was famous for its intelligence, was also in a terrible fix after suddenly encountering such shameless tactics. Send out experts? No problem. We won't face your experts head-on at all. No one knew what methods these people used to conceal their aura so well that not even the slightest bit was leaked. Even low-grade supreme martial artists couldn't find them. However, as long as the low-grade supreme martial artists of the Zhuge clan were alone, there was absolutely no chance of survival. For a moment, everyone was in a state of panic. The elder master of the Zhuge clan was furious. He issued a strict order and mobilized all the experts in the clan to investigate thoroughly. All the secret forces of the clan were mobilized. At the same time, they made use of the convenience of being familiar with the terrain to set up layers and layers of traps. Like an inescapable net, they enveloped the entire Tianji city. However, the strange thing was that from that moment on, nothing happened in Tianji city anymore. It was as if those people had left after causing trouble. In the short span of 10 days, the Zhuge clan's Tianji city was attacked more than 300 times and caught fire more than 200 times. Once it caught fire, there was absolutely nothing left in the place that was on fire. More than 100 martial saints were killed, and 5 supreme martial artists were killed. The clan's wealth was greatly reduced. The entire Zhuge clan was furious, but there was nothing they could do. The chaos of the heavens seemed to have started from here. Moreover, everyone had a premonition that this kind of chaos had started from the Lan clan and had already spread to the Zhuge clan. Slowly, it was bound to be like a spark of fire that started a prairie fire until it burned the entire upper 3 heavens. End of chapter 1354. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.